Soon, a nationwide celebration ensued in the nation of Reborn. There were feasts and drinks to be had all around, with everyone commemorating the day that they became part of something that would change their entire lives. They became immensely proud to call themselves Rebornian, especially since they all had a united front in making it prosper even more than it was now. After all, where else would they find another place where everything was free? Food, water, and housing was abundant, and they were even given a chance to evolve their species to become something superior without their leader asking anything in return. Compared to the desolate and isolated places they were back in the desert, this was like a literal paradise come true for them all. They all celebrated for 3 days, where everyone was forbidden to work. During the day, they all went out of their houses and visited the baseball field, where a few teams performed a few show matches, and Michael even made a surprise guest appearance that made all of them scream and cheer upon his arrival. After the games, a large feast was laid out on the plaza, where everyone dined at the same time. It became a large picnic, where family and friends could spend this precious time bonding about their love for this community. In the afternoon, everyone was free to roam around the entire nation, introducing themselves to the new inhabitants who joined them recently. Of course, it became a little competitive, as many of them began bragging and showing off to each other about their new skill or their new evolution. And perhaps the most special event happened during the night. They all sat on the plaza, looking up at the darkness of the skies, when all of a sudden, an explosion of colors spread out on the horizon, creating flowery patterns that amazed and bewildered anyone who gazed at them. "Mom, Dad, I like to live in this place forever." Some dwarves, who were just here to visit, ended up deciding to move here just from this celebration alone. The fireworks continued, with everyone gasping and cheering for it to last a little longer. Thankfully, Michael prepared for this. He enlisted the help of Kong and a few other talented citizens to create more elaborate fireworks shows for everyone to enjoy. He then began to hand out sparklers to all small children, allowing them to witness the beauty of fireworks right in front of their hands. It was a magical night where everyone had fun and enjoyed the entertainment. It was so fun, in fact, that they all collectively decided to celebrate this day every year, called Reborn Day. After the 3-day celebration, everyone went to work a lot more refreshed than before, motivating them to work harder using their new evolution and their new skills. For their first order of business, Michael instructed Kong to create districts in their nation, each housing the different species that needed their own environment. For example, the satyrs needed the shading of lots of trees, so they lived closer to the forest, basically on the opposite side of where the baseball field was located. When he asked them why they needed the shade, it turned out that they were susceptible to the heat and temperature. Hearing this, Michael had one solution for them: the air conditioner. "Chat JK3, can you give me the blueprints to make an AC?" As expected of his personal AI assistant, all the information he needed to create an HVAC system flowed through his brain and embedded itself into his neurons. He borrowed the smithy of one of the dwarves and started to get to work. After half a day, he was finally done. He floated to the top of the oldest satyr's treehouse they had just finished constructing. Then, he created a rectangular opening near the window and installed the AC there before plugging the machine into the electrical socket. After that, he invited all the satyrs to the house for them to experience firsthand the miracle that was air conditioning. "Press the button," he said to the eldest satyr. And as soon as he did, the AC rumbled a bit before suddenly releasing a cold breeze. "That's cooler than a gust of wind. It feels like it's snowing." The satyrs immediately loved the air conditioner, making them all want to stay in this tree house forever. Of course, Michael promised to install an AC in each of their tree houses, so they wouldn't have to crowd themselves in just one room. Thankfully, there was one satyr who evolved to become A, and Michael gave the blueprints for the AC to him. Find Adventures on Empire. And soon after that, the rest of the nation heard about this AC and started clamoring to have them in their homes as well. This became an immediate project for the dwarves in charge of craftsmanship. They, too, wanted their homes to be as cool as ice after they were done spending the days in the hot forge. Since electricity was so prevalent in their nation now, Michael decided to invent more electrical appliances for them. He created a refrigerator the next day, which became popular among the lamias and the butcher mankeys since they got to store their meats and fish inside without them spoiling for a long time. Next, he created an electric fan, a washing machine, a heater, an iron for clothes, and an electric stove. He gave all sorts of blueprints for his newly evolved mechanics to make for the entire nation. Although he could have made it by himself, he decided to delegate this project to others because he had his own project to deal with. Specifically, Michael wanted to start experimenting with Mithril, the strange material that could store mana in its body. According to the Dwarven king, Damascus steel was the material best suited to become Mithril. So, he took a big chunk of it from their warehouse and started following ChatJK3 instructions. The 8 different elemental mana particles inside his body began to swirl in his hands, slowly making their way toward the Damascus steel. Michael closed his eyes and visualized the flow of mana in his mind. And in his mind's eye view, he could see the square chunk of Damascus steel right in front of him, as if it was an empty void ready to be filled. Then, with careful precision, he guided a string of elemental mana into the Damascus steel. The microscopic fuzzy balls of energy entered through the microscopic gaps in the Damascus steel's atoms until they became infused with mana. Suddenly, the Damascus steel began to absorb more mana from Michael until it was fully saturated. Using his supreme skill, mana gathering, he was able to see the true state of the Damascus steel. Since it was infused with mana, it felt like the steel itself became mana too. With the help of ChatJK3, Michael was able to create Mithril on his very first try. He opened his eyes and saw the substantial change in the Damascus steel. The previous gray and black color of the metal had changed completely, becoming translucent like a crystal. For this first experiment, Michael had infused the Damascus steel with only fire mana, which meant that the Mithril became like a crystal with a reddish glow from the inside. He continued with his experiments, having 8 different Mithril pieces with each containing a different elemental mana. Michael picked up the Mithril with a slightly bluish glow from the inside of its translucent crystal-like body. This was the water element Mithril, and as soon as he picked it up, a notification flashed through his vision. Michael couldn't believe his eyes. Just by touching Mithril, casting a water element spell became so much more improved. With this Mithril, a simple 2-star spell could have the same power as a 3-star spell. Holding a water element Mithril increased the effects of a water element spell. Is this the true effect of Mithril? It's much better than I thought, Michael thought to himself. He tried it with the different elements, and they all gave him the same effects. Each Mithril improved the effects of a spell as long as the spell used that specific element. He could then confidently conclude that Mithrils could effectively increase a mage's magic output by at least half. This was a breakthrough he didn't know he was going to get. Michael could only wonder what kind of reaction Sebris would have once he told him of this discovery. The old man would probably drown from shock again. He continued his experiments with the Mithril, combining 2 different elements into one Damascus steel to see what kind of effects they would produce. Strangely enough, combining 2 elements didn't necessarily increase its effects. He put equal parts of water and earth mana into the Damascus steel to make it a new kind of Mithril. Theoretically, water and earth were supposed to be complementary to each other, meaning that they meshed well together in spells. However, when he cast a 1-star spell while holding this new Mithril, he found that its effects weren't as great as when he held the pure water mana Mithril. It was worse by at least half. It was the same when he cast a 1-star earth spell. However, when he cast a 1-star spell called, which needed both water and earth mana, the effects were a lot better than normal. From this, Michael could conclude that the combination of mana into Mithril was only good if the spells being cast used those combinations of mana elements. Otherwise, it was better to just have one element into a Mithril. And as he continued to experiment, he suddenly had an idea to put all elemental mana into one Damascus steel. He wanted to replicate the God Forge. That material was rich with all elements that coincided with each other without canceling each other out. Because of that, it was able to release a tremendous amount of pure energy that resulted in a fire that could melt everything in its path. Michael, knowing that he was playing with something a little bit dangerous, decided to experiment on a smaller piece of Damascus steel, about the size of his palm. He pulled the elemental mana out of his cores and slowly instructed them to infuse into the Damascus steel. Find exclusive stories on Empire. To be cautious, he put one element at a time. He infused it with fire mana, then water mana, then air mana, and so on and so forth. There were now 7 out of 8 elements inside the Damascus steel, and nothing had gone wrong as of yet. He just needed to infuse it with light mana and he would be able to make a Mithril that contained all elemental mana. As the light mana left his hands and entered the Damascus steel, the usually tame and docile elements inside suddenly reacted violently, as if a beast had been awoken. The Damascus steel, unable to handle all the energy from the fusion of all elemental mana inside it, burst into a million pieces and created a tremendous explosion that turned everything close asunder. Michael's absolute unity defense activated automatically, protecting him from the explosion. The counteracting force of his defense was able to quell the explosion and prevent it from spreading outwards just in time. If Michael hadn't suppressed it, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the explosion would have destroyed Michael's entire house and all the houses near it. A couple of seconds later, a few of his trusted allies came bursting through the door, alarmed by the shockwave that emanated from his house. "Boss, are you okay?" Lolo asked worriedly. "Master, I'm here. Who's the enemy that dared to assassinate you?" Fudge said, jumping on Michael's head and performing some martial arts movements in the air. "What happened? Are you okay, boss?" Even the chief of law enforcement Centaur had been alarmed and rushed to Michael's aid. He had to explain to everyone that he was fine, and that the explosion was an after effect of an experiment gone wrong. After this explanation, they finally heaved a sigh of relief and went back to their daily lives. Fudge, on the other hand, stayed behind and asked Michael about his experiment. Once Michael explained it to him, the rogue slime immediately requested for Michael to create a kunai dagger made out of Mithril, which of course contained dark mana inside and increased all dark element spells he would use. Fudge's words gave Michael an idea of how Mithril could be used in the future. This was a world where magic and swords existed. Yet Michael had yet to see a magical artifact in existence. If there was, then it was incredibly rare and scarce. With this discovery, Michael could make his own magical artifacts by molding these mithril ores into the shape of a weapon or a tool. Mages could now have wands that specifically increased their power output by at least half. Swordsmen could increase their slicing power by having a sword made out of mithril, and even non-combative talents could increase their production by using mithril tools like rakes and hammers. The possibilities were endless. With the abundance of Damascus steel, they had now, because of their cooperation with the Dwarven Kingdom, the nation of Reborn could have all the magical artifacts they would need. With this in mind, Michael immediately wanted to start teaching the dwarves and other blacksmiths in their nation how to create their own mithril. But that was a job for another day. For now, Michael wanted to finish his experiments with the mithril to make sure that the dwarves wouldn't accidentally blow themselves up because they used the wrong combination of elements in the Damascus steel. He continued to make combinations of different elements into the Damascus steel, and they all acted the same way Michael expected. For example, using 7 out of the 8 elements to make mithril showed no explosive reactions. This mithril, just like the others, was only effective if the spell also needed to use the 7 elements to be cast. The only thing left to try out was the combination of all 8 elements. Although it resulted in a very dangerous explosion the last time, Michael felt as if he could have prevented that entirely if he just found the right circumstances. Theoretically, this should work. After all, the elements in his body weren't causing him to explode. So there was a way to make them all coexist without them reacting violently. He just needed to experiment more. Chat JK3, do you think that if I make the material smaller, it won't explode? Chat JK3 replied. Michael picked out a fingernail-sized Damascus steel from his storage and tried it out. After putting in the 7 elements inside, everything looked normal. Slowly, he injected the last light element into the Damascus steel. The material slowly glowed and turned the grayish-black coating of its surface into a translucent crystal. It continued to glow white with power, almost as if it was about to burst out in pure energy. But as the seconds passed, The light soon faded away and became tame inside the Mithril's core, slightly making it glow with a white luminescence. It worked, Michael rejoiced. Even though the Mithril looked unstable, it was still the first time he had ever contained all the elements inside it without exploding. ChatJK3 warned. Michael decided to name this as the Unity Mithril because of its use of all elements. Although he succeeded in creating it, Michael still wasn't satisfied with this result. The Unity Mithril was far too volatile to be used in normal circumstances. Michael continued experimenting with smaller and smaller mithrils, and eventually he found a size in which the mithril became constantly stable. He held in his hand a very small mithril ore, which was the same size as a normal wedding ring diamond gemstone. He made this comparison because the two looked very similar, except for the everlasting white glow on the mithril. Michael tested this miniature Unity mithril and found it to be quite sturdy. He threw it around the room, bouncing it on metal and concrete alike, and it barely had any scratch on it. He put it through all sorts of destructive scenarios, like an intense fire or a freezing cold, and it survived those as well. Of course, it wasn't indestructible, and when it did get destroyed, it didn't explode like the other Unity mithril experiments. This mithril was both safe and filled with pure energy. In another experiment, Michael connected the two wires of a light bulb to the Unity mithril. And surprisingly, the light bulb turned on. He didn't expect to find out that Unity mithril could be used as a battery, but here he was. From his estimation, it seemed as if the light bulb could be powered forever using this small mithril. He tried it out with the other electrical appliances in his house, like the air conditioner and the refrigerator. Although it turned on, it was only barely able to do so. This small Unity mithril held far too little elemental mana to power those power-hungry electrical appliances. If he wanted to power them using only the Unity mithril, then he needed a much bigger material. But of course, doing that posed the problem of safety since it was a lot more volatile than the small mithril. However, this was still a very good breakthrough. This Unity mithril acted like an eternal battery, needing no recharge or replacement. The only downside of it was that it could only power small appliances. Do you think I could eventually find a way to create a larger Unity mithril? He asked ChatJK3. It replied. Michael chuckled to himself. You just want another upgrade, don't ya? Stay connected through Empire. He was already planning on doing that either way. After all, the improvement he got with each software upgrade had been incredible so far. He didn't want to stop. He craved for more. Michael began to implement Mithril into the nation, gathering each citizen once again to ask them what kind of weapon or tool they would want to be made. They were all incredibly surprised by this. After all, it hadn't been that long since Michael evolved them each one by one. Even though he didn't look tired, the citizens knew that doing that for too long must have taken a lot out of him. But still, Michael kept going. Since he was the only one who could make Mithril for now, he took it upon himself to personally craft a Mithril tool or weapon for his citizens. This endeared him to his citizens more, vowing themselves to work even harder to repay all the things that Michael had given them. The group of engineers led by Kong each chose a tool that suited their jobs best. Some chose a regular ruler, some chose a hard hat, and some chose a pencil so that they could easily take it anywhere they went. The farmers wanted rakes, shovels, and scythes, while most of the dwarves wanted hammers and anvils. As everyone got their hands on a mithril artifact, they found that their productivity had gone up by at least twice more than before. The spells they cast to mold concrete into roads or to plant seeds in a field became much easier than before, even without improving their spells. At all, they just had to hold the mithril artifact in their hands, and it would improve their skills tremendously. Because of this, there was more beer produced daily, there were more houses built every week, and everyone could finally get an air conditioner and a refrigerator in their own homes. With the combination of their evolution, their new skills, and their new mithril artifact, everyone had become so adept at their jobs that they improved their work in every single aspect, wasting less time and resources while producing greater results. Michael was even able to assign them new work without overworking them. He spent about a week designing and creating a pocket watch, which was powered by the miniature Unity Mithril. The dwarves and the other blacksmiths marveled at the circular, golden pocket watch in their hands, and could only wonder how Michael could create such an intricate piece despite being so small. Everyone was already used to the town clock, so having a personal one in the palm of their hands sounded like a great improvement in their daily life. They no longer had to peek out of their windows to look at the clock tower in the middle of the nation. They could just look at their pocket watches. He instructed Kong to create another factory, with this one specifically made for producing pocket watches. He was planning on selling the pocket watch and the automobile at the same time. Michael hoped that unveiling and introducing these innovative and novel products into the human market would allow them to gain a lot of traction in the Queen's region. He and Cassel had been planning on expanding the Reborn business into the Queen's region for a long time now. The only thing preventing them from doing it earlier was that the King's region and the Queen's region was separated by a very dangerous mountain range. This prevented them from transporting a lot of their bigger and heftier products to the rest of the country. Find adventures at Empire. But now that they had attained the cooperation of the Dwarven Kingdom, they could simply use their place to bypass the mountain range and reach the Queen's region without any problem. Since they were planning on creating a railway system to connect to the Dwarven Kingdom, the transportation of their products would become so much easier than before. Michael could finally bring the plumbing system, the automobile, and concrete to the Queen's region. So right now, Michael was stockpiling a lot of products in their nation that would someday be transported to the Queen's region to be sold. As for the magic artifact, Mithil was still debating on when he should unveil it to the world. At the very least, he wouldn't want to unveil it before the dwarves learned to make Mithril by themselves. If he introduced the Mithril artifact so soon, then he would be forced to work on it by himself, since he was the only one who could make it. Once the dwarves and the blacksmiths of this nation were able to efficiently manufacture large amounts of Mithril, only then would he pay a visit to his old friend Sebris. As the tower master, he must be knowledgeable enough to know the value of the Mithril artifacts. And so the days passed, and everyone was hard at work. The trolls worked on the railway system, laying down the trackway and making sure that they led straight to the Dwarven Kingdom. The production type, Mankeys and Satyrs, worked parallel to the trolls, working on creating the concrete road connecting the two territories. The Centaurs made a temporary guardhouse alongside the railway and the road, making sure that construction was going well and there weren't any complications happening. Michael also created a walkie-talkie for them so that they would still be able to communicate so far away from the nation. Of course, it was powered by the Unity Mithril, so it didn't run out of battery. Meanwhile, the dwarves like Thrain, who evolved into ancient dwarves, worked hard on practicing their creation of Mithril. The factories creating the Reborn company products were also hard at work, producing loads and loads of units to be transferred and sold by Cassel. The engineers worked hard on upgrading the steam turbine to produce more electricity. After it was done, then they could finally connect it to the Dwarven Kingdom and provide them with power. Several hundred feet above the steam turbine, gray clouds were soaking up all the smoke being produced by the generator and the factories. The mutated bacteria cloud seedling that the Dwarven King gave him was growing slowly, feeding on smoke, and slowly producing more elemental mana for the entire territory. Everything was going well within the nation of Reborn. A few months later, Michael's 11th birthday had finally come. This meant that he had officially been in the parched lands for 1 year. Michael didn't even feel the time pass by. It felt like only a few weeks had passed, and yet he was already 11 years old. This meant that the 1-year buffer had finally passed, and his parents could finally visit him in the parched lands. He couldn't wait to show them everything that he had built in the desert, which most people called a desolate wasteland. But now he was able to make a paradise for more than 5,000 demi-humans. Although he kept them up to date with what he was doing, seeing it themselves was a different experience entirely. He wanted them to be immersed in the culture that had been cultivated in this place, as well as the camaraderie built between each and every one of its citizens. He agreed with them that he would pick them up tomorrow morning using the automobile. Thankfully, the highway road that connected the King's region to the parched lands was already finished. He could go to the Vanderbilt estate in less than 3 days, making the trip much easier than before. He would go back to Kingsbridge City tomorrow, but for now, Michael wanted to look at the state of the nation. Boss. Kong is asking for you to visit the train station. Fudge reported, briefly stepping out of his shadow. Thanks, Fudge. Tell him I'll be right there in a few minutes, he replied. Coincidentally, his birthday fell right on top of the rail system finally starting its operation. Using the blueprints from Chat JK3, Michael, Kong, and the other engineers in the nation pooled their efforts together to create a working train that used a steam engine. They had finally finished the last safety checks for the train station just earlier today, and were now just waiting for Michael to have the honor of officially turning it on for the first time. Michael descended into his own shadow and reappeared in the train station they had built on the outskirts of the nation. He landed on the platform, with the building made out of metal and the ground made out of concrete. He had the new train on his right side and a crowd of excited spectators on the left. This unveiling of the train station was a very anticipated time for the whole nation, especially for the dwarves, since they could finally visit their homeland in just under a day of travel. Please pull the horn, boss. Everyone's excited to see the train up and running, Kong said enthusiastically. Everyone cheered and shouted. Michael, not wanting to disappoint them, immediately walked over to the conductor of the train and pulled the string on the roof. As soon as the horn blared, the engine started to rumble as it supplied power to the train. Soon enough, the wheels started turning, getting faster and faster as the seconds passed. It wasn't long before the train picked up speed and began to race through the tracks, almost disappearing into the horizon. That's faster than a bird, a kid shouted. As expected of our boss, only he can create such a miraculous machine, they all cheered. Now that the train was up and running, the trade and commerce between the Reborn nation and the Dwarven kingdom had reached greater heights. The dwarves bought all the products from the Reborn company using precious metals and gems as compensation. Their large shipment of raw materials fueled the production of the factories in the nation, leading to more products and more profits. Because of this prosperous alliance between them, the Dwarven kingdom has also progressed by leaps and bounds. All their houses were equipped with both electrical and plumbing systems, making their lives a lot easier. In fact, the shipment that was on the train leading to their kingdom was actually full of electrical appliances to be sold in the Dwarven homes. Just like the Reborn nation, the Dwarven kingdom also wanted to have air conditioners and refrigerators in their homes. The second one was especially important if they wanted their beer cold at all times. But perhaps the most popular product being sold to the dwarves was the automobiles. Michael, Kong, and the engineers had made great strides in improving the design of the cars. They designed 2 different automobiles. The first one was the normal sedan car, with 2 seats in the front and 3 seats in the back. This was perfect for families and personal use. Most dwarves used cars to travel for vacation in the Reborn nation. The second design was designed for company use. It was a lot larger, with a lot of cargo space attached to the back. Michael took a lot of inspiration from the trucks in his previous life and used it to create this design. Many dwarven companies bought these trucks for their businesses. It made transportation of their raw ores and metal products a lot easier, especially within their kingdom. Enjoy new chapters from Empire. Of course, Michael had to construct a gas station in the Dwarven kingdom for them to be able to refill their fuel without having to travel all the way to the parched lands for oil. This led to more and more profits, which Michael used to improve the quality of life and living in the nation. There were now school institutions for youthful demi-humans to learn about different jobs. There were also hospitals stationed around the territory for those in need. They had everything they needed to be called a proper society. Of course, there were also stadiums, parks, plazas, and playgrounds for entertainment. It was important for Michael that his citizens played as hard as they worked. Because of this, the competition with the baseball games in their nation had become a lot more intense. This was especially true after baseball was spread to the Dwarven kingdom. They nurtured their own team to try and beat the Reborn nation, making a lot of athletes keep up their hard work, or else they would be left behind. Michael floated in the air above the nation of Reborn and watched everything unfold. He could hardly believe that things had changed so much after only 1 year. Finally, they could sustain themselves without him. Michael was finally free enough to explore outwards and try to search for the other God Forge pieces. The outskirts of the Kingsbridge region, peddler woke up early from his bed and started his morning routine. He picked up his large rucksack and went out of the house to travel through the harsh terrain of the mountain ranges until he finally reached the Queen's region. He greeted his neighbors and picked up some Reborn soap and shampoo to resell in the other cities. The demand for this product has continued to skyrocket in the Queen's region, giving him a steady line of work. He usually went straight for the road northwards, going directly to the mountain ranges. But this time, the peddler took a detour and went towards the south of the city to look for precious herbs and vegetation in the forest. But just as he stepped out of the city walls, the peddler realized that the ground he stood on was far too smooth to walk on. Usually, he would feel the rocks and mud on the soles of his feet, but this time he felt as if he was walking on marble. It was very early in the morning, with the sun still hiding on the horizon, so the peddler couldn't see the road properly. But as the minutes passed, the sun soon lightened up the forest to reveal a large road in front of him, as smooth as silk and as white as marble. He couldn't believe his eyes. "A flat road, why have I never seen this before?" he said to himself. He looked further down the forest and saw the road stretching to the ends of the horizon, with virtually no end in sight. This made the peddler even more confused. Such a large construction like this would have taken months if not years to complete. He would have definitely heard about a project this massive. As a peddler, he prided himself in his connections with other people. Surely the construction of this road would have been talked about by his friends and acquaintances, especially since the road here looked even smoother than a maiden's face. He marveled at the flatness of the road, with virtually no bumps or craters that would impede a horse carriage from running at full speed. The peddler immediately turned around back into the city walls and asked his peddler friends if they had known about this road. "A road down south? There's no such thing," they said. "That place leads to nowhere but the parched lands. There's no way that they would waste money on such a fruitless project. Your lie would have been more believable if you told me there was a road connecting the king's region from the queen's region. It extends down further down to the horizon, you say. If there was such a thing, then we would have known about it by now. My brother-in-law works in construction. He would have told me about it if there was any work here. And it's even smoother than the roads here. You must be kidding, my good sir. There is simply no such thing. You must be seeing things since it is so early in the day." Seeing the disbelieving eyes of his fellow peddlers, the man had no choice but to bet his pride on the line. "I'll strip naked and run around the walls if my words are untrue," the peddler vowed. The other peddlers took on his words, and all merrily strolled towards the southern edge of Kingsbridge City. They were ready to make fun of their friend. But when they reached the end of the walls, they saw that a crowd had gathered near the gates. "Oh my, was there always a road here? I live just a few blocks away from here and I've never seen such a road before," they gossiped. The peddlers all pushed through the curious citizens and saw the beautiful white concrete road for themselves. They gasped as they felt the solidness of the ground. "It's true," they muttered to themselves. Soon enough, as more and more people discovered this road, the news of this mysterious new pavement spread all around Kingsbridge City. Everyone went out of their way to visit the southern edge of the walls just to see this strange new road. Usually, nobody visited this place because it only led to the parched lands, which was a desolate desert with nothing valuable inside it. People started walking on the roads, trying to find where it led, but they quickly found out that the road extended far beyond what they could walk with their own feet. So horse carriages were brought into play. The peddlers all brought their own rides to find the ends of this mysterious road. As they rode down this path, they noticed the complete contrast between this road and all the roads they had ever set foot on before. This road was so stable to ride through that they could even pour water in a cup without spilling. This only increased their curiosity as to who and how they created this road. After about a day's worth of travel, they caught themselves in a split in the road. Read the latest on Empire. To the right was a path that led deeper towards the parched lands, while the other one led towards the boundary between the king's and queen's region, where the harsh mountain ranges and the infamous dwarven kingdom were located. The peddlers, feeling as if they were on the verge of discovering something amazing, sped up their horses and followed the road. They continued to ride until they finally saw on the horizon where the road led towards. And it was none other than the dwarven kingdom. Immediately, all sorts of ideas flashed through their heads. Could the dwarves have constructed this road? After all, only they had the craftsmanship to create a road so smooth. However, this didn't make sense once they thought of the dwarves' reputation to close themselves off from humans. They wouldn't have built a road that connected the two territories if they wanted to keep themselves isolated. They continued towards the dwarven kingdom in search of an answer, until finally, a group of dwarven guards approached their group. You humans do not bear the symbol for the Reborn company. You are not permitted to enter our territory. Peddlers looked at each other just to make sure that they all heard the same thing. They knew that the dwarves were going to deny them entry to their kingdom. They already expected it because in the thousands of years of history they had in this country, they had never let a human inside the walls of their kingdom. However, they would have never expected the reason for their denial was because they didn't bear the Reborn company symbol on their carriage. Reborn company? Good dwarf, sir, did you say the Reborn company? The peddler asked, scratching his ear just to make sure he was hearing it right. The dwarf nodded his head confidently in return. Yes, unless you have the official emblem of the Reborn company, then you can't enter this premises. Judging by their words, they made it seem like being affiliated with the Reborn company allowed them an exception to enter the dwarven kingdom. But that was impossible, right? After all, the Reborn company was a human-owned business operated by humans. There was no way that the xenophobic dwarves would willingly let the humans spread their business into their kingdom. Just then, one of the peddlers looked around the forestry and noticed that their walls were standing tall, with virtually no scratch on them. Wait a minute. How did your walls come out unscathed from the landslide? He asked. Seeing pristine walls surrounding the dwarven kingdom surprised the peddler who expected to see a half-built wall under construction. After all, it had only been a few months. Even the mountain ranges between the Queen's and King's region were still under renovation because of the landslide, with plenty of roads still blocked by uprooted trees and boulders. And from what they heard about, the dwarven kingdom was very much affected by this landslide, destroying their walls and their villages into mere rubble. The peddler even saw the aftermath of the natural disaster himself when he tried to visit this place right after the landslide. He saw nothing but destruction then, but now the dwarves were somehow able to completely reconstruct their numerous layers of walls in just a few months. They knew the dwarves were good at construction, but they didn't think they were this good. We did not build those walls, the dwarves confessed. Those walls were constructed with the help of the Reborn company. Seeing the jaws of the humans slacked wide open, the dwarf laughed to himself. Ha ha ha, aren't they amazing? Believe it or not, they rebuilt our walls in just a month and a half, the dwarf bragged. The peddlers were already amazed at the fact that the dwarves let a human do their construction for them, but even more so when they found out how fast they built the walls. Building these tall walls in just under 2 months. Your journey continues on Empire. I'm sorry, but that simply isn't possible. The dwarf didn't argue with them any longer, because even if he explained the truth to them, they would find it hard to believe no matter what. Do you see the road that you're standing on right now? The dwarf asked. Reborn is responsible for creating this road, connecting to the human territories. Finally, the peddlers had their answer as to who constructed this long-spanning flat road. They just couldn't believe that it was the Reborn company who created it. Just as they were trying to process this information, they suddenly heard a rumbling sound in front of them. When they looked up, they saw strange rectangular and box-shaped carriages that exited the walls of the dwarven kingdom. The first weird thing they noticed from this was that the carriages had no horses pulling them forward. Yet, the carriages still moved with speed and power, as if they had 4 horses on the harness. However, their surprise was quickly redirected when they noticed the emblem stamped in gold on the side of the vehicle. There was an intricate and elaborate letter R on the horseless carriage. The peddlers immediately recognized this symbol. How could they not? The soaps, shampoos, and chessboards that they were all so familiar with had this bearing on its body as well. This was a property of the Reborn company. It seemed that the dwarves' words were true. Only carriages with the Reborn company symbol could enter their territory. But perhaps that wasn't the most shocking thing that the peddlers saw. Behind the horseless carriages was a big container being hauled, so filled with materials that it was almost overflowing at the top of the container. Because of this, the peddlers were able to sneak a peek into what the Reborn company was hauling out of the Dwarven kingdom. Most of what they could see was a combination of precious metals like aluminum, copper, and steel. However, what most surprised them was the appearance of a black and gray material that they had seen only once in their life. But even then, they wouldn't mistake it for anything else because of how precious and rare this material was. Those were the Damascus steel that the dwarves were so famous for. As peddlers, they knew just how rare this material was. Because of the Dwarven kingdom's policy of rejecting business from outsiders, humans could only obtain very small pieces of Damascus steel from the black market. It was already a good haul if they could get a few kilograms of this stuff once every few years. But from their estimation, the Damascus steel in those carriages almost weighed a ton. Is that what I think it is? But I thought the Dwarven kingdom prohibited the selling of Damascus steel. The dwarf scoffed. Yes, we still prohibit other humans from buying Damascus steel, but the Reborn company is different. They are a friend and an ally to our kingdom. They can buy all the Damascus steel from our mines and we will gladly sell it to them, the dwarf explained. The peddlers couldn't help but stare at the R symbol on those carriages. They couldn't believe that the Reborn company was able to do something that no human had ever done in forever. They gained the favor of the dwarves. The peddlers quickly returned to Kingsbridge City to tell the news of this amazing discovery. They told them all about how the mysterious road led to the Dwarven kingdom, and that, as it turned out, it was the Reborn company who created them in the first place. Not only that, but the Reborn company was somehow able to gain the good favors of the Dwarven kingdom and allow them to buy all the Damascus steel that they could buy. Because of how insane this piece of story was, the gossip quickly spread throughout the entire city, with newspapers printing all kinds of theories and speculation as to how this happened, and if this was even true. They could believe that the Reborn company constructed these roads. They certainly had the money and power to do it. However, the fact that they became an ally to the Dwarven kingdom truly baffled a lot of people. Even the greatest company in the world, the Vanderbilt business, was unable to break through the tough defenses of the Dwarven kingdom. No matter how much the grossly wealthy Vanderbilt tried to persuade the dwarves with money, they still wouldn't budge about their policy to reject outside business. All other nations and kingdoms tried their hand as well, but to no avail. It seemed as if the Dwarven kingdom would forever close their doors to outsiders. But now, the upstart Reborn company was suddenly able to do what none had accomplished. Although the citizens of Kingsbridge City loved the innovative company, they simply couldn't believe this news unless they saw it for themselves. Soon enough, a lot of people took their carriages towards the concrete roads and made the journey towards the Dwarven kingdom. This led them to discover that the roads were indeed as smooth as how the others described it. And once they reached the walls in the valley guarded by dwarves, they were given the same answer as the first peddlers that came there. No one could enter unless they had the symbol of the Reborn company on their carriages. They returned to Kingsbridge City to spread this news. It didn't just end there. The entire King's region soon became aware of the fact that the Reborn company was the only business that could offer them something that no one could. They could get Damascus steel from them. So, all Reborn company buildings and offices scattered around the territories in the King's region, including the main office in Kingsbridge City, were crowded with a lot of people asking if the stories were indeed true. Experience more tales on Empire. A lot of royalties and wealthy people began to send Cassell a lot of letters, stating their intent to buy Damascus steel from their company at a very high price. But no matter how many people bothered the offices, the Reborn company made no statement and continued to remain silent. That was until today, when all of their preparations had finally been completed. Cassell looked down the window of her office and saw a lot of people crowding themselves in front of their company building. "Young master, we're ready on our side," she said to the shadow on her feet. "Good, you already know what to do, so I won't bother you any longer. Show them what concrete can do. Good luck," Michael said, with his voice being transmitted all the way over from the nation of Reborn. Behind Michael was an entire fleet of automobiles, ready to be dispatched towards the King's region, where all the Reborn offices spread around the different territories would simultaneously announce the unveiling of their new product, the concrete. After they have fully shown the potential of concrete, Michael would then announce their biggest product as of yet, the automobiles. Back at Kingsbridge City, Cassell nodded to her assistant by the door, telling her that it was time. With her instruction, the doors to the Reborn company buildings had finally been opened, surprising all of the people clamoring to get inside. But before they could ask what was happening, a group of men and women, all wearing construction attire complete with helmets and tools, walked out of the building in an organized manner. These workers quickly walked towards the empty plot of land right in front of their building. Without further ado, the construction workers began to dig holes in the empty plot of land, as if they were creating the foundation for another building. What are they building? Why are they starting so late in the day? Wait, what's that strange gray liquid that they are pouring over there? The crowd watched as the workers began to pour concrete all over the foundation. However, they barely waited for another hour before the workers began to work again, installing pillars and walls surrounding the plot of land. So fast, what are they doing? How did that strange liquid harden so fast? It's only been a few hours. The news quickly spread about this publicity stunt, with more and more people taking a peek at the construction. When did they create this building here? Yes, I've been here all the time and saw them build this in just under 1 day. As the day came to a close, the construction workers finally put the finishing touches onto the building. There were now hundreds of spectators watching the whole construction unfold with awe and shock, written all over their faces. "It's finished," the construction worker said, eliciting gasps from the crowd. They could hardly believe it. So, to prove that everything was solid, the construction workers invited people to step foot into the building, showing them that even the second floor was as solid as a rock. By now, the entire Kingsbridge City had heard of this miraculous building that was built in just under 1 day. Not only that, the material used to create this building looked similar to the material used on the mysterious roads. After everything was over, Cassell came out of the building and announced to everyone about the unveiling of their newest product. "Greetings, what you have seen is the power of concrete. We can help you construct a building in just under 1 day. We can help you create a towering wall in under a week, and we can create a road that spans the whole city in just under 1 month. If you want to buy concrete for yourselves, then you are welcome to place your orders in our company." Before she even finished speaking, the crowd began to push themselves into the office to reserve one for themselves. After all, anyone would be tempted by the prospect of building a house in just under 1 day. Most of the purchases of concrete came from businesses that dealt with construction. Those companies bought concrete in bulk, requesting houses full of concrete liquid for their own use. However, even the normal farmer or business owner wanted to buy some concrete as well. With how easy and fast construction could be using concrete, the farmers could build shacks and barns by themselves and waste no money having them constructed by someone else. Meanwhile, businessmen immediately reserved a batch for themselves as well because concrete could allow them to expand their companies faster and cheaper. "When can we expect the order of our concrete?" "I need it this month." "We'll pick them up ourselves. Where is your warehouse located?" Cassell addressed their concerns with a smile. "Do not worry, dear customers. If you order a batch of concrete today, then we will deliver your batch directly to your location," she said with confidence in her voice. This left the crowd confused and wondering how that would be possible. But just then, they suddenly heard a rumbling sound coming from the road to the walls. Everyone's eyes widened as they saw box-like vehicles running through the streets without a single horse pushing them forward. The horse carriages strolling through the streets couldn't help but stand aside as the automobiles rolled past them, startling the horses into submission. "They look like carriages, but it's too different. Is it using magic to move?" Cassell waited as the first line of automobile trucks stopped right in front of the Reborn company office, making the crowd of spectators move backward to make way for these strange vehicles. Finally, the hob-mankeys and the dwarves stepped out of the vehicles and started to unload the main ingredients of the concrete, mainly cement, sand, and aggregates into their storage warehouse behind the office. To store concrete for a long time, it was better to let it remain in its powder form and only mix it once it was needed. Cassell then began to instruct the Rebornians to deliver the batch of concrete to the customer's direct location, delivering it all over Kingsbridge City. This little stunt was like hitting 2 birds with 1 stone. For one, they were showing everyone how fast they could deliver cement anywhere they wanted. And second, they were showcasing the full use of automobiles, creating a lot of intrigue and curiosity as the cars drove all around the city. And the best part was that this was happening all over the territories in the king's region. Whether they be a small village in the countryside or a big city nearer the queen's region, every Reborn office showcased both their new products, the concrete and the automobiles. Cassell didn't even have to catch the attention of customers. They willingly entered their offices to ask about the strange horseless carriages that they used to deliver concrete all over the city. Once it was spread out that the cars needed no magic nor horses to work, it gathered a lot of gossip and conversations about the Reborn company's newest inventions. But perhaps things picked up only when people realized how fast automobiles were compared to horse carriages. For example, soon after automobiles were introduced into the city, Cassell immediately started a service that allowed people to hitch a ride to a faraway place, just like how long-ride carriages were used to shuttle a lot of people out of the territory. "You're saying we can ride in this strange vehicle and it will take us to Grass Valley?" the peddler asked. "Yes, that is right. Would you like to buy a ticket? The bus automobile leaves in about 2 hours, a female hob-manky said, looking at the watch on her wrist. This kind of service wasn't strange because there were a lot of horse carriages that offered the same service. However, this automobile was no ordinary carriage. He and plenty of other peddlers and wanderers got curious about this new horseless carriage and bought a ticket. After 2 hours, the hob-manky driver started the engine, startling the passengers on board. As the car started moving, the peddlers noticed that the automobile was much smoother than a normal carriage, with the bonus of it being a lot faster. At this pace, the normal 4-day journey towards Grass Valley would only take about 3.5 days. But when they finally left the walls of Kingsbridge City, the automobile suddenly started speeding up. Now that they were on the flat concrete roads that the Reborn company made, the hob-manky driver could finally bring out the beast in the automobile's engine. Hey, what is this? We're going to crash. I feel like a cannonball." The passengers were terrified, but as they traveled through the flat roads, they suddenly realized that it didn't even seem like they were riding a carriage at all. If they closed their eyes, they wouldn't even know that they were moving. "What? We're so fast. Look, that's Grass Valley on the horizon." "That's impossible. We haven't even traveled for 1 day." The peddlers were awestruck once they finally arrived at the Grass Valley village. They traveled so fast that they weren't sure if this was even the right place. But as they entered the valley, they were met with the same herb market that the Grass Valley was so famous for. They saw turmeric being sold on markets. This piece of herb was cheap here but expensive in Kingsbridge City because of how long the travel was between the two territories. But now, they could buy turmeric and go back to Kingsbridge in just under 2 days. The peddlers quickly bought all the precious herbs they could carry and left the Grass Valley village market. Once they walked to the outskirts of the village, they saw a line of Reborn automobiles parked alongside the walls, ready to journey out as soon as possible. "Hello, would you like to purchase a ticket back to Kingsbridge City? The next bus leaves in another hour." The female hob-manky asked with a smile on her face. As the days passed, people quickly found out how useful automobiles were. Not only for transporting large amounts of materials through far terrains, but also for personal travel. The Reborn company began to showcase the power of their automobile fleet by transporting all kinds of products through the different territories in the king's region. For example, turmeric, which was very rare and scarce in territories very far away from the Grass Valley, could now be purchased in any Reborn company market in every territory. The best part was that it was so much cheaper than the normal prices because the effort to transport them was a lot easier with the automobiles. Concrete became a very big business for the company ever, since people realized what Cassell meant when she said that they could deliver anywhere in the king's region. Rural areas and villages that only had wooden houses and huts could now build city-like buildings in their territory because of how easy it was to transport concrete compared to stone or steel. Royals who owned their piece of land turned to Reborn to further expand their territories, allowing them to build walls and buildings in a very short time frame. Of course, once people realized the true power of automobiles, People began to ask how they could purchase their own vehicles. Businesses, royals, and even normal people wanted to buy their own automobiles. They would always gawk and ogle at any reborn automobile that drove through the streets of Kingsbridge, hoping that they could one day be able to ride one for themselves. Michael priced a normal sedan car to about 10,000 gold coins and 40,000 for a large truck. Some smart, business-minded people immediately bought their own sedan cars to make it as a business of their own. They would use it just like a carriage, selling rides on their automobiles for a cheap price. Michael could have monopolized the use of automobiles for his company only. After all, the speed and efficiency of cars allowed them to have a competitive edge over everybody because they could provide rare products for a cheap price compared to others. However, Michael knew that it was a short-sighted plan. He was thinking much further ahead to when the whole world was using automobiles. After all, these cars couldn't run forever. They needed fuel, something that they had plenty of back in the nation of Reborn. So, just as people started to buy their own automobiles, Michael had Cassell start constructing plenty of gas stations all around the territories to supply everyone with all the fuel they would ever need. And because more and more people were buying automobiles, many territories were also forced to buy concrete from them to construct bigger roads in their territories to accommodate the cars. They also began construction on roads connecting the different cities and villages in the King's region, allowing the automobiles to show their full potential. The commerce within the King's region received a big boom with the advent of concrete and automobiles, with gold circulating at a much faster rate than normal. But of course, the Reborn company received most of that money, which Michael used to keep the factories in his nation to keep creating products. Sebris was the tower master of Kingsbridge, city's magic tower. He was supposed to be the main authority in magic and all things mystifying. However, even he was stumped as he and a lot of other wizards inspected a Reborn automobile with their own eyes. The sedan car had its hood popped up open, showing all of the internal machinery that made the automobile work. One 6-star wizard used the 5-star spell, allowing him to sense all elemental mana in his surroundings. However, as the magical eye floating above his head peered through the automobile, he couldn't see any sign of a magic spell being used to make it work. "It doesn't use any magic," he said, with his voice emanating disbelief. "There is nothing mystifying about this automobile and only uses the physical world to function." The rest of the mages and wizards gasped at this discovery. It was hard to believe that a reality-defying object used no magic at all. "Tower Master, is it truly not magic? How is this possible?" Everyone turned to the wisest man in the room. Sebris stroked his long beard and took another look at the car. I need more deliberation. It would be wise for you all to let me meditate upon this automobile alone," he said to everyone. The mages soon left the room, leaving only Sebris and the automobile in front of him. And in the silence, Sebris asked, "Michael, are you listening to me?" Suddenly, the shadow behind his feet elongated and allowed Michael's body to emerge into the room. "Yo, you called me," Michael said as he casually saluted the old man. "Your new product is very impressive," Sebris said. "It still surprises me that you can come up with such ingenuity only using the natural way of the world, without using magic to circumvent reality. Tell me, how did you do it?" Michael smiled at the old man before snapping his fingers, telekinetically moving the chessboard and its pieces to arrange themselves on the table. "How about a game first?" Sebris chuckled and gently sat on the opposite side of the table. "I must warn you, I have improved by leaps and bounds since you were gone." Michael sat on the opposite side and scoffed. "You're not the only one, old man." The two played the game just like before, with them exchanging pieces equally. But no matter how much Sebris thought he improved, Michael always seemed to get the upper hand in the end. "Having trouble? Why don't you take a drink to calm yourself down?" Michael joked. Sebris glared at Michael before taking a sip of water to refresh his mind and think about his next move. Mithil, seeing the perfect opportunity, finally spoke up. "Oh, I created something special. Would you know anything about this?" he said as he revealed a piece of Mithril to Sebris. Just as expected, Sebris ended up spitting out all the water in his cup in utter shock. Michael rolled on the ground, laughing uncontrollably at his perfectly timed revelation. Sebris coughed uncontrollably, but his eyes were glued to the fingernail-sized Unity Mithril on the table. Just from looking at it alone, he knew that it contained mysteries of the mystic that even he was unfamiliar with. It felt like he was looking at a powerful and ancient relic, something that was lost within the sands of time, and only now did it finally show its face. He was so fascinated by the object that he wasn't even mad about Michael's prank. Cough, what is that? I feel the intensity of the elemental mana imbued in that material itself. Michael wiped the tears off his eyes and stopped laughing. After teasing the Tower Master like this, he deserved to know the truth. He picked up the Unity Mithril and threw it to Sebris, making the white-bearded old man panic and juggle the Mithril in the air a couple of times before catching it with his robe. It's something I discovered after visiting the Dwarven Kingdom. According to them, this material is called Mithril, Sebris uttered, finishing Michael's sentence. As a prestigious member of the Guild of Arcana, the organization in charge of everything magic-related in the world, Sebris was privy to a lot of ancient information about the history of the world and the world before the current era. And if there was one thing missing from today that was prevalent in the ancient days, then it was the presence of Mithril. It was written by scholars that Mithril was the material that allowed the dwarves to build constructs that turned fiction into reality. But due to some unknown circumstances, the ancient dwarves lost the ability to make Mithril forever. So it was true that you persuaded the dwarves to open up their walls to you. I don't know how you were able to do that, but it's even more unbelievable to see that you were able to recreate Mithril. The top scholars and wizards in the Guild of Arcana spent the majority of their time researching and experimenting to find ways to recreate Mithril, but to no avail. Yet Michael was able to do it. It had only been a year since Sebris saw Michael, but it seemed that he had already forgotten how much of a monstrous genius the kid was, and perhaps even now he was still underestimating him. But there's something different with this Mithril. Why is it glowing with different colors? The records state that Mithrils only have 1 or 2 colors, Sebris said as he put the Unity Mithril near his eyes. "Ah, that's different. You know that I can control all 8 elements, right? Well, I tried putting all of it in one Mithril." Sebris almost forgot the fact that Michael was a once-in-a-million savant of the mystic arts with multi-elemental mastery over every mana in the natural world. Any mage would be satisfied if they could even get a fraction of Michael's talents in magic, but Michael wasn't even taking his mystic arts studies seriously. It was truly absurd that this wasn't even Michael's greatest talent. He also had a supreme talent and an innovative mind that completely overshadowed his magic. "I also have the one-element Mithril you were talking about." Michael explained everything he learned about Mithril and how they could improve a magic spell's effectiveness by at least half. Sebris listened with his eyes almost popping out of his head. "Do you know what you have just created? You have solved one of the greatest mysteries that has persisted in the world for thousands of years. You need to visit the Guild of Arcana and show them your discovery. I'm sure that if you tell them everything about Mithril, they will give you all the help and resources you will need to study and perfect Mithril to the relic it was before." Michael immediately shook his head. Studying for years on end sounded like a complete bore. "I'll visit them and give them Mithril to study, but I won't be staying there. Or better yet, why don't you study it yourself?" Took out a thin rectangular box made out of expensive leather out of his pockets and handed it out to the confused Tower Master. "What is this?" Sebris asked. Sebris took the box and lifted the lid, showing a metallic wand made mostly out of pure Damascus steel. However, there seemed to be a bulbous red glowing gem embedded near the wand's handle. "I know you specialize in fire spells, so I made this wand for you with a fire element Mithril installed inside." The old man gently picked up the wand from the box and held it in his hands, and immediately he could feel the energy of the fire Mithril resonating with his cores, improving the purity of his mana just from touching this relic alone. This was the object that could help him break through to the 9-star realm. "I don't know how to thank you. The value of this Mithril artifact is not something that I can repay," Sebris said genuinely. Michael waved off the old man's concern. "Don't act like that. We're friends, of course. I'm going to give you your own Mithril artifact." Sebris looked at Michael with a thankful gaze. "If you really want to repay me, Michael said with a sly smile. Then introduce me to the other tower masters in the Queen's region. I'm planning on visiting a lot of magic towers while I'm there, so it would be helpful if you could vouch for me. Sebris chuckled, finally knowing the reason why Michael gave him a gift. Sure, Sebris said. I'll tell them to never play chess with you or else they'll get scammed. Ha ha ha. No, but seriously, I'll do more than that. I'll ask them if you could take a look inside their magic libraries. I know you like learning magic spells. This is the least I can do for you, since gave me the honor to be one of the only people to receive such a priceless gift. What's with that look? Sebris asked. Oh, tell me about that. Michael admitted to Sebris that all of his citizens had their own custom-made Mithril artifacts, which amounted to about 5,000 priceless tools and weapons. What do you mean you have thousands of Mithril artifacts? You mean to tell me you created all of those by yourself? Sebris asked calmly. Michael, as usual, shrugged his shoulders. Well, I made the first 1,000 or so. The others were made by my artisans. Sebris shook his head, as if he had just experienced whiplash. Your artisans? There are other people who can create Mithril aside from you. Sebris thought that Michael was the only one who could create Mithril artifacts. After all, he was the only one who had the unique skills and knowledge to make it. Yeah, Michael replied casually. I taught some of my talented citizens how to make Mithril themselves. After all, I'm planning on selling artifacts in the future. Unfortunately, their rate of production is still far too slow to be sold in bulk like the automobiles. But we can probably sell some custom-made products if they order from us. The Tower Master didn't know how to feel about this. Michael treated the precious, ancient, and powerful Mithril relic as if it were just another one of his innovative products. Scholars and archaeologists treated any piece of Mithril relic they found like a national treasure, even if it was broken beyond repair or just a small shard piece. Yet Michael had a complete abundance of it that he was willing to sell some of them as a product of his company. Sebris could only imagine how they would feel once they knew what Michael was planning. They would surely vomit blood. Some of my artisans are here. Do you want to meet them and see how they make Mithril from scratch? Michael asked. The Tower Master could only laugh at the absurdity of the situation. A lot of greedy people would have treated Mithril as a secret to be kept even beyond the grave. But Michael had no intention of keeping it for himself. Instead, he wanted to work on making the Mithril artifacts accessible to everyone, to where anyone could buy a magical weapon, even if they were not magically talented. He strived to create a world where everyone was given the chance to become the best they could be. Many people would have asked Michael why he would want a world where everyone was special. After all, if everyone was special, then no one was. But Sebris knew Michael well enough to know what his answer was going to be. He just wanted others to be as comfortable as he was, plain and simple. About an hour later, 5 Rebornians arrived on the steps of the magic tower, garnering a lot of curious looks from the wizards and mages inside. There were 2 ancient dwarves, a smithing monkey, a metallurgical satyr, and a metalworker troll. These demi-humans were part of the ones Michael deemed to be talented enough to learn Mithril, known in the nation of Reborn as the mythical Mithril men. Whenever a Rebornian needed a Mithril artifact, or if they wanted to change their current artifacts, then they would have to request one of them to change it. Michael met them on the first floor and guided them up to the top floor. Boss, this is a nice tower. It feels good because it's full of mana. Why do humans have such little cores? Sebris couldn't help but express his shock once he took a closer look at the demi-humans Michael brought. It was common knowledge that demi-humans were a species that weren't all that adept at magic. Compared to humans who bred talented individuals at a higher rate, demi-humans only had about a 1 in 1,000 chance of producing an individual capable of magic. Not only that, most, if not all demi-human species had no concept of talent awakening at all. This allowed humans to become the superior species when it came to magic, all because of the talent awakening that God gave them. But somehow, these demi-humans showed signs of having immense aptitude in magic, even better than the geniuses in this magic tower. They have mastery in all elements too, Sebris cried out. Michael had to explain his supreme skill and how he was able to impart a fraction of his skills to his allies. At this point, Sebris wanted to cut ties with the Guild of Arcana and simply become one of Michael's allies for the chance to have the aptitude for all elements. You are seriously a cheat, you know that. Michael ignored the old man and asked his artisans to make 5 more mithril wands from scratch. He wanted to give it to the magic tower, mostly because he wanted to repay them for helping him out. Without the magic library, Michael wouldn't have been able to upgrade Chat JK3 to what it was now. 5 wands coming up, they replied. They took out a fingernail-sized sample of Damascus steel and began injecting them with mana. Their faces scrunched up as they concentrated on their work. If they lose focus for even 1 second, then they could end up ruining the entire piece, turning the Damascus steel into a messed-up liquid that lost all its great properties. They had to guide the mana into the gaps in the atoms of the Damascus steel. If they put too little, it wouldn't stick to the material. If they put too much, then it could overload the steel and end up having an explosive reaction. Just a quick question, Michael whispered to Sebris while the artisans worked. Your room has protective spells, right? Sebris glared at Michael. Why is it gonna explode? Michael shrugged. Maybe, what do you mean? Before he could even complain to Michael, one of the ancient dwarves ended up putting too much fire mana into the Damascus steel, leading to a fiery explosion. Magic circles immediately appeared around the domed room, dissipating the explosive force before it could damage anything. But Sebris wasn't worried about his room. He was more worried about the dwarf who took that explosion head-on. Are you okay? He asked, with his voice slowly faltering as he saw a prismatic shield surrounding each of the demi-humans, negating the effects of the explosion. Whoa, you failed again, ha, that's the 2nd time this week, the satyr teased the dwarf. It's because I'm not used to this place, the dwarf said disappointingly, not even flinching at the explosion. Sebris watched the demi-humans laugh and tease each other with levity, as if they were used to the explosion, as if they knew that they wouldn't get hurt by it at all. Michael, that's your absolute unity defense, don't tell me. They also have an impenetrable shield as a skill. Sebris was absolutely gobsmacked to learn that all 5,000 of Michael's allies had the same impenetrable shield as him. After all, the absolute unity defense that Michael had was something that could defend against any and all kinds of spells. No matter what element it was, as long as it was not stronger than the wielder of the defense, then they wouldn't be affected by any spell. Yea, they have it, Michael said matter-of-factly, but theirs is called the Lesser Unity Defense. It's a bit worse than mine. Since I'm a 4-star mage, any 4-star and below magic spell would not do anything to me. But for them, if they're a 4-star mage, then they can only protect themselves from spells that are 3-star and below. Michael explained it with a bit of a disappointed tone in his voice, as if it wasn't already one of the most powerful defenses in this world. Even the best defensive spells only protected against specific elements. For example, there was a defense spell popular among fire mages because it gave them protection against water spells, a natural counter to fire mages. However, that spell had a weakness against earth spells. So if they wanted to defend against earth spells, then they would have to learn another defensive spell to counter that. Of course, mages couldn't learn too many defensive spells, or else they wouldn't have enough time to learn their offensive spells. So even the Lesser Unity defense that Michael was so disappointed by was already something even better than the defenses of high-level mages like Sebris. It was also a skill, not a spell, which meant that they didn't need any mana to cast their impenetrable defense. It was like a second skin, always present, always protecting them without a limit. Sebris finally understood why the Dwarven Kingdom allied with Michael. After all, these demi-humans were the non-combative type, yet they were already a force to be reckoned with just by themselves. One would need tremendous amounts of force just to break through their innate defenses. It was a terrifying thought to think of the time when Michael would gather an entire army for himself, each having the ability to deter any magic spells just through their normal defenses alone. They were resistant against all elemental spells, while also having the ability to cast any type of elemental spell. His army could charge through a tightly guarded territory and still come out unscathed, all without using any of their spells or other abilities. That was how powerful their defenses were. It was a smart decision for the dwarves to ally themselves with Michael so early on. Sebris never really put much thought into the nation that Michael built over in the parched lands, but now that he saw a glimpse of their potential, he couldn't help but be glad that he became friends with Michael. It seemed that the rumor was true. Those who obtain a supreme skill would end up ruling the world or changing it entirely. He was thankful that Michael was a good guy. If he had gone the complete opposite route, he could easily lay waste upon this earth if he wanted to. Sebris shuddered at the thought. A few hours later, the demi-humans finally finished the 5 Mithril artifact wands that Michael requested. Each of them had different elements to show its different effects. Sebris was incredibly curious about their technique, but knew that he or any other mage wouldn't have been able to make Mithril, even if they knew how to do it. It was a prerequisite for one to have a multi-elemental mastery to create Mithril. Sebris was sure of it after he saw the demi-humans create one from scratch. This meant that only Michael's allies could create Mithril, because only they had mastery over all elements. Sebris wasn't that disappointed with this. Even if he couldn't replicate it, there was still a lot of knowledge hidden within the Mithril that he would like to study. Thank you, Michael. With these wands, we can find out more about the mysteries of Mithril, Sebris said as he accepted the wands and placed them in a safe chest. I feel like there's still a lot more we can do with Mithril, so it's assuring that we're not the only ones who are trying to study it, Michael replied. He wanted to find more uses for Mithril, and having a renowned 8-star mage insight was a tremendous help. If you get the chance, you must visit the Guild of Arcana. I'm sure that if you present them with a Mithril artifact, you will gain their favor, which will be a tremendous help in your endeavors, Sebris advised. You're planning on expanding your business to the Queen's region, right? Well, you will find a lot more obstacles in spreading your Reborn products there than you did here in the King's region. The Guild of Arcana has a lot of connections, especially in royal and sovereign territories. I'm sure that with their help, you can much more easily establish your company there. Michael knew that expanding into the Queen's region was a lot more troublesome than in the King's region, but he didn't know just how much. Can you tell me more about these obstacles? Michael asked inquisitively. The Queen's region is filled with territories that are not exactly working well together. Some of them are like the Dwarven Kingdom, in that they don't like outside business interfering with theirs, while others are far too crowded with companies and businesses that fully saturate the market. It is not like the King's region, which is considered the rural area of the country. Basically, you'll find a lot more competition in those territories. Even if your products are really good and well-liked by the customers, it won't matter if the lords of that territory refuse to let you sell it in their land. I'm not saying you won't be able to do it. After all, you were able to convince even the stubborn Dwarven Kingdom to ally with you. That is something that not even your grandfather was able to do. However, you'll find it much easier if you have help from the bigger, more established groups in the Queen's region. For example, the Guild of Arcana can help you with establishing yourself in a lot of markets. You could also ally with the Lionheart family, the name famous for their swordsman lineage. They can help deter any unwanted attention. You could also seek help from the Montgomery family, who has political connections with almost every territory in the Queen's region. Or you can even ask your grandfather for some assistance. After all, the Vanderbilt name carries great weight when it comes to all markets. After speaking with Sebris, Michael left the magic tower with a lot on his mind. Although the Tower Master's advice was sound, Michael wasn't planning on seeking the help of any organization for now. He might accept their help if they offered it, but Michael wasn't going to approach them with the intention of asking for their help. That would not be a good basis for cooperation between them. For example, he never approached the Dwarven Kingdom for help. If he did, then the Dwarven King would have immediately refused to talk with him, closing off any future where they could establish a friendship. Instead, he let the Dwarven King approach, letting him see the good intentions of the Reborn nation for himself, leading to the two territories becoming allies. This became even more important since he didn't know anything about the Guild of Arcana, the Lionheart family, the Montgomery family, or any other organization in the Queen's region. He didn't know the political landscape, wherein allying himself with one family could end up going against another organization. As for his grandfather, Michael didn't feel the need to ask him for help either. Although he was a Vanderbilt in name, Michael never really felt attached to his surname. He was especially more detached once his grandfather failed to show up at their important meeting about a year ago. Michael didn't want any bigger inheritance from the Vanderbilt wealth. He was incredibly satisfied with inheriting the desolate and useless parched lands. However, Michael thought it would have been nice if his grandfather had taken the time to actually meet with him. Sure, Is was a busy man, and he probably had a reasonable excuse for being absent, especially since he was in charge of the biggest company in the entire world. But it would have meant a lot for Michael if he had shown up. That was the reason why Michael didn't want to ask for help from his grandfather. He didn't need to anyway. He was confident in Cassell and his Reborn products that they could break through the Queen's region market by themselves. Michael walked out of the magic tower and saw that just on the other side of the street, there was a large line of people queuing up at a ticketing booth with the name Reborn Taxi painted in large text on its signage. This was a new business that the Reborn company started, acting just like the taxi services in Michael's previous life. Even though they produced a lot of automobiles for this taxi business, it seemed that the demand for them still far outweighed their supply. There was a very long line that crossed the entire street, filled with people waiting for their turn to hire a Reborn taxi. Michael walked to the end of the line and waited for his turn for an entire hour. Even though Michael could have arrived at Cassell's office in a single moment, he decided to go there the normal way. He waited in the Reborn taxi queue just like everybody else. Once it was his turn, he bought a ticket from the booth attendant. "Take me to the Reborn office," Michael said to the satyr in charge of tickets to the automobile taxi service. "Of course," the satyr replied as she led Michael to the lineup of Reborn taxis that patrolled around Kingsbridge City. The foremost automobile opened its doors and let Michael board in its passenger seat. Soon after, the car roared and started its journey through the streets. Throughout the whole ride, Michael kept his eyes on the window, observing everything that was happening in the city after the introduction of the automobile. For example, the novelty of automobiles was still at a high even after a month of its introduction. It became the accepted mode of transportation, especially since it was so fast compared to normal carriages. Of course, since automobiles had taken over the taxi industry, this left the horse carriages out of work. There were barely any of them left in the streets. To remedy this, Michael started a program to give those carriage riders a chance to learn how to drive and to become an employee of the Reborn taxi service. This turned out to be a huge financial success for those drivers, since there were a lot of customers who hired their services just to try out the novelty of the automobiles. They could also travel a lot further out of Kingsbridge City without it taking months at a time for every trip, earning them more money in the long run. Michael's driver, for example, was a middle-aged human man who was part of the program. "Sorry for the delay, young man," the driver apologized as he stopped the car to the side. "The roads are still getting worked on, so there's a lot of traffic. But since they're using that magical concrete, it'll be done by tomorrow." The business with concrete was going all right as well. With the rise of automobiles, the entire Kingsbridge road system was currently being reworked to have flat, concrete roads perfect for cars. "Isn't the Reborn company so amazing?" the driver said in admiration. "They're changing our city for the better." Michael smiled, inwardly a little bit embarrassed when hearing such a compliment, since the driver had no idea who he was. As the car slowly advanced through the traffic, Michael saw the construction workers pouring concrete on the road. Most of the workers who got their hands dirty were human, while the managers who were overseeing the whole construction project were Rebornians. Michael recognized them to be Kong's loyal students and his employees. The Hob-Mankeys inspected the blueprints in their hands, the satyrs instructed the human workers on how to dig the ground better, and the dwarves taught the workers how to properly install the steel reinforcements. "What do you think about the demi-humans?" Michael asked the driver. The middle-aged man looked to the side and saw the demi-humans taking charge of the project like it was normal. Yet in his eyes, this was very unusual. "To be honest, I am quite surprised that they are so smart. I would have never thought that they could even cast magic spells. Having demi-humans living in human settlements wasn't exactly weird or unusual, especially in the King's region, which was very close to the parched lands where most demi-humans lived. Discover exclusive content at Empire." However, they weren't exactly socially accepted enough to be the norm. Usually, a demi-human would get one weird look or two when crossing the street, but most people would just ignore them and let them go about their day without disturbing them. Most of the demi-humans who migrated to human settlements did so because they thought that they had a chance at a better life there than in the desolate parched lands. Here, they had to offer their services to humans to earn enough money to survive. Most of the jobs they had to do were physical grunt work, such as transporting heavy metals throughout the city, excavating large plots of land, and other mundane jobs. This was about the limit of what most demi-human species could offer. After all, they weren't considered to be capable of complex jobs, such as becoming an office clerk or even a skilled craftsman. So demi-humans were treated as nothing more than muscles, with their worth being valued through their physical capacity alone. But ever since the Reborn company appeared, the landscape for demi-humans in the human world had quickly changed. Suddenly, demi-humans appeared who could speak in perfect human language, with their words being complex and indistinguishable from a normal human. Not only that, they all seemed to be capable of magic as well. This surprised most people because they never thought demi-humans were capable of casting 3-star spells and above. There was one incident the day after the automobile was introduced, where the engineer Hob Mankeys displayed their talents by casting a 3-star spell in front of hundreds of spectators. They bent the earth to their will, creating a large crevice in the ground in just a matter of a few seconds. Then they conjured a visual 3D projection of a finished gas station in the empty spot, making it easy for the workers to follow the blueprints down to the very small details. They took control of the project and made it as efficient as possible, showing their mastery over this kind of job even better than veteran human construction workers. The demi-humans also showed powerful talent in magic, with a deep well of complex knowledge that was even better than the current human standards. This completely overturned the initial perception people had of demi-humans. People thought they were just simple creatures, like animals that gained sentience and could only speak the bare minimum of the human language. But what they showed that day put them on the very same level as humans, both having the capacity for higher and more complex thinking. As more demi-humans came to take control of the Reborn businesses all over the region, it became more and more widespread throughout the days. Suddenly, it became normal to see a lamia selling fish in the wet market, haggling and bargaining with the customers. It became normal to see a very intimidating centaur patrolling the Reborn offices to keep it safe through the night. It became normal to see satyrs driving around the streets in large trucks, carrying supplies and shipments for the company. It also didn't take long for people to realize that these demi-humans were incredibly talented individuals, each being extremely good at their jobs. For example, the Reborn company delved into the vegetation business, selling their excess crops and harvest yields to every market in the King's region. And it was clear from the get-go that their harvests were much bigger than normal. Their carrots were more orange and a lot longer. Their cabbages were a lot leafier. And they were even selling crops that were completely out of season. It was clear that the demi-humans of Reborn were on a whole different level. They were even a lot wealthier than people even realized. There were a lot of Hob Mankeys, satyrs, and dwarves who chose to buy their own house and lot in the city because they were going to stay here for a while to finish up their projects. They bought properties in the middle of the city itself, despite its high prices. It must be mentioned that Kingsbridge was considered a wealthy city with rich and affluent citizens dwelling inside. But even then, the demi-humans of Reborn did not fall behind in terms of pure purchasing power. Every one of them seemed to be capable of throwing gold coins away like it was nothing. After all, Michael was not stringent in giving them gold coins. They worked hard for it. Their stipends were thousands upon thousands of gold coins, giving them enough to live lavishly in the city for a long time. The reason why these demi-humans obtained the reputation of being gold throwers was because they didn't care much about saving money. After all, they had everything they wanted waiting for them back at home. "I don't know if this is true," Michael's driver whispered, "but I heard that all the demi-humans that appeared are from their own country in the parched lands." Of course, people eventually found out that they all came from the nation of Reborn. However, it wasn't that widespread yet, because people still believed that the parched lands had no capacity to become prosperous enough to have a nation for itself. Though most people were starting to find out the truth. After all, they could easily verify the truth by going there themselves. A couple of minutes later, Michael finally arrived at the Reborn office. He flicked a gold coin at the driver as a tip, who eagerly thanked him for his generosity. Once he left the car, he was immediately met with another long line in front of the Reborn building. But this time, the line wasn't made up of people, but of demi-humans. Ever since the rumor about the nation of Reborn spread across the King's region, there were more and more demi-humans who sought to join them and hopefully become as prosperous as the talented demi-humans from Reborn. They left the parched lands in search of a better life, but they would have never thought that a better life was waiting for them back in the parched lands. "Young master, you're here." Cassell perked up once she saw Michael approach the building. Even the rest of the employees who were familiar with Michael had smiles on their faces as they saw him. "It's good to see you, Cassell," Michael waved back. "Boss, I hope we spread baseball here soon. I'm itching to play. How about we play a little game later today?" Kong said, who was right next to Cassell. He was busy designing more buildings for the Reborn company, so he frequently visited the office. "Improve your game first. I hope you can finally beat me next time," Michael replied to Kong teasingly, to which the Hob Mankey clicked his tongue in disappointment. "Beer is good here, but it's still better cold. Boss, when are we going to line this city with electricity?" Beside Kong was Thrain, who became the supervisor of all dwarves that worked in the city. Judging from the lack of red tint in his cheeks, it looked like the old dwarf hadn't gotten his daily dose of beer as of yet. "Boss, let's play a game of chess next time. When we return to our nation, we're going to take a swim in the river. Boss, join us." "Boss, I miss the hot springs we have back in our nation." Michael greeted all the Rebornians in the office building, and they greeted him with respect and positivity in turn. The local demi-humans who were lined up watched this whole interaction with surprise and confusion filling their eyes. When they first saw Kong, they witnessed how he bent straight metal bars into the foundation of a house in just mere seconds. When they first saw Thrain, they saw him breathe fire out of his mouth to melt steel into something that could be molded into a different shape. When they first saw the evolved and talented demi-humans, they looked like individuals who answered to no one. In short, when they saw the demi-humans of Reborn, they saw figures with great strength and great power superior to even the best of humans. However, when they faced this small human child with golden hair, they all seemed to naturally gravitate towards him, treating him with care and respect despite his age and species. They could see nothing but admiration in their eyes whenever they looked at Michael. It made them wonder who this mysterious human boy was. "Hey, how are you guys feeling?" Michael asked the local demi-humans. After having lived in human settlements for their whole lives, these demi-humans weren't used to a human boy approaching and talking to them with a friendly smile. More often than not, parents would always hide their kids whenever they were in their presence. "It's okay, he's our boss. He's the one who helped us become who we are now," Kong said to the meek demi-humans. "He's a harmless cutie," said a female Hob Mankey, taking Michael and embracing his head with her bosom. Despite their words, they were still a little bit hesitant to shake hands with Michael. They were still afraid that they would get in trouble for touching a human. Michael understood their feelings, so to break the ice, he decided to treat them to a spending spree. "Follow me," he said to the demi-humans. Kong and the other Rebornians had to push the demi-humans to follow Michael, but they eventually started walking behind him voluntarily. Since this was in the middle of the city, this whole block of area was filled with a lot of active markets that sold everything from fresh produce to meat skewers to candied treats for everyone to enjoy. Michael and the huge group of demi-humans only had to walk to the next street over before they reached the lively market crowded with a lot of people. The demi-humans huddled together in one group, afraid to separate from each other since they were knee-deep into human territory. They didn't frequent this place because it was for wealthy humans only, and the prices here were not something they could afford. Despite that, they couldn't help but eye the mouth-watering chicken skewers and candied apples displayed all over the booths. Even the children couldn't help but drool once they saw human children joyfully eating the treats their mothers bought for them. "Continue your saga on Empire." Michael walked to the skewer stall owner and spoke to him for a second, with the attendant showing a look of surprise before nodding his head enthusiastically. Michael took out a big purse, loaded with gold coins, and gave it to the owner. Once he received the payment, The owner excitedly took out the skewers in his stall and began giving it to the demi-humans. But of course, the demi-humans were confused and even pushed away the meat skewers, in fear that they would have to pay a lot of money for it. Michael turned to the demi-humans and said, "What are you waiting for? You can have anything you want from here. I already paid for everything." The demi-humans looked at Michael with a dumbfounded look. Finally, one of the manky children accepted one of the beef skewers and took a big bite. Immediately, the rich taste of the meat filled the child with joy, making him jump up and down out of happiness. "Delicious?" Michael asked. "Yes," the child replied, not taking his eyes off the skewers. "You can have anything you like. Do you want that candied apple too? Take as much as you want." Seeing the kid eating his fill, the other demi-humans finally took the rest of the meat skewers on the stall and began eating to their heart's desire. Kong and the other Rebornians were a bit emotional as they watched this scene. The things that were normal for them, like an abundance of food and water, was something that was only a dream for most demi-humans living in this world. Smiles filled the demi-humans' faces as they indulged in this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Of course, they didn't know that if they joined the nation of Reborn, they could have this paradise every day for as long as they wanted. Michael was like an endless pocket of money as he kept bringing out pouches full of gold and buying out everything available in the stalls. The attendants quickly agreed to keep supplying more and more food for everyone to enjoy. After all, the money Michael gave them far exceeded the cost of their entire selection of merchandise. So the stall owners kept frying skewers in their coal grill and happily gave out the cooked meat to anyone who needed it. Of course, he didn't limit the festivities to only demi-humans. He invited all the citizens of Kingsbridge City to partake in this feast, giving them everything in the stalls for free. It soon became a huge party as more and more people caught wind of the free food being given out to anyone who wanted to eat. After half an hour, the whole market was filled with both humans and demi-humans alike, enjoying themselves with an endless buffet of amazing food and nourishment. There were actually too many people going in that the stalls eventually ran out of meat. To remedy this, Michael instructed Cassell to buy more ingredients and bring them in so that more people could be fed. In the end, Michael had to cook and grill skewers himself just to keep the supply of food going out. It was all worth it though. Michael saw human and demi-human children enjoying their food together without any discrimination or inequality between them. They all laughed as a kid got their cheeks stained with sauce, or cheered as a yellow manky child showed off his unique ability to stand only using his tail. The friendship between the different species of kids continued as Michael brought out a new wooden toy called the spinning top. The Rebornians showed off their magical powers as they created intricately designed spinning tops out of wooden blocks in just a matter of a few seconds. The children were immediately fascinated with the toy and began to play with each other, experience new tales on Empire. Meanwhile, the adults enjoyed themselves as the Reborn company supplied cold draft beer to the market. The Rebornians taught the humans how to drink beer properly, sharing stories and greetings in the meanwhile. The demi-humans partook in this as well, and on this joyous occasion, they found out that the humans treated them the same as other humans. This was probably the first time demi-humans and humans talked to each other without any pretense, and simply enjoyed each other's company. As more and more people heard about this spontaneous event, they began to wonder how it all began in the first place. All the people asking were pointed towards one boy, whose hair was golden, eyes kind, and a smile that infected everyone that saw him. That boy paid for everything here. Oh my, who is he? How can he afford such lavishness? It doesn't matter how rich he is. What matters is that he's giving away food for free. Newspaper journalists immediately asked around the stall owners and quickly found out that everything was bought and paid for by none other than Michael Vanderbilt, the youngest son of the wealthiest family in the entire world. Although they knew that his family was extremely wealthy, they would have never thought that he would essentially give away free money on such an ordinary day. Not only that, people observed that all the special and talented demi-humans seemed to be close with Michael, as if he had a personal connection with them. Hey, I heard a rumor, I don't know if it's true. Some say that it's this young kid that owns the Reborn company. What? The Reborn that sells faucets and automobile cars. the company that earns millions and millions of gold every month. That company is owned by this kid. Although Michael never hid the fact that he was the owner of Reborn, he never did anything to advertise it either. When he visited the Reborn office, most people thought that he was just another customer who wanted to buy a lot of stuff from the Reborn. After all, he was a wealthy kid. Never in a million years would they have thought that he was the one who started this whole operation, and that all of the products being sold were his ideas. But that doesn't make sense. He's a Vanderbilt, right? Why didn't he just use his family's company to sell his products? It was also common knowledge in the King's region that the Reborn company had toppled the Vanderbilt business in this area of the country. They quickly took over every business in the King's region, leaving the Vanderbilt company to partially withdraw from the King's region. For other people, it didn't make sense why Michael would compete against his family's business. Don't you know? The legendary Vanderbilt announced that the entire wealth of his company and his name would be given to his chosen successor. They say that anyone with a Vanderbilt name can inherit all his riches as long as they prove themselves worthy. It's not just decided through seniority. Maybe Michael Vanderbilt is trying to lay claim that he is worthy of inheriting his grandfather's wealth by creating a company from the ground up. As soon as that rumor began circulating, more and more people started to believe it. Although they were close to the truth, it wasn't exactly right. Michael built the Reborn company just because he wanted to, not because he wanted to fight for the inheritance like others said. If that's true, then I think he can become the successor. Look at what he's done with the Reborn company. In just a few years, he was able to build a company that spread to the entire King's region. Given more time, surely he will be able to conquer the entire country with his innovative products. After the journalists did a little more digging, they quickly got confirmation from the CEO of Reborn herself, Cassell, that Michael was indeed the true owner of Reborn. When a few journalists approached Michael and asked him if it was true, his answer was a simple, "Yeah, I own Reborn," with his signature shrug of the shoulders. The next day, the headline of every newspaper in Kingsbridge City was, "Genius son of Vanderbilt family owns Reborn company." As the citizens of Kingsbridge City woke up the next morning, the first thing they read in the newspaper was the revelation of a mystery that had been nagging on their minds for the past 5 years. Back then there were rumors of it being a wizard, a hermit, or an overseas mogul. As it turned out, they were all wrong. Michael owned Reborn. This announcement sent waves of shock through everyone in the whole city, each of them expressing their disbelief upon finding out that it was only a child who brought them the magnificent cars and faucets. The product sold by Reborn was so clever and far ahead of their time that many people found it hard to believe that an 11-year-old child came up with them. However, the evidence presented in the newspapers told the entire history of how the Reborn company started and how it came to become what it was now. It started when Michael invented soap, and how it snowballed into a corporation that earned millions and millions of gold coins per month. Many were impressed with Michael's ingenuity and his insight into creating such a booming business. However, many more were surprised to find out that not only was Michael smart, but he was incredibly talented in magic as well. According to official sources, the Magic Tower once offered Michael the opportunity to become the Tower Master's personal student, an honor given only to those who had the talent to become a 7-star mage and above. The Vanderbilt family has truly produced a one-of-a-kind descendant. It is truly insane how he has the talent to become a gifted wizard and a brilliant entrepreneur as well. Save some for the rest of us, kid. And did you hear? The kid was also able to make the desolate parch lands into a prosperous territory. It was also mentioned in the newspapers that Michael started his own country in the parched lands, called the Nation of Reborn. That was where all the talented demi-humans like Kong, Anne, and Thrain came from, and where they manufactured the automobiles that were being sold today. This sparked a lot of curious people to journey to the parched lands to verify the truth. After all, there were quite a number of unbelievable stories written in there, such as the abundance of food and water, the presence of lightning bulbs, and a stadium made only for a game called baseball. Thankfully for them, there was a very convenient Reborn bus ride that they could use that would take them straight to the Nation of Reborn in less than a week. After they returned, there was nothing but praise and commendation for the Nation of Reborn. Many people described what they saw as a literal paradise, with stars landing on the ground at night to grace the nation with light. Of course, they were talking about electricity, but most people had no idea what it was yet. And perhaps what they mentioned the most were the demi-humans living in the nation of Reborn. They were all talented and gifted in their own ways, contributing their specialties to the nation in one way or another. People thought that the Rebornians in the city were a special group of demi-humans, the one in a million type of geniuses. But as it turned out, they weren't much different than the 5,000 other citizens staying in the parched lands. After hearing this, the local demi-humans no longer hesitated to join the nation of Reborn, and soon after, they immediately received the benefits of becoming a Rebornian. They were given a chance to evolve and gain new skills from Michael, which he gladly made time for. After their evolution, they gained so much more confidence and self-esteem within themselves once they found their innate talents. They worked a lot better, they became a lot quicker in thinking, and they were even capable of using unique skills that no one had ever seen before. This sparked a lot of change within Kingsbridge City, where humans began to accept demi-humans as an equal species. Of course, this was helped by the Reborn Company advocating for demi-humans to be treated just like humans without any discrimination. They had a lot of programs to have humans and demi-humans interacting for a chance to dissolve any prejudice one had for the other. There were festivals, gatherings, and friendly competitions that mixed both humans and demi-humans together. Due to the positive reputation of the company, especially with the festivities in the market, many people washed away any biases and negative preconceived notions they had of demi-humans. This generally led to a more harmonious living between the two different species. Humans in the King's region became so much more open-minded about demi-humans that Michael deemed that it was finally time for the next phase of his plan. He decided to allow passage from the Dwarven Kingdom to the Queen's region. He and the Dwarven King had talked about this for some time now, and they both decided to let people cross the Dwarven Kingdom so that they could circumvent the rough terrain of the mountain ranges between the Queen's and King's region. People no longer had to go through the perilous mountain ranges to reach the Queen's region. It would work just like a highway toll back in Michael's previous world. People would pay a certain fee to enter the road connecting the King's region and the Queen's region through the Dwarven Kingdom. They also had to use a reborn automobile to be allowed entry into this highway. Of course, the profits would be shared between the two territories equally, since the road would be trespassing in Dwarven territory, while Michael bore all the costs of maintaining and creating the road itself. Michael would have wanted to create a railway system to connect there, but he first needed the cooperation of the territory on the other side in the Queen's region. In the future, he would have railway systems connecting every territory from Kingsbridge to the nation of Reborn to the Dwarven Kingdom, and then to the Queen's region. But for now, a flat concrete road would suffice. This highway system would allow quicker and safer travel to other regions, not only for normal people, but for businesses as well. They could transport heavier products to the other side of the country much easier. Most of all, Michael would finally be able to start spreading the Reborn Company to the rest of the country, just beyond the infamous mountain ranges that separated the two regions. Was a group of scaled demi-humans who looked up at the steep cliffs ahead of them. These demi-humans walked on two legs and had tough snake-like scales all over their bodies. Their heads looked more like lizards than it did humans, with them having no hair and a mostly bulbous skull. Their species were called Komodos, having above-average intellect with opposable thumbs like humans, allowing them to do easy jobs such as cashiers, attendants, or even clerks. However, that was all they could achieve. They weren't like the dwarves who had their own kingdom and were extremely adept at making crafts. They weren't like the elves whose magic capacity trumped even that of talented humans. They weren't like orcs who boasted tremendous strength and physical prowess. They were mediocre at best, they were just good enough. They were just like normal humans who couldn't use magic, except for the fact that they needed a lot more maintenance to survive. This meant that they had to buy a lot more food and water than most, which was hard since the jobs they were qualified for only gave them salaries that were just shy of what they needed to live. There were higher salaries in the larger and wealthier parts of the Queen's region, but the competition was much more fierce there. Not only that, but the cost of food was much higher too, so it didn't matter in the end. Finally, this group of Komodos finally had enough. They decided to move out of the Queen's region and return to their ancestors' home, the parched lands. Their fellow workers, their friends, their neighbors, and even other Komodos tried to dissuade them from their decision. After all, they could end up dying out of hunger and thirst in that desolate land, especially since their skin needed a lot of hydration. Of course, the news about the nation of Reborn wasn't known yet in these parts. But even without knowing about it, this family of Komodos wanted to take the risk. Even if they thought that the parched lands had no abundance of food or water, they wanted to go back to their homeland to try and find their source of pride. After all, their ancestors were once a proud species of demi-humans, famous for being closely related to the strongest and mightiest race in this whole world. Back in the day, the Komodo species were part of the draconian race. But after millennia of being separated from the other dragon races, the Komodos had strayed far away from their original bloodline. They had lost their power. They had turned into a species with little to no magical aptitude and no domineering physical strength, and even their scales had become so vulnerable that they would succumb to heat. It was hard to imagine they were part of the famous draconian race whose scales were the hardest material in the world. But they were. At least their ancestors were. This young family of Komodos wanted to find a way to get back to their species' old glory. It may be a futile effort, but they couldn't stand to live in mediocrity any longer. So they traveled by foot day and night until they finally arrived at the mountain ranges. The steep and slippery cliffside edges of the mountains were already a sign that this would be a hard trek, but they were willing to brave the risks. But just as they were about to climb up the mountain, they were suddenly stopped by a few humans wearing full steel armor. "Excuse me, fellow men, where are you guys going?" the guard asked. One of the Komodos, an adolescent male, stepped up and talked to the guards. "We want to climb the mountain and go back to our homeland," he said. The guards looked at the group of Komodos and saw that there were about 8 of them in the whole group. "Where's your papers?" the guard asked them. The Komodos all looked at each other, confused as to what the guard was talking about. "If you want to cross to the next region, we need to see your identification papers," the guard reiterated. The Komodos were not rich. They had barely scraped by in the Queen's region and sometimes even scavenged for food to survive. They considered themselves lucky if they found chicken bones or moldy bread in the trash. Identification papers were only available to those who were permanent residents of a territory, meaning those people who bought a house of their own. The Komodos were basically homeless, which meant that they didn't have any identification papers. Their parents and their parents' parents wouldn't have won either. "We don't have any paper," the male Komodo answered politely, hoping that the guard would let them through. The guard pursed his lips. It was clear that he was pitying the Komodos, but there was nothing he could do. It was policy for them to refuse any entry into the king's region without proper identification. "I'm sorry, but if you don't have any identification, I can't let you pass. And if you try to enter despite my warnings, then I am obligated to use violent force to stop you." The Komodos' faces turned into one of disappointment and dismay. They spent their entire wealth trying to get here to this point. If they ended up going back to where they came from, they would be essentially worse than when they left. They wouldn't have food or water to survive. "Please, sir, can't you just make an exception for us? Is there anything we can do? We are desperate. This is our last chance." In their desperation, they kneeled to the ground and begged. But despite their pleas, the guard was steadfast. As much as they would like to help them out, he needed to watch out for himself. He would be committing a crime if he let them pass through without proper identification. "What's going on here?" Just then, a woman's voice entered the scene. "What's going on here?" This voice came from a very young woman, about 10 years old. As she slowly got off her ornately designed carriage and approached the prostrating Komodos, everyone turned to look at her. She had long flowing black hair, round black eyes, and red pursed lips that showed concern for the demi-humans. She walked towards them with grace and aplomb. If she had a book on her head, it wouldn't fall out. Even as she walked on rocky terrain, it wouldn't even wiggle. If that wasn't enough to ascertain this young lady's background, then her personal effects certainly would. Her dress was made out of very expensive red silk and fine linen, adorned with gemstones around the hems of her garments. The carriage was also something that the Komodos only saw royals use extensively. Not only that, there was a whole fleet of supporting carriages behind her, which was clearly there to escort this young lady to wherever she planned to go. "Young miss, we are simply here to do our jobs. These demi-humans want to cross the mountain ranges, but they do not have any identification papers," the guard said, his tone a little bit more respectful. He recognized that she seemed to be from a more affluent family. The young woman looked at the Komodos. "Is this true?" she asked them. They shied away from her gaze. As peasants, this was perhaps the first time they were this close to someone who looked like she was of noble birth. "Yes, it's true," they said. "We are nomads with no home to stay. We don't have any papers to show our identity, but we just want to go to the parched lands and return to our homeland." The girl took a deep breath. She had always hated the identification paper policy in this country. It always discriminated against the demi-humans who weren't socially accepted into society. She kneeled to the ground and leveled eye to eye with the Komodos, never minding the fact that her dress would be dirtied by the dirt and dust on the ground. The Komodos looked at the young girl, surprised as she lowered herself to their level. She didn't have to do that. It was clear that she was from a wealthy and affluent background, yet she wasn't snobby or elitist. She looked the Komodos in the eyes and was unafraid to get close to them. "Do you want to join me? My friends and I are journeying to the king's region as well. We have some spare room in our carriages," she said as she took off her gloves and offered her hand to them. The Komodos looked at each other, a little bit confused and apprehensive. "Don't worry, you won't be alone," the young girl said as she pointed at the carriages behind her. The doors opened as demi-humans of all kinds and varieties walked out of the carriages and proudly showed themselves to the world. Surprisingly, the girl seemed to be escorted by a variety of demi-humans wearing expensive tunics and shirts. They had confident smiles on their faces, as if they never experienced the hardships that most demi-humans faced in the Queen's region. "These are my escorts," the young girl said. "As you can see, I don't discriminate against demi-humans, I advocate for them." The Komodos were amazed at seeing other demi-human species riding in their own carriages. They seemed dignified and proud to be demi-humans, unlike the Komodos who had lost all pride for their own species. "But what about?" the Komodos said, meekly looking over to the guards. "Young miss, even if you take these demi-humans, they still cannot cross over to the king's region. They don't have their identification papers," the guard said. Just then, another guard suddenly noticed the emblem on the young girl's carriage. It showed the depiction of a constellation of stars in the night sky. That's the insignia of the Montgomery family," he shouted. "Her black hair, distinguished looks, and her demi-human escorts. This young girl must be Una, the youngest daughter of the Montgomery family." Upon hearing this, the original guard realized his mistake and quickly changed his attitude, standing on guard and not daring to look like he was slouching. "I apologize, I didn't know what I was saying. You can proceed as you please." The Montgomery family was famous for their diplomatic connections within the entire country. They were the people responsible for mediating any conflict in all regions, settling any debates as an unbiased third party. Because of the nature of their job, the Montgomery family had diplomatic immunity. After all, to mediate conflict between two territories, they needed to visit these places without any obstruction, or else they wouldn't be able to do their job. Fortunately, the benefits of diplomatic immunity meant that things like identification papers were not a problem for the young girl. Since the Komodos were now part of Yuna's escorts, they were now an extension of herself. If the guard denied them entry, then they would essentially be denying Yuna's entry as well. By doing so, the guard would commit a crime equivalent to treason. So, they quickly dispersed, afraid that they would get into more trouble. "See, there's no problem. You can cross the mountains with us," Yuna said with a smile. The Komodos were amazed. They had never seen a guard act like this just because they heard someone's last name. They thanked Yuna, almost crying as they did so. Since they were joining Yuna's escort, they didn't have to walk all the way there. This dramatically lessened the hazards in the mountain ranges, especially since Yuna had a lot of help with her. They shared stories during the trip, with the demi-humans under Yuna's employ telling the story about how Yuna turned their lives around and gave them a home. Yuna also listened to the Komodo's story and felt sorry for them. She offered to take them in and pay them a decent salary, but the Komodos refused. They didn't want to stay in the Queen's region anymore. We want to reconnect with our homelands and hopefully find our pride, the previous source of strength of our ancestors. That is why we want to go back to the parched lands. How about you, Miss Yuna? Why do you want to go to the King's region? Yuna tucked her black hair behind her ears. I'm here to find my fiancé, she said. His name is Michael. Michael Vanderbilt. Fudge. The lovable but edgy slime spent most of his time doing the very serious and very important job of looking over the King's region, which was essentially his master's kingdom, as he would like to call it. No one shall pass my sight, Fudge said as he stood on top of a tree overlooking the whole mountain ranges. I am as swift as the wind and as invisible as the air. I shall spread my master's words to the furthest lands that light can touch, he declared with a serious voice. Sir Fudge, are we done here? Below him were some Rebornians who were forced to roleplay as Fudge's loyal shadows. Michael had tasked them to go with the slime's playtime and make sure that he didn't cause any trouble. Despite Fudge's big promises and his serious words, the Rebornians simply couldn't treat him seriously. Case in point, Fudge suddenly dropped down to the ground and raised his hand towards an innocent little squirrel that had burrowed out of her lair. What are you doing here? Are you infiltrating our territory? Tell me now. Of course, it was nothing more than an ordinary and defenseless animal that was horror-stricken from seeing Fudge's violet body suddenly descend from the air. It was so scared that it suddenly dropped a little. Present for Fudge, stay tuned to Empire. You're a normal squirrel, I knew that. I was simply testing you, Fudge said as he let the squirrel go back into his burrow. As a consolation, Fudge gave the little guy an acorn for his troubles. Although he was a little bit quirky and weird, the Rebornians still adored their boss Fudge. Despite his antics, his kindness was overflowing to the point that it could completely overshadow his tendencies to be too caught up in his fantasies. But of course, that didn't mean that they wanted to go along with his make-believe ninja club. Come guys, let's practice throwing shurikens at wooden logs and running on water. You guys still run like humans. From now on, I want you to run with your hands on your back. The Rebornians sighed. Sir Fudge, I think it would be best if we return. But before they could say anything else, Fudge raised his hand and made them stop talking. What's that? I feel something is coming. It's probably peddlers coming from the Queen's region, his attendant said. Boss said that we shouldn't bother them when they come. Nonsense, Fudge said. Who knows, maybe they have the potential to become ninjas. Maybe. One of them even has the ability to store a 9-tailed monster in their body. I have to meet them. Before Fudge's caretakers could stop him, the violet slime suddenly disappeared into the ground as a shadow and reappeared right in front of an expensively adorned carriage. Even though he prided himself as a ninja, Fudge made no attempt to hide his presence. He just jumped right in front of the carriage, forcing them and the escorts behind it to stop. Halt, visitors, Fudge shouted to the carriages. A few seconds passed before the door opened to the leading carriage. A young girl with a red dress came out, accompanied by a female ogre wearing a maid's outfit. The ogre eyed Fudge with a cautious look, while the young girl eyed Fudge with an amused look on her face. It was Yuna Montgomery and her escorts. A few seconds later, more humans and demi-humans came out of the escort carriages to look at the one responsible for stopping them right in the middle of the mountainous road. At the very back, a group of meek Komodos peeked out as well, curious as to who the strange violet slime was. Who are you and why have you stopped our progress? The female ogre beside Yuna asked, with a bit of an aggressive tone. Please, Agnes. There's no need for you to treat him this way. What's your name? Yuna asked Fudge. I am the incarnation of shadows. I am the seeker of the void. I am everywhere and nowhere at the same time. If you have any malicious intent against my master, then I will know even before you think of it. That is because I am. Fudge jumped up in the air, transforming his violet body into a ninja outfit, complete with the hood, the bandana, and the metal plate. Agnes and the rest of Yuna's demi-human escorts looked at Fudge with a strange gaze. They didn't know how to respond. Despite his words, he didn't look intimidating at all, especially with his weird getup. Sorry, he means no harm, he's actually a very nice slime. Finally, the Rebornians in charge of being Fudge's caretakers arrived, and quickly resolved the situation. Seeing the fellow demi-human Rebornians, Agnes and the rest of the escort let down their guards. Just from one look at the Rebornians, Agnes immediately recognized it as the same relationship as parent and child. The Rebornians looked like exhausted parents who always tried and failed to rein in their troublesome child. Agnes changed her opinion of Fudge. At first, she thought he was a dangerous individual. But now she thought of Fudge as a harmless idiot. "He's our boss pet," the Rebornian said apologetically. Fudge took offense to that. "I am not Master's pet, I am his ninja," he shouted to them. But nobody seemed to believe him. Even Agnes and the rest of Yuna's demi-human escorts looked at Fudge as if they didn't believe a word that he said. Fudge's proud, bulbous figure suddenly deflated as he realized no one believed him for even a second. Doubt started to fill his mind. "Oh my, you're a ninja. This is the first time I've ever seen one in real life." Yuna gasped. Fudge's body inflated upon hearing Yuna's words. "Yes, yes, I am," he shouted. After a few seconds he looked up at Yuna and quietly asked, "Do you believe that I'm a ninja?" Yuna smiled. "Of course I do, you can be anything you want to be." Fudge's eyes widened. Nobody had ever believed him before. Fudge looked at Yuna and saw nothing but genuinity in her eyes. It was obvious. She really believed that Fudge was a ninja. This was the first time anyone had ever believed Fudge's claims to be a ninja. Most of them didn't even know what Fudge was talking about, and even if they did, then they would always treat him like a child telling bold lies. "If you're a ninja, can you run on water? Can you clone yourself into a wooden log?" Yuna asked with her eyes completely filled with curiosity. "Yes, yes I can," Fudge shouted enthusiastically. "I can do more. I can use a mystical eye and trap my enemies into an illusion." "Whoa," Yuna said as she slowly clapped for Fudge. Meanwhile, the Rebornians and even her personal attendant Agnes was surprised that Yuna was going along with the slime's fantasies. Even fellow Rebornians and demi-humans would cast Fudge's words as nothing more than role-playing, but Yuna treated it as if it was real. "Tell me more," Yuna said. Fudge jumped into Yuna's arms and began to tell her all of his antics and his ambitions in the world, just like a child would when a teacher asked them about what they wanted to achieve in their life. "Sorry about this," the Rebornian Hob Mankey said. "No, it's fine. The young miss is quite fond of demi-humans. This is not the first time she has picked up a cute pet from the side of the road, no offense," Agnes said, looking fondly at Yuna. The Rebornians didn't feel offended. After all, even they referred to Fudge as a cute pet on the side of the road sometimes. "Are you here to travel to the King's region? If so, then we can help you get to where you want to go," the Hob Mankey said. Agnes nodded. "We would be grateful if you did. We want to stop by Maplewood Village just beyond the mountain ranges so that we can replenish our resources." "We can certainly do that," the Rebornians replied. With their help, Yuna and her escorts safely crossed the dangerous mountain ranges and finally reached the King's region. On the way, the Rebornians and Yuna's escorts shared stories amongst themselves. They introduced themselves as Yuna's personal guards that accompanied her everywhere she went. And in this particular mission, their job was to escort the young lady to the magic tower in Kingsbridge to meet the famous 8-star tranquil blazing king of fire, Sebris Augendor. Agnes introduced herself as Yuna's personal attendant, and her caretaker serving her since her birth. Then the Rebornians introduced themselves and told Agnes that they were part of the nation of Reborn. This confused Agnes at first. In all her research to prepare for this journey, she had never heard of a sovereign nation established in the King's region. When the Hob Mankey explained that their nation had just formed, it finally made sense. In Agnes' mind, the nation of Reborn was just a small group of secluded people that decided to declare themselves as their own nation. It happened a lot in the Queen's region. Some people would even call a small plot of land the size of a house as their own nation. "Oh, we're also part of a company. You might have heard of it," the Hob Mankeys mentioned. "No, what's it called?" "The Reborn Company," he replied. Agnes dismissed it as nothing special. She hadn't heard of that company in the Queen's region, so she thought that it was just a simple business confined in one small town or village. Meanwhile, Yuna sat on her seat with Fudge on her lap, when she suddenly caught sight of the flat concrete roads connecting to the Maplewood village. Find adventures on Empire. Agnes peeked out of the window of her carriage and saw it as well. Not only that, she also noticed something wrong with Maplewood Village itself. I think we're in the wrong place, Agnes said. That doesn't look like Maplewood Village. The Hob-Mankey shook his head. No, we're on the right track. That is Maplewood Village. Despite that, Agnes couldn't believe what she was seeing. She expected a small townlet, with a population only in the hundreds and houses primarily made out of wood and thatch. But what she caught a glimpse of was something completely different. There were big stone houses reaching 2 to 3 floors. There were flat roads coming in and out of the village, and even from far away. They could see that the place was jam-packed with people in the middle of the day. The King's region was considered to be the rural area of the country, more so in the Maplewood Village since it was so far away from the capital, Kingsbridge City. But somehow, Maplewood Village looked more like a city from the wealthier parts of the Queen's region. Agnes couldn't believe it. But perhaps the strangest thing of all was the strange metal box carriages that had no horses dragging it forward. Agnes thought that there was a beast hiding inside the vehicle, especially since it was roaring as it drove forward. After a few more minutes, they finally reached the Maplewood Village, allowing the locals of the Queen's region to witness the miracles of the Reborn Company products firsthand. Whoa, the road is so flat. What are those strange carriages? How is that metal flowing with water? They saw people washing their fresh produce on the metal faucets, treating water as if it was just a free resource. They saw people lining up to get on a large carriage called Reborn Taxi. They felt as if they were looking at a completely different world. The flat roads, the stone buildings, and now this strange carriage. A lot of things have changed in the King's region, Agnes exclaimed. Oh yeah, our boss did that, the Hob-Mankeys replied casually. He seemed to have inherited Michael's tendency to be nonchalant in his responses. Agnes blurted out. Meanwhile, Una looked around Maplewood Village with complete shock and awe written all over her face. Seeing this, Fudge couldn't help but be proud. Isn't my master so great? I'm sure if you meet him, you'll like him. He's nice, just like you. Anyone from the Queen's region would be stunned if they saw what was happening in the King's region. The plumbing system alone would cause a commotion among the wealthy for its clean and efficient way of disposing of waste. Even the richest territories in the Queen's region still used manual labor to gather water from a well, or had to hire a water mage for their services. The fact that even a remote village in the middle of nowhere could have easy access to water with just a simple twist of a lever made their lives so much better than even kings, queens, and royals. But perhaps the most intriguing product Reborn offered was their automobiles, which used no magic nor horses to power themselves to run at speeds that were only below that of dragons. This magnificent piece of machinery could solve the distance problem in the Queen's region. Most of the obstacles businesses and even armies faced in the Queen's region was the fact that it took a long time for people to traverse from one territory to another. This essentially forced places to become isolated and secluded from other locations. That was why things that happened on the northern side of the Queen's region would only be known in the southern part of the Queen's region a few years later. But in the King's region, it seemed that all the cities, towns, and villages were a lot more connected and up to date with each other. This was all due to the fact that the Reborn Company offered their taxi services to people who couldn't afford to buy their own automobiles. Now, people near the parched lands could visit the further side of the King's region within just a few days of travel. Business boomed, with companies using their newly purchased trucks from the Reborn Company to good use. Agnes looked at the products sold on the Maplewood Village wet markets and saw that it was a lot more diverse than before, offering the signature moist herbs of the Grass Valley and even the dry delicacy cactus fruits in the parched lands. From what she heard, these could cost up to tens of gold coins, but now it could be bought with silver coins. Agnes thought about the other expensive products in the Queen's region. If they had automobiles, would allow impoverished territories lacking food and nourishment to finally break free from the high taxes and prices that vendors impose on them. This road is so flat, Una said. What is it called? Fudge jumped up from her lap and landed on her head. It is called concrete, and it is something that my master came up with. The Rebornians further explained the benefits of concrete and how it could be used to create entire roads and buildings in just under a few days. It was cheap too, so most territories began to implement them in their buildings, upgrading them to concrete. Amazing, Agnes praised. This concrete would settle so many problems in the Queen's region. Fudge peeked at Yuna's face from above her head. You guys are from the Queen's region, he asked her. Yes, that's where I was born, she answered. You didn't have to go through the dangerous mountain ranges. Didn't you know there was a really big earthquake a year ago? It created a really big landslide. It could have happened to you too, Fudge said with a worried look. I don't want my only believer to slip and fall. If you're gone, who's going to believe that I'm a ninja? When you visit next time, you should use our highway. Yuna looked at the violet slime. There's a highway here. Yes, our boss is about to open a road connecting the King's region to the Queen's region, the Hob Mankey explained. But how is that possible? Anges asked. The mountain ranges are far too steep and dangerous to build in, even with your concrete roads. You just said that there was a landslide here a year ago, so the road would only last a year or so before it gets destroyed. Fudge jumped up from Yuna's head and landed on the ground. He crossed his blobby hands against his chest and turned, his head up with his non-existent face brimming with pride. Who said we built it in the mountain ranges? Master has already struck a deal with the Dwarven King about creating a road that goes around their kingdom, Fudge exclaimed. Agnes and Yuna couldn't hold in their surprise and stood there, stunned in silence. Even as a child, Yuna had already been taught and trained about every species, territory, and nation located in this country. Your next read awaits at Empire. Her family propped her up to be the foremost diplomat in the entire world. To do that, she had to be aware of every political situation in the entire country, including those that were allied and at war against each other. In her history classes, a lot of alliances had formed, changed, and broken apart in the thousands of years of history in the country. It was normal to hear about a territory being allied with another territory for 1,000 years, but fall apart and become mortal enemies within just a few years. But never once did the Dwarven Kingdom change their stance about their closed-door policy. No one had convinced them. Neither the incentive of gold nor the threat of war could make them open their doors. Everyone thought that it would continue for the years to come. That was until this moment, when they found out that someone had successfully allied with the Dwarven Kingdom. The Reborn company has a partnership with the Dwarven Kingdom, Agnes asked, her words stammering. Does that mean that you have access to the infamous Damascus steel? The Rebornians all nodded their heads, as if it were the most normal thing in the world. Agnes would have never known that they would witness a world-changing event right in front of their eyes. The Reborn company was still unknown in the Queen's region right now, but she knew that that wouldn't last long. It was as if she was looking at a bomb with its fuse lit up. It was just seconds away from exploding and completely changing the landscape of the world by storm. Meanwhile, the Komodos were on their own in the Maplewood village, looking and observing everything there was to see. Unlike Yuna and Agnes, these Komodos weren't interested in seeing the new inventions of the Reborn company. Instead, they were deeply interested in the demi-humans comprising the Reborn company. Just from one look alone, they already knew that these demi-humans were different. They exuded so much more strength than the normal demi-humans, as if they were imbued with power from their very being itself. Yellow mankeys weren't that uncommon in the Queen's region where they were from. They had even seen blue mankeys performing in the streets, and red mankeys hauling materials on the road. However, the yellow mankeys in the Reborn company were completely different from what they were used to. Their faces looked much more human, with their backs straight and their posture taller than normal. Weirdest of all was the golden streaks of design on their fur. Not only that, but these yellow mankeys could cast spells and skills that were much purer than even the elves they saw in the Queen's region. That wasn't supposed to be possible, from what they and everyone else knew in the Queen's region. Yellow mankeys were the weakest race in the entire world. They didn't have the intelligence of humans, nor did they have the aptitude to cast any magic spells. They were worse than regular humans and even worse than Komodos. But somehow, these Rebornians spoke the fluent human language and showed crafting talents even greater than dwarves. It wasn't just one of them, it was all of them. While they were walking around, they heard about a certain place with many names. Some people called it the paradise in the desert, while some called it the place where the stars land. It didn't take them to hear its official name. The nation of Reborn. The Komodos approached the Hob-Mankeys working construction on the road and asked them about this nation. The Hob-Manke happily talked to them with a proud smile on their faces, describing to the Komodos what they loved about their nation back in the parched lands. They were so enthusiastic about talking that they ended up just overlapping their sentences. The Komodos could only hear something about baseball, beer, electricity, food, and love. But even if they didn't know what the Mankeys were talking about, it was clear from their excitement alone that this was a place that they proudly called home. They talked extensively about their boss, and how he was the one who gave them everything they had ever asked for and more. He was the reason why they were working here in Maplewood Village, away from their families. They wanted to repay everything that Michael had done for them. After all, he was the one who evolved them into what they were now. Upon hearing this, the Komodos couldn't help but look at each other in complete awe and excitement. Could the nation of Reborn be the place where they could regain the glory of their species? Just the possibility of this thought made all the hardships they experienced getting here worth it. But of course, they didn't get ahead of themselves. The nation of Reborn looked like a literal paradise. If they wanted to join them, then they had to work for it, no matter the cost. "We want to be a citizen of your nation," the juvenile male Komodo said. "We are willing to do anything." The Hob-Mankeys gave them a big smile. "Sure, you can join us. There's a bus that leads you straight to the parched lands. You can take that." The Komodo looked confused. "And then what?" he asked the Hob-Manke, expecting to hear more requirements. "You just need to get on the bus. Just tell the driver that you want to become a citizen of our nation and you won't have to pay the fee. After you guys arrive in the nation, just look for Lolo or Kong. They'll tell you where you can build your houses." "Haha," the Hob-Mankeys chuckled. "There's nothing else. You become a citizen any time you like." Excitement filled the Komodos' faces. They just needed to go back to the parched lands and they could finally reach their dream. They could finally restore their pride. The young Komodos eagerly returned to thank Yuna for her hospitality for the past few days. They wouldn't have been able to cross here if it weren't for her. But when they got back, it seemed that Yuna and her escorts also had the intention of visiting the nation of Reborn in the parched lands. After hearing everything that the Reborn company achieved in just a few years, Yuna and her escorts had no choice but to see this nation for themselves. They decided to leave their horses and carriages in Maplewood Village and just use the Reborn bus taxi to go around the King's region. After all, it was much faster than the automobile, and it would give them a chance to see how different a car was compared to a horse-drawn carriage. They used the Montgomery family money to rent out a few Reborn buses for their own use. The Komodos joined them again since they liked Yuna and the demi-human's company. After a few more hours of preparation, they were finally done to embark on the journey deeper towards the King's region. Before they left, Fudge said his goodbyes to Yuna and the rest of them. "It's too bad I can't join you. I still have a mission here to fulfill. My ninja code prevents me from running away from my responsibilities," Fudge said, sulking with his back against the wall like a tortured vagabond. Yuna peeked out of the window of the bus and pouted at Fudge. "It's too bad you already have a master," she said, pursing her lips disappointedly. Don't worry. There's a way for you to become my master as well through a more official connection with my master. I will work on it," Fudge whispered. Did you say something?" "No, madam. It must have just been the wind," Fudge replied with a nervous laugh. Fudge waved goodbye as Yuna and her escorts departed on Reborn buses towards Kingsbridge City. They were going to stop by the capital of the King's region first before they journeyed to the parched lands. Despite how much Fudge wanted to join Yuna and tell her all about his ninja escapades, Fudge had to go somewhere else today. No matter how tempting it was to hear how fascinated she was about him being a good ninja, Fudge couldn't forget his responsibilities. But maybe he could slip by in their carriage for just a few days. "No, I have a job to do," Fudge scolded himself. He looked around Maplewood Village and saw the local inhabitants minding their own business, completely ignoring his existence just like a good ninja. When he confirmed that no one was looking at him, Fudge descended into the shadow of a house and disappeared completely, reappearing in a vastly different space. There was nothing but darkness around in this new place, except for a dim ray of light that illuminated the corner of the room where a person sat comfortably in a chair. This person looked completely relaxed, casually sipping tea as Fudge ascended from the shadows. It seemed that this person expected to see the ninja. Slime. Fudge, our usual meetings aren't till 2 days later. Is there something urgent you want to report? The person asked, their voice having a hint of boredom in its tone. Yes, I have something amazing to share, Fudge replied as he bowed towards this person in the room. Well, what is it? Don't leave me hanging and save me from the monotony and dullness of my life during these past few days, the person said expectantly. Fudge skipped closer to the person. I was monitoring the borders of the king's region, performing my usual checks to observe everything that was coming in and out of the territory. When all of a sudden I saw a squirrel dart past my eyes. I chased after it thinking it was an enemy, but it turned out that I was wrong. Fudge, get to the point, the person interrupted, completely annoyed at Fudge's tendencies to stray too far away from the subject at hand. Right, Fudge replied. After that, we met some people who came from the Queen's region. Long story short, I found her. I found the perfect match for my master. The person sitting in the corner went silent for a few seconds. Then they leaned forward, letting the thin ray of light finally shine a light on their face. Her radiant blue eyes were reminiscent of Michael's eyes. It was Lilia Vanderbilt. It seemed that she was the one who had been indulging in Fudge's little club that he was trying to form. Since she was Michael's mother, she was the president of their Michael Club, with Fudge serving as the servant in the shadows. Usually, their meetings consisted of Fudge reporting to Lilia about everything that Michael was doing on a day-to-day basis. This included what he ate for breakfast, dinner, and lunch, as well as who he spent it with. But as Michael's business began to spread across the king's region, and possibly even further, both Fudge and Lilia knew that they had to get more members to help them manage the club in the shadows. They had plenty of other members, Rebornians who had the talent to become a ninja like Fudge. However, they were just surface-level members. They still needed some high-level officers in their club. As of now, no one worthy had yet to show up for them to give this precious spot to. That was until Fudge seemed to have found the perfect candidate in Una Montgomery. Even though Fudge's motivation to make Una into Michael's partner was completely backed by a selfish reason, mostly because he wanted to get pet by her all the time, Fudge still thought that Una was a potential candidate even by Lilia's standard. Fudge couldn't explain it, but it seemed as if Una was the perfect match for Michael and vice versa. That was why Fudge wanted to plan a little scheme to get the two of them together, just to test the waters. But of course, none of this would matter if Lilia deemed her as unworthy. You think so, huh? Interesting. Tell me more, Lilia said with a mysterious smile on her lips. Meanwhile, unaware of his wife's scheming, Bart Vanderbilt took his personal automobile gifted to him by his son into the magic tower of Kingsbridge City. As he entered the tower, the mages and wizards working on the first floor greeted him with a friendly smile, which he reciprocated with a greeting of his own. This was not the first time he had been in the magic tower this week. Ever since he had given up on managing the Vanderbilt business in the King's region, Bart found himself out of work and bored out of his mind. Thankfully, it seemed that he was not the only one. He unexpectedly found a friend in Sebris Audendor, the 8-star tower master of the King's region. Michael had been far too busy managing his business and his nation these days, so the tower master had no other high-skilled player to play against. It turned out that Bart was quite talented in chess, so the two of them played frequently to pass the time. They spent most of their days sipping beer and playing chess in the magic tower, improving their skills through friendly competitions. Ah, good friend, Sebris greeted Bart. Do you mind if we practice a few of my openings? I can't let myself be beaten by the young uns in our competition. Bart had just entered Sebris' room, but the chessboard was already arranged perfectly. Sure, Bart replied, but we must use a stopwatch. I need to work on thinking fast during a game. The two quickly started their game with much enthusiasm and liveliness. But just as they were about to start, Sebris suddenly heard an apologetic wizard's voice transmit into the room. Sorry to interrupt, Tower Master, there's someone here to see you. Her name is Una. Una Montgomery greeted Bart and Sebris with an elegant bow, showcasing her respectful manners. Hello, Tower Master, she said. Ho ho ho, it's been a while, Yuna. You've grown so fast. Has it only been 5 years? Sebris said, laughing as he reminisced about seeing the little Yuna being so mischievous back in the Queen's region. Yes, Tower Master. My grandmother sends her regards, she replied. Sebris got up from his seat and approached Yuna. How have you been? Did the spells I taught you do any good? Yuna nodded. Yes, Tower Master. It has improved the mana efficiency in my moves. About 5 years ago, Sebris was invited into the Montgomery residence to ascertain the talents of a certain brilliant young girl. Usually, he wouldn't want to travel all the way there, but he owed quite a big favor to Yuna's grandmother, so he was forced to go there by himself. What are you doing here in the King's region? He asked her. You've just turned 10 years old, right? Have you had your talent awakening? Did you get something good? From what he knew, she just had her birthday less than a month ago. Sebris thought she would have stayed in the Queen's region to celebrate or hone her newfound skills with her grandmother, which was why he wasn't expecting to see her here in the King's region. I haven't had my talent awakening, Tower Master, but that is partially why I am here. Once I am done with my business here, I will visit a church and awaken my talent, she said with a composed face. Sebris scratched his beard. Usually, children would be giddy and impatient to awaken their talent. Some would even stay up for 2 days before their birthday due to their anticipation. Yet, Yuna looked like she wasn't in any hurry. I guess that's the perks of being a talented brat, huh? You don't need a talent awakening to show your skills, ha ha ha, Sebris chuckled. You remind me of someone I know. Yuna humbly smiled and took the compliment. So if that's not your main goal, then why are you here? Sebris asked curiously. Yuna cleared her throat. I have a big favor to ask, Tower Master. Would you please teach my friends some of the spells here in the Magic Tower? Sebris stroked his beard as he contemplated Yuna's request. I have already repaid my favor from your grandmother, he said with a stern look on his face. There's no reason for me to help you this time around. Sebris knew that Yuna's friends were demi-humans of all varieties. Although some had the talent to cast magic, most of them did not. It would take them a lot of time and effort to teach them even a single 1-star spell. As the Tower Master, he couldn't simply waste his wizard's time teaching Yuna's demi-human escorts. Although he favored Yuna, it wasn't enough to fulfill this hard request of hers. Yuna pursed her lips and didn't say anything else. She was downcast, with her hands on her back sulking. Seeing this, Sebris started to feel a little bit guilty for making it hard on a 10-year-old girl. Fine, I'll tell you what. If you can beat me in a game of chess, then I'll teach your friends some spells, he said arbitrarily. You know chess, right? Yuna looked past the Tower Master and saw Bart sitting next to a table filled with chess pieces. I've seen some wizards play it in their spare time, Yuna said, with an imperceptible glint in her eyes. To make it fair, I'll give you 3 chances to beat me. If you can force a draw, it's also your win, he kindly said to her. Bart got up from his seat and let Yuna take his place. The little girl looked at the chessboard with open curiosity, looking at the intricately carved pieces on the board. With a wave of his hand, Sebris magically arranged the pieces into their proper place on the board. You're on the white side, which means that you'll. But before he could even finish his words, Yuna suddenly took his hand and shook it, solidifying their agreement. We shook hands, it's official, no takebacks, she said ominously. Sebris was speechless as Yuna leaned on the table and made the first move as the white pieces. She did it with speed and precision, as if this wasn't the first time she had played chess. A cold sweat began to form on Sebris' forehead. He had a bad feeling about this. A couple of minutes later, Sebris frowned as he looked at the chess pieces on the board. Even Bart, who was behind him, couldn't help but cover his mouth as he began to realize the fact that Sebris was about to lose. What if you move your queen here? Bart leaned in and whispered. No, then she would take my rook. How about I move my pawn here? Sebris whispered back. Yuna smiled at them. No coaching, she said with a teasing tone. She knew it didn't matter, she was going to win. Shut up, brat, you said that you didn't know how to play chess. Sebris blurted out in a panic. I never said that, she said to them innocently. I only said that I saw the other mages play chess. I never said I didn't play with them. Everything was normal for the first few moves. Sebris was surprised that she was quite skilled at chess, especially with her placement of pieces. But he thought nothing more of it. But as the game went on, He soon realized that Yuna was like a camouflaged snake, waiting at the opportune time before she struck. The moment she did, Sebris could do nothing else as lost more and more pieces as the time passed by. It didn't matter if Bart and Sebris tried to work together. They lost the moment they underestimated the little Montgomery girl. "Checkmate," she said, playfully toppling her opponent's king piece. Sebris sighed and slumped back in his chair. If he had a gold coin for every time that a 10-year-old child mercilessly checkmated him in chess, then he would have 2 gold coins. Which wasn't a lot, but it was weird that it happened twice. Sebris could only blame himself. He should have known that Yuna would end up as sly and crafty as her grandmother. He finally understood why she wanted to see him, specifically, to ask him for this favor. Yuna must have asked the other tower masters in the Queen's region first, and all their answers were a resounding no. So she planned to visit the infamous 8-star tranquil blazing king of fire. He earned this title not just because of his mastery over the fire element, but also because of his impulsive tendencies to gamble with a tranquil face. Sebris was quite famous for looking like a wise hermit who had thrown away all earthly impulses, especially with his lengthy white beard. But anyone who knew him personally would know that his face was just a facade, and in truth, he was quite an impulsive high roller in gambling places all over the world. Yuna took advantage of that fact. She knew that once Sebris denied her request, he would offer a simple wager to give her a chance. And of course, his choice of game would be none other than chess, which was very famous amongst mages and wizards. Due to her training from the Montgomery family as a diplomat, Yuna was adept at all things related to managing territories. Chess was good practice for that. I can't believe I fell for it again. Why am I the target for 10-year-old scammers? First it was Michael, who ended up being the one who invented chess in the first place. Now it was Yuna, who acted like she hadn't played chess at all. We shook hands, so you can't take it back, okay? Yuna triumphantly smiled at Sebris. The old man's hair seemed to have turned even whiter. Sure, whatever. Thank you, Tower Master. I'll consider it your gift for my talent awakening. Later, with one of her goals done, Yuna profusely thanked Bart and Sebris for their time and quickly left the room, afraid that the Tower Master would change his mind. She would now go to the Kingsbridge City Church and awaken her talent. Bart consoled his friend. Don't mind it, you couldn't have known she was that good at chess. Sebris shook his head. No, I should have known better. That kid's always been a brilliant child, but what's impressive about her is not just her smarts, but also her talent in the way of the rapier. That girl was talented in weapons, Bart asked as he glanced at the door where Yuna had left from. Yes, Sebris nodded. Their family is famous for their sharp minds, but this is perhaps the first time they had birthed someone talented in the physical arts. Did you know that she could have been recruited as a squire in the Order of the Heavenly Knights? Bart was shocked. The Order, as it was famously called, was an elite group of swordmasters and weapon experts famous for being the foremost guild that nurtured the best physical art masters in the world. The mages and wizards had the Guild of Arcana, while the swordsmen and knights had the Order. Magical arts use spells to throw water, ice, and fire out of their hands, while physical arts used spells to imbue their weapons with elemental mana to increase their power. From what Bart heard, only those with a 4-star mana core and a proven win against a squire from the Order could make a person qualified to join. Not only that, candidates were only allowed to try out at 15 years old and above. Yuna was only 10. This meant that she was probably offered tutelage from one of the 10 Heavenly Knights. Why is she here then? Shouldn't she be rigorously training under her master? Bart asked with a bit of a panic. Even he thought it was wasteful of her to spend her time away from training. After all, she could become one of the Heavenly Knights in the future. Haha, Sebris chuckled. She's just like Michael in that regard. He could have also joined our Guild of Arcana when he was 5 years old and been nurtured to become a mystic master like myself. But for some reason, he chose to follow your grandfather's footsteps and started a company. Yuna could have joined the Order, but she refused and chose to follow in her grandmother's footsteps. She wanted to become a diplomat. I would have said it was a waste of talent, but clearly, they both are prospering in their own chosen fields. Continue your journey on Empire. The two men were silent for a few seconds before Bart suddenly remembered something. Wait, diplomat, what was her last name again? Montgomery, Her full name is Una Montgomery, Sebris replied. Bart took a deep breath as he suddenly realized why Una looked familiar. What is it? Sebris asked, curious as to why Bart acted as if he had just discovered a secret of the world. When Michael had his first birthday, we invited everyone we could think of, Bart recalled. Most of the people in the Queen's region decided to send proxies, but there was one family who personally traveled for months on end to accept our invitation. It was the Montgomery family. Sebris looked at Bart, still confused. What are you trying to get at? My wife chatted them up and found out that they had just birthed a baby daughter of their own. Now, we may have drunk a couple of bottles of alcohol, but by the end of the night, we had agreed to arrange the marriage for the two of them. Sebris looked at Bart in pure disbelief. You mean to tell me that Michael and Una are engaged to be married? Do they know about this? Michael doesn't know, Bart said, a bit ashamedly. The Tower Master clicked his tongue in disappointment to the Vanderbilt father. Well, you couldn't have known that she would end up in the King's region so early, Sebris consoled his friend. And who knows, maybe things will end up better than you thought. Fate works in mysterious ways. Are you sure she's here? A woman wearing a hat that covered her eyes and a scarf that covered her mouth whispered to a nearby. Well, yes, madam. She entered the magic tower under an hour ago, replied the shadow cast over the wall. After hearing such good praises from Fudge, Lilia decided to take a closer look at this girl for herself. For all she knew, the girl could have simply used some tricks to deceive the ninja slime. Although useful, Lilia knew Fudge could be quite of a ditz sometimes. If someone was going to be her son's partner, then they better be someone who deserved him. In her eyes, Michael was the perfect little boy who had absolutely no flaws and no weaknesses. His partner should have at least one or two of those traits. So Lilia and Fudge devised a little scenario to determine if Una had good intentions with her son. Despite this being their very first mission as the Michael Club, they had prepared everything they needed for this plan to work accordingly. They had normal club members planted amongst the crowd, acting like a normal bystander. They all had the skill to act like a shadow, so they were perfectly adept at staying out of sight. After a few more minutes, their target finally came into view. Una came out of the magic tower with a smile on her face, as if she had accomplished everything she set out to achieve. That's her, madam, Fudge announced as he caught sight of Una. Lilia didn't waste a second any longer and briskly walked in her direction. With her face completely covered, she was sure that she wouldn't be recognized by anyone in the street. She quickly took a bottle of a strange liquid from one of their club members and held it in her hands. This liquid was a staining solution that would completely ruin any silk or linen clothes. It would be unwashable through any means, making the stain permanent. Lilia recognized Una's dress to be made out of very expensive material, which made her think that the girl was someone materialistic. That would be a complete deal-breaker for her. She didn't want her son to end up with someone that valued him only for his money. She wanted Michael's partner to be like her. She didn't marry Bart because of his money. She married Bart because she loved him for his good qualities. She didn't even know he was a Vanderbilt before they were engaged. Lilia planned to accidentally bump into Una and pour liquid onto her dress. If Una freaked out because her expensive dress was ruined, then she was not the right girl for Michael. Una walked down the street with a pep in her step, unaware that the person coming towards her was Lilia. Just as they were about to cross each other, Lilia crossed her legs and purposefully tripped herself to spill the staining liquid onto Una's red dress. The plan successfully worked, with the stain completely visible on the hemline of her dress. Una frowned a little bit. Her favorite dress had been dirtied. Oh my, I'm sorry, girl. But just as Lilia was going to say her practiced line, she suddenly felt something fall from her dress. A wooden statuette of Michael's complete likeness fell out of her pockets and landed on the gutters by the side of the street. The previous pristine condition of the sculpture was now dirtied with mud and grime from the ground. This was not part of the plan. It seemed that as she tripped herself, her beloved Michael too had fallen out of her pockets as well. No, Lilia screamed as she fell on the ground and scrambled to get Michael too. She had been so careful with Michael too all this time ever since Michael gave it to her. She had never let it out of her sight and always brought it with her wherever she went. It made her feel like Michael was always there with her. But now her little mistake had dirtied Michael too. Just then she heard something rip. Lilia lifted her head and saw Yuna offer her a ripped piece of her dress. The little girl willingly destroyed her favorite red dress so that Lilia had something to clean Michael too with. "It still looks good, it just needs a little wipe," Yuna said with a smile. It was at this point that Lilia realized that she had completely misjudged the little girl. She didn't hesitate for a single second as she ripped the hems of her dress to save an unknown person from distress. "You would do this for someone you don't even know?" Lilia asked her. Yuna tilted her head. "Well, it looked like you really treasured that wooden statue. My dress is nothing compared to your priceless memorabilia. Is that your son?" she asked her. "Experienced tales at Empire." "Yes," Lilia said as she took the fabric and wiped the dirt away from Michael II's face. "When he's with me, I feel like my son is also with me." "Oh, well, that's cute," Yuna said, giggling. "You don't think it's weird that a mother is this obsessed with her son? Most people think I'm crazy because I treat this wooden statue as if it were a real person," Lilia said, looking straight into Yuna's eyes. "No, I don't think so," the girl answered. "It's only natural that a mother cares and loves her son this way. In the future, I hope I can be as loving as you to my children." Lilia looked at Yuna with her jaws dropped, completely stunned at hearing the perfect answer come out of the girl's mouth. "Oh, my friends are here, I gotta go. It was nice to meet you, madam." Yuna waved goodbye to Lilia before she jumped onto the bus with Agnes and the rest of her escorts. Now that she was all alone, Fudge ascended from Lilia's shadow and skipped in front of her. "What do you think, madam? Isn't she the perfect match for Master?" Fudge asked enthusiastically. "Fudge," Lilia muttered, "she's more than perfect." "This is Fate." "Fate?" Fudge asked as he tilted his head. "Is that a new nickname for me?" Lilia picked up the violet slime and took him into her arms. "No, you silly puppy. The partnership of that girl and Michael is ordained by nothing less than the universe itself." Lilia looked at Yuna on the side of the street. She didn't recognize the little girl at first because she had grown up so fast in just a few years. However, Lilia did recognize the female ogre that greeted Yuna with respect. She wouldn't forget that face. That ogre had a permanent frown, red eyes, and a single horn on her forehead. She was none other than Agnes, the famous battle maid of the Montgomery family. And if she was escorting that little girl, then Yuna must be none other than the youngest daughter of the Montgomery family. "You didn't tell me her last name was Montgomery," Lilia said as she squeezed Fudge aggressively. "Bump, sorry, madam, I forgot, hee. But why does her last name matter?" Lilia watched as Yuna's bus set off and rode out into the street. She could have stopped them and introduced herself, but Lilia chose not to. She wanted to let fate play out without her intervention. "When Michael was a child, I arranged for him to be married to Yuna," Lilia said. "Really? Did you already know back then that they would be a perfect match?" Fudge asked, amazed at the madam's prescience. "No, I just saw her as the youngest daughter of the Montgomery family. The union of the two was purely political," Lilia explained. A political marriage between the two was completely beneficial to all parties. Yuna was the youngest daughter of the Montgomery family, and Michael was the youngest son of the Vanderbilt family. But even though they had a direct lineage to their respective families, they weren't exactly the foremost candidate for the succession of their inheritance. Lilia wanted to secure Michael's future. She knew from the start that Michael wouldn't be given much in his inheritance, especially since Vanderbilt had a lot of sons and daughters who were up to inherit the wealth. So she thought that if she could connect with the Montgomery family, Vanderbilt would favor Michael as an important member of his family, and therefore be given a lot more money from the inheritance. Yuna's parents also accepted this agreement because they wanted Yuna to be favored by her grandmother. The Vanderbilts had money, the Montgomerys had connections. By tying the knot, they would solidify their connections with each other and allow them to strengthen their claim to their family's legacy. "Does that mean they are engaged already? We don't have to do anything and she'll become my master as well?" Fudge asked, excitement filling his jiggly body. Lilia sighed in disappointment. "Unfortunately, the engagement is not official. When Michael showed his talents in the mystic arts as well as in his business, Bart and I decided that he didn't need the Vanderbilt wealth any longer. Michael could take care of himself even without his grandfather's help." Coincidentally, Yuna also showed off her talent in the physical arts as well as her diplomatic relations. She became favored by her grandmother through her smarts alone. They both turned out to be geniuses in their own right, which meant that they didn't need a political marriage to boost their value. So I talked with her parents, and we mutually decided to call off the engagement. Fudge listened to Lilia's story and couldn't help but feel as if it was a waste. They look so perfect for each other, he said. If they were still engaged, then we would only have to wait until they are at the right age and they can be married. Find adventures at Empire. Can you still talk with her parents and arrange another marriage for them? Lilia shook her head with a smile. We don't need to, don't you see? Even the universe itself wants to get the two of them together. We just need to let the two of them meet, and they will figure out on their own that they are made for each other. If they had made another engagement agreement behind their backs, it could have the complete opposite reaction they want. Michael valued his independence, so he wouldn't react positively to an engagement he didn't agree with. But that could take a long time, Fudge complained. Fudge wanted to be pet by Yuna and Michael all the time. Fufu, Lilia chuckled with a mischievous smile. Of course, we can also push the two of them from the shadows. That's why we have our little club, right? Fudge picked up on Lilia's words. Yes, yes, madam, you are so very right. Master won't know it, but he has already fallen right into our plans. Hachu, Michael sneezed. Is someone talking about me? Boss, is there something wrong? Lolo asked, stopping his progress report. Lolo nodded and began to inform Michael about the new additions to their territory. Ever since the nation of Reborn became front-page headlines, almost every demi-human living in the King's region had heard about the paradise in the parched lands. So, they came to check out the rumors, and once they saw everything that the nation had to offer, they didn't hesitate any longer and signed up to become a citizen of Reborn. This doubled their numbers overnight, turning their small village into a territory with 10,000 demi-human inhabitants. Although this had doubled the workload to maintain the nation, it didn't matter in the end, because the workforce had expanded with the new surplus of citizens that had just recently awakened their talents. Kong didn't even have to return to the nation to supervise the construction of new houses. There were plenty of engineer demi-humans who could do the work without him, which was good because Michael expected to see more demi-humans joining them in the near future. But what he didn't expect was that even humans wanted to become citizens of their nation. There are about 100 or so humans who have knocked on our doors and inquired about how they could get citizenship, Lolo explained. After the nation of Reborn was publicized all over the newspapers, many curious and inquisitive people began traveling to the parched lands in search of the place called Paradise in the desert. Conveniently for them, there was already a flat concrete road that led directly to the nation of Reborn from Kingsbridge City. Most of them wanted to disprove the unbelievable stories in the papers, but once they arrived, all the rumors quickly became truths. It seemed that the nation of Reborn truly was the place where stars landed at night. Of course, what they really saw was just the light bulbs lit up on every house in the nation, as well as the lamps on the streets. This became quite an experience to see. Most people visit the nation of Reborn just to see this amazing sight during the night. While they visited, they slowly fell in love with everything that Michael built in the desolate desert. If they want to join, then we must accept them, right? Lolo smiled. Yes, boss. These humans have all integrated quite well with us. Demi-humans, treating us with no discrimination and even more admiration. You should see how much they cheer at the baseball games, boss. They even beat the Lamias in shouting. That's good, Michael nodded in satisfaction. I want our nation to be a place where anyone can feel at home. It was always his intention to eventually have humans and demi-humans in his nation. However, he thought that achieving a peaceful society between the two races would be a little bit more difficult to achieve. He thought it would take a bit more time to integrate the two into one nation. But he was quickly proven wrong. Ever since the Rebornians showed themselves along the King's region, the public perception of demi-humans had quickly gone up. They were no longer considered as a group lesser than humans. The fact that it was demi-humans who sold Reborn products and provided Reborn services also helped a lot in dispelling any negative connotations about demi-humans. Everyone loved the Reborn taxi service for its cheap and easy way of commuting over large distances in the King's region. And every time they bought a ticket, they would be faced with a demi-human attendant and driver. Soon, the demi-humans became associated with being loyal, talented, and hardworking people who gave them amazing products and services. That was how plenty of humans found themselves at peace and happy in the nation of Reborn. Explore more at Empire. Prepare for more humans to migrate to our nation, Michael said to Lolo. I'll ask Cassel if there's any of our human Reborn workers who want to move to our nation and work here full-time. Michael planned to have his parents move here once everything settled down, so it was a good idea to have more humans in the nation so that they wouldn't feel too out of place. He soon descended into his own shadow and reappeared in Kingsbridge City, right inside Cassel's office. The hardworking Reborn CEO quickly dropped everything she was doing and greeted Michael. Hello, young master, to what do I owe the pleasure? She asked, bowing to him. Michael explained his proposal about having human workers migrate to the nation of Reborn. Not only would they be able to take their families with them, but they would also awaken their latent talent once they were a full citizen of their nation. That is an interesting idea, young master. I'm sure that a lot of them would take this chance in a heartbeat. Most of the human workers in the Reborn company were people who only rented their house in the city, which made their expenses every month bigger than what they would like. But if they became a citizen of Reborn, they would be able to build their own house without paying a single coin. Soon after, Cassel sent out a company-wide letter that described exactly what kind of benefits they would get once they migrated to the parched lands. The prospect of living in the paradise-like world of the Reborn nation was already a tempting offer for most of them. But the thing that truly pushed people to sign up for this proposal was the fact that they could bring their families with them to Reborn. This meant that their sons, daughters, and even their wives would have their talent awakened free of charge. Their child would have a chance to become a mage or a swordsman. After hearing the positive reception from the Reborn workers, Michael returned to the parched lands within a blink of an eye, ascending from the shadow in the corner of his house. Lolo had been waiting patiently for Mithil to return and greeted him with a respectful bow. I have some free time tomorrow, he told Lolo. Tell all of our new citizens to come to my house for their talent awakening. It was early in the morning, with the clock tower yet to strike its bell, but there was already a large group of the new citizens, both human and demi-human, lining up outside of Michael's house. They waited patiently for their turn to get their talents awakened. Nothing unusual happened with the demi-humans he awakened. Their talents, skills, and evolution paths weren't all that different from what he saw from the others he awakened. However, when he started to awaken the talents of humans, he came across a strange new possibility. He faced a middle-aged woman who had been working as a town crier in the Reborn offices. So you already have your talent awakened? He asked her. Yes, she answered. My D-class talent was called Shouting Voice, allowing me to be the announcer for Reborn products. Even though she already had a talent, his skill told him that she still had the potential to awaken a good talent. Michael had a single question in his mind. Could he awaken someone who already had a talent awakening? Michael knew that he could awaken the talent of someone who hasn't had their awakening yet. Cassel, for example, missed her timing and was unable to awaken hers, forever closing the door to her latent skills. That was until she met Michael, who had the supreme skill to do the impossible. This happened quite frequently because the fee to awaken a talent was quite exorbitant for struggling families to afford. That was why many people failed to awaken at 10 years old. He had been using his supreme skill for demi-humans this whole time, who weren't even supposed to have a talent in the first place. So, Michael had yet to try it on to a human who already had a talent. Hey chat JK3, is this possible? Michael couldn't believe it. First of all, how is that possible? Second of all, do all humans have the capacity to awaken a second time? And thirdly, why didn't you tell me this any sooner? Michael was so astonished by this that he ignored chat JK3's snarky remark. He immediately inspected the middle-aged woman using his supreme skill and found that he could improve her talent. See class Shouting Voice. A class angelic voice. It seemed that upgrading a human talent was like the evolution of a demi-human. Since chat JK3 could change evolution paths, it could also improve talents. Enjoy more content from my virtual library empire. Michael looked at the middle-aged woman and asked her, "Do you have a hobby of singing?" She meekly nodded, embarrassed about telling him her dreams of becoming a famous singer in all the lands. "Well, you're in luck," Michael said to her. "It turns out you have what it takes to be our country's next top singer." He raised his hand and activated his supreme skill. The middle-aged woman was suddenly enveloped in a blinding light that persisted for a few seconds before fading away. The woman looked at her hands, feeling a sense of confidence in herself that she had never felt before. The woman was so surprised by the change in her voice that she startled herself. She suddenly realized that she could belt out melodies and rhythms that she couldn't have done before. With the knowledge imparted by ChatJK3, the woman could become one of the best singers even in his previous world. "Thank you, Sir Michael, but I'm sorry that I won't be useful in our country," the woman said dejectedly. "Who said that? You're plenty useful for our country," Michael immediately replied. "Having performers like her with tremendous singing abilities would increase the enjoyability of the festivals they hold in the nation now and in the future." He always thought that they lacked more entertainment varieties in their festivals. Aside from baseball games, drinking games, and the fireworks show, the nation of Reborn didn't have anything else that the citizens could amuse themselves with. But with the new influx of citizens, he saw that there were more and more talents that didn't have anything to do with production or physical ability. Some humans and demi-humans had the talent to play instruments, sing songs, and dance with great fervor and rhythm. Most of these people would find it hard to get a stable job in any other territory. But in the nation of Reborn, it was a very welcome talent that was just as essential as the engineers and the farmers. After all, Michael was the only one who knew the possibilities that the arts could take them. Back in his previous world, K-pop idols were worshipped by millions and millions of fans across the globe. Even though they used a different language, people still sang their lyrics and danced their difficult moves. Even he was caught up in the K-pop fever back in his previous life. Aside from watching anime, Michael was also a fan of listening to K-pop songs. There was this one solo K-pop idol who he was a massive fan of. She was great in both singing and dancing, and was considered to be the jewel of the night for her ability to shine brighter than the stars while singing her songs. She was one of the reasons why he would even get out of the house. He wanted to go to her concerts and catch a glimpse of her in real life. Of course, she was considered one of the most beautiful women in the world, so his intention to see her in concerts wasn't just to listen to her sing. She was also the reason why he got into online chess. She said in an interview that she was quite obsessed with the game, and Heir inspired him to play chess as well. Michael knew that he was not the only one who admired her greatly. Back in his previous life, it seemed that the whole world admired her as well. That was the real potential of art talents. Michael thought that the Rebornians with these kinds of talents could also become like the K-pop idols in his previous life, conquering the world through their music and their dancing. This world still undervalued talents that weren't productive, but Michael believed that he could change that. Of course, before he could change the world, he had to start in his nation. So he instructed Lolo to give these talents away to showcase their skills, something like another festival. After all, they had just brought in a whole lot of new citizens, so it was only appropriate to welcome them with a celebration. With the help of some of his craftsmen, they were able to make musical instruments like guitars, drum sets, and even a stereo sound system that could broadcast music to the entire nation. Of course, he decided to integrate Mithril into those instruments as well. With the materials available in the king's region, it was relatively easy to create musical instruments for everyone that needed it. The guitar was essentially just a hollow block of wood with strings on it, so it was quite easy to make. As for the stereo microphone system, Michael had to ask ChatJK3 to help him figure out the electronics hidden inside that could amplify the sound. After making the instruments, he gathered all of the talented artists and gave them their respective artifacts. Yes, artifacts. After all, Michael fitted all of the musical instruments with Mithril stones, which further enhanced the talents of those using them. If the farmers had farming equipment artifacts and the engineers had ruler artifacts, then these people would have instrumental artifacts. After all, the skills they obtained from their talents were very similar to a spell, so the enhancement effect of a Mithril artifact was still applicable. This actually made Michael curious. After all, the effects of Mithril were very obvious to the farmers who used it, Their respective crops would grow faster and much more plentiful when using an artifact. But what would be the effects of an instrument artifact, Michael didn't know. He guessed that it would just be a little louder than normal. To test it out, Michael picked out one of the human guitarists he just awakened and asked him to try out his new musical artifact. "You know how to play a song, right?" he asked him. "Yes, Sir Michael. When you awakened me, I was also endowed with the knowledge to play the guitar," the man answered. Michael wanted to see what kind of effects the Mithril could have on other people, so he also invited a variety of demi-humans to witness this experiment. He had a representative from each department in the nation, one from the farming sector, one from the engineering group, and each one from the different species of demi-humans. They all gathered at Michael's house and waited for the guitarist to start performing. "Play any song you'd like," Michael said. The man felt a little bit nervous having a group of people watching him, so he picked out a simple, easygoing chord progression that helped calm him down. And as soon as the notes bounced around the room, every single one listening to the guitarist started to show a peaceful smile, as if they felt instantly relaxed. Suddenly, Michael heard Chat JK3 voice ring out inside his head. Michael's eyes widened as he saw the notification pass through his eyes. "So that's why I feel so calm and relaxed. I got a 10% boost in my well-being. Is that because of the calming music played by the guitarist?" Chat JK3 answered. "What do you guys feel?" he asked the others. "I feel very calm, sir, like I had just taken a warm bath." "Me too, my headache is suddenly gone as well." It seemed that he was not the only one who was blessed with a bump in health. Everyone who listened to the guitarist's music received the same effects. "Can you try to play another song? I want to see what other effects it could bring," he asked the guitarist. "What would you like to hear, sir?" Michael looked at the farmers and had an idea. "I want a song that will help me concentrate better, that kind of music." The guitarist nodded his head and began to brainstorm in his mind about the proper rhythm and chord progression that could elicit the kind of effect Michael wanted. As he strummed the guitar, the imagery of hard-working Rebornians toiling on the farm filled his mind. Because of that, the music produced from his guitar brought out a unique sound that resonated with Ann, the farmers in the room, and the Hob Mankey, in charge of being the agricultural chief of staff in their nation. Couldn't help but gasp as she felt the mana in her body dancing to the beat and rhythm of the music. It seemed to be in a good mood and allowed Anne to harness their power for her skills. "Boss, this is amazing," she exclaimed. "If our guitarist plays his song while we're working in the farms, I feel like we can double our harvest for this month." Michael was starting to discover the true potential of musical talents. He began to have the guitarist try other songs, each having a different tempo, rhythm, and intent. One of the songs was directed to the engineers. "Whoa, I just solved a problem I've been having about our new construction projects," an engineer Satter said as he listened to the guitarist's technical song. Another song was intended for one of the security centaurs, having a high tempo and exciting rhythm. "Nay, even a metal wall won't stop me." After experimenting with different songs, Michael found that the intent of the artist itself was crucial in achieving the desired stat increase. If the guitarist played a song with helping farmers in mind, then the effects would follow his intent. Michael also found out that if the music was intended for a small group of listeners, then the stat increase was much greater than if the song was intended for everyone. That was why the health increase was only 10%, while the others were much higher. "This is astonishing," Michael said to the guitarist. "And you're not even using your skills yet, right?" The human guitarist shook his head. "No, sir, I'm just playing normally with the guitar artifact. Read exclusive adventures at my virtual library empire." He would have never thought that the effects of an artifact would be this pronounced. And this was just one guy playing an instrument. Michael could only imagine what kind of effects a full band of musicians could make in a large stadium. This further led him to believe in the possibilities and potential of musical talents. With the use of an instrumental artifact, they could easily spread their influence to the world. After seeing the effects, Michael immediately started a new department in their nation called the Artist Division, which was made up of all Rebornians who had the talent to become musicians and singers. Their main job was to play their music and inspire all the workers in the nation, increasing everyone's productivity by at least 30%. This was an amazing addition for their budding nation, especially since they had to keep up with all the demand for the products they were selling in the king's region. With their help, it would be much easier to accommodate all the new citizens who joined them recently. They didn't have to worry about failing to produce food for 10,000 people in their nation. The effects of the department were quickly apparent to anyone who listened with their own ears. The artist division actually ended up becoming too popular within the nation, with not enough musicians and singers to help the different workers in the jobs. Unfortunately, there weren't a lot of them available here. After all, most people wouldn't earn enough money if they pursued a career in music. The only jobs they would find in Kingsbridge were entertainment in bars and taverns, which didn't pay them a lot. So, there were probably a lot of musically talented people who were forced to work a different job. To survive, the human guitarist was proof of that. He told Michael that he used to be homeless and only earned money from selling scraps. But now, he turned out to be one of the most sought-after musicians in their nation. Hopefully, many more would rediscover their talent for music. Michael even arranged for a festival to take place where musicians and artists could show off their talents to everyone. He even made sure to advertise this festival to every territory in the king's region, giving them a reason to finally visit the nation of Reborn. After a week, the preparations for the festival were finally over. Michael saw a large stage in the middle of the plaza, still propped up by metal scaffoldings, which some Rebornians workers used to make some final adjustments to the stage. He had them equip it with large spotlights that shone with different colors, much like the music stages that he saw in his previous life when he went to concerts. Experience more content on my virtual library empire. Of course, he also installed the newly created speakers and microphone system that he created with the Rebornian dwarves. Michael had the guitarist connect his instrument artifact to the amplifier to see if the boosting effects of his sound would still have the same result over the speakers. To his dismay, it seemed that the sounds on the speakers didn't have any effects at all. It just sounded like a normal guitar and was unable to resonate with the mana of those listening to it. I think it's because the speakers count as a new instrument. Maybe if I install a Mithril gem into it, then it would work. Chat JK3, what are the components that we can change into Mithril? His personal AI assistant showed him the blueprints of the speakers and the amplifiers, with some of their internal parts replaced with a complete replica using Mithril as its material. The bigger the Mithril used, the better the effects it had on the user. That was why most of the artifact weapons and tools were made completely out of Mithril. However, since the sound system used electrical components, they couldn't all be replaced with Mithril. Thankfully, though, there were plenty of parts that could be changed. Once the sound system was turned into a Mithril artifact, Michael was excited to see that the stat effects from the guitarist were broadcasted to the limits of where the sound of the speakers could reach. This meant that anyone who performed on stage would be able to show off their unique songs and their effects to the entire nation of Reborn. Everyone who visited this place would be surprised to find their magic output power suddenly increased by a few percent just because they were listening to the songs on the speakers. Michael was glad he invited Sebris and the rest of the Magic Tower to partake in this festival. He couldn't wait to see their reactions when they experience this for themselves. Good work at setting up the stage, everyone. Michael praised all the Rebornians for working hard these past few days. After inspecting the main attraction, Michael went to check in on the rest of the work in the nation. Since they were expecting a lot of visitors this time, everyone had to adjust and renovate their infrastructure to accommodate the large influx of people coming. For example, they had to build a lot of inns and hotels so that their guests would have somewhere to temporarily live in while the festival was ongoing. But even with that, Michael was sure that it wasn't going to be enough to accommodate everyone. So he visited some of the demi-human housing districts to ask them for a simple favor. "Boss, are you sure that people will want to live here?" the old satyr asked Michael. To solve the housing crisis for the upcoming festival, he suggested to the satyrs that they should turn some of their tree houses into inns and hotels that guests could stay in. Although they were more than willing to do it, the satyrs didn't think that the humans would want to live in a habitat meant for demi-humans. Trust me, he said to them with a confident smile. I have a feeling that it will be popular among other humans. It's new and exotic. Anyone would want to try and experience living in this unique house. Michael was basing this off the fact that people in his previous life spent enormous amounts of money traveling to new countries to experience vastly different cultures from their boring old lives. Since people would be traveling all the way to the parched lands for this festival, Michael knew that they would be excited to experience what it was like to live as a demi-human for at least one day. The day of the festival had finally arrived. Streets were completely filled with people coming from all over the king's region. Filling the double-path concrete road meant for 4 cars to go through. It was good that they planned for this. Michael instructed Kong and the other engineers to renovate and adjust the roads to accommodate the large number of vehicles entering in and out of their nation. Most of the people that arrived here took the Reborn taxi bus, so the traffic wasn't that congested around the streets of their nation. But for those who were able to afford their own automobile, there was a designated underground parking space where they could leave their vehicle. The main stage area, located at the center of the nation, was closed off to vehicles and could only be accessed by walking. This had 2 purposes. 1, it would prevent traffic at the busiest place in the nation. And 2, it would also force people to explore everything that the nation of Reborn had to offer. It worked. Each person walking the streets of the nation center had their heads up, looking at the strange and unique buildings lined up in blocks. If anyone from Michael's previous world saw this, then they would recognize the style and architecture and attribute it to the cities from modern Earth. Whoa, I can't believe such a beautiful place is hiding in the desert. Look at that, that's a Reborn mall. Let's see what we can buy. Fried chicken, what kind of food is that restaurant serving? I want to try it. But I also want to try that round thing called pizza. Wherever they looked, they would find all sorts of unique services or products that could only be found in this place. The nation center was tightly packed with commercial buildings that were designed for the guests to spend as much money as possible, even before the festival started. And if people were overwhelmed, then there would always be a Rebornian nearby ready to assist them with whatever they needed. Excuse me, do you know where to find good food to eat? My kids are getting hungry. A confused father approached one of the Lamias as he pointed at his 2 children. The Lamia smiled and gave the man a map of the whole nation. There is a good burger place just past this street, she said. But I suggest that you visit the Rebornian Hotel right here. It has lodging, a restaurant, and a pool for your kids to enjoy. She pointed the human family to the tall and wide building just on the other side of the street. It looked expensive just from one look alone, especially since the front doors and windows were made out of pure glass. Miss, what's a pool? One of the kids asked. It's kind of like a beach but indoors, the Lamia replied. Cool, I want to swim. Mom, Dad, can we go there? The kids clamored to their parents. The mother and father looked at each other. And it was clear from their expression that they were incredibly curious to see this hotel as well. Honey, I think we should buy a room for ourselves, the mother said to the father. Your journey continues on my virtual library empire. With his wife and kids begging for him to do it, the man had no other choice. Miss, where can we park our car while we stay in the hotel? The Lamia smiled. Customers of the inn can have their automobiles parked for them by one of their attendants. This is called a valet service. Oh, and purchasing a room with them gives you a complimentary ticket to the baseball game later. Today, at midday, the stadium erupted in cheers and shouts as the baseball game took off. Not a lot of people even knew there was a stadium just on the outskirts of the nation, much less that there was a game called baseball taking place there. However, they were quickly curious as they heard the raucous cheering from the stadium echoing all over the nation. They began to ask around, and the Rebornians quickly explained the basics of the game. A lot of people were interested and immediately bought a ticket for the next game. The festival hadn't even started yet, but the tourists were already enjoying themselves in the nation of Reborn. Gold coins kept pouring in as every single guest explored the amenities they offered, and some even decided to book a room for an entire week to fully enjoy their experience. Many contemplated moving here entirely. After all, the convenient lifestyle here was much more advanced than castles meant for royalty. For example, as people began filling up the rooms of the inns and hotels in the nation, they began to discover the wonders of electricity. With just a flick of a switch, light would suddenly appear at the top of their room. And with a single push of a button, cold air would blow out of the strange box compartment near the window. Not only that, but they had a magical box that could keep their beer and water as cold as ice. Electricity became such a buzz among the guests that people began to knock on the gates of his house to beg him to have electricity available in their houses. Lolo had to appease them and promise that electricity would be available in the king's region soon. Michael had already been planning on creating a new power plant. It would be located nearer the northern part of the king's region so that it could supply electricity to Kingsbridge City and the rest of the territories. This would also leave a possibility for the Queen's region to be connected with electricity. But, of course, he still had to gain widespread recognition from their locals. "Boss, are you busy?" Lolo said, knocking on Michael's door. "Come in," Michael replied. "Is there something wrong with the festival?" "No, sir, everything's going fine. I came here for a different reason. Some guests are asking to meet with you personally." Michael stopped walking and looked at Lolo. "I'm guessing there's something special with these guests if you're coming to see me." "Yes, boss. They say that they are from the Queen's region." Michael raised his eyebrows, intrigued at these new guests that came all the way from the Queen's region. He asked Lolo to bring them in, and he came back a few minutes later with a few individuals behind him. His itched, meaning that he was in the presence of someone who had great potential yet to be awakened. With his enchanted vision, he was able to catch a glimpse of his guests. He noted their snake-like appearance, having flat noses and eyes that slightly bulged out of their heads. Their skin was covered in matte grayish scales, which didn't look to be in too great of a condition. "Boss, these are the guests. They are called Komodos," Lolo said, officially introducing them to Michael. "Hello, sir." The Komodos greeted him timidly. After the Komodos saw how advanced everything was in the nation of Reborn, they couldn't help but put Michael up on a pedestal. They thought that whoever created such a paradise for demi-humans was a being that they were not worthy of meeting. The only reason why they took up the courage to meet him was because of their desperation. They wanted to join the nation of Reborn and be part of their community full of amazing and talented demi-humans. Michael observed the Komodos and saw that there were 8 of them, and they all looked alike. "Can you introduce yourselves to me?" he asked them. The Komodos looked at each other and scrambled to see who would talk first. One male stepped up and faced Michael with a determined look. "My name is Jaku, and I am the eldest of my siblings here. We have originally come from the Queen's region." Jaku began to tell the tale of their family history. It seemed that their living conditions back in their previous place were less than ideal. Because they lost their parents at a very early age, these 8 siblings had no one to support them while growing up. They had to beg on the streets and scavenge for food and scraps just to survive. Despite the hardships, Jaku persevered till adulthood when he could finally work jobs to support his siblings. However, he quickly found out that there were no great prospects for demi-humans like him. Without a proper education, he wasn't given a chance to apply for good jobs. The only thing left for him was low-paying menial work that was barely enough to support his family. "We had enough of that life," Jaku said emotionally. "When our parents were still alive, they told us stories about our ancestors and how we were once part of a great race. They told us we were once dragons. So, we came to the parched lands to go back to the roots of our species to try and rediscover our hidden heritage." Michael was surprised when he heard their story. They were once dragons. "Is this true?" Chat JK3. Species, lizard, human, Komodos. Enjoy new tales from my virtual library empire. Element, fire, earth. Michael looked back at the Komodos and saw no resemblance to the image of dragons he had in his mind. Although he hadn't seen one in real life, he guessed that they weren't much different from the fantasy depictions of dragons in his previous life. The only similarity they had to a dragon was their scales. That was it. We were ready to search high and low in the desolate desert of the parched lands for an answer. But we are incredibly fortunate to find out that our answer could be found here in your nation. Please take us in as your loyal citizens." "We will do anything," Jaku begged, prostrating on the ground. The rest of his siblings kneeled as well, showing their respect and their desperation to Michael. Of course, Michael wouldn't refuse new recruits, especially since his told him that there was at least one talented individual among the Komodos. "Sure, anyone is welcome in our community," Michael said to the Komodos, eliciting a joyous celebration from them. Jaku's eyes showed determination as he faced Michael. "We are ready for our training, Boss Michael. We will walk through fire and break mountains with our fists. We will do anything it takes so that we can evolve into a superior bloodline." Michael tilted his head. "There's no need to do that, though. Just stand still and I'll awaken your talent." He raised his hand before Jaku could even ask a question. The male Komodo was suddenly enveloped in a blinding light as Michael activated his supreme skill. SS-class Lightning Asura Sword Whisperer. The user will gain tremendous speed and lightning-fast reaction times as they unsheath a sword, allowing them to attack multiple times within a fraction of a second. Superior Komodo Snake. This species of Komodos will discard most of their human-like attributes and gain the body of a large serpent that could eventually eat a mountain. The strengths of these species lay in their bodies. The bigger they are, the stronger they become. Ocean Trekker Komodos. This species of Komodos gains a pair of wings that allow them superior maneuverability in the air. Their wings are capable of crossing large distances without stopping or taking a break. This species of Komodos has reached back into the deepest parts of their bloodline and reunited with their ancestors. There is not sufficient information to ascertain the potential of this evolution path. Michael was incredibly curious about the last evolutionary path he found for Jaku. Although the exact benefits of the evolution were unknown, it was exactly what they had been searching for all this time. This path gave them a chance to reconnect with their lost heritage, especially since the name of this evolutionary path had the word dragon in it. He didn't have to ask to know which one Jaku was going to pick. He chose the last option. The light turned brighter and brighter until the whole room was blinded. Only after a few seconds did it finally subside, revealing the new Jaku who had just evolved into a dragonborn. His head looked more rugged, with his head having sharp draconic frills that flowed to the back of his head. His previous small and recessed mouth had now elongated, turning into a snout that seemed to hide sharp, canine teeth. To top it all off, he gained 2 horns that curved sideways and a tail like that of a stegosaurus, completing the look that Michael was so familiar with back in his previous life. Jaku now looked like a mix between a dragon and a human, hence dragonborn. He still had hands and feet that physiologically looked human, but he was now covered with hard, sharp scales that were colored black and dark blue, with a couple of bright blue streaks that looked similar to lightning. Jaku looked at his own hands and couldn't believe the power hidden inside himself. He felt like he was looking at a completely different person, someone who was brimming with might and strength. "Brother, is that you? You look like a dragon. How is this possible?" Even Jaku himself didn't know. When Michael raised his hand, he suddenly felt a strange power being absorbed into his body, and before he knew it, he had suddenly transformed into this dragon, like being with tail and horns. This phenomenon was none other than evolution. But that didn't make sense. Everyone knew that evolution was something that only happened by chance, with no one ever knowing the requirements for each transformation. Some people hypothesized that evolution would only occur through rigorous training and hard work. He had heard of a very select few who succeeded in evolving that way, but even then, it was not consistent and could only be attributed entirely by chance. Jaku had seen red monkeys in the Queen's region who do nothing but train their bodies all day every day, but even then, they were unsuccessful in attaining evolution. He had even heard some cases of demi-humans overseas who evolved without any training at all. With such an arbitrary array of examples, most people thought that a complete transformation could only be achieved through pure luck. But when they arrived in the King's region, they saw that the Rebornians had all evolved into an entirely different species. They thought that the Rebornians and their leader had finally cracked the secret method to achieve evolution consistently. They thought that they followed some kind of harsh training regimen to achieve evolution. So they came into the nation of Reborn with the intent and determination to tough through whatever the Rebornians put them through so that they could also achieve evolution. That was why they were so surprised when Jaku evolved through just thorough contact with Michael, without even breaking a single sweat. "Sir Michael, how did I evolve?" Jaku asked. In response, Michael just shrugged his shoulders and explained his supreme skill. They stared in wonder and amazement at Michael, to which Lolo just chuckled to himself. He must have seen this kind of reaction 10,000 times, but even still, he always liked seeing people realize how amazing their boss was. Read exclusive chapters at my virtual library empire. As expected, the 7 remaining Komodos chose to become a dragonborn Komodo, just like their elder brother. But what truly surprised him was their respective talents. Shayna, the second oldest of the siblings, had a head and body that was a little bit slimmer and more refined than Jaku. This was due to the fact that she was of the female species. But even still, her appearance looked most like a dragon with a human-like body. This skill allows the user to lock on to a target. Those that are within her line of sight would incur twice the damage of the user's normal attacks. Lesser Unity Gathering. Lesser Unity Defense. He had awakened a sharpshooter. What surprised him the most was that her talent was SS class, just like Jaku. Michael thought that he had already hit the jackpot with 2 talented individuals awakened, but it seemed that his streak of good luck wasn't over yet. Yumisu, the 4th oldest of the siblings, also had an amazing fighting talent, just like her older brother and sister. This skill allows the user to increase their momentum for every thrust of a spear, with their power increasing accordingly. Lesser Unity Gathering. Lesser Unity Defense. But perhaps the most surprising of all the siblings was the very youngest, Zion. This skill allows the user's punches to destroy the very fabric of space to reach their target. Lesser Unity Gathering. Lesser Unity Defense. What the hell are these siblings made out of? How are they all so talented? Michael thought to himself. Of course, he wasn't going to complain since they would all be his allies in the end. However, it was quite unusual to have 4 out of 8 siblings have S-class or greater talents in wielding weapons. One was good at the sword, one at the bow, another at the spear, and the last one used gauntlets. This was perhaps the first time he had gotten so many fighting talent like this. As for the other 4 dragonborns, they all had a variety of B to a class talents, which was still quite good compared to the other demi-humans he awakened. This made Michael wonder if their new dragonborn bloodline had something to do with it. After all, having this many S-class talented individuals was definitely not normal. Among the 10,000 demi-humans he awakened, only they had such high-class potential. The dragonborn siblings looked at each other with joy and relief painted on their faces. Their lives had changed completely from here on out. To think, there were a couple of times in their journey when they thought about going back to the Queen's region. After all, they expected nothing but desolateness in the deserts of the parched lands. Their friends and neighbors tried to dissuade them from going, telling them that this was the biggest mistake of their lives. But now their bets have paid off. They had not only restored the pride of their Komodo race, but also gained a permanent home in this paradise. Boss Michael, Jaku faced Michael and kneeled. "We pledge our entire lives to you. We will make it our life mission to serve and protect you without fail." Michael waved his hand no. "Guys, there's no need to do that. You can just live a comfortable life here in our nation. I can take care of myself." Shayna bowed and curtsied to Michael. "My brother is right, Lord Michael. You have given these gifts to us for a reason, and we will use them to become your weapons in spreading your ideas and your vision to the rest of the world. We know that you are more than capable of protecting yourself, but you do not need to sully your hands. That is our purpose. I'm afraid that we'll have to insist on protecting you whether you want it to or not." Michael scratched his head. It looked like the pure white scales on Shayna's dragon body were very indicative of her straightforward personality. He had dealt with these kinds of people before and knew that they wouldn't take no for an answer once they decided on something. You can count on us, sir," Yumisu shyly said as she walked closer to Michael. "We will feel tremendous guilt if something were to happen to you. If someone tries to do something to you, we will destroy their very soul." Michael blinked, not expecting such passionate and graphic words from the meek green-scaled Yumisu. I'll punch them out, isn't that right, sis?" Zion, the youngest with fiery red scales, began to skip and shadowbox the air, reminiscent of the famous boxers in Michael's previous life. But perhaps the youngest Dragonborn became too eager with his actions, as he ended up punching the air and accidentally activating his skill Spacebreaker Punch. Reality itself cracked under Zion's punch, creating an earthquake within the very fabric of space and wreaking havoc on the interior of Michael's house. An invisible prismatic shield appeared around Michael, which saved him and the chair he was sitting on. But as for the rest of the furniture, light bulbs, and electronic appliances, they all incurred a crack on their surface as if a giant fist had punched through them. Silence filled the room. Shayna picked up her left shoe and accurately threw it to her half-witted younger brother, hitting him directly on the back of his head and incurring an oversized bulge that seemed to pulsate in pain. Jaku clicked his tongue after seeing the mess his younger brother had made. Tusk, tusk, tusk. You have no control, my dear brother. But nice power, though. Another shoe flew through the air, now aimed for the eldest and most mature Dragonborn within the siblings. However, his hand quickly deflected the shoe, saving him from having an ugly bump on his head. Continue your adventure at my virtual library empire. I apologize sincerely for my siblings, Shayna said, trying her best to stay calm after her siblings' mishap. Zion, say you're sorry, now. Zion, with his hands together, approached Michael and bowed to him apologetically. I'm sorry, bro Mike. Don't call him bro. Shayna was prepared to rip out her own horns, just to have something to throw at her impudent little brother. But then they heard a raucous laughter ring around the room. Michael couldn't help but laugh as he observed the siblings' unique dynamic. Even though their personalities were quite loud and noisy, he didn't mind it even one bit. Even in his previous life, he had lived a quiet life, without many friends or family to spend most of his time with. The only thing he heard in his room was the sound of his PC and air conditioner running 24/7. It was a breath of fresh air to hear such lively interactions from these siblings, which seemed to have livened up the room and made it feel more like a home instead of a house. Haha, it's okay, he said to the siblings. I'm fine with whatever you want to call me. Zion made a bragging face to his sister, which Shayna just shook her head at. You're being too kind to him, Lord Michael. Don't worry, I shall discipline him for you. I'll train the rebelliousness out of him as soon as possible. It is dangerous to have him accidentally activate his skill out of nowhere. Shayna grabbed Zion by his scruff and lifted him in the air, preventing him from running away from her. Speaking of which, chat JK3. Can I impart more skills to them? Having one is fine, but they're all talented, so they can have more skills in their repertoire. Why wasn't I able to impart whatever skill I thought of to the other demi-humans I evolved? Michael even asked them all individually about what kind of skill they wanted to learn, and chat JK3 was able to synthesize a skill that did exactly what they were all asking for. He had chat JK3 explain to him the distinction between the two, and it seemed that the only difference between them was their application. Mystical arts used mana to empower the outside world, like creating an outward explosion that destroyed a boulder. Physical arts, on the other hand, used mana to empower the inside of an individual, giving them speeds as fast as lightning or defense as durable as a mountain. A simple 2-star mystical art spell called Conjure. A gust of wind that would push an individual to a faster speed. Meanwhile, a similar 2-star physical art spell also called allowed an individual to reach a faster speed, but it was achieved by imbuing the individual with air mana, changing their molecular composition to give them the physical ability to run as fast as the wind. Although the effects of the two spells were mostly the same, the application and magic theory were vastly different between the two. Does that mean that you can't create physical art spells? This made sense since Michael learned the majority of his spells through the magic library in the magic tower. And since mages and wizards only used mystical art spells, they didn't bother to learn any physical art spells. As expected, chat JK3 was urging him to get more knowledge so that it could upgrade its software. Once again, thankfully, he was already planning on exploring the Queen's region, so he would have a lot of chances to steal more magic theories. Of course, he would also try to recruit more demi-humans while he was there. According to the Dragonborns, the living situation in the Queen's region wasn't that ideal for most demi-humans. Some had to resort to begging in the streets and living in the slums. Is it that bad over there? He asked them. It is for low-ranking demi-humans like we were. I found it hard to find a job because there were a lot of other humans who could do the work the same or even better than us. Jocko explained, creasing his brow ridge as he remembered their living situation. It pains me to know that we still have friends still stuck in that place, Shayna lamented. They don't believe that there's anything to find in the parched lands, so they settled to live their lives in the Queen's region despite its conditions. Michael nodded his head and understood their dilemma. This was not the first time that one of the Rebornians had expressed their guilt at living good lives in the nation of Reborn, while other demi-humans were suffering in other places in the world. Don't worry, he said to them. I'm planning on going there in the near future to spread my company so they'll eventually learn about our nation. It will just be a matter of time until everyone can live a comfortable life just like us. But for now, why don't you all go out and enjoy our festival on your own? See for yourself what you've decided to protect with your own lives. A couple of hours later, the sun was finally on its last legs, leaving a reddish hue on the horizon. By now, most of the people visiting the nation had settled down and found an inn to store their luggage. And just as he expected, the treehouse hostel prepared by the satyrs was quite the popular lodging among the people visiting. Those who were lucky enough to book a room of their own only realized how fortunate they were once the darkness descended into the nation and was replaced by the light brought on by the street lamps and the glow coming from each room in every building. Having an elevated view from atop the tree houses truly gave them an otherworldly experience. Whoa. The stars, they've descended. It was true, this is truly a paradise on earth. I want to live here forever. Why is this view only for this nation? I would pay all the gold coins I have so that I could have this view in my house. Although this sight was quite normal for Michael, this was quite a rare thing for the people in this world, even for people who saw magic on a regular basis. For example, Sebris and the other mages and wizards from the magic tower could only look on in stunned silence as they finally stepped foot on the famous nation of Reborn. Is this the 7-star spell? A wizard asked as he and a couple of other mages floated in the air above the glowing nation. No, there's no magic involved in those lights, a mage answered. It's just reality. Tower Master, how is this possible? They asked Sebris. But the only thing that the white-bearded old man could answer was, Michael. And that was enough of an explanation. It wasn't just the new magic-less inventions that impressed the mages and everyone who visited the nation of Reborn. It was the lavishness in everything here. All sharp-eyed individuals noticed that one of the rarest and most sought-after materials in the world. Damascus steel was so common in this place that every building and structure was made out of it. Even the garbage cans on every street were lined with Damascus, as if littering was such a grave problem. Stay connected through my virtual library empire. Even the Dwarven kingdom wasn't so wasteful. The production efficiency of this nation truly was something to be amazed at. It would be a lie to say that the mages didn't feel envious of the Rebornians, even more so when they found out that every single one of them had a Mithril artifact of their own. I thought Mithril was supposed to be rare. But they're using it for rakes. Tower Master, please increase my salary. I really want a Mithril wand of my own. They could order a wand artifact from the Rebornians, but it cost a hefty amount of gold coins because each one was customized for each person. At this point, I want to cut ties with the magic tower and just become a Rebornian, the mage said, half joking and half telling the truth. Stop complaining, Sebris scolded them. I thought we are supposed to be cut off from all worldly desires. His words were suddenly cut off when the loudspeakers of the stage suddenly emitted a crackling sound. A few seconds after that, a single strum of a guitar was broadcast all over the nation. As soon as the first notes were transmitted over the Mithril speaker artifacts, a sense of peace and serenity washed over everyone in the nation of Reborn. Wherever they were, they stopped whatever they were doing and looked toward the source of the sound, stunned at the strange music playing on the stage. It seemed to make their body pulsate on the beat and rhythm of the music. But it wasn't just because it was loud. It was because the very music was infused with elemental mana that resonated with everyone who listened. Curious as to where this strange phenomenon came from, everyone slowly started to make their way to the center stage, where lights and music were pointed towards one man who sat on a stool and played a guitar. With each strum, people felt more and more relaxed, as if their very soul was healing. Of course, what everyone was feeling was their mana getting fixed through the boost stat effect of the guitarist. Any living being had elemental mana in their bodies, and usually, the circulation of mana in their bodies corresponded directly to their ability to wield mana. This was essentially what mana purity was all about. The more pure mana they circulate in their bodies, the more magically adept a person was. Of course, because of improper technique, physical limitations, and other such factors, not a lot of people could even reach an 80% threshold of mana purity. And of course, since no one was perfect, no one will ever reach 100% mana purity. Michael was the only one who came close with 99.99%. But now, as people listened to the sounds on stage, the mana in their bodies was starting to move to the rhythm and beat of the music, allowing people to reach higher purity in mana, with some even reaching a 10% increase. They subconsciously began feeling like they were getting rejuvenated, unaware that their mana circulation improved drastically, which improved their overall health as a side effect. Of course, normal people had no idea about what was happening in their bodies, so they simply attributed their happy state to nothing more than enjoying the music. But some magically adept people, like the mages of the Magic Tower, knew exactly what was happening to their bodies. My mana, it's moving on its own. I feel hot. The mana is increasing the efficiency of my spells. Tower Master, is this what I think it is? They all looked at the white-bearded old man whose eyes were closed as he concentrated on his body. Even as talented as he was, Sebris still only had an 89% mana purity. Of course, he still had other talents that made up for this weakness. But still, he tried every way possible to try and increase it by even just 1%. Alas, that was the limit of his physical body. However, as the musical sounds reached his ears, his mana began to move and rearrange themselves more efficiently. His mana purity increased by 2%. He didn't know if he should feel happy or not. His years of effort and experiments yielded nothing in this regard. Yet, just one single song from a Rebornian musician was able to do what even his magic couldn't, increase it by 2%. Oh, Michael, Sebris muttered to himself. He couldn't help but feel as if it was a waste that Michael refused to join the guild of Arcana. If he had, then he would have probably become an honorary mystic master at this point. Michael may not have the power and magic required to become a master of the mystic arts, but he certainly made enough improvements in the advancement of magic by leaps and bounds through his inventions alone. Mithril was a large aspect of this. Everyone thought that this material was nothing but a relic of the past. But who would have thought that someone in the desolate desert would rediscover it and use it in ways no one had ever thought of before? Sebris and the mages weren't the only ones who were surprised by the effects of Rebornian musicians. There was one certain female ogre in the crowd, with a permanent frown on her face and a single horn on her forehead, who watched the performance on the stage just like the thousands of people here. She was Agnes, the famous battle maid of the Montgomery family. Unlike most people, she was able to ascertain the true effects of the music on her body. As someone adept in physical arts, her entire body was always enshrouded with mana that allowed her to have enhanced physical capabilities indefinitely. This was just one of the basics of being a physical arts user. But as she listened to the music, she suddenly felt her muscles contracting, her skin tightening, and her bones hardening to an even greater extent than she intended. Her 1-star spell had somehow turned into a 2-star spell, even without her intervention. She couldn't believe it. It seemed as if she was still underestimating this nation of Reborn, even now. Case in point, another musician took the stage after the guitarist's performance had ended. This time it was a drummer who began to play a high-tempo beat that made everyone subconsciously tap their feet on the ground in unison. His music pumped up their adrenaline, making them more excited. Upon seeing this, Agnes couldn't help but stare in stunned silence as she began to realize all the true potential of the nation of Reborn. She imagined an army of Rebornians marching in a flat field towards another army. Their enemy had the superior numbers against them, but even still, the Rebornians confidently marched forward without stopping. Just then, loud drumming sound erupted from behind the Rebornians' backline. Those were musicians, whose only role on the battlefield was to play music and increase their army's power twofold. As the music played, the Rebornians felt their adrenaline pump up to the max, with their magic circulating as fast as their blood. The Rebornian army increased their power by an entire magnitude, giving them overwhelming strength to completely crush the superior numbers of their enemy. With musicians, the Rebornian army could become one of the most feared living beings on the planet. As part of a diplomat family, Agnes was glad that the nation of Reborn showed no signs of becoming an aggressive territory. As the celebrations continued, it couldn't be helped that some people ended up drinking too much alcohol, that they ended up drunk out of their minds. It didn't help that there were a lot of dwarves in the taverns and inns chugging beer like it was water. But of course, they were dwarves. Their constitution was much higher than other species, which meant that they could have a large intake of alcohol and still not be drunk at the end of the night. However, due to the merry atmosphere in the bar, some ended up getting carried away and drinking as much as the dwarves. A middle-aged dogfolk, who was half man and half canine, was one such unlucky fellow. He wasn't a Rebornian, so he wasn't familiar with the ways of the dwarves. So, when they made a bet against him on who could finish the most cups of beer in under an hour, he quickly agreed. They promised him a kilo of Damascus steel if he won. Unfortunately, as everyone expected, he ended up losing the bet and having nothing but empty pockets and a body too drunk to even walk properly. He stumbled around the busy streets of the nation, almost tripping himself on the curb. His inebriation seemed to have made him a little bit aggressive in his actions, causing him to react wildly as an old satyr accidentally bumped into him. "Watch where you're going," the dogfolk said, shoving the old satyr to the ground. He was so drunk and frustrated about his loss that he ended up using his innate skill, conjuring a huge gust of wind to push the old satyr with force equal to that of a tornado. But as the wind was about to hit the old satyr, an invisible prismatic shield appeared around him, dispelling the force into nothingness. The aggressive air mana seemed to be negated by the elements of the prismatic shield immediately upon contact. This was the lesser unity defense skill that all Rebornians were blessed with. Each of them had an almost indestructible shield that protected them from any magic spell. This skill was always active and needed no conscious thought from the Rebornians, acting as a guardian angel for all of them. "What, that's impossible," the dogfolk said, slurring his words. He tried to use his skill again, this time with a conscious thought to use much more force than before. But it ended with the same result. The old satyr was protected by his prismatic shield, leaving him unharmed. It was at this point that a lot of people had noticed the commotion, with a lot of the tourists whispering in hushed voices and pointing at the drunk dogfolk harassing the old satyr. "What you're all looking at, huh?" None of them could come to aid. Most of them were normal people with no way to subdue an aggressive and drunk dogfolk who was clearly ready to throw magic spells at anyone that dared to come close to him. "HM, what's happening over there, bro?" Meanwhile, Zion and the rest of his siblings were just walking leisurely in the streets when they suddenly heard a commotion in front of them. Judging from the crowd slowly gathering in the area, they knew something was up. "Someone needs our help," Shayna said, with her eyes peering through the crowd and seeing the situation clearer than anybody else. "I'll deal with this," Zion said as he walked leisurely through the crowd. His attitude was lax, with his hands on his head and his tail wagging back and forth like a dog about to get a treat. "Hey man, you know how to box?" Zion asked. The drunkard looked at Zion and snarled at him. The young dragonborn's presence seemed to have unnerved the dogfolk, subconsciously feeling a sense of inferiority compared to him. Zune had a big smile on his face as he approached the drunk dogfolk. He had been itching to try out the boxing techniques and lessons that were imparted in his brain upon his awakening, and now this drunkard gave him a chance. He began to jump and skip, raising both his hands next to his chin like a boxer. "Get out of here," the drunkard said, firing a spell to Zion. The young dragonborn ducked and weaved through the sharp, solidified gust of air. Within just a fraction of a second, he had reached melee range of his target, all because of his footwork. "Don't use too much force," Jakku warned his younger brother. Since the dogfolk had no unity defense skill, he would be very vulnerable against Zion's spacebreaker punch. "You worry too much, bro," Zion replied with the confidence to look back at his brother while he was up close and personal with the drunkard. Of course, the dogfolk took advantage and wildly swung his arm towards Zion. But Zion just leaned back and let the punch almost graze his chin. The drunkard, missing his punch, ended up out of balance and leaning on just one leg to stay upright. Zion smiled and began to send punch after punch, with speed and ferocity that seemed to almost blur his hands. Most people felt sorry for the drunkard for being beaten to such an extent. But then they realized that Zion's punches never even touched the dogfolk in the first place. His punches hit nothing but the air, just a few inches above the dogfolk's body. Zion knew he didn't have to actually hit the guy. The air brought on from his punches was enough to tip the drunkard's balance, letting him fall face first into the ground. "Ha, what do you think about that, bro? I didn't hit him a single time," he bragged to his siblings. "Meh," Jaku said disappointedly. "You know, you didn't have to do all that," Shayna said, crossing her arms. "It was cool." Yumisu gave her little brother a thumbs up. The crowd began to clap their hands for Zion, applauding him for taking care of the situation. Among them was Agnes, whose eyes widened as she realized what she had just seen. Anges gazed at the Dragonborns with a stupefied look. On her face, she had never seen such striking scales from a demi-human before. Not only that, but their frills made them look very similar to the draconian race that dominated the world a couple of times throughout history. As she watched the young red-scaled Dragonborn play with the drunken dogfolk, she saw the overflowing natural strength and talent he had in the physical arts. The Dragonborn was clearly a novice, with his moves lacking efficiency and control, but his strength and power were clearly on par with veterans. She knew talent when she saw one. Agnes wouldn't admit to this, but she was considered to be one of the best physical fighters in the entire continent. She was the reason why Yuna's parents allowed her to travel so far from their home. So when she admitted that someone was more talented than she was, it was the truth. Read New Adventures at My Virtual Library Empire. Only when she heard the familiar banter and clashing personalities of the Dragonborns did she finally recognize the Komodo siblings. It was a jaw-dropping realization, as she couldn't reconcile the strong and overflowing talent of the Dragonborns to the meek and shy temperament of the Komodos. The difference was like night and day. They had their heads up and their shoulders straight, full of confidence. A complete departure from when she first met them on the outskirts of the mountain region. "Zion, you should have just let your brother do the job," Shayna admonished her little brother. "You are still far too impulsive with your actions." "Oh, come on, he's the one that started it." As she heard their names, her guess had turned out true. No matter how unbelievable it was, these were the weak Komodos who couldn't even learn a single one-star spell if their life depended on it. During their journey, Agnes had tried and failed to teach the Komodo siblings a couple of physical arts to protect themselves, but unfortunately, the physical limitation of their race prevented them from learning even a single one. It would have taken them years before they could pull it off. But now, judging from the elemental mana gathering at their bodies naturally, she knew that their new bodies were fully capable of mastering even high-star spells if they wanted to. "Oh, Miss Agnes, you're here." Shayna was the first to spot the battle maid, and she approached her with a cheerful hug. "You're really her, aren't you? You're Shayna," Agnes said, looking up and down at her white dragonborn body with disbelief. "Yup, did you see how strong I was?" Zion butted in. "It's good to see you," Yumisu shyly waved. Agnes looked at the siblings and saw that not one of them was less talented than Zion. They all emanated a kind of strength different from each other, yet equally as strong. "What happened to you all?" Agnes couldn't help but ask. The Dragonborns showed an excited expression the moment Agnes asked that question. It was as if they were just waiting for the chance to brag to her about Michael. "And speaking of the man, looks like we weren't needed after all." The Dragonborns all looked back as they recognized Michael's voice. The 11-year-old boy genius had arrived with the security centaurs behind him. They had heard about the commotion a minute ago and immediately dispatched a few officers, but they still got there too late. Michael slowly approached the old satyr to check up on him. "Are you fine?" he asked. "Phew, of course, boss. He's nothing but a child that got a bit too overzealous in his drinking," the satyr said. Even after he was harassed and assaulted, the satyr didn't take it to heart. Michael was relieved that nothing serious happened. But if things had escalated, he was comforted by the fact that Fudge would have notified him as soon as it happened. He then looked at the man responsible for this incident. The dogfolk was still passed out on the floor, with drool leaking out of his mouth. His cheeks were still red from inebriation even now. "First of all, let's get you sober," Michael said as he raised his hand towards the dogfolk and grabbed at the air. With his supreme skill, mana gathering, he used his mastery over the water mana and grabbed at all the alcoholic liquid in the dogfolk's bloodstream, evaporating it out of his skin. Steam billowed out of the drunkard, immediately turning him sober. The reddishness in his sagging cheeks disappeared as his eyes slowly gained clarity. The dogfolk looked around and saw everyone looking at him curiously. "I remember drinking, then walking in the streets, and then..." Memories began to resurface in his mind like a collage of pictures, and as he realized what he had done, his head quickly swiveled over to the old satyr before prostrating on the floor. "I'm sorry, I was too drunk to know what I was doing." The satyr waved his hand. "It was nothing. Just try not to drink too much next time." After the incident, the dogfolk voluntarily surrendered himself to the security centaurs, who took him to jail for his crimes. "Bro Mike, you should have seen me punch that guy," Zion bragged. "Although a hit brash, my brother did end up neutralizing the situation," Shayna reported. "Oh, Boss Michael, have you met our benefactor?" Jaku finally introduced Agnes to Michael, with the two looking at each other curiously. Even though they'd never met, Michael felt as if Agnes was looking at him as if she knew him already. "I don't believe we've met," Michael said, offering his hand. Meanwhile, Agnes just stared at Michael. Perhaps seeing the Komodos transform into dragon-like creatures was not the biggest surprise she had seen that night. Was witnessing Michael manipulate the dogfolk's very own blood to disintegrate the inebriation out of his very insides. If she were to be completely honest, it was a little bit terrifying to see the ease with which he did that. If he could do that to someone, then nothing could prevent him from simply stopping someone's heart by depriving it of blood. Michael looked at Agnes and saw the weird expression on her face. "Do I know her or something? Why is she looking at me like she knows me?" "I apologize for my behavior," Agnes said after realizing she had been staring at his face for a few seconds. "I am Agnes, a female ogre, and I serve as the attendant of the Montgomery family." Michael heard that last name before. According to Sebris, they were one of the families that were well established in the Queen's region. He even said that it would do Michael good if he allied with one of them. He didn't think he would meet them so soon. "Welcome to our nation," he said to Agnes. "I am Michael Vanderbilt." The two shook hands, with Michael noting her solid physical strength just from her grip alone. Earth and fire element. This magic allows the user to achieve an enhanced defense. Due to the combination of earth and fire mana, this spell gets stronger the more damage the user incurs. Michael was glad that he was widening the selection of physical arts in his repertoire, but if he wanted to synthesize spells, then he needed a lot more libraries worth more. Aren't the Montgomerys a diplomatic family famous for their connections? Maybe I can ask them where I could learn a lot of physical art spells in the Queen's region, Michael thought to himself. "Are you liking our nation so far?" he asked her. It was important to know how his nation fared compared to the other territories in the Queen's region if he wanted to compete there. Agnes looked around the streets, observing the lights and festivities all around. "I am a knight who knows nothing but fighting, but I am sure that everything you have shown me here will blow away everyone in the Queen's region," she said truthfully. Michael nodded, proud at what he and his allies had achieved this past year. "By the way, what brings you here?" he asked her. Agnes opened her mouth to say something, when all of a sudden, the speakers posted all over the streets suddenly emitted a crackling sound. Someone was on stage. Someone other than a Rebornian was about to perform a song. This was part of the events in the music festival. Since this whole thing was intended to find and nurture musical talents from all over the King's region, Michael invited anyone and everyone who had the musical talent to show off their skills on the stage. If they showed any promise, then they would immediately be recruited into the nation as an official citizen, meaning they would have the privilege of awakening their talent or evolving their bloodline. This time it seemed that the new singer was a guitarist, as a single strum sounded out through the speakers. Michael was going to ignore it, but then the guitarist began to play a serene melody on the stage, something completely different from what he and the others had been hearing the whole night. He whipped his head towards the stage. Discover stories at my virtual library empire. Those chord progressions, those melodies, those heart-wrenching plucking of the strings. It was something familiar to him, something he hadn't heard ever since he had reincarnated into this world. As the instrumental intro continued to play, parts of Michael's memory began resurfacing. These weren't memories of the young genius son of the Vanderbilt family. It was the memories of the old jaded Michael, who stayed in his room all day with his head stuck on the computer screen. This was the song that saved him from feeling depressed, from feeling listless, and from feeling as if nothing mattered in the world. He thought he would never get to hear this song again. What's going on, Chat JK3? Did you teach this song to one of the musicians? Chat JK3 answered, Boss, what's wrong? The Dragonborns realized that there was something wrong with Michael. He wasn't acting as the easygoing leader that they had met. He looked emotional, he looked pained. Michael ignored everybody and slowly made his way to the stage. His steps quickened as the song progressed, nearing the end of its intro. I am with you through the moon. The angelic voice of a woman spread all over the nation, catching the attention of everyone listening. They all turned towards the singer on stage, wondering what kind of language she was singing. It sounded alien to them. But even though they couldn't understand her, and her voice didn't have the same effects as the Rebornian musicians that sang before her, there was an intangible quality in her voice that urged them to listen more. What is she singing? I don't know, but it sounds beautiful. Michael was the only one who understood. Those were the exact lyrics of his favorite song, with the same cadence, the same tone, and the same emotionality that captured the hearts of millions of people back in his previous life. And that voice, even though it sounded a little bit younger than what he was familiar with, it was still the same voice that had people shouting and cheering for in any concert she performed. This was no mere coincidence. There was something strange going on here. Star-crossed lovers, that's all that matters. Michael's steps got faster and faster until he was fully sprinting towards the center stage. In all our lives, you were the one. With everyone crowding the stage, Michael couldn't see anything. Solidified wind suddenly manifested beneath his soles, allowing him to traverse the air. As he got closer and closer, he saw the black-haired girl in the middle of the stage. The spotlight shone down on her, making her look ethereal under the night, just like how he saw her back in his previous world. Michael stopped in the air, staring eye to eye with Yuna. The only thing he could think about was, and as Yuna looked at the boy floating in front of her, she knew. He was the one the goddess was talking about. He's the reincarnator. Yuna Kim had reincarnated into this world about 1 year later than Michael. She met the goddess when she died and lived the life of a baby for the next 10 years of her life. Just like Michael, she was under the impression that she was the only reincarnator in this world. The goddess only told her to enjoy a comfortable life here and sent her on her merry way into the circle of reincarnation, leaving out the fact that someone had been here before her 1 year earlier. Born as the youngest daughter of the Montgomery family, Yuna completely immersed herself in this new life, forgetting about her life as a K-pop star in her previous life. Just like Michael, she had shown great talent even as early as 5 years old. Because of her background as a dancer in her previous life, her hand-to-eye coordination was excellent enough to allow her to master the way of the rapier much easier than everybody else, earning her the title of a once-in-a-million genius. But she didn't want to spend her new life fighting monsters and training under her master for 15 hours every day. So, she chose to follow in her grandmother's footsteps and become a diplomat, which basically meant that it was her job to make friends through every territory on the continent. She then spent most of her early years absorbing books, learning all the wisdom that her grandmother had to offer. But one day, she suddenly saw a few wizards playing a familiar game with each side having 16 pieces to play with. If she wasn't facing a mirror practicing her moves for her concerts, Yuna spent most of her time playing online chess on her phone. After exhausting her body, she would always want to exercise her brain as well by playing rapid chess for hours at a time. Eventually, she became really good at it. She would have never thought she would see chess again in this life. But she didn't think someone from her previous life introduced it to this world. She just thought that another genius had created a similar game by coincidence. After all, she considered this as a parallel Earth with lots of differences, but a few that were the same as with the original Earth. So she played chess with the mages and was able to beat them every single time. She even made a wager with them to teach her demi-human attendants some magic if they lost against her. Eventually, the mages learned their lesson. They couldn't beat her, and they also spent too much effort teaching the demi-humans simple magic. So they stopped playing with her, wanting to empower her attendants and her loyal friends more. She eventually decided to go to the king's region to seek out Sebris, who had access to a big collection of spells in his magic library, as well as a penchant for making bad wagers. Before she left, her grandmother approached her and told her about her fiancé, Michael Vanderbilt, the youngest son of the richest family in the world. Of course, she had no intention of following an arrangement that she did not make. Stay tuned for updates on my virtual library empire. Not only that, but she was basically an adult in a child's body. So, she decided to take a peek at her supposed fiancé and make sure that the arrangement with him was broken off before anything serious happened. As she entered the king's region, she saw things that weren't supposed to be in this medieval world at all. The roads were made of concrete, the villages had running water coming out of faucets, and most of all, pavements were filled with automobile cars running throughout the entire region. This was an advancement in technology that wasn't supposed to be here at all, especially in the king's region, which was considered to be the rural part of the continent. She started to suspect something at this point. Someone from her previous life had to have reincarnated as well, and they brought with them the technology from their previous world. She wanted to find out who this mysterious reincarnator was, and the only one who could answer her question was the goddess herself. Upon visiting the church and meeting with the goddess for the second time in this life, the only answer given to her was, "There is only one other reincarnator in this world," she said with a mischievous smile on her face, "and you'll find them where you're already going." Yuna could only think to herself, the nation of Reborn. She should have known. The name was already a dead giveaway. They clearly influenced the adorable slime, Fudge, from a famous anime, which was coincidentally one of her favorite TV shows of all time. When she traveled to the parched lands to reach the nation of Reborn, she was even more surprised at how advanced this place was. It looked more like a modern city from a second-world country from her previous life. The sight of light bulbs, air conditioners, refrigerators, and most importantly toilets almost made her cry from happiness. The convenience and comfort that she could only get from electrical appliances was one of the things she sorely missed from her previous world. It didn't take long before she got her answer as to who this mysterious reincarnator was. It was none other than her supposed fiancé, Michael Vanderbilt. She couldn't believe the coincidence. The only other reincarnator was also her fiancé. Suspicious. It made her think that the goddess had something to do with it, especially with how much she was having fun not saying anything about him to her. She wanted to meet with him. Unfortunately, there was a stage already set for her to perform. She borrowed a guitar and started playing one of her most famous songs, one that reached the all-time top rankings on a music website, taking first place for 20 consecutive weeks. And then he appeared. Just from one look alone, she knew he recognized the song. And from the shock written on his face, she knew that he didn't know there was another reincarnator in this world. Michael stared at Yuna, speechless, seeing his favorite K-pop idol reincarnated into the same world as he was made him. Almost lose all functions. Meanwhile, Yuna finished her song and bowed to the audience. Her experience as a singer showed in this moment, allowing her to gracefully exit the stage without anyone knowing that she was flustered. As she walked off the stage, she looked up at Michael and gestured for him to follow her. Michael floated down and followed her backstage, where they could finally talk alone. She quickly turned around, leaning forward with her hands on her back. "Are you from my old world?" Yuna asked him in English. Only when ChatJK3 rang out in his head did he finally break out of his stupor. Yeah, sorry, I'm just confused. You're Yuna Kim?" he asked, still trying to reconcile the image of the K-pop idol to the girl she was now. Yuna shook her head. No, I'm a Montgomery now. The Yuna Kim you mentioned is dead. Michael looked at her and only now realized something. If she reincarnated into this world the same as he did, then that could only mean that she died in their previous world. He knew better than to ask for the circumstances of her death. But there was something that he found weird, though. Even though she reincarnated, her face still looked the same as her face before, only younger. If she was older, then he would have thought she had somehow transported herself to this world without dying. Meanwhile, he gained a new body and a new face completely different from his old one. Is this because my death is accidental? Michael asked ChatJK3, but his personal AI assistant had no answer. I love what you've done with this place, Yuna said, looking at the modern buildings around them. I would have also wanted to make electricity, but I don't know anything about that. Michael was the same as her. He knew nothing about the mechanics of how an automobile or a toilet worked. It was all thanks to ChatJK3. I had help, he replied to her. Yuna stopped walking and looked back at him. Probably a gift from the goddess, right? I have one myself too, but it's more focused on fighting. Sometimes it feels like too much of a cheat, you know. Yeah, I understand what you feel, Michael said, smiling. It was refreshing to talk to someone who knew exactly what he was feeling. No matter how much he loved his parents Lilia and Bart, he couldn't bear to tell them that he had reincarnated from another world. He was afraid that they would think that he wasn't their son, only an alien taking his place. Did you reincarnate as a baby too? He asked her. It was so boring, she complained. I was this close to telling my parents that I could speak just so that I could entertain myself from their reactions. Michael chuckled. He thought of that too. I kept myself busy gathering mana. Yuna walked up to him and playfully shoved him with her finger. You cheat. My talent lies in physical arts, so I couldn't do anything as a baby. Ugh, I wish the goddess had just given me a talent just like yours. Michael smiled and smugly nodded his head. Yup, the goddess owes me quite a bit, so she had to make my life a lot more comfortable. I was able to make a working shower when I was 5 years old. Yuna crossed her arms and pouted. I'm so jealous. Oh yeah, and I made some soap. Michael and Yuna began talking about their experiences in this life, all the hardships and the happiness. Despite being from two completely different backgrounds, one being a normal nerdy guy stuck in his room all day, and the other being an extroverted K-pop idol worshipped by millions, Michael didn't feel awkward talking to her at all. I guess that's the reason why she's beloved by all. She's really easy to talk to, Michael thought to himself. Find your next read on my virtual library empire. You have to make ice cream, Yuna said, almost begging Michael. Please, you have to. It's your responsibility as the only one who could make it. I am planning to, he said, gently appeasing her. Hey, no making fun of me. It's been living in a medieval world for too long, and you've been living quite a comfortable life here in your nation, she said, eyeing him down. That's why I'm planning on expanding my company to the Queen's region, he explained to her. I want to start selling faucets, concrete, and maybe even electricity there. Yuna's eyes widened. Yes, you should totally do that. You know what? I'll even help you free of charge. Our family is quite famous for our connections, you know. Really? He said with his eyebrows raising. I haven't been doing nothing these past 10 years, you know. I've been immersing myself in the political landscape of the entire continent to the point that I know all the major players in the territories. I think I can help you, of course, with a price. Maybe a box full of ice cream would suffice. Yuna said with greed, her eyes already filled with ice cream cones of cookies and cream. Michael thought for a second. That would actually help me a lot. We're just about to finish our preparations on our highway road leaving for the Queen's region. It was at this point that Yuna realized something about Michael. You know, you said that it's your cheat skill that does everything for you. But I don't think that had anything to do with the fact that you could ally with the Dwarven Kingdom, she said genuinely. Everything I've learned about the dwarves tells me that they don't care about material things. Dragons offered them hoards of gold, elves offered them magic, humans tried giving both. None of them succeeded, but you alone did. How did you do it? Michael shrugged his shoulders. If I'm being honest, I didn't do anything at all. But Yuna knew that wasn't true. Just the fact that demi-humans was so accepted in every society in the King's region told her that Michael had fostered something that the dwarves liked so much that they were willing to open their doors. No matter how Michael said that he was just a normal guy, Yuna thought differently. As Michael and Yuna walked through the streets of the nation of Reborn, two certain individuals were following them from behind, giggling and whispering to themselves. "Look, madam, you were right. We don't have to do anything and they would find themselves in each other's company," Fudge said. "Fufufu, yes, it is good, little Fudge. Even if they're just friends for now, we'll make sure that it can develop into something more," Lilia said mischievously as she held Fudge in her hands. Meanwhile, Yuna and Michael continued their conversations about their plans for the future. At first, Michael thought he would be too star-struck to even stand near the Yunakim. But he was far too relieved at talking to a fellow Earthling that he consciously tried to ignore the fact that he was talking to a person he and millions of other people called a goddess of dancing and singing. It also helped that Yuna didn't mention anything about her past life. All she talked about was her life as the youngest daughter of the Montgomery family. "You've just turned 10 years old. That means you must have just had your talent awakening," he asked her. "I did. Before I arrived here, I visited the church in Kingsbridge City where I met the goddess again. She was the one who told me that there was another reincarnator in this world, though she didn't tell me who it was." Michael nodded. He knew that the goddess could be quite a joker at times. "Can I ask about your talent?" he asked her cautiously. If he was talking to Yuna Kim, he wouldn't be asking such an intrusive question. Heck, he wouldn't even be talking to her. Thankfully, Yuna Montgomery didn't mind. "My talent is called Heavenly Sword Dancer." Yuna suddenly raised her hands and performed her moves, acting as if she had a rapier in her hands. She swiftly swung pierced and sliced the air with her movements, which Michael could only describe as something very similar to dancing. And if he wasn't seeing it wrong, it even looked like she incorporated some of her iconic dance moves into her stances. Suddenly, Michael heard a notification ring out in his head. The user's physical stat increase is directly correlated to the fluidity, gracefulness, timing, and expressiveness of their movement. "Where did you learn to train your physical arts?" Michael asked her. Yuna then explained to him about the Order of the Heavenly Knights and how they were the equivalent of the Guild of Arcana for physical arts users. She told him that they were the foremost experts in everything related to spells that were cast inwards rather than outwards. "That's good to know. Maybe I'll visit them in the Queen's region." Michael thought that this was a good goal to set because he needed a lot of physical art spells. Or that ChatJK3 could improve its software enough to synthesize new and customized physical art spells at will. Would be great if they had a magic library, Michael thought to himself. He could already hear ChatJK3 salivating at the thought. ChatJK3 retorted. Michael, are you listening?" Yuna said, a bit upset that he hadn't been listening to her. "Sorry, I was thinking about my plans in the Queen's region," he said truthfully. Yuna walked in front of him and stopped him in his tracks. "Why don't you tell me? Maybe I can help you. You know about our plans to open the highway to the Queen's region from the Dwarven Kingdom, right? We need somewhere good to place our headquarters, somewhere that can connect to a lot of other places." This was a vital decision. For example, creating their headquarters at Kingsbridge City allowed them to be in the center of everything in the King's region, allowing for easy expansion for their business. However, territories in the Queen's region were a little bit more disjointed, with a lot of isolated territories that weren't connected with each other. There is one good territory that fits your criteria," Yuna said after a long deliberation. "Orcus Town. They are usually a place where a lot of peddlers converge, which makes for a very busy town business-wise." Michael was elated upon hearing this, but judging from the tone in her voice, he knew there was a but coming. "But Orcus has become somewhat of a ghost town these days," Yuna said, her eyes downcast as she reminisced about what she saw firsthand. "Elaborate?" Michael asked, intrigued. What was once a prosperous town filled with both human and demi-human citizens has now been turned into a lawless place because of an unfortunate disaster that left them in a time of famine and drought. They had already asked for help from the Order of Heavenly Knights, but because of the distance and rough terrain, it would take them a long time before they would arrive. It was one of my duties to assure the people of Orcus Town that everything would be fine once the knights arrived, but I was already too late. As a future diplomat, it was Yuna's job to solve any conflicts or problems occurring in every territory on the continent, including disaster relief. She was supposed to make sure to relay any help requests from Orca's town. But once she got there, they asked for none. They had already lost hope. Why did they ask for help from the Order? Why not the Guild of Arcana? Won't mages be a better help? Mages could move boulders and make water out of nothing. If the town needed resources, then a wizard was their friend, not a knight. That's the thing, Yuna said hesitantly. Orca's town is also famous for one thing, orcs. And because of the famine, the two biggest tribes of orcs started shouting at each other. Orca's town used to be an extremely popular hotspot for business. It was a place where a lot of companies competed against each other to get a spot in the wet market visited by thousands of people each day. They used to consider it a good marker for a company if they were able to retain a center spot in the market without losing any customers. But because of its proximity to the mountain ranges dividing the King's and Queen's region, they were also subject to a lot of natural disasters such as landslides and earthquakes. Of course, it took a lot of money and time to renovate and reconstruct any broken establishments. In the town, something that not a lot of people thought was worth it. Eventually, people began to leave the town, with the cracks in the roads and buildings no longer getting repaired each time a disaster struck. This led to a further degradation of the town, which forced more and more people to migrate to other places. This continued to escalate until the landslide last year finally destroyed their farms and disrupted the clean river they relied on for fresh water. Because of this, the two orc tribes living near the town were forced to clash against each other in a bid for the few remaining resources available in the area. Thankfully, these two orc tribes didn't use violence against humans or demi-humans in their civil war. They used a unique approach to settle their fight. They tried to assert dominance against each other, just like how gorillas did it by banging their chests with pride and shouting at each other, until either of them admitted that they were the lesser tribe than the other. Because of this, no one in town could sleep properly. Aside from being hungry and thirsty, they also had to deal with the problem of having their ears assaulted by shouts and yelling non-stop throughout the night. Unfortunately, all the posturing that the orcs did ended up scaring away any potential peddlers that could have brought them food and nourishment. It came to a point where only knights could solve this problem. They would either force the two orc tribes to reconcile or force them to migrate to another location. If worse comes to worst, then Kruger, their fellow orc and one of the heavenly knights as master of the Way of the Axe, would come and show them that he could shout louder than all of them combined. That's the situation in the town, Yuna explained. It was impressive how comprehensive Yuna's knowledge was about Orca's town. She even knew what the Order would do to solve the problem. I have to stop thinking about her as a K-pop idol, Michael thought to himself. Orca's town looks like the perfect place to start my company in the Queen's region. Although most people in the Queen's region considered Orca's town as not worth it, Michael knew that he could fully bring it to its full potential, just like how he was able to turn the desolate parched lands into a paradise for everyone. Their problem with resources could easily be solved by Michael's automobile. Their problem of deteriorating establishments could be solved with concrete. As for the orcs, Michael had a plan for them too. Michael turned to Yuna. "Can you help me? I don't know much about the Queen's region, and clearly you do." A wide grin formed on Yuna's face. "Of course I will." The day after the music festival, the streets of the nation of Reborn continued to be filled with tourists wanting to explore the paradise in the desert. They seemed to have fallen in love with everything this nation had to offer. Once they experienced the cool air of the air conditioner, they couldn't seem to go back to a life with just fanning themselves using a giant leaf. The Rebornians even had to make more inns and hotels to accommodate everyone who wanted to stay in their nation for a longer time. Not only that, but Reborn Nation also had something to offer that no one else in the world could offer, and that was access to the Dwarven Kingdom. It didn't take long for people to realize that the strange metal containers connected to each other, which Rebornians called trains, led into the very heart of the Dwarven Kingdom itself. For a very reasonable 100 gold coins, they could use the train and travel inside the gates of the Dwarven Kingdom, where they could explore and see everything that was closed off to humans for thousands of years. It was a surreal experience, especially since the Dwarven kingdom was also connected with electricity. It was like a more exotic part of Reborn Nation. Buru, the king of the dwarves, was initially a little bit hesitant after Michael proposed this idea. It was one thing to let humans travel to their kingdom. It was another thing entirely to let them stay inside it for an extended period of time. However, he couldn't argue against the fact that the amount of gold coins they gained from tourists far outweighed anything they could ever sell or produce. The Dwarven king finally understood why Michael was so receptive to tourists. It was all because of money. The dwarves became extremely hospitable to the tourists, especially since the gold coins they earned allowed them to buy more beer and other products from the nation of Reborn. Michael, my friend. On the second day, Buru also traveled to the nation of Reborn to sightsee. Of course, his main objective for this visit was to get more beer for his personal collection, as well as play a little bit of baseball while he was at it. "It's good to see you," Michael said as he shook hands with the Dwarven king. "I think that it's time for us to implement the highway system we've been talking about." The Dwarven king gave Michael a weird look. "You said that we weren't ready yet." But then he suddenly saw a girl appear from behind Michael. Meanwhile, somewhere in the depths of the Queen's region, there was a group of longtime friends who sat on a circular table, playing cards and drinking ale to pass the time. They all had gray thinning hair, wrinkly skin, and stooped postures. They were old, real old. Despite that, there was one thing about them that was still full of fire and vigor, and that was their eyes. It still showed the same relentless hunger they had when they were younger. And now, their age had allowed them to gain wisdom and knowledge to act carefully, yet decisively. At the very end of the circular table was a man whose legendary name reverberated throughout the whole world. It was none other than the ruthless lion of the business realm, Is Vanderbilt. Read exclusive chapters at my virtual library empire. "My friends, when has it been since we last convened like this? We should do it more often," he said to his cohorts. In response, the bald old man with sunken eyes and a dark complexion next to him scoffed. "We are not even acquaintances, certainly not even friends. We are your rivals." That man was the founder of the Hephaestus Company, renowned for supplying the whole world with quality weapons and armor. Is shrugged his shoulders. "Forgive me for treating you all as such. I feel as if we have all bonded together as we fought on the battlefield we call the market. Who else am I going to call friends if not for my fellow men and women who lead a conglomerate comparable to mine?" That was right. Gathered in this room were the very heads and founders of the leading conglomerates of this world. These few and select groups of people held the world in their hands. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the entire market would crash if something were to happen to this very room. Of course, they had proper defenses to prevent such cases. But the fact that the possible disappearance of these people could create such chaos in the world was more than enough to state their importance. "Lighten up, everybody. It was merely a jest. You don't need to act so offended that I called you all my friends," Is chuckled to himself. In a room full of people with net worths in the trillions of gold coins, Is was the only one among them who had a carefree enough attitude to crack jokes. After all, every one of them here considered Is as their ultimate rival. It was their life's goal to someday topple the legendary Lion Vanderbilt from his title of the wealthiest man alive. Because of that, they never let down their guard in front of him. But somehow, Is never even felt the pressure. He regarded them as his friends and treated their competitiveness as nothing more than banter. It was as if he knew that they could never oust the Vanderbilt name from being the most successful company in the world. This definitely annoyed most of them, which Is seemed to love doing. The old woman sitting next to Is finally had enough and raised her hand. "Let's just get to the chase, shall we? We are all taking precious time away from our companies to discuss something important happening in the world." She was the owner of Goldstone Group, the foremost company in real estate and property management. "That is right," another old woman with pink hair nodded. "This is a matter that will affect all of us, and despite how we are all competing against each other, we are still living in one world. It will be beneficial for all of us if we exchange information." This particular elder owned the largest apothecary company in the world, making their money from selling potions and managing hospitals. Is crossed his arms and cracked his neck. "So, what did you all find out?" "Don't act like you don't know," said the old bald man. "I just want to know what you know," Is retorted. The whole room fell into silence before another old man on the other side of the table finally opened his mouth. "We need to talk about what's happening overseas. The Ocean King and the Draconic Overlord have finally reached an accord. This has tremendous consequences in our continent." That guy was none other than the head of the Osborne family, the only other family that was in contention against the Vanderbilt family for supremacy over the markets. And with his no-nonsense attitude, he announced the root of their problem without waiting for anybody else. This was quite disadvantageous for him because he was telling everyone privileged information that others could use against him, but he didn't care. "Well, what do you know? We do have the same information," Is said teasingly. "You know what this means, right, Is?" "I do," Is replied. "This means profits will be up for grabs." One of the things that made it troublesome for people to cross the oceans and travel to other continents was because of the treacherous body of water between them. There were naturally occurring whirlpools that spawned out of nowhere, thunderous storms that could form in the middle of calm seas, and even towering tsunamis that were impossible to cross over. Despite his rule over the mighty seas, the Ocean King never helped anyone cross his territory. They were allowed to, but at their own risk. Meanwhile, the Draconic Queen, with her complete rule over all the dragons, used her subjects to offer long-distance journeys, crossing continents for a very hefty sum of gold coins. It was a very fruitful business. However, the dragons were still subject to the whims of the natural ocean. They were still troubled by storms and tornadoes trying to cross the unforgiving seas. At least they used to. Now the Ocean King and the Dragon Queen have made an agreement. The details were unknown, but there was one thing clear. The dragons could now cross the ocean without any fear of disasters. The Ocean King would give them protection from the mighty seas. This would make intercontinental travel extremely easier, letting more people travel abroad without much risk to their lives. In short, there would be more tourists in the coming years, rich tourists with gold to spend. "Ladies and gentlemen, I think we need to restart the Golden Road," Is declared to the room with a smile on his face. What was the Golden Road? It was a network of trade routes that connected all the territories of the Queen's region. And where did this route start? It was none other than Orcus Town. The Golden Road used to be a place where commerce and trade were abundant. It was a market filled with the exchange of goods from all over the continent, creating demand and supply that eventually made everyone prosper in the long run. It was where Is Vanderbilt and a lot of other people in this room had their start. Is started as a lowly peddler in the Golden Road, trekking the entire continent trying to sell spice and silk to earn a couple of bronze coins to spend. Eventually, he grew his business into what it was now. However, due to the disasters occurring in merchant ships while crossing the different continents, the trade of exotic goods and items eventually came to a stop. Is and a lot of other companies didn't think it was worth it to spend billions of gold on buying a ship, manning it with a crew, and sending it on a months-long journey just for them to die in the ocean. They lost a lot of money trying to keep the Golden Road. Eventually, they lost too much and stopped investing in the Golden Road altogether, leading to its degradation and eventual demise. "As much as I hate to agree with you, you're right," the bald old man muttered. "The Hephaestus Company would earn a lot from selling armor on the Golden Road. I'm sure there will be a lot of weary and tired travelers landing in our continent after traveling by dragon wings," said the pink-haired old woman. Dragon wings were what they called the service dragons offered to transport people across oceans to another continent. People often experienced nausea after traveling with the dragons, which the old woman could take advantage of by selling medicine to cure their sickness. "Having a lot of tourists will certainly help all of us. They'll need a place to stay," said the old woman who owned a lot of inns and taverns in the Queen's region. "So we're all in agreement then. We shall re-establish the Golden Road and fill our coffers with enough gold coins that will even make the dragons feel insecure," Is claimed, his eyes burning with passion yet again. The whole room went silent as they began making plans in their heads. They knew that whoever controlled the Golden Road would eventually control the entire market of the Queen's region. If they played it right, they could essentially monopolize the profits to be made off of those tourists from the other continents. To do that, They needed to create a hub for the Golden Road. The hub was where people and products landed and where everything was distributed, meaning that if they controlled the hub, they could control where and how the products would be sold. Each of these conglomerate leaders had plans to make a hub of their own. They would transform one of their territories and make it popular enough to entice tourists. If it was popular enough, more and more people would choose to land there rather than anywhere else on the Golden Road, making it a hub for commerce and tourism. To do that, they needed a place that was connected to a lot of places in the Queen's region, a place that had a direct route towards even the deepest parts of the continent. There was already one place perfect as a hub for the Golden Road. It was none other than Orcus Town. It used to be the official hub of all trade coming in and out of the Queen's region. It was the best place to distribute products all over the continent because of its interconnecting routes in different territories. Stay connected with my virtual library empire. Orcus Town was like the bottom vein of a leaf. All the roads from this vein spread outwards into the edges, allowing nutrients to travel evenly in the leaf. Because of that, Orcus Town used to be a place that had fierce competition among companies. Whoever could get a spot in the town could have their hands on the very pulse of the Golden Road itself. But because of natural disasters and the eventual degradation of the Golden Road, Orcus Town became nothing more than a shell of itself. It became a ghost town. Even now, and the rest of the people in the room considered Orcus Town as a lost cause. The place had collapsed beyond repair. They would rather rebuild the hub in their territories, in the hopes that they would be able to control it in the future. Even was hard at work, thinking with his hands in his mouth. But just then, someone knocked on the door and entered the room. Recognized him as one of his attendants. He ordered them not to disturb the room unless absolutely necessary. So, whatever he had to say was definitely something important. "Sir, I have some news," said the butler as he bowed towards Seeing his friends glaring at him for being too loud, chose to leave the room and listen to his attendant's report. A minute passed after left the room, when all of a sudden, they all heard a burst of raucous laughter coming from the door. Everyone gazed at the door with a curious look. They had never heard laugh that hard since forever. He wasn't even that happy when the Vanderbilt Company gained global dominance. The door then opened, and returned to the room. "Why were you laughing?" they asked him. Chuckled and sat back down to his seat. "I just heard something very interesting. I don't think any of you are going to believe me even if I told you, so I won't tell you. But things have changed now. We will still establish a new Golden Road. But I have a proposition for you all." The people at the table listened carefully to next words. "I will not be participating in the Golden Road, for as long as you all don't participate as well. Let's let our descendants fight it out." Gasps rang out in the room. They had never heard such a bold proposal from It was uncharacteristic of him. He would never suggest that in a million years unless something serious happened. It made them wonder what kind of news he heard from his butler. Everyone gazed at silently, with their minds constantly turning as they tried to figure out the reason for his sudden change of heart. The Vanderbilt Lion would never willingly back out of a competition, especially one against his friends. After all, each of the people in this room was a real threat to his dominion over the global market. The Golden Road was the chance they needed to finally overtake the Vanderbilt business. Would be an idiot to let his less than stellar descendants handle the business in the Golden Road rather than himself. He was far too selfish to do that. "You want to create a playground for the children?" the old bald man asked him. "I do," replied with a devious grin on his face. They all exchanged silent looks as they tried to decipher the hidden agenda in plans. After years and years of getting bested by the Vanderbilt Lion, they knew well enough to know that he wasn't going to make a bet that he knew he wouldn't win. Even still, no matter how much they thought about it, this proposal was beneficial for them all. The biggest benefit of it all was the fact that the main man himself, wasn't going to dip his hands in the Golden Road business. Even if they weren't going to admit it outwardly, they knew that Vanderbilt had a high chance of dominating the Golden Road market if they had all fought head-on against each other. Some of them were even considering fighting just for the second-place position from the start. That was how much of a threat he was. But now that promised to stay his hand as long as they stayed theirs, Then this meant that they had a much greater chance of finally overcoming the mountain that was the Vanderbilt business. Sure, they wouldn't be able to use their full resources to conquer the Golden Road. But that also meant that wouldn't be able to use his immense wealth to bully his way through the market. It would all come down to their descendants and their subcompanies. It was the battle of the future heirs and future inheritors of these conglomerates. And as far as they knew, no descendant of his Vanderbilt could come close to his brilliance. Not even his direct children showed any sign of becoming a cub that could grow into a lion. Compared to the other conglomerates, who all had a few standout descendants who were already showing their talents in the global market. The Vanderbilt family was sorely lacking in contenders for the competition in the Golden Road. I accept your proposal. Everyone raised their hands to quickly solidify their agreement. They didn't want to give any more time to second-guess himself and back out of this agreement. After all, this was the chance that they had been waiting for to finally defeat him. Vanderbilt smiled and raised the glass of mead in his hands, which the rest reciprocated. And so it is done. I wish all of you good luck in this competition. Gulped down the whole glass. The others did too, with each one showing a satisfied smile on their faces, thinking that they had the upper hand. They were giddy at the fact that the lion Vanderbilt had finally shown his weakness, and now it was time for them to strike. But of course, none of them was happier than himself. After all, he had just found out something incredibly amazing just a few minutes ago. His youngest grandson had allied himself with the Dwarven kingdom. This was a feat that even he was unable to do. It was absurd to think that Michael was only a child, and he was able to do something that even none of these conglomerates could ever dream of doing. It was so absurd that he had to laugh. Ha 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 ha, Michael, I knew that you had my killer instinct within you. Show me more. Show everyone that the Vanderbilt name is never dead. I will be waiting for you at the end of the Golden Road, back in the nation of Reborn. After Michael introduced Yuna to the Dwarven king, the plan for the highway was quickly set into motion. With Yuna's expertise in diplomacy, she immediately outlined a plan to contact Orcus Town and gain their trust. Once that was done, they could connect the concrete roads to the Queen's region, opening up the possibilities for expansion. Of course, Michael first needed to personally visit the town and see the place for himself. He and a couple of the Rebornian engineers needed to scout the current situation in the area and make plans to reinforce the entire structure to make it less prone to disasters. Oh, Buru, I'm planning on connecting the railway to the other parts of the king's region. What do you think about it? He asked the Dwarven king. Sure. The more tourists there are, the better, Buru said while wearing a baseball jersey and drinking a beer in his hands. After seeing the positive feedback from the tourists, Michael planned to connect both electricity and railways to the entirety of the king's region as soon as possible. We'll provide you with all the materials you'll need, Buru promised. Wait, you're planning on constructing railways all over the king's region and creating another steam turbine at the same time? Yuna questioned. That would cost too much money. Yuna estimated that the amount of materials it would take to complete those tasks was already in the hundreds of millions of gold. And she wasn't even accounting for the labor yet. Ha, looks like you still don't know much about my friend here. He's obscenely rich, you know, Buru said as he put his arms around Michael. You'll save so much more money if you start those projects separately, Yuna said. Find more chapters on my virtual library empire. In response, Michael looked around the smiling tourists in his nation. I want them to experience the same comfort as our nation in their own homes. That's my end game, he said to her genuinely. Yuna stared at Michael. He then shrugged his shoulders before walking away. Besides, it's just a couple of 100 million gold. After some preparations, Michael was finally ready to journey to the Queen's region using the highway system in the Dwarven kingdom. Coming with him were the dragon-born siblings, who refused to let Michael go anywhere without protection, as well as various Rebornians who could each contribute different skills and talents when needed. Yuna and her escorts also tagged along since they were already planning on going back to the Queen's region. As much as she and the rest of her escorts wanted to stay in the nation of Reborn, her parents would freak out if she didn't return after a few months of travel. Her skills as a diplomat were also incredibly helpful. In the Queen's region, She would serve as a much-needed aid for Michael to navigate through the political landscape of a foreign land. Before they left, though, Michael left the nation in Lolo's hands, who proved himself adept at handling the Rebornians and keeping them in check. After the festival, the number of tourists remained high, which meant that everyone's workload increased significantly. Even though they had no electricity yet, people were already pre-ordering their own air conditioning systems and refrigerators to use in the future. Perhaps they just like to see it in their houses to remind them of the good times they had in the nation of Reborn. But all in all, the amount of gold they earned from this ended up helping cover the costs of the new projects Michael had started in the King's region. While he would be busy establishing the company in a new region, the Rebornians would be busy planning railroads and laying the foundations for the electric lines that would modernize everything and put it up to Rebornian standards. Thankfully, the mages and wizards from the Magic Tower offered their services to speed up the construction. It seemed that they were quite desperate for money to afford their own customized Mithril wand artifact. It took them quite a few days before they finally reached the Dwarven Kingdom. There they were greeted by eager dwarves who showed Michael the newly constructed concrete highway. It was divided into two, one for entering the Queen's region and one for leaving it. In the middle of this highway were tall street lamps that illuminated the whole place at night. Michael built this with the high-speed driving in mind to make overnight trips much safer and faster overall. This is amazing. Thanks for your help, Michael said to the hardworking dwarves. Take the week off. I'll give you an all-expenses-paid trip to our nation for you and your families. Enjoy. The dwarves cheered after hearing this. They weren't able to join the music festival because of this project, so now they were glad they got to see their work had paid off. Meanwhile, in the depths of a forest, a couple of peddlers tried to hike through the uneven terrain of the land. Are you sure it isn't dangerous here? The youngest among them asked. No, there weren't any earthquakes last night, so the ground won't suddenly collapse under our feet, the oldest replied. That doesn't make me feel better. Why are we risking our lives here again? I thought this place was a ghost town, the youngest asked. The oldest peddler looked back. Orcus town needs our help. They are dying of hunger and thirst. Buying our wares is their only way to survive. But just as they were about to climb over one of the uprooted trees, they suddenly heard a loud thumping sound echoing through the forest. It boomed through their bodies, rattling their very bones. The thumping sounds were accompanied by growls and guttural shouts, which continued to get louder and louder with each echo. It was at this point that they realized that those weren't echoes. Those were the culmination of hundreds of other creatures shouting at the top of their lungs, each one trying to outdo the other. The peddlers suddenly felt their hearts palpitate from the sheer deafening sound coming from the forest. The eldest peddler looked back at his team. Let's go back, he said decisively. Meanwhile, just up ahead of the forest was a gathering of orcs, with their pig-like snouts and their large, almost obese figures that made them look very intimidating even against their kind. On the left side were orcs who had wolf ears on the top of their heads, as well as patches of gray fur sparsely spread throughout their bodies. They called themselves the Orcanine tribe. On the right side were orcs who had very short ears and skin with rock-like patches that had spikes coming out of the roots. They were called the Orcupine tribe. Despite how it looked, these two orc groups were not the violent type. They made it their principle to solve their fight through a show of dominance. Boo-too-too, the Orcanine tribe shouted, squatting and slapping their meaty thighs to produce a thumping sound. Rod, ta, ta, the Orcupine tribe answered, strumming the spikes on their bodies to imitate the sound of a snake rattling its tail. These two tribes postured to show their dominance, yet none of them showed any sign of relenting. Leave, we stay here. No, you leave, we keep our place here. The two leaders exchanged pleasantries. Meanwhile, in the middle of the calm ocean, a sudden gust of wind disturbed the large cumulonimbus clouds populating the blue skies. Large winged creatures broke through the clouds, turning them into nothing but mist. These were none other than giant wyverns, creatures from the proud draconian race. And if one were courageous enough to go above the wyverns, then they would see an incredible sight. Constructed above the wide ribcage of the wyvern's body was a small town complete with wooden houses and constructs. Not only that, but it was also populated by hundreds, if not thousands of humans and demi-humans. Find your next adventure on my virtual library empire, their destination. None other than the continent in the distance. Discover stories with my virtual library empire. The Dragonborns preferred sitting comfortably in the automobile rather than walking the whole way to the Queen's region. After all, it would have taken them 10 times the time and effort. But for Michael, who used to live in a world where travel was nothing more than a few hours or even less than a day, this journey was a bit of a bore. Although he customized his automobile into a camper van complete with a built-in shower, bed, and kitchen, Michael still couldn't stand the monotony of his daily life in the car. He eventually called out to Fudge, who diligently came out of his shadow and presented himself to Michael. "You called, Master." "Hey Fudge, do you have any clones near Orcus Town?" Michael asked. With his supreme skill, Unity Gathering, he could take control of Fudge's clones and easily take their place, allowing him to transport himself to Orcus Town in an instant. The edgy ninja slime nodded its head, feeling millions of its clones spread around the area. Most of it was in the King's region, but there were some sparse few attached to the shadows of traveling peddlers in the Queen's region. "I found it, Master. There's one close to Orcus Town," Fudge answered. "Thanks, I'll have to borrow your skills for a second," Michael said as he raised his hand and grasped the air towards Fudge. The dark mana comprising Fudge's slime body started to vibrate, alienating themselves from Fudge's very existence. His own mana, the power hidden inside a being that only they were supposed to have access to, was now being controlled by Michael's supreme skill with extreme ease. Somewhere beyond the forest were a group of fleeing peddlers, seemingly scared out of their wits as they heard the roaring sounds coming from the orcs. Unbeknownst to one of them, single violet slime popped out from their shadows and landed on the ground. The peddlers left the scene none the wiser. The violet slime crawling through the grass suddenly vibrated, as its entire body began to morph and change into something completely different from its amorphous body. It elongated into a vaguely humanoid shape, before finally transforming into an 11-year-old boy with golden hair and dashing young looks. Michael looked at his hands, satisfied to see that his body successfully transferred into Fudge's clone. "Chat JK3. Can you locate Orcus Town and give me a direct route?" Michael suddenly saw a giant yellow arrow in the ground, pointing him due north. He began walking towards the direction it pointed at, and the arrow slightly changed its position to the right. As he continued following the arrow, Michael noticed that there were a lot of fissures and crevices on the ground, making for a very dangerous journey for normal people. One wrong step, and they could plummet into a chasm and get trapped with no way out. "I guess Yuna was right. This place is also prone to earthquakes," Michael thought to himself. It didn't take him long before he finally caught sight of a civilization in the distance, with stone buildings peeking over the town walls. Replied Chat JK3. But as he got closer, he realized that it looked more like ruins rather than an active civilization. The walls were completely degraded, with plenty of cracks lining up with the crevices on the ground. Some parts were completely torn down, which lowered the security of the town significantly. Though Michael didn't know if any thieves or conquerors would even bother to do anything with a town this degraded. Michael used his supreme skill again to sense for the light mana present in Orcus Town. Thankfully, there were still a sufficient number of inhabitants for it to still be called a town, but the quality of their life was something left to be desired. Judging by the lack of earth and water mana present in their bodies, as well as their thin physiques, Michael knew that all of them was suffering from starvation and dehydration. "The situation here is worse than I thought," Michael noted. "Thankfully, I stocked plenty of food in our automobiles." He approached Orcus Town on foot, feeling the ground beneath his feet to sense for any upcoming disasters. Thankfully, there were no signs of another earthquake occurring in the region. He began walking through the streets of Orcus Town, looking at the abandoned houses and destroyed farmlands with pity. Even with the half-collapsed buildings all around him, Michael could see that Orcus Town used to be a prosperous place with a bustling life for its inhabitants. The torn-down stalls by the side of the street told him that there used to be a thriving market established in the town. Even the stone road was worn down by horse carriages crossing through them day and night. Michael could see a lot of history in this town. It was such a shame that natural disasters prevented this place from reaching its full potential. As Michael was strolling through Orcus town, he was soon spotted by some locals who eyed him with a strange look. "Hey kid, what are you doing out here? Go to the market now or else you won't have anything for yourself." Michael turned to the emaciated old man peeking out of his window. It was clear from his face alone that he was worried for the kid wandering the streets alone. It seemed that Michael was mistaken for one of the locals. Unlike most rich folk, Michael never really wore anything gaudy or flashy. A simple shirt and trousers were enough for him to be satisfied with. He was the comfort over style kind of guy even in his previous world. "What are you talking about?" Michael shouted back. "Bread," the old man yelled out. "You'll miss out on bread." Just as Michael was about to ask the old man what he meant by that, he suddenly heard a cacophony of excited shouting in the distance. It sounded like children getting excited at a birthday party. He didn't expect such jolly sounds from a barren town. Michael curiously walked towards the center of the town, where the main wet market was established. As he did so, he saw a small gathering of small children lining up towards a single table. These children, despite looking a little bit thin and malnourished, were surprisingly healthier than the adults that he had been seeing in the town. Most of the people in Orcus town remained inside their houses, choosing to lie down and sleep all day to conserve energy. This would allow them to be less hungry throughout the day. But somehow, these kids had enough energy to jump around excitedly as they looked towards this table. "Finally, I've been waiting for this since yesterday. I wonder what we're going to get today." The kids talked amongst each other with a giddy attitude. Michael slowly approached the crowd, mingling himself with the children. "Children, no pushing, okay. You'll get your turn eventually." On the other side of this wooden table was a middle-aged woman, who showed a gentle smile towards the children. Even as the kids were overcome with excitement, they didn't disobey the woman and kept themselves in line. "Yes, we will," they all recited. Michael peered through the crowd and finally saw what was laid down on the table. He thought it was something special, but it was just a couple loaves of bread, not even enough to feed a single family of 4, much less a whole group of these children. He was quickly proven wrong. The middle-aged woman, wearing a worn-down apron, took out a loaf of bread and began to tear out small pieces to give to each and every child lined up at the table. "Thank you, miss," said one child as he gleefully chowed down on the piece of bread smaller than his fist. "Thanks, I'll savor it for a long time," said another child as he began to nibble at the bread, making sure not to eat it all in one go. Soon enough, every child got themselves a small piece of bread to eat, except Michael. The woman looked curiously at Michael, not recognizing his face. Her face showed worry and a little bit of panic as she realized that she had run out of bread pieces to give to him. She quickly rummaged through her wicker basket until she found a small baby carrot stuck in the edges. She turned towards Michael and gestured for him to come closer. "This is the only food I have for now. Come take it." Michael looked at the middle-aged woman and saw the fading life mana in her body. She needed food more than anybody. Yet she kept urging Michael to take the last piece of food in her basket. "There's no need," Michael said to her. "Oh, don't be shy, little boy. You need a lot of food to grow properly, okay?" The woman walked towards him and forced him to open his hand. Then she dropped the baby carrot in his palms and closed his hands. "You're always welcome here," she said to him. Michael stared at the woman, touched by her generosity. "I haven't seen you before." One of the kids, munching on a piece of bread, spoke to Michael with a friendly face. "Here, looks like you weren't able to get one for yourself. Explore new worlds at my virtual library empire." The little kid broke half of the remaining bread in his hands and gave it to Michael without hesitation. It was already smaller than his fist, but now it had become the size of a strawberry. Even though he was clearly younger than Michael, the boy unselfishly gave Michael half of what he had despite risking hunger later on. "Are you new here? Have some of mine as well." Another kid approached Michael and tore off a small piece of bread for him. "I'm not that hungry, can I share it with you? What's mine is yours. Let's get along well in the future, okay?" One by one, the kids began to give Michael small chunks of their food while introducing themselves to him. even though he was a complete stranger to them. They treated him as if he was their family. Everyone's first thought upon seeing Michael was that he was one of the lost orphans who wandered into the town. He looked like he needed help. And when these kids needed help, the woman also gave them food to eat without any hesitation. Now, they were just paying it forward. Michael watched everything unfold, speechless at how kind everyone was to a total stranger. It was clear that they were the ones who needed help the most, yet they were the ones who helped others. "But how are you going to eat?" Michael asked the middle-aged woman. "Don't worry about me, boy. I already ate my fill," she said, exaggeratingly patting her belly as if she was incredibly stuffed. It didn't take long for Michael to realize what was happening. He looked around the town and saw all the senior and elderly people peeking out of the windows with satisfied smiles on their faces. Even though only the children were eating food, they didn't argue or beg for some. It seemed that they had chosen to leave all the food to the children, leaving nothing for themselves. If they had rationed the food for all the people in town, they would only last a couple of days. But if only the children ate the food, then they could last for months longer. Seeing this warmed his heart. The people here were still filled with goodwill despite the horrible situation they were in. They helped each other survive and were even willing to sacrifice themselves just to give the children a better chance at surviving. Michael made a decision right there and then. He was going to help this town. Michael spent the rest of the day with the locals of Orcus town, seeing firsthand how horrible their living situation was. Most of the time, the kids and the adults journeyed out into the dangerous forests to try and find some fruits and berries they could eat. However, they couldn't gather enough sustenance to live satisfied day to day. Most fruit-bearing trees were either smashed into the ground or fallen into the crevices on the ground. The only water source they had came from the rain, which only comes once in a while. Michael talked with the middle-aged woman and found out her name was Beth. She was one of the only locals who stayed in Orcus town despite its horrible state. He asked her how things deteriorated so badly for the town. "We already asked for help from the neighboring towns, but they couldn't. Due to the dangerous terrain of the forests, full of crevices and chasms, no one was able to send any large rations to the town. We also asked help from the Order, but it would take them too long to get here. It came to a point where most people gave up and chose to move on to bigger and better things," she said with melancholy. "But not us. Why not? Wouldn't it be better to migrate to a much safer territory?" he asked her. Beth looked around the ruins of the once great Orcus town. Memories flashed in her eyes as she remembered a brief time when she was a kid, when there were people and demi-humans of all kinds traveling in and out of their town, carrying all sorts of goods and trade. "We can't move," she said. "Then we would be abandoning what our ancestors built for us through the years. You do not know this, but our town used to be the centerpiece for the Golden Road." Michael's ears perked as he heard something new. "Golden Road?" he asked her, expectantly curious. Just the name itself was triggering his intuition for business. Beth nodded her head. "Yes, the Golden Road, aptly named because of all the gold coins being traded en masse every single day in the market. Do you see that road leading outwards, leading further into the Queen's region?" Michael looked to the ends of the town, where the road was wide enough for 8 different horse carriages to pass through. He could see the signs of a well-designed stone road that led deeper into the horizon, but it seemed to have fallen victim to the earthquakes and natural disasters that befell this town. The Golden Road was nothing more than a chasm in the ground. There used to be thousands of carriages coming in and out of this town every single day, each one carrying products from all over the world, ready to distribute across the Queen's region. My grandmother used to sell spice. She had her store right there, just beside the building we use now for shelter. She told me that the Golden Road was what made our continent prosper and brought up with it our Orcus town. Michael's imagination sparked as he tried to look through to the past of Orcus town, when the Golden Road was at its peak, along with the sounds of horse hooves smacking on the stone road. He also heard spice sellers shouting towards the potential customers walking through the streets, tempting them to taste the mounds of salt and peppers on the table. He heard customers passionately plead for the price of apples to be lowered, arguing that the quality of the fruit was less than desired. He could even see a couple of rascal kids pocketing a loaf of bread in their shirts while the vendor was occupied with a customer. It was chaotic, but it was prosperous. From how Beth described it, the Golden Road seemed to be this world's equivalent to the famous Silk Road back in his previous life. It was a vast network of routes where merchants and peddlers exchanged goods and products to be spread throughout the Queen's region. And if that was true, then Michael was sure that the Golden Road could not only spread products and items, but also culture and ideas. If the Golden Road still existed, it could boost the Reborn company to even greater heights much faster and more efficiently than his original plan. "This is our home," Beth declared. "We will not leave it no matter the circumstances." Michael's mind began to work as he tried to see the possibilities of the Golden Road, especially Orcus Town, since it was the centerpiece of all trade and commerce in the Queen's region. "What if we recreate the Golden Road?" he asked Beth. The middle-aged woman looked at Michael with an amused expression. "Sure, kiddo, if you want to do that, then you must grow up healthily," she said, chuckling. "Discover hidden content at my virtual library empire." Even though she didn't know where Michael came from, she treated him the same as any other kid in town who had lofty ambitions in the future. She didn't reject their dream, but she also didn't believe it would come true, at least, not in this town. "I'm serious," Michael double-downed. "I'm sorry, but you're not the first one that has said that to us," Beth said. "There were plenty of powerful royals or billionaire businessmen who offered to rebuild the town and revive the Golden Road, but eventually they all gave up. I'm sorry, but you're just a kid. There's nothing you or I can do to change the unfortunate circumstances of our town. That's just how it is." Beth pursed her lips and tried to console Michael, but it seemed that the kid wasn't even discouraged one single bit. There was a strange fire in Michael's eyes that somehow just a little bit made Beth believe that he could do what he wanted to do. There was a confidence in his eyes that was unlike that of a child. "Where did you say you're from again?" she asked him. But just as she said that, she suddenly heard excited shrieks come out of the kids as they looked on ahead of the gates. "Whoa, what's that? A box carriage. Where's the horse?" Focus from the kids forced Beth and all the seniors to slowly gather near the run-down entrance of the town. "Why are you all so noisy?" she asked them. But it seemed that the kids were far too excited to even acknowledge Beth. They simply pointed towards the horizon, where an envoy of carriages seemed to be coming from the very forest itself. "Miss Beth, are they the help that you've been talking about? Ooh, are they the heavenly knights that are going to save us?" The kids' imaginations went wild, especially since the horseless carriages weren't anything they had ever seen before or had ever thought about. But Beth knew that they weren't from the Order, nor were they from the Guild of Arcana. Matter of fact, they weren't even from the Queen's region at all. If they were, they would have come from the other side of the town facing northwards and connecting to the Golden Road. The very reason why they weren't getting help from anybody was because it was extremely hard for carriages or just peddlers to get through the hazardous environment caused by the earthquakes. But now, these carriages, if it could even be called, that were coming with an army's worth of envoys with it. Beth and the other seniors were certain. They weren't from the Queen's region. Not only that, but they seemed to be coming from a place in the Queen's region inaccessible to anybody. After all, the dwarves had created for themselves an impenetrable wall on the other side with which no human or carriage could ever trespass. "Are they here to conquer us?" an elderly man asked Beth. "What could they possibly get in this town?" an elderly woman answered. "Wells, who are they?" That was the question on everybody's mind. They could only wait with bated breaths as the horseless carriages approached their town at unbelievable speeds. "That's faster than a horse. And they are made of metal. How is it faster than a normal carriage if it weighs so much more?" After a few more minutes, the camper van automobile in front of the envoy finally arrived at the gates of Orcus Town. The kids excitedly approached the strange vehicle, regarding it as some sort of wonder of the world. They looked through the tinted glasses of the automobile, trying to see who or what was inside them. "Beth, do you recognize that emblem?" one of the elders asked her. Despite how little she remembered during the age of the Golden Road, there was one thing that she was sure she would never forget. Those were the emblems of all the families and businesses that used to frequent Orcus Town for trade. From what she remembered, having complicated symbols adorned with gold designs was indicative of its stature in the global market. The Vanderbilt business symbol depicted hands holding the world, which were all adorned with real gold. The Osborne Consortium's insignia depicted that of a carriage traveling through a road, symbolizing their ability to sell any and all kinds of products all over the world. The Hephaestus Company's crest was that of a golden hammer striking a golden anvil. The Goldstone Group's sign was a wooden house built upon fertile land, showing their expertise in all things real estate and housing. Sinclair's Elixir, headed by the famous alchemist and healer Sinclair, had a company logo showing a golden wreath representing health and prosperity. Those were the only major companies that Beth could think of that had the wealth and manpower to create something as strange as this vehicle. She didn't know how these horseless carriages worked, but she knew from the material alone that it was not cheap to produce. However, when she looked at the symbol by the side of this car, her memory came up blank. It had a simple R on the side of its door. It was elegant, but not gaudy or flashy like most companies like to have. "I don't know who owns these," Beth admitted, "but I do know that they weren't present during the age of the Golden Road, and they are certainly not from the Queen's region." If what she said was true, then there was only one possibility that they could think of. "Are they from overseas?" one elder asked. Beth could neither confirm nor deny their guess, but judging from the alien horseless carriages, it seemed to be the only possibility. The rest of the elders and seniors regarded the automobiles with curious but cautious attitudes, which was completely opposite to the kids, who were simply happy-go-lucky in their approach to the vehicles. "Hello, is anyone there? Are you here to help us?" They were crowding the camper van automobile before the door finally opened with a resounding click that surprised the children. They all slowly backed away from the door, letting its inhabitants finally show themselves to everyone. "Ah, we're finally here. Where's Boss?" Jaku said as he stretched his body. Ever since Michael disappeared on them, they traveled through the roads non-stop in an attempt to catch up to him, which meant no breaks in between travel. "Where are we? Is this Orcus town?" Shayna asked as she surveyed her surroundings. She wasn't expecting it to look so destroyed. There's people looking at us," Yumisu muttered, shyly walking to Jaku and hiding behind him. The kids looked at the Dragonborns with wide eyes, amazed at their cool scales and curved horns at the top of their heads. They had never seen such cool-looking demi-humans before. "That's really badass. Mister, what are you?" One of the kids approached the red-scaled Zion and looked up at him in admiration. Oh, me, I'm a mighty Dragonborn," Zion said, flexing his muscles and performing a few jabs for the kids, which they seemed to love as they cheered for every punch he released in the air. Meanwhile, Beth and the rest of the seniors looked on at the Dragonborns and realized their similarity to the famous Draconian race, especially with their scaled bodies and the draconic frills on their heads. They could only come to one conclusion. They came from overseas. Orcus town used to be a place frequented by mermen and draconians alike because of the Golden Road trade. So Beth and some of the elderly people in town recognized the presence of dragon blood in these strangers. With just one look, they knew that the Dragonborns were overflowing with magic and talent, which was indicative of their draconic lineage. "Excuse me, mighty beings," Beth said, respectfully approaching the Dragonborns. "Can we have the honor of knowing your name?" Among the Dragonborns, the only one who could answer her question was Shayna. Jaku was bored, stretching his body. Yumisu was too scared to talk to anybody. And Zion was busy showing off his skills to his fellow children. "We represent the Reborn company," she answered proudly. Beth and the rest of the elderly looked at each other, realizing that they had never heard of this company before. "We are honored that you have chosen to land in our town, but I am afraid that we do not have the resources to properly welcome a party of your lineage. We hate to make your years-long voyage in vain, but our town isn't doing well at all." The rest of the locals in Orcus town bowed their heads towards the Dragonborns, apologizing for their inadequacy. Welcoming an envoy from the Draconian race needed a week-long feast of sheep and cows at the very least. "It was nothing, just a few days at most," Jaku said, casually leaning against the automobile. Beth tilted her head. "Just a few days. Forgive me for asking, but did you not come from overseas?" The Dragonborns shook their heads. Shayna then pointed behind them, towards the flat plains just beside the tall mountain regions splitting the continent. "We came from the King's region," Shayna answered. This made the locals even more confused. If the Dragonborns came from the king's region, then the only place they could have traveled through was the Dwarven kingdom. But it was common knowledge that the Dwarven kingdom refused any business even from the mighty Draconian race. As the Dragon Queen convinced the Dwarven king of an agreement, Beth muttered to herself. "Dragon Queen," Zion interjected. "Nah, it's our boss that made an agreement with the Dwarven king." Beth couldn't be more confused. A company was able to ally themselves with the Dwarven kingdom. That would explain the metallic carriages. What is this Reborn company? Even in the peak of the Golden Road, she had never heard of any Dwarven representative participating in the trade. Even when profits could have surged in the millions of gold coins for the dwarves, they never budged in their closed-door policy. Now, a single company was able to change the minds of those stubborn dwarves. Not the entirety of the dragons nor the elves, just a single company. If the Golden Road was still established, this news would have broken out and been spread all over the Queen's region. It would only take a few days at most before everyone would come knocking at the Reborn company's doors to inquire about dwarven materials. Damascus steel, for example, would be an extremely hot commodity. Even in the Golden Road, there would be a bidding war whenever it was brought out into the market. The Hephaestus company was famous for their ability to throw money in the wind just to buy out all the Damascus they could get their hands on. "A lot has changed in the market after the Golden Road disappeared," Beth commented. "But as we said, our town is not in good shape to welcome your party. Please relay our apologies to the Dragon Queen." "We don't serve the Dragon Queen," Shayna replied quickly. Beth looked at their faces full of draconic influence. If they weren't part of the dragon race, then what were they? "I believe I can solve this misunderstanding," a female voice said. Una and her ogre escort Agnes came out of the automobile behind Michael's camper van. Youngest daughter of the Montgomery family, Beth remembered. She remembered when the little girl visited them a few weeks back. Since she was a Montgomery, Beth and the locals treated Una with a lot of respect. After all, their family was famous for handling a lot of the conflicts and quarrels happening on the Golden Road every single day. They had the authority to decide the outcome of dispute cases, meaning that they held a lot of power in every territory of the Queen's region. "Lady Una," Beth curtsied, and Una curtsied back. "Can you please explain the Reborn company to us?" As expected of Una, she quickly caught the locals of Orcus town up to speed with what had been happening in the King's region in terms that they could understand. She told them all about the nation of Reborn, and how water and food were abundant in every territory that harbors a Reborn market. Beth and the kids gasped each time Una told them each feat the Reborn company was able to accomplish. From flat concrete roads to free-flowing water, everything seemed like a dream. "A city of stars, whoa," one kid uttered, his eyes glistening. "In that place, everyone can get to ride the metal carriage with just a few coins. I want to go there, I want to live there." Zion began telling all kinds of stories, some lies, some exaggerations, and some truths about his boss called Bro Mike. The kids ate them up, listening to his stories with amazed expressions. Meanwhile, Beth looked at Una with a disbelieving face. "Are you affiliated with the Reborn company?" Una nodded. "I'm helping them out a little bit." Beth couldn't believe it. As a Montgomery and a diplomat, Una was supposed to be an unbiased judiciary that held no bias for or against any one party. The Montgomerys acted like judges. So, there were a lot of people who tried to curry favor with them in the hopes of having their backs whenever there was a case involving them. Some royals and rich businessmen tried and failed to get the favor of a Montgomery. But now, a single company from the King's region was able to gain the favor of the youngest daughter of Montgomery, the very girl poised to become the next successor of her grandmother. Una could become the supreme judge of the entire human race. And if Reborn company had a person of her stature on their side, then it could easily put them into an extremely unfair advantage. The Reborn company had extremely advanced technology. They had demi-humans comparable to the Draconian race. They had the help of a Montgomery, and most of all, they had the privilege of trading with the Dwarven kingdom, something no one had ever done before. All of this made Beth wonder, who was the mastermind behind this company, who was able to create a business this successful in just a matter of a few years? "We are grateful for the Reborn company to grace us with your presence," Beth said, as respectfully as she could. She was in the presence of an esteemed company in the likes of the Osborne Consortium, the Goldstone Group, and even the Vanderbilt business. To what do we owe the pleasure? She asked them. First of all, we're here to see our boss. He should be here, Shayna said, scanning the surroundings with her eyes. Beth was alarmed upon hearing that. It made her nervous to think that a large dragon was somewhere above the skies, observing their every move. In her mind, the only creature that could create such a successful company was a dragon. We haven't met your boss, Beth said, bowing to the Dragonborns. Oh, he's here. Lord Michael. Shayna waved behind Beth as she caught sight of the familiar golden-haired boy in the background. It seemed that Michael was still too occupied with observing the ruins of the Golden Road. Only when Shayna waved to him did he finally react and waved back at them. Meanwhile, Beth looked at Shayna awkwardly. It took her a couple of seconds to realize that she wasn't waving towards her, but behind her. She turned around and saw no one there, but some of the kids and their newest recruit, Michael. The Dragonborns approached Michael and happily welcomed him back, as if he was gone for a long time. Bro, Mike, can I also have that shadow ability? Please, Pee-wees, I want to teleport too. Michael chuckled and consoled the bratty Zion. Sorry, bro, you need a physical art skill for that. Once I get more spells, I'll modify it to fit your skill set. Yuna approached him too and pouted. Is there no +1 for that shadow jutsu? Meanwhile, Beth and the rest of the locals watched this scene with their jaws dropped. They would have never thought that the boss that they were talking about was the same Michael who had joined them just recently. Heck, no one would have ever thought that an 11-year-old boy was in charge of one of the fastest growing businesses in the entire continent. Michael, is this real? Beth asked, disbelief written all over her face. You own all of these automobiles. You have your own nation with food and water. That must mean you earn thousands of gold coins. The kids crowded over him the same way they crowded over him when they were giving him a piece of their bread. Except now, they were giving him stares of amazement. Yup, I am the owner of Reborn Company, he confessed, albeit a little guiltily. I should have told you sooner. But how is that possible? You're just a kid, Beth exclaimed. The helpless little kid she pitied turned out to be a billionaire. I hear that a lot, he said to her. Though the only way I can answer that is that I'm older than I look, Michael faced her. I wanted to visit this place for myself, see it with my own eyes, and what I saw blew me away. You didn't have to share your food with me, but you did, even though you all had so little to eat. Despite the harsh conditions this environment has brought, you didn't hesitate to help me. Now, I want to repay the bread you have all given me with a little gift from me. He then turned to Shayna and asked her, did our packages arrive in good condition? The white-scaled, eager Dragonborn nodded her head and presented Michael with the trucks they brought with them. With a single snap of her fingers, the truck's back door slowly lifted for everyone to see. And the first thing Beth noticed was the smell. It felt familiar. It wasn't just one distinct scent, but a mixture of many that triggered her memories. She was immediately brought back to the time when she was a kid. And she strolled through the Golden Road, seeing piles of fruits, vegetables, and all sorts of food on the stalls beside the streets. Beth slowly opened her eyes and saw the myriad of food stacked up to the very ceiling of the automobile truck. The rest of the children and even some of the seniors walked closer to the truck, trying to see if what they were seeing was true. I smell it, that smells good. Food, finally food. One truck was full of leafy vegetables, still fresh and moist despite the long travel. The next truck was filled with cases of fruits, both exotic and common with different colors and tastes. And lastly, one of the trucks seemed to be full of meat, which was frozen rock solid in the frosting container of the truck. Meat, Beth cried out. Even she was left flustered upon seeing the presence of food in such large quantities. She could literally swim in the cases of leafy cabbages, spinach, and much more. What is this? She asked Michael. He smiled and shrugged, a signature move. What else? This is my gift to all of you. Eat to your heart's content. There's no hunger and thirst while I'm here, he proclaimed. But none of them moved. It was too good to be true. They were afraid that if they moved, they would somehow wake up from this dream. Michael had enough and got up on the truck and began to throw apples, grapes, oranges, and every kind of fruit toward the starving locals of Orcus Town. They caught as much as they could, not wanting any of it to be wasted. For the kids, this would be the first time they would fill their stomachs full. Michael and the Rebornians began to distribute all the food and resources they brought along to the starving locals of Orcus town. It didn't take long for them to crowd over the piles and piles of delicious fruits stacked up on the table. The kids, despite wanting to eat all they could at this very moment, didn't forget to repay the favor that the elderly gave them all this time. They began to go door to door in each house in town, waking up the seniors who were sleeping in their houses. Experience more on my virtual library empire. Wake up, there's food, come out. The Reborn company gave us something to eat. The seniors woke up groggily, some even having difficulty standing due to how malnourished they were. What are you talking about? I'll show you, look. The kids guided them outside, where there were tables scattered all around, stacked with enough food to feed at least 20 elephants. There were even pots getting heated with meat and vegetable soup, just enough to fight off the cold in their bodies. They thought they were still asleep and dreaming. Let's eat, Michael said as he began pouring the soup into bowls and distributing it to each and every one that lined up. Looking at the warm meat and vegetable soup in their hands, the elderly locals of Orcus town couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. The warmth of the soup as they brought it to their mouths was a sobering sensation that made them realize this was real. The kids weren't that emotional as they quickly downed the soup in one go, slurping every bit of it from the bowl. The Rebornians quickly refilled their soups, making the children extremely happy. Michael watched on with a satisfied smile. Orcus town finally had their hunger satiated. There was only one other thing they needed: water. He looked down and used his supreme skill, Unity Gathering, to observe all the mana present underground. Of course, the majority of everything he saw was earth mana, but with his sharp eyes and extreme sensitivity to mana, he was able to locate a vein of underground water present deep below the floor. There was an aquifer. With the water in sight, Michael opened his hand and grasped the very water molecules present below the ground and beckoned them to come closer to him. The water began to rise in a straight line, slowly breaking through the layers of soil and rock in the crust. There was no obstacle hard enough to stop these water mana from following Michael's orders, eventually breaking through the very flooring and creating a giant geyser that almost reached the skies. Beth and the elders felt the rumbling in the ground and thought that another earthquake was coming their way. But then they saw water suddenly burst up from the very ground, tearing through the stone road, creating a mist that briefly created a rainbow in the skies. Whoa, water, haha. I'm taking a bath, I'm drinking it all. Haha, it's raining. The kids immediately surged towards the water, letting themselves get wet as if there was a storm in clear skies. They began to drink as much as they could, catching the mist of pure water spraying from the ground. Even the elders and seniors of Orcus town briefly turned into kids again as they joined the children basking in the geyser. They jumped, they cheered, and they danced, seemingly in a trance. After all, when else would they experience such a day as this? They had their fill of nutritious food, and now they were in the presence of overflowing water. Some of them even brought jugs, clay pots, and anything else they could find to try and store as much water as they could. They knew rain wouldn't come anytime soon, so this would be their only source of water for a long time. Don't worry, Michael assured them. We'll make sure to tap into that water source for all of you to drink from every day. The Rebornian engineers didn't have to be told their jobs, as they immediately began to survey their surroundings and assess how they were going to build a plumbing system. Orcus town would now have water and food to survive their day-to-day lives. They had asked for help for a long time, yet no one came to their rescue. It came to a point where they no longer believed that anyone would come to their aid. But now, out of the blue, Michael and his Reborn company came out of the forest and gave them enough food to get them filled for a whole year. They weren't even from the Queen's region. They were from the King's region and knew nothing about their current situation, nor what they were before. As everyone enjoyed the food they were given, Beth approached Michael with a little bit of awkwardness in her steps. She didn't know how she could address him now. It made her remember how she treated him as nothing more than a lost orphan child, not the owner of a major business like the Reborn company. Sir Michael, we don't know how to repay you. I'm just repaying what you gave me. In times of desperation, you gave me your bread and treated me as your own. Now I'm treating you as one of mine, and I make sure that any Rebornian will never want for food or water ever again. We have an abundance of resources. There is no need to think of it as a big thing, he said to her, shrugging his shoulders. Beth was overwhelmed with emotions and bowed to him. Please, there's no need for that, Michael said, waving his hands. But you have saved our town from extinction. Without you, we would have perished from starvation. How could I treat you as the pitiful child as before? Michael almost choked while sipping his soup. Pitiful, do I really look that bad? Lord Michael, this is why we keep telling you to wear something more appropriate for your stature, Shayna interjected. We have already prepared a royal regalia for you to wear, adorned with gold from our mines and gems from the dwarves. Michael immediately shook his head. He liked wearing plain clothes. After all, he was just a chill guy. Locals of Orcus town enjoyed the feast Michael prepared for them the entire day. One of the kids walked up to Michael and thanked him for his gifts with a gift of her own. She brought out all sorts of trinkets she kept to herself all these times, picked up from the rubble and the ruins of the previous tenants of Orcus town. It's all that I have, she said. I hope it's enough to pay for all the food you gave us, mister. Michael felt touched and accepted the presents. He was given rusted jewelry, dirtied but colorful buttons from clothes, wooden charms of the goddess, combs, and other such bits and pieces that used to hold significant value during the time of the Golden Road. He appreciated them even though they had no actual value. Thank you, he said to her. Stay connected with my virtual library empire. Seeing this, the other kids began taking out their belongings and giving Michael the payment for the food and water that he gave them. Of course, he accepted them. It would be insensitive and selfish of him if he didn't. After all, these trinkets showed their sincerity in thanking him. One such kid gave Michael a strange almond-shaped seed that they found in the forest. It's quite bitter, the kid said. We snack on it sometimes, but we can't eat too much because our tummy would hurt. Michael looked at the bean in his hands and felt as if it was familiar to him. It also had a combination of fruity and nutty scent, which made him think that he had seen this kind of seed before in his previous life. Chat JK3, do you recognize this seed? Chat JK3 explained. In other words, Michael was holding chocolate in his hands. The tasty snack that had captivated billions of people back in his previous life was now in his hands. In its purest form, no one knew how valuable this seed was. Just like what the kid said, anyone who tried to eat cacao beans raw would only taste something completely bitter. But Michael knew he could turn it into the sweetest thing in this world. Where did you find this? He asked the kids. It's in the forest, they said, but most of the trees are crushed or fallen into the crevices on the ground. Michael thanked them and immediately used a spell to head directly over to the forest, surprising the kids and eliciting gasps of amazement. It only took him a few minutes to finally see a bird's eye view of the entire forestry surrounding Orcus town. And up above, he could see all the large cracks and fissures brought on by the earthquake, with large parts of the entire forest floor subducting under another part and creating a crevice. Most of the trees were uprooted from their very, with some falling deep into the depths of the cracks. Chat JK3. Can you locate more beans like this? Michael's eyes glinted as he suddenly saw a few bright spots on the forest floor. And upon closer inspection, it was indeed the same bean he held in his hands. Most of what he saw were on the crevices on the ground, which must have been crushed as they fell into the cracks. But there were still a few left untouched by the earthquake disaster. He raised his hand, focusing his mind on the few good cacao beans that were still in great condition. He made sure to exclude those that were already expired or damaged from the natural hazards of the forest floor. He focused on the unique earth mana signature of the cacao beans and pulled them closer to himself, lifting them from the ground and gathering them in front of him. The white cacao beans floated patiently in a bunch, waiting for Michael to relay his next instructions. Please give me the instructions on how to process cacao beans into chocolate. Chat JK3. His brain felt a familiar sensation as the information washed over his mind, giving him the intuitive knowledge to turn this bitter cacao bean into another business opportunity that had the potential to spread all over the world. It was completely unfortunate that the trees for the cacao trees were completely devastated due to the earthquakes. Or else it could have been a good start for his would-be chocolate business. If he were to plant a seedling right now, it would take years for it to fully grow into maturation, even if Anne and the other farmers used their specific skills and talents to hasten its growth. He already decided to send back some seeds to Reborn Nation for them to immediately start a cacao farm. But for now, it looked like he wouldn't be able to get chocolate in the lineup of Reborn products. I guess the consolation prize is that I have enough to make chocolate for everyone. To turn these cacao beans into chocolate, Michael needed to ferment them into a container for a few days. But since every life form in this world consisted of some kind of light mana, Michael could easily bolster bacteria growth and make the fermentation process speed up by mere minutes. Now that it had turned brownish from its original white color, it was time for him to roast them. With a simple, he was able to bring out the cacao's natural chocolatey flavor and create cacao nibs. After grinding them into a thick paste, Michael refined the liquid and tempered it before he could finally turn it into its famous blocky rectangular form. Of course, Michael had to briefly return to the nation of Reborn to get some sugar and other ingredients to add to the chocolate and make it taste a little bit sweeter. Without further ado, Michael took a bite and tasted its rich and sweet flavor, melting in his mouth in just a few seconds. Michael returned to Orcus town with multiple bars of chocolate wrapped in giant leaves. He landed in the middle of the market and was immediately swarmed by the locals of Orcus town. Even the Dragonborns crowded over him, with Shayna a little bit upset that he didn't tell anyone that he was going off on his own. "Lord Michael, we're your personal bodyguards. You can't go off on your own without at least informing us." "I'm angry too," Yumisu muttered shyly. Michael raised his hands guiltily. "Sorry, but I was able to make something good in the forest. Here, have a taste." Shayna, the white-scaled serious dragonborn with a lot of pride, wasn't receptive to Michael's attempt at placating them. Thankfully, though, Yumisu was a little bit more curious as she slowly peeked at the strange black bars in Michael's hands that were emitting an intriguing scent. "It's a tasty snack called chocolate. Want to have a bite?" he asked all of them. The children wouldn't say no to a gift. They quickly lined up in front of Michael and waited as they gave them each a single bar of chocolate. At first, they thought that the chocolate tasted similar to wood. After all, its color was strangely similar to that of bark. But with a single whiff, they immediately sensed the sweetness hidden inside the chocolate. As they took a bite, their eyes widened with amazement as if a whole new world had just opened for them. They never knew food could taste this sweet. The chocolate seemed to have melted inside their mouths quite easily, making them crave for more. Jaku and Zion also took a chocolate bar from Michael, fascinated at what strange new things Michael had concocted this time. And with their changed physiology as a dragonborn, their senses were heightened to an even greater degree, allowing them to taste all the little nuances in the chocolate. It was rich and earthy while also being bitter and sweet. "Amazing," Jaku commented, taking another bite. "Bro Mike, I want more. Do you have more?" Zion said with his chocolate bar already eaten halfway through in one bite. "Sis, you gotta try this." Yumisu and Shayna both finally took a bite out of a chocolate bar. "It's good, right? Do you both forgive me now?" Michael asked them. Shayna was silent, trying hard not to show a smile on her face as the chocolate melted in her mouth. "Yes, can I have more?" Shayna said, becoming even more shy than Yumisu. It became quite a sight to see, as Shayna's white scales began to turn pinkish red as she became shy and embarrassed. "Me too, I want more, more please," Yumisu passionately shouted. "Don't worry, I have enough for everybody," he said to them, flashing multiple chocolate bars as if they were cards. Meanwhile, Beth was approached by one of the kids and was shown a chocolate bar with a clear bite mark on its side. "Miss Beth, do you want to try it?" She looked at Michael, confused. He didn't explain anything and simply offered her a chocolate bar of her own. And just like the kids, just a single bite was enough to overwhelm her taste. It tasted sweet, even more than sugar. Sugar was already a precious and rare product in the Golden Road, with its price being raised sky-high for its demand. But this dark bar was even tastier, richer, and sweeter than any product that was sprinkled with sugar. She could only wonder how the Golden Road of old would react to such an exotic product. She was sure that this would cause a commotion even overseas. Intrigued, "Guess what I used to make that?" he asked her. "Well, part of it, but the main ingredient is this," Michael said as he took out a single white cacao bean in between his fingers. "That's cacao, but that's supposed to be bitter." She and the rest of the Orcus town locals would have never thought that such a sweet snack would come from an almost worthless fruit they had just thrown away in the past. Beth was filled with hope, thinking that cacao beans could be used to make chocolate, but was quickly disheartened once she remembered that the earthquake decimated the forest. "Bro Michael," one of the kids motioned for him. "How do you become so cool?" "I also want to make chocolate and fly, and have lots of food and in all sorts of things." Beth ruffled the kid's head. "It's probably his awakened talent," she explained. "Can I also awaken my talent?" she asked him innocently. Beth showed a pained expression. "Unfortunately, we need to visit a church for that, and it costs a lot of money. Enjoy exclusive content from my virtual library empire." It was even more unfortunate to think that the kid was just about to turn 11 years old, meaning the window for his awakening was coming to a close. "There is one way that I could help, not just you, but the entirety of Orcus town," Michael revealed. Beth questioned Michael with her eyes. "What do you mean?" "You could become part of our nation of Reborn. If you join us, then we can help you renovate Orcus town into a bigger and better place. We will give you access to water and food so that you will never go hungry ever again. And as citizens of our nation, then you are entitled to have a talent awakening of your own. It doesn't matter if you've missed your chance. I can still help you reach your peak. If you would allow us, we would reconstruct all the broken buildings and structures to make them more resilient against earthquakes, where you no longer have to worry about the roof collapsing at night. And most of all, we can rebuild the glory days of Orcus town by recreating a new golden road. What do you say?" Beth and the other locals of Orcus town looked at each other, and slowly their eyes moistened with emotion. After experiencing everything that the Reborn company could offer, they knew that joining their nation was everything they could have ever asked for. The answer to Michael's question was easy. Orcus town had been degrading for a long time, without anyone in the Queen's region stepping up to help them. In short, they were abandoned without even a chance to fight for themselves. Even though they were once beloved during the times of the Golden Road, no one seemed to have remembered that in the current times. Now, Michael was offering them the chance to be part of something greater, part of a nation that was doing something extremely different from what anyone had ever done before. This was a no-brainer. They would have said yes just from the food he gave them earlier that day. Now, he was offering to completely renovate Orcus town into something that they could finally be proud of. The children immediately nodded their heads, not even fully understanding the weight of this moment. It would be a lie to say that they weren't captivated by the prospect of becoming as strong as the Dragonborns, but the fact that they could have something to eat and drink every day was enough for them to be satisfied. Beth and a couple of the older locals of Orcus town had a little meeting amongst themselves, where the unanimous decision between them was a resounding yes. They talked amongst themselves because they were the only ones who knew how monumental this decision was. Back in the glory days of the Golden Road, there were plenty of sovereign nations that tried to get Orcus town under their banner, either peacefully or through force. But in the end, Orcus town remained independent against any attempt. Their ancestors knew the power Orcus town held due to its vital position in the Golden Road. Allying or submitting to another nation would be tantamount to handing them the very keys of the treasury chest of the Golden Road. Back then, everyone knew the importance of Orcus town and tried to ensure that it would remain a neutral territory. Zir Montgomery, Yuna's grandmother, made sure of that. But now, everyone seemed to have forgotten it, along with the importance of the Golden Road. This allowed Michael and his Reborn nation to take Orcus town under their wings. The effects of this submission were not entirely clear as of yet, especially since Orcus town was still a run-down territory and the Golden Road was still a thing of the past. Of course, Michael always liked to hurry things up. So, he quickly officialized the agreement with Orcus town, signing papers and all that stuff. Thankfully, they had a professional in their midst. Yuna looked through every deed in Orcus town with a meticulous eye. Motivating her was Michael's promise to give her a large shipment of extra bitter dark chocolate to take home. She happily hummed one of her songs as she parsed through the papers, which Michael subconsciously copied as he double-checked her work. "Everything looks fine," she said, handing him the contract. "It just needs everyone's signature." Michael was the first one to sign, after which he quickly handed it over to Beth and the locals. "We'll all sign it," she said to everyone. "This is our decision, which means that we'll all be part of this historic moment." She signed and passed it on to everyone, including the children, who gleefully scribbled whatever they wanted. Finally, Una signed it as well, certifying that she was the third-party witness to this contract. "Congratulations," she said. "Michael, would you do us the honor of telling us the new name of this town?" This was a monumental occasion, with the nation of Reborn finally establishing another city/town outside their capital. Michael hoped that there would be more territories in the future, so he decided to have all upcoming territories with the same naming convention. "I hereby call this place as Neo-Orcus, the second territory of the nation of Reborn." The Dragonborns clapped and cheered. "It's a celebration, bring out the fried chicken." "Congratulations, Lord Michael. Find your next adventure on my virtual library empire." "Hee, more chocolate." "Now that you're part of our nation, I guess I'll be your senior, huh?" Zion said to the children. "Don't worry, I'll whip you all into shape." The newly minted citizens of Neo-Orcus cheered and hugged each other emotionally, as if they were finally liberated from a cage that had been locking them down for all their lives. Beth and the other seniors approached Michael and thanked him profusely. "Thank you, Michael. I hope that we can make our nation prosper even more than it is now." Michael nodded. "Of course. Our first step is renovating this town to become a little bit more Rebornian. After that, we can worry about the Golden Road." The celebrations and feasts lasted for about a day, with the Rebornians teaching the new citizens about the customs of their nation. They talked about baseball, beer, fried chicken, and all the things they missed back in the capital city of the Reborn nation. The locals of Neo-Orcus couldn't wait to implement all the culture into their new homes. Just hearing about cold and hot showers with a turn of a lever was enough to stoke their imaginations and expectations. But of course, to do that, they needed entirely new infrastructure. The Rebornian engineers, made up of the very best demi-humans for the job, began to survey the entire land, assessing the faults in the ground. Based on a single glance, it seemed that most of the infrastructure of the old Orcus town needed to be completely torn down to install a much better foundation that could withstand the frequent earthquakes in this region. There were a lot of things to be done, which was helped by the fact that Michael began awakening the talents of the Neo-Orcus citizens. With the new skills, talents, and knowledge they gained with ChatJK3 help, everyone quickly began with their work tearing down the deteriorated buildings in town. After a few days, the whole town had been completely leveled. And a few more after that, the very foundation for the new territory began its work. As Neo-Orcus town began its rejuvenation, the locals made do with a couple of small houses to live inside in the meantime. Although it was basic, it was much better than their original dwelling, which had a 50% chance of collapsing and trapping them under. Not only that, but they had access to all the food and water they could stuff themselves with. Thanks to the refrigeration in Michael's truck, the slabs of meat stored inside could be rationed for a long time without spoiling. And if need be, he could always teleport back to the nation of Reborn to pick up more food. So, everyone was energized as they helped the Rebornian engineers in creating a bigger and better place for Neo-Orcus. "Bread, anybody?" Beth awakened her talent as a baker and immediately used her skills to create energizing pastries for everyone to enjoy while working. Michael was even able to teach her how to create one of the most famous bread in his previous life, the croissant. She spent the majority of her hours in the makeshift bakery the engineers made for her, and kept on creating amazingly scented goods that made everyone hungry for more. And like most people Michael awakened, the locals of Neo-Orcus found themselves looking at least 10 years younger. Their bodies no longer look emaciated and now look a lot healthier. Despite the sounds of ongoing constructions and buildings collapsing, this led to a period of peace for the inhabitants of Neo-Orcus. Meanwhile, somewhere deep in the forest surrounding Neo-Orcus was a wooden village made up of the Orcanine tribe. These orcs wore minimal armor, if any, and only had a loincloth that covered their private parts. Their fur, muscles, and fats were enough deterrents for any attacks that came their way. Subsequently, this became a point of pride for the orcs. Those who were able to take swords and spears only with their bare skin would be considered a lot more heroic than others and praised by all. Their wolf-like ears were decorated with rings and feathers symbolizing their feats and achievements. Performing a successful hunt, siring a child, or showing dominance against their rival tribe were examples of such. Those that had more ornaments were considered to be superior and were treated a lot better in their village. None was more superior than their chieftain, whose fur was thicker than all, fats bulkier than most, and a tusk sharper than any knife. The leader of the orc canine hybrid demi-humans sat on his throne decorated with the furs and quills of his enemies, for his ears were already decorated with too many ornaments. Have they surrendered? The Orcanine chieftain asked his servants, his tone showing his tiredness. He had been fighting in an ongoing civil war with the Orcupine tribe ever since the Earth Goddess showed her wrath and sent a tremor in the lands. They, too, were deeply affected by the earthquakes, since their main source of food came from the very forests destroyed by the disaster. The two tribes had a rivalry since the very beginning, but it was more of a friendly banter rather than a serious grudge. However, the destruction of the forest and the degradation of the Golden Road led to fewer resources for both tribes, eventually leading to a civil war, as both tribes wanted to monopolize the remaining resources in the territory. The forest became a place too small for two tribes. They knew that if both tribes continued to live in the same territory, then they would all perish from starvation. One of them would have to be cast out from their territory. But of course, each tribe felt themselves deserving of staying in their land rather than the other. The Orcanine tribe knew they were much stronger than the cowardly Orcupine tribe, while the Orcupine tribe knew the airheaded Orcanine tribe would only destroy the land rather than nurture it. Each tribe had a claim to their territory, meaning none of them would back down in this fight. Chief, those spineless orcs refused to give way. They have shown no intent of leaving our land, an orc reported. The Orcanine chieftain scoffed. Typical, he said. Find more to read at my virtual library empire. The chieftain thought that it was quite ironic that the Occupine tribe with bodies full of spines and quills were being spineless and refusing to look for different land for their tribe. Send more troops, show them that we are the blessed ones, the chieftain ordered. Although their grudge ran deep, both orc tribes refused to settle their feud with violence. They were not savages after all. Instead, they opted to show their dominance through worship. These orcs revered the Earth Goddess, as she was the one who gave them the sustenance to survive, and to show their thanks for all the gifts that she has given them. The orcs smacked their bodies and shouted to the top of their lungs. The orcs believed that whoever worshipped the goddess more was the one who was worthy of staying in her grace. The Orcanine and the Orcupine tribes both believed they were orcs superior in worship. We shall show them that the goddess favors us. The trees say so, the chieftain said as he got up from his throne and got out of his tent. The orcs slapped their thighs in respect as soon as they saw him, which also signaled to the others that they were in the presence of the chieftain. Take me to our sacred place, the chieftain said. Orc guards guided their chieftain deeper into the forest, where their sacred worshipping place was located. As they walked into the forest, the variety of trees seemed to become more and more homogeneous, before eventually having only one type of tree in an entire area. This particular type of tree did not have thick trunks, wide leaf crowns, nor a tall stature. It was just enough for the orcs to walk up and pick up one of its fruits growing on the stems. The chieftain looked up at the nearest fruit in front of him. After a long time, it had finally turned brown. Ready for harvest. I thank the goddess for bestowing upon us this cacao, he said as he pulled out one of its pods from the stem. The trees that the orcs were worshipping turned out to be cacao trees. Orcs treated cacao, locally known as cacao, as something sacred and deeply connected to the Earth Goddess. Because of that, their territory had thousands upon thousands of cacao trees surrounding it, each one mature and ready to bear fruit all year round. The Orcanine tribe and the Orcupine tribe both worshipped these trees and protected them from any harm. It was a tradition for them to plant 10 seeds to replenish any dead trees in the area, making sure that their sacred place was still blessed by the goddess. This was started by their ancestors and was continued by each chieftain in history. was the reason why this place was so important to the orc tribes. By leaving, they would also leave the place blessed by the goddess. Even if they found fertile ground elsewhere, it would take them years and upon years to create a forest of cacao trees ready to bear fruit. None of them were willing to leave, but if it would help the cacao trees in the long run, then both orc tribes were willing to leave. However, each chieftain thought that their counterpart wasn't capable of protecting and nurturing the cacao trees. The Orcanine tribe excelled in strength and power, especially since their species was a hybrid of orcs and wolves. However, their defensive capabilities was something left to be desired. Their aggressive nature was good in attacking others, but they were quite useless in defending the holy cacao trees from any outside attack. Meanwhile, opposite them was the Orcupine tribe, who excelled in their defense. Since they were a hybrid of orcs and porcupines, they had protective spines and quills that allowed them to essentially shoot out spears in all directions, enough to pierce through any metal armor. They were great in defense, but they had little to no attacking capabilities. Their main strategy was to hunker themselves down in one place and shoot anyone that came close. But of course, that had a weakness of its own. Without any offensive abilities, their potential enemies would be free to attack and retreat without any consequences at all. They would be able to replenish their energies, while the Orcupines would be stuck in one place, unable to rest. Eventually, they would get worn down and allow the enemies to charge through. The Orcanine and the Orcupine tribe both had their strengths and weaknesses. The problem lay in the fact that none of them had the capability to fully defend their holy ground, which was why neither was willing to back down. "Why can't he understand?" the Orcanine chieftain muttered to himself. "Overwhelming offense is the best defense, especially with the blessing of our goddess." The chieftain cracked open one of the cacao pods with his bare hands. He searched underneath its brown hard shell exterior and came across a collection of luscious white seeds. He took one of the seeds and observed it curiously. It was hard for him to believe that such a little seed held so much blessing from the goddess. He then put it in between his teeth and crushed it into pieces before gulping it in one go. "Bitter," he commented, with his face scrunching in displeasure. Even after eating cacao beans countless times, orcs still detested the taste of bitterness in their mouth. It was a taste that they hated the most. Find adventures on my virtual library empire. If it weren't blessed by the goddess, then they would spit out any cacao beans they ate. Despite how they hated the taste, they still ate it regardless. They treated it as the goddess test. If they couldn't even bear the taste of one of her most precious creations in nature, then they didn't deserve to have her blessing. The chieftain closed his eyes, ready to receive the blessing of the goddess. Suddenly, a visible red aura began to manifest around the chieftain's body, empowering him with energy and pure strength. His muscles bulged, veins popping out. The fur in his body stood on end, instinctively feeling the enormous physical strength boost that the cacao bean gave him. Just one bean allowed him to almost double the size of his muscle mass, allowing him to exhibit twice the physical strength of his normal body. This was the goddess blessing to them. Of course, there was nothing special in the cacao beans themselves. It was no different from any other seed or fruit in the natural world. However, the chemical and mana composition inside the cacao beans created some sort of reaction within the orcs that allowed them to tap into the inherent strength and power hiding inside their very bodies. This was the reason why they treated cacao trees as their sacred ground. It was what gave them the strength to protect their territories from any harm. And if the taste of cacao beans were any less bitter, they would always be eating these as a snack, allowing them to be in a permanent state of strength and power. Unfortunately, these orcs hated its bitterness so much that they only ate it during emergencies or when they truly needed it. The chieftain closed his eyes and became thankful for the goddess' blessing. He squatted, with his thighs almost parallel to the ground. He slapped his thighs simultaneously, creating a rhythmic sound that reverberated throughout the forest of cacao trees. "Boo-too-too," the chieftain screamed to the top of his lungs. He began to slap his body harder and harder, showing off how resilient his body became because of the transformation brought on by the cacao beans. Somehow, his voice began to resonate with the sounds created by his body. Each slap was supported and reinforced by earth mana coming out of the chieftain's body before being transmitted out to the surroundings as sound waves. As the earth mana-infused sound waves passed through the cacao trees, their branches began to sway as if they were hit with a gust of wind. The chieftain's ritual intensified, with the sound creating more and more swaying in the branches until finally, the trees themselves began to rock side to side as if they were dancing. This ritual was how the orcs preserved their holy grounds, was the reason how these cacao trees remained unperturbed while earthquakes devastated the entire forest. As each cacao tree swayed on the ground, its roots untangled themselves from the ground and made the soil very loose, allowing them to become flexible as the ground shook. The orcs felt as if their purpose in life was to protect the holy grounds and give thanks to the goddess. The Orcanine tribe believed that their ritual was the best way to preserve the cacao trees from any harm. By harshly slapping their bodies and creating booming sounds that reverberated through every tree, every root, and every leaf, they were able to impart their holy grounds with their mana, thereby completing the circle of life. But of course, the Orcupine tribe thought differently. Their ritual was completely different from theirs, choosing instead to strum the quills and spines on their bodies to create a sharp and rhythmic melody that imparted vibration to the trees. The Orcanine chieftain disliked this. After all, the vibrations brought on by the Orcupine tribe's ritual were too rough on the trees, making the trees shed too many leaves. Their way was much more delicate, making the trees sway gently. But if you were to ask the Orcupine chieftain, then he would say that Orcanines were too gentle. Their way of vibrating the trees may cause some leaves to shed excessively, but it was a small price to pay to get rid of any pests that were destroying the trees from the inside. Of course, each chieftain tribe had their own opinions, which led to the civil war in the first place. To choose which one of them would get to stay and protect the holy grounds, each tribe tried to prove that their ritual was better than the other. This resulted in a standoff, with the Orcanine tribe on one side and the Orcupine tribe on the other, shouting and performing their rituals to try and overwhelm the other. It came to a point where their shouting competition became too much of a nuisance to those surrounding them, making birds fly outwards in search of somewhere quieter. This was still ongoing even now, and even the Orcanine chieftain was feeling its effects on their holy grounds. The cacao trees, which had been gently rocking back and forth to his ritual dance, suddenly stopped in place and began to vibrate. As it did so, leaves began to gently fall towards the chieftain's face, making his already angry face even more furious. There was only one person whose shouting could reach deep even through this territory. It was none other than the chieftain of the Orcupine tribe. "Ra-ta-ta," a voice echoed. "You've gotten impatient, huh, brother?" The chieftain looked far into the forest, towards where the shrill noise of his rival was coming from. He had been so gentle with these trees, nurturing them from seedling to maturity, only for the cowardly Orcupine tribe to shake them vigorously without thought. "Unbelievable. Continue your journey at my virtual library empire." The Orcanine chieftain believed that these trees were sacred and should thus be treated as such. Yet clearly, the Orcupine chieftain thought differently. "It is clear that we must be the only ones to protect our sacred trees. We shall show you our worthiness." He began to channel his inner strength, the very power given to him by the cacao beans. As he slapped his muscular thighs, a visible sound wave made out of concentrated earth mana resounded out into the forest. The two sound waves clashed in the air, with the Orcanine chieftain canceling the effects of his rival and taking back control of the cacao trees in his territory. They once again swayed gently in the wind. But of course, he wasn't done. The Orcupine chieftain tried to assert dominance on his territory. He wasn't going to take that lightly. It was now time for a counterattack. The Orcanine chief slapped his body even harder than before, shouting "Boo, too," to transmit his ritual deep into his rival's territory. And somewhere on the other side of the forest, the Orcupine chieftain felt the cacao trees in his vicinity slowly sway in the wind, ceasing their vibration. "My brethren," he shouted to his fellow Orcupine orcs, "those foolish meatheads will not prevail in this war. We shall show them that our quills reign supreme." They began their counterassault, strumming the spines on their body to fight off against the barbaric booming sounds of their rivals. This led to an escalation of the war, with both orc tribes shouting harder than ever to try and outbid the other. Their rituals resounded throughout the entire forest, as well as the neighboring territories beside it, including Neo-Orcus. Michael was watching the Rebornian engineers pour concrete into the pillars that would serve as the foundation for the structures, when all of a sudden, he felt a disturbance in the air. He looked around and saw two different earth mana signatures coming from the forest, clashing against each other and creating a furious storm of mana that was heading in their very direction. Since these were merely sound waves imbued with a little bit of mana, it wasn't dangerous or anything, but it was quite loud. The locals of Neo-Orcus suddenly heard a high-pitched and a low-pitched sound grating on their ears. They covered their ears quickly and ducked down. This was not the first time that they heard this annoying sound that came from the forest. Although harmless, the sound would usually last a day or more, making their lives extremely miserable after hearing nothing but that screech in their ears. Beth covered the ears of one of the kids right next to her, choosing instead to help him instead of herself. She was going to endure the sound, but then, silence. She looked around and saw a prismatic bubble wrapped around her body, completely muting her ears from the outside world. Beth wasn't the only one. Everyone around her was protected by this encompassing shield. This was none other than their inherent skill lesser unity defense they gained after Michael awakened their talent. "What's that sound?" Michael asked as he approached Beth. "That's the orcs," she said gravely. Una and her ogre battle made Agnes both approached Michael. "I've heard the orcs shout send reverberation to an entire battlefield. I realize now how loud it is." Even though Una and Agnes had no prismatic shield to protect them, they didn't seem to be too much affected by the deafening echoes of concentrated earth mana. Instead, Michael could see a concentration of fire mana gathering at the ears, essentially neutralizing the earth mana from the sound waves. Stay connected via my virtual library empire. What fascinated Michael was the fact that they didn't cast any spell to do that. It was a natural reaction from their bodies, the way a muscle tenses when hit by something hard. I guess that's one of the perks of training your body for physical arts, Michael thought to himself. After being distracted a little bit, Michael shook his head and concentrated on the problem at hand. "Have the orcs always been like this?" he asked Beth. She nodded, remembering the sleepless nights they endured while the sounds of the orcs' shouts echoed through the forest. That was one of the reasons why most of the inhabitants of the old Orcus town left to settle in a different area. They couldn't stand the noise. Why, Michael asked, which Beth had no answer for. They never bothered to find out because it would do them no good at all. They had no power to change things. Thankfully, Una held a lot of knowledge about orcs brought about by her training as a diplomat. "I've heard that the orcs tend to turn on each other in harsh times. The two different clashing shouts are evidence of that. My guess is that the two orcs are battling it out for possession of the last resources in the forest," she explained. Michael looked to the horizon, towards the orc territory. "They were affected by the earthquake too," he muttered. Una nodded. Yes, but the degradation of the Golden Road was what truly led the orcs to fall in hard times. According to the history books I read, these orcs used to find employment in the Golden Road as bodyguards for hire. They protected merchants and envoys in their journey, scaring off any unwanted troubles. That was how they earned enough money to buy food and resources to keep their hunger in check. And you know orcs, they need a lot of sustenance to survive, mostly meat. And with the loss of the Golden Road, the orcs lost their source of income. My guess is that they then resorted to hunting in the forest for food. But with the earthquakes destroying and disturbing the ecosystem, they must have had trouble feeding both tribes. Michael appreciated Una's insight into the whole situation. "We can certainly help them," Michael said. "Is there any way that I can meet with the orcs?" "You want to recruit them?" Una guessed. "Yup, with our help, they don't need to fight it out with each other any longer. They could become part of the nation of Reborn and have all the food they could ever want. We still have a lot of meat in the fridge ready to give out." Neo-Orcus wouldn't be the paradise he was hoping for if there were suffering orcs just beside them. Not only that, but with their previous jobs as bodyguards and escorts, Michael felt that the orcs could serve as good protectors of Neo-Orcus. Although he was planning on sending a few Rebornian security centaurs here in the future, it would be good if they had their own security to begin with. "There is a way to meet with them, and that is through meat, literally," Una said. "I remember about that too," Beth interjected. She could recall hearing about this method when she was younger, when she was surrounded by merchants and peddlers. It's through giving the orcs a slab of meat with a flag staked through it, right? That's right, Yuna nodded. Orcs are quite intimidating, so people would ask for the services of the orcs by gifting them a piece of meat with a flag on it. The orcs would know to return to that place tomorrow morning to meet with their potential employer. Michael nodded, already planning in his mind. Thanks for telling me, he said to Yuna. Without you, I would have had to rely on Fudge's investigative skills. And you know Fudge. His opinion could be quite skewed to fit his ninja view of the world, he joked. The adorable but edgy slime popped out of Michael's shadow in protest. Master, I always give you an unbiased opinion. Really, why didn't you tell me that you met Yuna? Michael asked, staring at the guilty Fudge. That's beside the point. Michael continued staring at the slime until finally. You are Miss Yuna, Master is bullying me. The supposed nonchalant ninja slime hopped on over to Yuna's arms like a kid crying to his mom after being made fun of in the playground. There. Don't mind him, Yuna said as she patted Fudge. Consoling the cute little slime, you're doing a great job as a ninja. The little bratty slime quickly showed a warm smile at Yuna before turning around and flashing a tongue at Michael. You know he's supposed to be my companion, he complained to Yuna. You should take care of him better then, she retorted teasingly. Otherwise I'll snatch him right up. Michael chuckled and shook his head. By the way, Fudge, do you want to join us to meet with the orcs? I'll give you permission to stake around the perimeter like a ninja. Fudge hopped back over to Michael's head as quickly as he left. It was that easy to placate the little slime, now acting as if nothing even happened. Master, don't worry, those orcs won't see me, but I'll see all of them. I'll protect you. He won't need that, Jaku said, holding the hilt of his sword. I alone am enough. Count me in, Zion shouted. Me too, Yumisu muttered under her breath. Lord Michael, we are at your service, Shayna bowed, with a smile forming on her face. Meanwhile, deep in the forests, a couple of Orcanine tribe guards stood guarded near the entrance of their village. They were tasked to keep watch around their perimeter and make sure that those Orcupine orcs weren't anywhere near their territory. The two guards were busy having a great time slapping each other around as a sport, when all of a sudden, their noses perked up. There was a scent in the air, a scent they hadn't smelled in quite a long time. It had been a few seasons ago since they caught a whiff of any deer or cows in the forest. The earthquakes caused a wide-scale migration from the forest, leading to a decrease in resources for the orcs whose main diet came from red meat. Yet now they were smelling blood in the air, fresh blood. Fueled by their curiosity and their insatiable hunger for red meat, the two orc guards left their post and followed the scent in the air. Enjoy exclusive adventures from my virtual library empire. It didn't take them long before they finally reached the edge of the forest, where a single slab of red meat was perfectly placed on top of a flat stone altar-like surface, with blood still pooling beside it. As the two orcs moved closer, they saw that a flag had been planted inside the meat, with a single gold-letter symbol written on a white canvas. Even though it had been years since they saw this kind of offering, the two orc guards knew exactly what this flat meant. Someone was trying to contact them. They would have never thought that years after the dissolution of the Golden Road, someone would be contacting them again for their services. Even though it was weird, they knew that this was a chance for their tribe to earn resources that could help their tribe tremendously. They took the slab of meat and quickly returned to their tribe, alerting the rest of the Orcanine orcs as the smell of blood and meat emanated in everyone's nose as soon as they entered. Boo-too-too, they screamed in excitement. It had been so long since they were graced with the presence of meat. And this excitement boiled over to more and more orcs, each one slapping their thighs and chests the same way they worshipped the cacao trees. It didn't take long before the Orcanine chieftain finally took notice of what was happening. He got out of his quarters and approached the two orc guards, who presented him with the meat and the flag planted inside it. Unfamiliar company, the chieftain muttered to himself. This flag emblem wasn't anything he remembered back in the glory days of the Golden Road. How long ago did you find this? The chieftain asked. Just a few slaps ago, chief, they answered. You have done a good job, the chieftain said. Not only did you bring this to my attention as soon as possible, you also prevented our rivals from hearing about such an opportunity. Good, good, he said. The Orcanines prided themselves in their sense of smells, which came from their half-wolf side. It would have taken the Orcupine tribe the whole day before they found the meat flag. But because of the fast action of his guards, the Orcupine would have no opportunity to learn about this business deal. If they played this right, they could monopolize all the rewards for this mission, giving them enough resources to finally tip the scales in their favor. This was the chance he was waiting for to finally exile those Orcupines. He then turned to his other attendants. Prepare our very best negotiator to meet with the merchant tomorrow morning. Make sure that you show no sign of this happening to those Orcupines. The rest of the orcs shouted in excitement, agreeing with their chief's orders. The prospect of finally eating meat gave them such a rush that they ended up performing their rituals till night time. The next morning, a group of 4 Orcanine orcs set out to the edges of the forest, towards where they found the meat in the first place. Their excitement was palpable, with their ears perked up and their tails wagging side to side. But as they got closer and closer to the place, a mix of scents assaulted their noses. There were a couple of humans in the mix, with a bunch of other unknown species that they had never met before. But that wasn't what displeased them. It was the fact that they smelled the scent of those extremely familiar to them. As they finally reached the meeting place, their fears were finally confirmed. The Orcupine tribe was also in the meeting place. They too sent an envoy of 4 orcs to negotiate with the humans waiting on the other side of the forest. As soon as the 2 orc tribes caught sight of each other, their fury and anger flared up like a volcano, almost resulting in them facing off in another shouting match. But their chieftain's words resounded in their heads and kept them cool. Their hatred for the Orcupine tribe had to wait. Right now, their main objective was to meet with their potential employers and vie for their favor. The 2 orc tribes approached Michael's group while eyeing each other carefully. We, the Orcanine tribe, meet with the human merchant. We offer you our unstoppable strength, they shouted in pride, looking over at their rival in provocation. We are the Orcupine tribe, and unlike these meatheads, we will offer you unyielding protection. There's no better defense than us, they retorted back, flaring their quills and spines at their rivals. Meathead, you take that back. You are cowards. The 2 orc tribes were already in a screaming match, presenting themselves to Michael in an attempt to curry his favor. They must have forgotten that Michael wasn't an orc like them and just tried to impress him by slapping their thighs or strumming their quills. It was a weird sight, although it was nice to see that the orcs were already receptive to his attempts to make contact with them. He didn't like the fact that the 2 orc tribes was so hostile against each other. He could practically cut the tension with a knife. Don't trust these cowards, human. They do nothing but hunker themselves in one place and present their spikes, the Orcanine guards said. These orcs are so stupid that they don't understand the importance of a good defense, the Orcupines retorted back. Meanwhile, the Dragonborns looked at the orcs and couldn't understand their hatred for one another. For them, family was everything. Why don't they just work together? Zion asked innocently. That's just the way of orcs. They're quite passionate, Una said. Michael, who will you choose to hire? I must warn you that choosing one side might anger the other. Both. I can't leave one to fend for themselves, Michael replied. After observing these 2 orcs with his own eyes, Chat JK3 was able to give him a little bit more information about them. Half orc, half canine hybrid. Element earth fire. Half orc, half porcupine hybrid. Element earth water. What do you think about these orcs? Michael asked Chat JK3. It would be an extreme waste if Michael allied with only one tribe. He could see the Orcanines and the Orcupines working together to safeguard Neo-Orcus, and subsequently the Golden Road as well. He needed to find a way to reconcile these 2 orc tribes, or else it would get harder for him to execute his plans. It would be an extremely unpopular destination spot for anyone if there was incessant shouting coming from the forest every single day. Even he wouldn't want to live in Neo-Orcus town if that happened. The best way that he thought of to make these 2 tribes see eye to eye was to solve the problem they were having in the first place. According to Una, their reason for their civil war was probably a lack of resources. So the solution was easy: give them food. Orcs, listen to me, Michael said, embedding his voice with earth mana similar to the orcs' way of performing their rituals. Except his way was much more refined, with earth mana condensed into the very air molecules that transmitted the sound. This elicited a strong reaction from the orcs, feeling as if their very soul was shaken by Michael's voice. The orcs immediately shut up and stood straight, looking at Michael with reverence and a little bit of fear in their eyes. It felt like they were in the presence of none other than their chieftains. Michael's booming voice activated a built-in instinct within the orcs, treating Michael as if his words had authority. After all, in their culture, those who could make their voice boom would be able to protect their holy grounds better and therefore connect better with the earth goddess herself. That was the whole reason why the two tribes were trying to settle their grudge through a competition of rituals. For a second, the two groups stopped fighting and looked at Michael and did exactly as he said. They listened. "You're willing to provide you food and water for as long as your two tribes stop your civil war." "It's too noisy," Michael said. "You don't have to fight for resources, we can give meat." Michael gave a signal over to Jakku and Zion, who quickly picked up a huge wooden crate and dropped it right in front of the orcs. Just from the scent alone, the orcs knew it was meat, red meat. The Dragonborns opened the crate, letting the orcs see the goods they could receive every week if they agreed with Michael's proposition. The Orcanines looked at the fresh meat in front of their eyes and almost salivated at the sight. "You can call me Michael." "Human Michael," the Orcanine guard said. "We are willing to do as you say. We are willing to offer you our might in eradicating anyone that offends you." Of course, the Orcupines couldn't stand still and let their rivals take away such a generous patron. "Our whole tribe is willing to protect you and your company for life," they promised. Both tribes realized the importance of being in Michael's favor, so the orcs did what they were familiar with. They competed against each other. The Orcanines immediately made a counteroffer. "No, we." But before the orcs got carried away with their rivalry, Shayna quickly put a stop to it. "There's no need for that. Lord Michael has all the protection that he will ever need," she said with a smile, yet her eyes showed a sharpness to it that sent a chill down the orcs' spines. It was only now that they realized the presence of the Dragonborns. Their appearance was already intimidating as it is, but the orcs felt that their connection to the Earth Goddess was much stronger than theirs. This meant only one thing for the orcs: don't mess with the human and dragon-like beings accompanying him. "I told you, there's no need for competition. Your tribes can stop your civil war, or else I'll have to stop it myself," Michael said. The orcs looked apologetic. "I'm sorry, human Michael, but our grudge against these Orcupines cannot be solved so easily." "That is right. We cannot promise that we will have peace, but we will try." Yuna tapped Michael's shoulder and whispered in his ears. "They're just regular orcs. They can't do anything. You need to meet with their chieftains to make any significant headway in your peace plan. Experience more on my virtual library empire." Michael nodded, agreeing with Yuna's assessment. "Tell your chieftains that I want to meet with them. We have business to discuss," he told them. The orcs looked at each other, then back to Michael before meekly nodding their heads. "We will relay this to our chieftain," the orcs said before carrying the crate of meat back to their respective villages. But unbeknownst to them, their shadows seemed to lengthen and contract in unnatural ways. Fudge had successfully infiltrated the orcs with his clones. As the Akranine orcs returned to their villages, they were immediately welcomed by an applause of thigh-slapping intensity. Even though they hadn't seen what was inside the crate as of yet, their noses told them everything they needed to know. "Butu too, was it successful?" their fellow orcs asked expectantly. But instead of seeing joy and excitement, the orcs showed an awkward expression. After bringing back a crate full of meat, everyone thought they had won over the merchant's favor and gained employment. They thought that they had successfully pulled one over the Orcupine tribe. "Chieftain!" the orcs cried out as they saw their leader come out of his tent. "What is it?" the chieftain asked after seeing the look on their faces. This was not the look of accomplishment, but strangely, it wasn't that of loss either. "We met with the human merchant." The orcs began to explain to their chieftain about their meeting with Michael, and how their rival Orcupines somehow caught wind of the meeting and crashed it earlier than them. "Let me get this straight. The human will give us meat and water for doing nothing. He is asking for peace," the chieftain asked. "Yes," the orc answered. They are probably from Orcus town, the chieftain guessed. It was not hard to guess the reason why the humans were asking for them to stop their civil war. After all, their feud had been affecting the whole forest as of late, especially with the Orcupine chieftain being a lot bolder during his recent rituals. He is asking for nothing else, the chieftain tried to clarify. He is willing to give us precious meat without anything in return. The reason why the chieftain found this hard to believe was because they had scoured every area in the forest and overturned any rock, but they still hadn't found any prey to hunt. He guessed that the humans in Orcus town wouldn't have been able to as well. This meant that food was a very rare resource, especially red meat. Yet somehow, this Michael human had the capacity to share crates of meat with them for free. And it wasn't just them, Michael was also willing to offer the same resource to the Orcupine tribe. Reborn, the chieftain pondered as he looked at the Reborn company symbol painted on the crate. I have never heard of them before. What does he look like? A human boy with gold hair. He had dragons by his side. The orcs reported the 4 dragonborns, with their description being a little bit exaggerated than reality. They seemed to have remembered the dragonborns being a lot scarier than how they actually were. Jakku became a dangerous warrior with his hands always sitting squarely on the hilt of his sword, ready to cut down anything in his path. Shayna was remembered as a scary white dragon who looked like she could kill someone with a single glare. The orcs didn't remember much about Yumisu, and only remembered feeling as if they were being watched intensely by a hidden presence. Strangely, they remembered Zion as the energetic brat that he had always been. The rest of the orcs listening in on their conversation gasped as they pictured the dragonborns. They had heard tales of dragons from their ancestors, but never yet met them personally. This made them wary of the human who could tame the dragons to do his bidding. They were connected with the goddess. Most of all was that human. He was able to use the voice, they said, remembering Michael's soul-shaking words. The chieftain eyed the orcs questioningly. The human boy was able to do that. It seemed that the chieftain had been underestimating the human. He thought that Michael was a simple merchant in need of a sword for hire. But from how his orcs described Michael and his attendants, it seemed that he came from a very powerful and influential company with no need for a warrior. There was only one reason why a company of Reborn's caliber would have any business in Orcus town. Has the Golden Road been re-established? The chieftain muttered to himself. If this Reborn company had the resources to transport meat to Orcus town, then it was wholly indicative of their power. Not even the companies he remembered back in the glory days of the Golden Road could navigate through the destroyed forests around Orcus town. And the only reason why such a company of this magnitude would set its sights on Orcus town was nothing less than the prospects of the Golden Road. Chief, he wants to meet with you. He is asking for both tribes' cooperation. The orcs relayed Michael's words. There was no reason to reject Michael's proposal. After all, this would solve the starvation problem in their village. Yet he knew that total peace between the two tribes was nigh impossible to pull off. He had a grudge with the chieftain of the Orcupines, and that could not be solved through words alone. Their grudge had escalated for far too long. But for now, the Orcanine chieftain would be willing to enter a truce with the rival tribe. The Orcupine chieftain would probably agree to this too, as the rewards from Michael's proposal was simply far too alluring. Let us celebrate and have a feast, the chieftain shouted to his village. Our benefactor has given us meat to indulge ourselves with, and indulge we will. In their celebrations, the Orcanine orcs slapped their thighs and gave thanks to the goddess once again, directing their ritual towards their holy grounds. The cacao trees swayed back and forth to the celebrations of the Orcanine tribe as they began to grill and smoke all the meat from the crate. Meanwhile, a sneakily little shadow kept jumping from one orc to the other, spreading its clones throughout the whole Orcanine population. Discover more stories at my virtual library empire. Every time Michael met a new group or species, Fudge always liked to spread his clones to their shadows and survey their every move. After all, it was what a good ninja would do. And as he kept wandering from orc to orc, Fudge suddenly came across their holy grounds, the place filled with 1,000 pristine cacao trees, each one bearing mature fruit. That's chocolate. Hehe, Miss Yuna and Master will love this. Meanwhile, A large number of Rebornians finally arrived in Neo-Orcus with the express intent of helping reconstruct and rejuvenate the new territory of the nation of Reborn. They helped with the construction of houses, the installation of the sewer and plumbing system, as well as turning the whole road system into concrete. Michael also planned on connecting the railroad system and the electric system sometime in the future, but the steam turbine back in the King's region was still an ongoing construction project. But he made sure to include electrical systems and outlets in the houses to prepare for the eventual connection of lines. Things slowed down in Neo-Orcus now that there were actual professional Rebornians on the projects. It also helped that everyone had been more productive, with the clear absence of orcs shouting in the distance. This left Michael and the Dragonborns out of something to do in the meantime. So the Dragonborns brought baseball into Neo-Orcus. A satisfying ding echoed into the forest as Zion knocked the ball right out of the park and into the forest. A catfolk demi-human tried to jump and catch the ball flying up towards her, but was unable to coordinate her hands with her eyes, letting the ball pass right through her hands. Jaku Shana, Yumisu casually rounded out the bases, giving their brother a high five at home plate. Yeah, Zion screamed, "Do you see that, lil' bros?" The little kids watching on the sidelines cheered and shouted at their idol. The children have taken quite a liking to the youngest Dragonborn because he acted like one himself. "That chocolate's mine," Zion declared. "I'm sorry, so Zion, but my mistress wants that for herself," Agnes said as she readied herself to bat in the next inning. With the limited supply of cacao in the forests, Michael could only create a few bars of chocolate for everyone to enjoy. And since they had free time anyway, the Dragonborns, mostly Zion, suggested that they played baseball to determine which team would get the chocolates. It was Yuna and her demi-human escorts versus the Dragonborns and the Rebornians. Yuna already knew how to play baseball. Michael even remembered her going on a variety show to play a couple of games. With her and Agnes' talents in physical arts, they were able to quickly pick up the proper skills to go against the Dragonborns. It was as easy as slicing ahead, Agnes even said. There were also a couple of Neo-Orcus locals who came to watch, and they too were intrigued with the game of baseball. Unfortunately, Michael wasn't allowed to join in their game. Something about it being too unfair, or something which was kind of true. After all, he didn't even have to hit the ball if he wanted to score a home run. He ended up enjoying the game on the sidelines, which was nice in and of itself. "Fudge, are you there?" Michael talked to the shadow beneath his feet. Usually, the cute little slime would be the first one to compete for a chance to have the last remaining chocolate bars, but he was strangely quiet recently. He wasn't even pestering Yuna for pets or anything. All of this started after they met with the orcs, which Michael found a bit suspicious. Where the hell is that slime? Meanwhile, the Orcanine chieftain visited the holy grounds once again to give his thanks to the goddess. Just as the Reborn company promised, they were given a shipment of red meat and other fresh resources in exchange for the temporary truce between the two tribes. There were still a few instances where the two tribes would encounter each other in the forest, but it would only end in little spats and wouldn't escalate into a full-blown shouting match like before. This led the tribe to become noticeably a lot happier. The lack of competition against the other tribes meant that they could focus on their own family and build more descendants. It would be ideal if this situation continued in the future, which was why their upcoming meeting with the owner of the Reborn company was a very important time for both tribes. The Orcanine chieftain wanted to communicate with the goddess and ask her for her guidance in the meeting. After all, the chieftain believed that it was her who pushed the Reborn company and their tribe to meet with each other, leading to this win-win conclusion for both parties. But unbeknownst to the Orcanine chieftain, there was a mischievous little shadow beneath his feet who was watching everything he was doing. So many cacao trees, so many chocolates, Fudge thought to himself. He had also infiltrated the Orcupine tribe and its chieftain, and confirmed that they too were in possession of hundreds of viable cacao trees ready for the picking. Should I tell Master about this? Fudge was just about to return to Michael's side when he suddenly had an idea. What if I help Master? What if I'm the one who helps Master get all the cacao seeds he needs to make mountains of chocolate? Maybe he'll give me a lot. A vision of him swimming in a sea of chocolate bars flashed in Fudge's mind. Eating all the chocolate that could fit in his mouth and getting tons of compliments from his masters. "I'll give you thousands of pets," Yuna would say. "You're the best ninja," his master would say. With this idea in mind, the mischievous ninja slime moved out of the shadows and inhabited one of the trees in front of the chieftain. The chieftain was startled as he suddenly felt the presence of something unknown in their sacred lands. "Who's there?" he asked carefully. "Find adventures at my virtual library empire." Out of the corner of his eyes, he suddenly saw something slithering across a branch. It was something thin and scaly. He turned his head and saw a single snake, with red eyes and green scales like that of a dragon, staring back at him. There was only one conclusion the chieftain could come to. An envoy from the goddess, he proclaimed. The chieftain's ancestors believed that their sacred grounds was sacred for a reason. It was a place that only the goddess could touch, and they, as its protectors, were the only ones granted access to this place. The fact that no one had ever seen a single animal inside their sacred grounds in the entire history of the Orcanine tribe was proof of that. No bird made its nest in the cacao trees, and no squirrels burrowed in the trees. The only living beings in this forest were those who were a part of the life cycle of the cacao trees themselves. There weren't supposed to be any snakes in this area. The goddess wouldn't permit it. Therefore, the chieftain could only conclude that this was not a normal snake. Its intelligent red eyes showed consciousness unlike that of a wild animal. The fact that this snake appeared in perfect timing, just as he was about to ask the goddess for her input and guidance, made him think that this was made by divine intervention. It all made sense for the chieftain. He was beginning to think that the Reborn company was an envoy from the earth goddess herself, treating the meat and resources they gave as literal heaven sent. Therefore, the only conclusion he could come to was that this snake was an agent from heaven itself. "I bow in the presence of the divine," the chieftain said as he kneeled towards the green snake. Meanwhile, Fudge was relishing the fact that his illusion had gone so smoothly that he didn't even need any effort to convince the orc of anything. Yeah, bo hee hee," Fudge said smugly with his snake tongue hissing in happiness. "The goddess must have sensed my worries and sent you to alleviate my concerns, am I right?" the chieftain asked expectantly. "Humu, that is right. Tell this good ninja, I mean snake, about your problems." The Orcanine chieftain breathed a sigh of relief and began to spill his thoughts on the upcoming meeting with the human owner of the Reborn company. After all, it was more than probable that the chieftain of the Orcupine tribe would also be present in the meeting, seeing as the Reborn company also made an agreement with them. "I am simply worried that my grudge against my old rival will prevail against my better judgment. I want to preserve our good graces with the humans, but I am afraid that I will want to bring up old grudges once I meet with my enemy face to face." The rivalry between the two chieftains was personal and ran deep in their history. Humu, Fudge muttered, nodding his snake head. "I think that competition and rivalry are healthy and needed." The chieftain looked up at the snake. "Is that so?" "Yes, absolutely. You need to compete against the Orcupine tribe to see which one of you is the best at showing your love for the Reborn company." Channeling my hate for my rival into gifts, the chieftain muttered, his eyes flickering as he thought of many scenarios. "You're meeting with the awesome leader of the Reborn company, and the good ninja by his side. You should try your best to be friends with them. That way you can be sure that your tribe will be blessed rather than your rivals." The chieftain's eyes widened as if he had just realized something. "You're right. If the Earth Goddess had planned for our tribe and the Reborn company to meet, then it must mean that whoever gains their support will also be blessed by the goddess." But he remembered that their tribe had nothing to offer. "We have no gifts to give except our service," the chieftain said. Fudge's eyes glimmered. "Well, you do have something, this." The snake slithered up towards one of the trees and wrapped its tail towards one of the mature cacao fruits hanging on the branch. "You can give them chocolate beans." I mean cacao beans," Fudge quickly corrected himself. A doubtful look passed on the chieftain's face. "I do not think humans would appreciate cacao beans. They serve no effect for them other than bitterness." "Don't worry about that," Fudge assured. "Just make sure to stock a lot of cacao beans and present them as a gift." The Orcanine chieftain, though a little bit skeptical, was willing to try it out. After all, they had quite an abundance of cacao beans, that would only spoil in their warehouses if not used. All right, we shall prove to the goddess that only we deserve her blessings. I thank you for giving me this advantage, the chieftain said, determined to beat the Orcupine tribe using the gift method. Of course, of course. Enjoy exclusive content from my virtual library empire. Unknown to the Orcanine chieftain, his very rival was also being visited by a stranger who presented himself as a snake envoy from the earth goddess. Cacao beans, you say? Then I shall do as you guide me. If it will help me best my rival, then I will give the Reborn company as much cacao beans as we can give. The Orcupine chieftain said, flaring his quills in excitement. Both chieftains instructed their attendants to harvest as many beans from their sacred ground in preparation. They smiled, thinking that they were the only ones given knowledge from the envoy of the goddess. They didn't know they were getting playing right in the hands of the mischievous slime, who was already imagining himself eating hundreds of chocolate bars by himself, with the Dragonborns looking on enviously at him. Fudge popped up right in front of Michael's shadow and acted like nothing happened. Where did you go? Michael asked. It had been a few days since the usually talkative slime disappeared. Hee, master, I want 100 chocolate bars, okay? Fudge said, giggling and unable to hide his excitement. What are you talking about? Just then, Michael heard a knock on his door. Shayna entered the room and bowed towards Michael. The orcs have arrived, sir, and they seem to be carrying something with them. Michael walked out of his house and saw the locals of Neo-Orcus carefully watching the entrance gates as a group of 5 Orcanine orcs waited. On the edge of the forest, this would be the first time they would set their sights on the orcs that had been giving them tinnitus for quite a while. The adults regarded them with a little bit more reservation and caution, while the kids excitedly peeked around the walls to see new demi-humans. If it weren't for the Rebornians and the Dragonborns by their side, the locals would be a lot more intimidated by them. What's going on? Michael asked the Dragonborns. Zion peeked above the walls like the other children. I was teaching my juniors how to play baseball when I sensed them approaching, bro Mike. Yawn, I sensed them too, Jocko said, stretching his arms lazily. I smelled chocolate, Yumisu muttered under her breath. Michael looked at the orcs with his supreme skill, observing the very mana in their bodies. None of them is the leader, he commented. There was no standout orc that he would expect to be their leader. Yuna walked beside Michael and nodded her head. Orc chieftains have a much more defined muscle structure and a decorated mane around their necks. They must be here for some other reason. Michael thought they were here to finally set the meeting for the orc chieftains. But judging by the absence of the other tribe, it looked like they had another agenda for this visit. He walked forward, with the orcs standing at attention upon seeing him approach. Once he was closer, the ox recognized his youthful face and golden hair. Most of all, just like the other orcs said, the human owner of Reborn had an intense appeal of mana, as every piece of the element on earth was sucked towards his body like a magnet. They began slapping their thighs and chests in synchronicity to display their respect for Michael. Boo too. We, the Orcanine tribe, present these gifts to the Reborn company as a token of our gratitude. The orcs put down the large sacks onto the ground, and each one was almost twice as big as their bodies. It landed on the ground with a thud, making everyone quite curious as to what the orcs considered a gift. Michael, with his enhanced senses and his affinity to all elements, could sense the earth mana emanating from those sacks. Their smell was something familiar too. Chat JK3 confirmed. The orcs ripped open one of the sacks and showed him the thousands upon thousands of white cacao beans inside ready for the taking. You're giving me these? Michael asked. The orcs slapped their thighs with a resounding, yes, human. Our chieftain is showing his goodwill for you and your Reborn company for all the meat and resources that you gave us. Michael picked one of the beans and inspected it, verifying that it was indeed cacao beans that he was familiar with. How did you get so many? He asked them curiously. Even when he scoured the forests for any remaining beans, he only saw a few handfuls at a time. Yet, these orcs were able to hand out about 100 kilos in just one sack alone. Cacao beans had an expiration date, which meant that these couldn't have been in their storage for long. That's from their sacred grounds, master. Fudge suddenly popped up out of Michael's shadow and excitedly explained. Sacred grounds, how did you know that? Michael questioned, eyeing the ninja slime suspiciously. Oh, he, was the only response Fudge could make before he immediately returned to Michael's shadow. The orcs slapped their thighs once again, showing Michael his due respect. We will be back to deliver more in the future. Our chieftain wants you to think of it as nothing more than a gift, and hopes that you will think kindly of our tribe. Boo too. Michael half-heartedly copied their actions and slapped his thighs. Boo tutu. His attempt at honoring their rituals and their customs put a big smile on the orcs' faces before they retreated back into the forest. With the orcs gone, the dragonborns and the kids crowded over the sacks of cacao beans, with excitement written all over their faces. Sir Michael, does this mean you can make more chocolate? Yes. This whole sack is mine, right bro Mike? Zion said, already taking a sack for himself. Try it out, see what will happen, Shayna warned, her eyes already making Zion feel like he was being pierced by 1,000 needles. That belongs to Lord Michael. He decides who he gives it to, preferably someone who works hard, like me. The rest of them began to clamor for Michael to make more chocolate, which he was planning on doing since they got so many cacao beans this time. However, before he did that, Michael looked over at his shadow with a serious eye. Fudge, sacred grounds. How did you know that? His shadow remained silent. Before Michael could ask for more, he suddenly felt another presence approaching them from the other side of the forest. About a minute later, the sounds of heavy footsteps entered everyone's ears. It was the orcs, again, but this time they were of a different kind. Instead of their thick mane, these orcs had spines and quills spread all over their body. It was the Orcupine tribe. Ra-ta-ta, they said, thrumming their quills to create a rattling sound. We, the Orcupine tribe, present these gifts to the Reborn company as a token of our gratitude. Their words were all too familiar. And just like the Orcanine tribe, these orcs were dragging large and heavy sacks of what Michael could only describe as extremely similar to what the Orcanine tribe had. It was easy to guess what they had brought with them as a gift. They plopped down it in front of Michael and performed their ritual of thanks. We hope that you enjoy the fruits of our sacred grounds. We will be giving you more in the future. So our chieftain hopes that you look at our village in a good light. Explore more stories with my virtual library empire. Although Michael was glad that he came into possession of hundreds of kilos of cacao beans, he was still clueless as to how it all happened. He thought that cacao beans were already nearing their extinction with the current landscape caused by the recent earthquakes, but it seemed as if the orcs had their own plantation that could harbor plenty of cacao seeds for them to harvest. Michael watched as the Orcupine tribe returned to their side of the forest with only one thing bugging his mind. Fudge, I think I deserve an explanation here. A violet blob emerged victoriously from the shadows. He had his blobby hands on his non-existent waist, with his non-existent chin raised high as if waiting for the upcoming praises from Michael. He, master, I was able to spread my clones to the orcs when I saw them at the meeting. Fudge began to describe his heroic and a little bit exaggerated story of how he infiltrated the tribes and manipulated them from the inside. He even weaved in a few stories about how he skillfully avoided being caught a few times, being a good ninja, and all that. Michael listened and finally learned about the orc sacred grounds. Why do they have so many cacao beans? Michael asked. But Fudge, being too excited about his reward of chocolates, didn't pay much attention to why the orcs treated cacao beans with such high regard, even calling it their sacred grounds. Chat JK3. Does their diet consist mainly of cacao beans? Michael didn't want to awaken their talent before he fully solved their civil war and integrated them into the nation of Reborn. So Chat JK3's suggestion would have to wait for a little bit. How did I do, master? Am I a good ninja? He. Fudge closed his eyes and waited for the showering of praise and love from Michael. Yet a few seconds passed, and there was only silence from his master. So let me get this straight. The reason why the orc tribes are giving me cacao beans is because you goaded them into competing against each other. Yup, Fudge said proudly. Explore stories at my virtual library empire. You did this knowing that I wanted them to make peace with each other and end their civil war. The ninja slime, upon realizing that he may have inadvertently made the two tribes hostile against each other again, looked depressed. A large gust of air puffed out of Fudge, slowly deflating into a puddle of violet water. Michael chuckled and patted the little guy. How could he get mad at his cute pet? "Nah, you did fine," he consoled Fudge. "You helped me out a ton by giving us more cacao beans to make chocolate with. Your method is a little bit shady, but either way, good job, buddy." Fudge slowly gained shape again, being filled solely from Michael's praises. "Yup, and now that you've gained the trust of the orcs, I want you to spy on them and find out why they have such a huge grudge against each other. You're the only one who can do this, so I'm counting on you, okay?" The violet slime jumped up and quickly transformed into his ninja outfit in midair. "Of course, master, thy will be done," Fudge said hoarsely, creating a serious atmosphere for himself. His turnaround was so quick that many would think his previous depressed state was nothing more than a lie for pity points. Fudge quickly returned to Michael's shadow and continued his ninja missions. Meanwhile, Michael had the Dragonborns move the cacao beans inside Neo-Orcus, where he could process the cacao beans into chocolate. Many locals and Rebornians gathered at the center of their town to watch Michael process the bitter cacao beans into the sugary sweetness of chocolate. Michael did this publicly because he wanted to teach the locals of Neo-Orcus how to make chocolate of their own in the future. After all, he was planning on making this the primary exported product from this town. It would give Beth and others a chance for their talents to shine. After all, chocolate was a flexible ingredient that could be added to any food, either cake, bread, or even water. The business possibilities of chocolate were endless. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the forest, deeper into the Queen's region, there was a gathering of a few peddlers carrying large rucksacks on their backs. These were the very same peddlers who had run away at the sound of the orcs' ritual shouting against each other. Although they were scared to death from the potential threat of the orcs as well as the dangerous terrain ahead of them, these peddlers decided to come back and risk their lives to help the poor inhabitants of Orcus Town from starvation. As peddlers, they were the only ones who could supply Orcus Town with enough food to last for at least another month. If they didn't come back, then they would be leaving Orcus Town to die on their own. They couldn't leave that on their conscience. And miraculously, the shouting from the orcs seemed to have stopped. Even as they traveled deeper into the forest, there was no sign of shrieking and taunting echoing in their ears. "This is our chance. We must help Orcus Town." This gave them the courage to go deeper into the forest until finally they came across the territory known as Orcus Town. Yet as they came closer, they noticed that something was wrong. Orcus Town was too busy. Michael raised his hand and levitated the cacao beans from the sack before using a spell to roast them right in front of everyone's eyes. Stay tuned for updates on my virtual library empire. The children's eyes glazed with amazement as Michael then cracked these beans to reveal a dark nib with a similar smell to the chocolate they were all so familiar with. And with the cacao nibs gathered in one place, Michael destroyed their very chemical structure and turned them into a liquid with a smooth texture and flavor. It didn't take long before the liquid ball of pure chocolate hardened into bite-sized pieces for everyone to enjoy. Zion and the children jumped up to try and catch the chocolate raining from the sky. But Jaku simply opened his palm and let one fall right into his palms. Meanwhile, Yumisu and Shayna sharply snatched pieces from the air without anyone noticing. Yuna and her demi-human escorts were given one as well, and they enjoyed it more than any other royal candy or snack famous in the Queen's region. Michael had distributed the chocolate pieces equally but left a few for himself. He had other plans for these. While everyone snacked on the pure and sweet chocolatey goodness of the processed cacao beans, Michael walked over to Beth and requested her help. "There's a recipe that I want you to try out. Can you make it?" he asked her. Beth's talent was baking, and Michael knew that there were a lot of recipes from his old world that were only enhanced by the addition of chocolate. The best example of that was none other than chocolate chip cookies. Michael whispered the recipe he got from Chat JK3, with Beth slowly nodding her head as she began to realize the potential of such a product. "Leave it to me, Michael," she said, putting on her apron. "I will make cookies." She returned to her bakery and began preparations. Michael gave her all the necessary ingredients such as eggs, flour, and other such necessities, which meant that all she had to do was to put it all together. Even though techniques like whisking and folding were new to her, her natural talents in baking came through, and she was able to perform them quite well despite it being her first time. When she put the dough into the oven, she didn't even need a timer for her to know that it was done. As soon as the rich aroma wafted through her nose, she knew that it had finished cooking. She took the tray out of her oven and was greeted with the mouth-watering sight of freshly baked chocolate chip cookies. She hardly believed that it was something that she made. She took one out and took a bite. It was soft and chewy on the inside, while still having a crisp outer layer. And as soon as she bit into one of the chocolate chips embedded into the bread, a rich mixture flooded her taste. Michael couldn't wait and took one for himself, and the taste immediately brought him back to his previous life when his parents gifted him cookies on his birthday. "Michael boy, this cookie is so good." Despite wanting to eat more, Beth immediately cooked up another batch of cookies, knowing that the kids and the locals of Neo Orcus would want more once they got a taste of the cookies. And as she did, the fresh smell of cookies wafted over the whole territory, making people curious as to what Beth was cooking up in her bakery. "Lord Michael, we smelled something from here." Shayna knocked and opened the door to the bakery. She tried to act serious, but her eyes kept wandering over to the freshly baked cookies on the tabletop. "Shayna, you're just in time. Tell everybody that the cookies are done. Here, have one." Michael tossed her a cookie. She regarded it curiously before taking a bite, and as soon as she did, her white scales began turning pink, a sign of her getting flustered. She immediately left the room, not wanting Michael to see her in such an embarrassing state. But before she could take another bite from the amazing cookies, Jakku snatched it right out of her hands and finished it himself. As the two dragon-born siblings fought, more and more people began entering the bakery and leaving with huge grins on their faces while nibbling on their chocolate chip cookies. It didn't take long before everyone in Neo Orcus was snacking on cookies for the whole day. Thankfully, there were a few other bakers/chefs who helped Beth deal with the demand for cookies, especially from Zion and his little minions. The next day, Shayna once again knocked on Michael's door to alert him of a new presence in town. "Lord Michael, we have new visitors." Michael groggily woke up and opened his supreme skill, Unity Gathering. He thought it would be another shipment from the orcs, but as he focused on the light energy on their bodies, Michael realized that they were humans. He got off his bed and welcomed the new strangers in their midst. Meanwhile, the peddlers stopped just a few steps away from entering the walls of Neo Orcus. Their jaws were dropped, with confusion and shock written all over their faces. "This is not Orcus town." "It's supposed to be," the veteran peddler replied. Instead of seeing the rundown town with degraded walls and buildings, the peddlers were seeing something completely different. They saw new white walls surrounding the territory, in pristine condition and in even better quality than any of them expected. Not only that, but the roads here, despite still being under construction, showed signs of being even better than stone roads in the capital cities of the Queen's region. The whole of Orcus town was lively, with people and demi-humans working side by side as they poured their blood, sweat, and tears into rebuilding the town in better condition. In their dazedness, they saw a strange dragon-like demi-human approach them with a brown circular thing in his hands. "Excuse me, is this Orcus town?" they asked the demi-human cautiously. Zion pondered. "No, this place is called Neo Orcus." "Ah, so we were wrong." "No, wait, that's right. Neo Orcus used to be called Orcus Town before we arrived here," Zion said, nibbling on his cookie casually, not knowing he almost caused a huge misunderstanding. The peddlers whispered to themselves, shocked at the revelation. They couldn't believe it, literally. "Are you sure? This looks completely different from what I remember," the veteran peddler said. He was part of the elder generation that still remembered the good old days of the Golden Road. This was not the Orcus town he remembered. "You guys want to see for yourself," Zion said in a dare, inviting them in to prove them wrong. The peddlers looked at each other and slowly walked forward. They stepped foot onto the half-finished concrete road, surprised at its solidness despite it being so flat. It looked like they had used a really big slab of stone. The streets, although still under construction, were designed with brilliant architecture, complete drains, and curbs. There was even a weird pole at the end of every street that looked like it had green, orange, and red glasses on the top. "What's that?" they asked Zion. "That's a stop light, but you won't understand that yet." They continued to walk through the streets until they saw large metal pipes getting levitated by demi-humans and being installed inside houses under construction. As they connected underground, these pipes suddenly burst out with a spray of blue clear water before the demi-humans twisted a lever and stopped the flow. Water? I thought Orcus Town only got theirs from rain. Just then, a human came over to the demi-human workers and gave them a box containing meat and vegetables still smoking just a few minutes after being cooked. "Here's your food," the human said, and the demi-humans thanked her in turn. One of the peddlers finally couldn't hide his curiosity any longer and confronted the woman. "Excuse me, but how does this place have food and water? Orcus Town was supposed to be under starvation and dehydration, but it looks like everyone here is well fed and healthy." The woman nodded and sighed in relief. "We were supposed to, but thankfully the Reborn Company saved us from that terrible fate." Reborn Company, the peddlers muttered under their breaths. Business was supposed to be their bread and butter, their specialty. Yet, they couldn't remember anything about a company with these kinds of resources. An overseas company, the veteran peddler pondered. "Why does everybody think that? No, our boss is a human. My bro is the richest human in the king's region," Zion bragged. The peddlers showed yet another confused expression. It had only been a few years before they came back from the king's region, and they hadn't ever heard of this company before. So it was hard for them to believe that such a company would suddenly pop up in just a few years. As the peddlers tried to make sense of what they were currently witnessing in Neo-Orcus, they suddenly heard a blaring sound coming from behind them. When they turned around, they saw these metallic box monstrosities that looked as huge as a boulder, coming towards them at a pace even faster than horses. They were stunned, unable to move away from the incoming horde of reborn automobile trucks coming from the highway roads. Zion had to pull them aside to the curb, letting the peddlers fall to their butts with horrified expressions on their faces. The truck stopped just on the other side of the street. A few seconds later, the front door opened and the driver climbed down off the truck, revealing his short and stocky nature. "A dwarf," they all screamed. "Yeah, got a problem with that," the dwarf screamed back at them, annoyed. "Don't stand still in the middle of the road next time. Discover exclusive tales on my virtual library empire." The dwarf shook his head and began to unload the tons of metal pipes from the truck, ignoring the shocked stares from the peddlers. "But how, that's how?" Zion flashed a smug smile. "Believe me now." "Ha-ha." Everyone is always surprised when they find out Bro Mike was able to ally with the dwarves. All their questions were answered by Zion's bragging, but the peddlers simply couldn't believe the truth. Nobody in the Queen's region would believe it. Yet the fact that a dwarf was right in front of their eyes was proof enough. They stayed silent for a few seconds, digesting everything they learned just a few minutes after entering Neo-Orcus. All in all, everything came down to the Reborn Company. They never knew that a sleeping dragon was hiding in the countryside. Everyone in the Queen's region was clueless that such a company was even able to be friends with the notoriously unfriendly dwarves. Just then, a human boy with golden hair walked up to them and offered them his hand. "We're okay, kid, just trying to figure out how this Reborn Company was able to do all of this." "Well, just ask," the boy replied to them casually. No, the veteran peddler denied. "It will be hard to get an audience with the owner of this Reborn Company. They must be on the same level as Is and his likes." Shayna smiled and approached the peddlers. "You have been given an invitation by Lord Michael. There is no other greater authority in the Reborn Company other than him." The peddlers hurriedly stood up and fixed their attire. "That would be great. Where can we meet him?" Shayna smiled and gently guided their gazes toward the young boy with the golden hair. "This is Lord Michael. He is who you're looking for." The peddlers were once again slack-jawed upon finding out that this boy was more than what meets the eye. "Come," Michael said, "we have some business to discuss. It's my understanding that you are peddlers navigating the Queen's region. Am I right?" "Well, it just so happens that we have a few products we'd like to spread over there." The peddlers followed Michael over to his house, with the Dragonborns and the elderly locals of Neo-Orcus following closely behind. And the whole time, the peddlers couldn't help but stare at the small stature of Michael, their minds still undecided if what they were seeing was an illusion or not. Once they were inside, Michael invited them to lay down their rucksacks and sit on his couch. "Forgive my rudeness, but are you really the owner of the Reborn company? How old are you? Did you perchance find a rejuvenating potion that turned you back into a child? Because I simply cannot understand." The veteran peddler let out all of his questions at once. He had been holding onto his curiosity for far too long. Michael chuckled. "Please, I'm only turning 12 years old, but yes, I am the owner of the Reborn company." The peddlers would have questioned the authenticity of his words, but the mere fact that 5 dragon-like demi-humans were standing at his sides was much better than any authenticity paper that he could present to them. Earning the respect and loyalty of the draconic race was not something a normal human could do, even if they had the money. "Let's get to business, shall we?" Michael signaled over for Shayna to bring over the batch of cookies and chocolate they had prepared. Earlier that day, upon receiving the basket, the peddler's business-minded eye immediately noticed the unique and eye-catching packaging of these products. Just the visual presentation of it alone was enough to entice any would-be customers who looked at the product. The violet and gold paper-like wrapping also showed a sense of both luxury and necessity. It looked like the kind of product that was expensive but was worth the price. "This is what you're selling?" the veteran peddler asked Michael. "Find exclusive stories on my virtual library empire." His eyes no longer showed any confusion. This little demonstration of the Reborn products already told the veteran peddler that he was dealing with someone extremely skilled and knowledgeable in the area of business. After all, his nose was itching. His body was telling him that he might be holding onto a piece of product that could bring him tons of profits. Michael probably knew that, and that was why he asked to meet with the peddlers. "This is just a mock-up of our eventual chocolate line of products, so the design is not finished yet. We weren't planning on selling the chocolate yet, but as fate would have it, you guys appeared here at the perfect time." The veteran peddler took one of the chocolate bars and took it off its paper wrapping. A sweet smell wafted to his nose. He took a single bite, and the rush of sugar exploded in his mouth, surprising him. "Senior," the other peddlers were alarmed. "I'm okay," the veteran said, waving off their concern. "This chocolate, is it made out of sugar?" The rest of the peddlers rummaged through their baskets and took out their chocolate bars, unwrapping them and taking a bite in a single move. Upon feeling the chocolate melt in their mouths, their eyes widened, and a moment later, they dove in and ate the whole thing in a couple of bites. Michael watched on with a satisfied smile. "Try the other one, we call that the chocolate chip cookie." They began to unwrap the cylindrical wrapper, showing a few stacks of freshly baked chocolate chip cookies. They tasted it too, and liked it even better than just pure chocolate. These cookies could be eaten for breakfast, lunch, or dinner without the taste getting bland. "I'm sure that as peddlers, you know the proper market to sell this kind of snack, right?" The veteran peddler nodded. "These will be popular in the big cities, where the population is on the younger side. It will probably do great in the capital cities." Michael thought so as well. If he played the marketing of his products right, then he could replicate the culture of chocolate giving during times of anniversaries or birthdays. Back in his old world, Valentine's Day was celebrated globally, with the selling of flowers and chocolate spiking up. "What do you think? Do you want to become chocolate merchants?" Michael's question made the peddlers look at their veteran leader. Whatever he decided, they would decide too. The veteran looked at the golden R stamped onto the very chocolate itself, clearly showing the name of the Reborn company and letting it imprint onto anyone's mind every time they bit into the chocolate. It was brilliant. That was how the veteran peddler described the Reborn company's ideas, and it wasn't just their chocolates, it was everything else in this town as well. The free-flowing water, the flat roads, and the monstrous horseless carriages as well. The Reborn company was ahead of the game, and it would only be a matter of time until their waves washed over to the Queen's region. By that point, it would already be too late for a small-time peddler like him to join. This was the only time he could join. He could still ride the wave, and it will take them to the top. This was a life-changing decision. "Yes, please, we would like to sell these chocolates," the veteran proudly accepted. Michael stood up and faced the peddlers, shaking their hands one by one. "Now, here's my proposal. I want you to sell these products everywhere in the Queen's region, with a certain percentage of the sales going to you as commission." Michael began to elaborate on their arrangement for this business. He told them how much the chocolates were going to be sold for, which was just above the average price of a normal pastry. It was on the expensive end, but still affordable. A fraction of that price would be their earnings, which surprised the peddlers as it was a much better deal than they were even hoping for. After all, they didn't even have to buy the chocolates. They would just have to sell them. Oh, and if you have any more merchant friends, make sure to tell them about this opportunity. Maybe they want to become chocolate merchants too. The Rebornians were quite accommodating as they quickly arranged for the peddlers to have their own lodging for the night, which they sorely needed because it had been quite a whirlwind of events for the peddlers. They would not be weirded out if they woke up the next day and found that everything had just been a dream. Yet the next day, after they finalized their agreement with Michael and the Reborn company, they were still here, standing on the newly constructed flat roads with horseless carriages crossing the streets. Even though it had only been a day, they saw that some parts of the town suddenly had flat concrete roads magically out of nowhere. They knew nothing about construction, but they knew that this kind of speed was insane. From what they heard from the Rebornians, it seemed that this was still considered slow for them. Compared to the manpower they had in the King's region, the speed of production in Neo-Orcus was like comparing a single drop from a bucketful. Last night they chatted with some of the locals and the Dragonborns about their experiences in the King's region. They heard all kinds of stories about stars landing on the ground, exciting baseball games, booming music, and something about an air conditioning unit of some kind. They didn't understand anything, but their curiosity for the King's region and the nation of Reborn piqued from the description. Alone, what more if they experienced it firsthand? If they didn't have a job to do in the Queen's region, then the peddlers would have wanted to visit the King's region and try out the automobile taxi in Kingsbridge. They heard that a week's worth of travel was slashed down to only one day. Read exclusive chapters at my virtual library empire. As peddlers, they were incredibly fascinated with the thought of owning an automobile. It's decided, I'll save up for a car, the rookie peddler announced. The locals of Neo-Orcus toasted to the new guy, as they too wanted to buy an automobile of their own. The peddlers had to stay in Neo-Orcus for a couple more days, as they waited for the production of the chocolate and cookie products they were going to sell. To pass the time, they frequently roamed around Neo-Orcus, familiarizing themselves with the new structures and design of the town. They were amazed at how complex and beautiful everything was despite how fast they were building it. One particular day, they came across Michael and his dragonborn attendants looking over the remnants of the northern gate of Neo-Orcus. Usually, it was just the Rebornian engineers overseeing the construction, but this time, it looked like even the big boss was involved. I wonder what they're building over there, the rookie peddler asked out loud. The veteran stopped in his tracks as he realized where he was. This used to be the Genesis, the first step towards the Golden Road, he muttered under his breath. Even though the structures and the old architecture were gone, the veteran peddler still recognized the vastness and grandiosity of the road on the horizon. It used to symbolize a literal road to wealth for most aspiring merchants, including him. The other peddlers knew about the Golden Road, but were born too late to witness its prime, only its decline. Excuse me, Sir Michael, but are you doing what I think you're doing? The veteran peddler saw the very beginnings of road construction on the gates. Metal rebars were ready to be installed underground, with only the liquid concrete needed to finally start its construction. Yes, you've guessed right, Michael replied. I'm trying to rebuild the Golden Road. Just hearing those words come out of Michael's mouth almost made the veteran peddler shiver. He didn't know if he was afraid or excited. Probably a mix of both. Are you really undertaking this task? Are you not worried? Is it even possible? Yes, even if it isn't, Michael replied confidently. The Dragonborns beside him smiled, showing their complete faith and devotion to Michael. There was a fire in their eyes that showed their desire to fulfill his wishes with no option for failure. They weren't the only ones. Practically every Rebornian shared the same passion for furthering Michael's goals. Yeah, I'll punch anyone that gets in our way, Zion said, punching the air excitedly. Lord Michael doesn't have to do anything. We will be enough, Shayna said casually. Seeing this, the veteran peddler had a premonition that they would be the one to finally re-establish the Golden Road to its prime condition. It must be said that this new Golden Road would be completely different from the old one. There was a distinct difference between the two, and it was the fact that the Reborn company was able to plant their flag into Neo-Orcus before anyone else. This was a crucial point that would give them the edge over anyone else from the very start. If Michael was able to restart the popularity of the Golden Road, then the Reborn company would also be taken up with it. The two names would practically be synonymous with each other. Once that happened, nobody would be able to refute it. It was written in a binding contract. The Reborn company secured its spot in one of the most crucial points in the Queen's region, without anyone even knowing about it. Even if others knew it beforehand, they would disregard it as nothing important. In their eyes, Orcus town had already degraded past its usefulness. They would think that only a fool would sink so much time and money into making Orcus town functional as a society. But they didn't know what the nation of Reborn could do as a whole. Michael had the help of the dwarves. He had dragonborns, whose power was comparable to the top adventurers in the Queen's region. And most of all, he had amazing products that could sweep the entire continent in one fell swoop. If there was anyone who could do this nigh impossible task, then it was none other than Michael and his Reborn company. A few days later, the peddlers finally took off from Neo-Orcus and began their journey to the Queen's region. Their rucksacks had been emptied out and replaced with Reborn products such as soap, shampoo, and most of all, chocolates and cookies. Their targeted destination would be the capital city of Angora, with a population of about 100,000 humans and demi-humans alike. The cookies would only last for 2 to 3 weeks, which was good since their trip would last about a week at the most. It would have taken only a few days if they were traveling through the old Golden Road, but because there was still a large crack in the middle of the path, they had to go through the long way, trekking mountains and all that stuff. As experienced travelers, they were already used to these long trips, so the days went by in a flash. In the blink of an eye, they stood on top of a cliff overlooking the capital city Angora just on the horizon. They saw horse carriages coming in and out of the city even from a distance, which only showed how bustling the market was over there. It remained as busy as they remembered. Discover hidden stories at my virtual library empire. The magic tower in the distance still towered over everything, with almost invisible magic particles emanating off of the very structure itself and protecting the city from unwanted weather effects. The castle on the side was as grand as ever, with a moat surrounding the housing for the lord of the city. Beside it was a large academic court, meant for the training of squires and knights from the Order of the Heavenly Knights. Their very presence in the city gave a sense of peace and security to the citizens. Those three institutions were vital for a territory to be called a capital city. It enticed people to settle down and be part of their community, with families moving there to have a chance at enrolling at the Order or the Guild of Arcana. The peddlers entered the city and began to unload their products in their designated stalls in the market. They were surrounded by more established businesses with their permanent stores in the best locations in the city, so they were met with a lot of competition. Most customers already knew what they wanted to buy, so they just walked along and ignored the new and unknown chocolate products from the peddlers. It took them a few hours before someone finally took notice of the strange purple and gold wrappers stacked in their stalls. "Ooh, mommy, what's that?" A child wearing leather armor tugged on his mother's skirt. The mother looked back at her son and tried to hurry him forward, but as she looked at the products stacked on the table, she was intrigued by their unique design and enticing wrappers. It looked luxurious compared to the other products in the market, which only used a simple leaf or paper as a wrapper. "Excuse me, what is this?" the mother asked the veteran peddler. "Madam, you have made the right choice in asking. This is none other than the newest exotic product we found as we traveled the whole region. It is called chocolate, which is famed to be even sweeter than sugar itself. We will give you a little sampler to taste for free. Do you want to try it out, madam?" The son looked up at his mother, performing his best pity eyes. "Please, Mom, I want it to be my good luck charm for when I pass the test to become a trainee for the Order. Please, Mom." The peddler took out 2 pieces of chocolates and 2 pieces of cookies and gave it out to them. Even though it was no longer freshly baked, the rich and warm scent coming off of the chocolates was enough to make the mother and son take a bite out of each. And as soon the chocolate melted in their mouths, they were sold. Even the mother couldn't believe how much she liked cookies, It was even better than the bread being sold by the largest bakery in the city. The mother bought a lot of chocolates for her son and cookies for herself. The best part about it was that the wrapping and presentation of the products was so good that it would be a good gift idea for anyone. There were a couple more people who bought chocolate throughout the day, but as expected, not a lot of people bought their products on the first day. However, those who bought one yesterday ended up buying more the next day, which slowly built up their customer base each day. It was slow at first, but as the days rolled on, more and more people found out about its unique sweet flavor that couldn't be found anywhere else. Coincidentally, the boy who had bought chocolates on the first day ended up getting accepted into the Order of the Heavenly Knights as a trainee. His mother eventually ended up buying lots of chocolate for her son as a congratulatory gift, which caught the attention of the other parents in her circle of friends. One such parent approached the mother of the boy and congratulated them for this achievement. "Hey, my compliments to your son for passing the physical exam. Any tips or secrets I should know about for my son to pass his exam? I'm sure your son will pass it too. They both trained at the same time, right?" the mother assured them. But the curious parent was unconvinced. There was something that changed with that boy when he went to take his entrance exam. "Any advice will help," the parent pleaded. Maybe there is one thing that can help your kid. There's this thing that my son bought during the day of his exam. When he ate it, he seemed to be a lot more active, a lot more energetic than usual." "Oh, what is it?" "Maybe I'll buy one for my son too." There was something strange going on with the current selection of trainees from the Order of the Heavenly Knights. Usually, these kids would be exhausted beyond belief at the end of their training sessions, with some ending up being carried back to their dorms from the intense muscle spasms they incurred throughout the day. However, some of the instructors realized that these days, the new trainees had been quite energetic, even after making them run laps around the grounds 2 times the normal amount. They even looked more excited as the 8th candle had been extinguished, signaling their time for rest. Usually, the instructors wouldn't care about the dealings of the children after training, but they realized that those who had been showing strange behaviors were the ones who were performing quite well in the physical tests. For example, some of the students who were stuck at the 1-star physical arts core were showing signs of having a breakthrough, even though they showed no talent for this a couple of days ago. This coincided perfectly when the students suddenly exhibited this strange behavior at the end of the day. Finally, the instructors had enough. They decided to follow the children and see what they were up to. "Okay, trainees, wipe off your sweats and go straight to your dorms. We'll have our monthly exam tomorrow to gauge your current levels," a burly man said to his students, returning the wooden sword to its scabbard. "Yes, sire," the kids replied, saluting to him. And as their instructor left the training grounds, the kids huddled up to each other with excitement bubbling up to their faces. "Guys, we have to hurry. We can't be late or else it'll be sold out when we get there," one kid said. "I'm going to need to stock up more for tomorrow. I need it or else I think I'll fail. Just remember. Don't tell anyone or else we'll have more competition." The rest of the trainees nodded their heads. Then they put their hands together and cheered silently. 1, 2, 3 chocolates. "Chocolates," they whispered to themselves. As it turned out, the reason why these kids had been acting weird was because of none other than chocolate itself. After a rumor spread that one of the trainees got accepted after eating chocolates, eventually every trainee wanted to eat one for themselves too. The results were evident, as they felt themselves with more energy to spend after eating a whole bar of chocolate for a single day. So, at the end of their training sessions, the trainees rushed out to the market to seek out the peddlers selling chocolate and cookies. However, as the days passed, more and more people found the amazing taste of chocolate and cookies and began buying them en masse. It was unfortunate for the kids as their training only ended by sunset, so by the time they visited the market, the chocolate stocks were almost emptied out. And as they reached the peddlers' stalls, they were delighted to see that there were still some stacks of chocolate on display. "Excuse me, sir. We would like to buy a chocolate bar for each of us," the trainees shouted. The veteran peddler recognized the kids and immediately packed a stack for them. "Will you be buying 8 chocolate bars this time?" the peddler asked. The trainees shook their heads. "Only 7, mister. There's only 7 of us." "Then who is he?" The veteran peddler then pointed to the large, burly man behind the kids. "So this is what you've been buying." That strict voice made the trainees jump in fear. They turned around and were horrified to see their instructor looking down at them with his arms crossed on his chest. He was mad. That was the look he gave them whenever he would make them do 10 more laps. They eventually had to tell him everything and explain why they sneaked out of their dorms to visit the market. The instructor felt intrigued after hearing about the effects of chocolate on the trainees. If the kids were to be believed, then chocolates almost had the same effects as cultivation pills and elixirs for a fraction of the price. "Are we in trouble, sire?" The instructor eyed the trainees. "Yes, you are. You shouldn't have kept this to yourselves. It could have helped the other trainees become stronger as well. Next time, buy more for the rest of the class." Instead of getting lectured for sneaking out of the dorms, the instructor actually encouraged them to go out and buy more chocolates for other trainees so that they could enjoy the benefits as well. So for the next few days, everyone visiting the market would see trainees, squires, and even some knights lining up in a queue. It was a curious sight, with other people finally taking notice of the chocolate bars and cookies that the traveling peddlers sold on the market. After all, if people from the Order of the Heavenly Knights were interested in these products, then it must be something good. And sure enough, once they tasted the sweetness of the Reborn chocolate products, they were hooked just like the trainees. It took a couple of days, but the sales finally picked up for the chocolate merchants, with most of their stock getting emptied out by midday. Of course, this kind of sensation was quickly spread throughout Angora City. It even reached the lord of the city's ears, who had his attendants secretly buy chocolate for him and his family to try out. Because of this, the newspaper companies finally took notice. They sent out a rookie journalist to find out more about these chocolate and cookie products that everybody had been raving about. Enjoy exclusive content from my virtual library. Empire. But they didn't send out a veteran. They didn't think it could become front-page news. At most, it would be a good anecdote in their newspaper. But in truth, who knew what would happen if they dug a little deeper and found out more about the Reborn company? The rookie journalist's first mission was to interview the peddlers who introduced the exotic chocolate products to the city. He left his house early and went to the market. The funny thing was that he didn't even have to know where the peddlers were located. All he had to do was follow the large queue in the street, and they would lead him to the chocolate merchants located in a very obscure part of the market. Usually, this place wasn't visited much by customers. But as the chocolate products got more popular, this part of the market ended up becoming more crowded than the main street. "Excuse me, sir. My name is Jimmy from Queen's News. Do you have a bit of time for an interview?" the rookie journalist asked as he approached the peddlers manning the busy stalls. "Sure, I'll gladly answer any questions you have about Reborn chocolates," the veteran peddler answered happily, even though he was busy counting coins for the customers' change. Jimmy looked over at his notes and began with the very first question he prepared. "Where did you get these chocolates from? Continue your saga on my virtual library empire." The veteran peddler smiled and said, "It came from Neo-Orcus." Even without any follow-up questions, the peddler voluntarily told the story about how they ended up becoming chocolate merchants. They told Jimmy that they used to be traveling peddlers who wanted to visit the rundown Orcus town, but found it to be completely different from what they expected. Of course, the fact that the Reborn company was the one who made it all happen was a topic that the peddler went into quite deeply. He told Jimmy about the plumbing system, the concrete roads, and even the automobile trucks that ran on nothing but oil. As Jimmy kept listening, his eyes started to narrow. He had just graduated from school, and this story would be the first one he covered in his career. He was quite disappointed that he wasn't allowed to cover big stories like the pact between the Ocean King and the Draconic Queen. But he thought it would be good to start somewhere small. At least that's what he thought. That's what his bosses thought as well. But according to these peddlers, it seemed that the story about chocolates went further beyond what anyone could even think of. A new company in the Queen's region with more advanced technology than even the best cities. It sounded like a lie that a drunkard would tell in a bar. It was unbelievable for others to hear about this. Especially more so for Jimmy, who came from a journalistic background. It was his job to know everything about the current events of the Queen's region. But he heard neither a peep nor a squeal about something as big as the peddlers were portraying the Reborn company to be. Of course, the authenticity of their words was yet to be verified. Any other senior journalist would have disregarded their stories as nothing more than hyperbole, a lie to sensationalize their chocolate products to make them look more interesting to customers. Many reporters wouldn't want to publish this kind of story because newspaper readers would deem their story as a lie, therefore damaging their reputation as journalists. However, Jimmy had a feeling in his gut and intuition, so to speak, that there was at least a kernel of truth in the chocolate merchant's stories. If he were to take the risk and see the truth for himself, then it could end up jump-starting his career as a journalist. This could either go one of two ways. Either this story would have him retiring from writing even before he began, or have him become a sought-after journalist covering the most interesting story in the last 100 years. If he were to believe the chocolate merchants, and the Reborn company wasn't just a breakthrough business that discovered a new tasty snack. It was the growl of a newly matured tiger about to show its fangs to the whole world. Jimmy realized that chocolates may just be the preview of what's to come. He even had the feeling that the Reborn company could someday enter the Golden 500, a ranking compiled by journalists and newspapers about the biggest companies and conglomerates from the entire world. The Golden 500 was a ranking that considered different criteria such as monetary value, territorial cover, individual talent, and even army strength. Jimmy thought that the Reborn company still wasn't established enough to have a lot of territory under their banner. After all, they were still unknown in the Queen's region with not a lot of reach. Without seeing the Reborn company himself, Jimmy didn't know if they had any physically gifted fighters in their midst. With how advanced their technology was, it might be possible that they only focused on research and development of their products, leaving no effort to develop their magic. But from what he saw with their chocolate products, the Reborn company had a very good chance of accruing a lot of monetary value if they kept selling their chocolate products. And if the merchants were to be believed, then they had other products that could be sold for a high price as well. There was a lot of potential with the Reborn company. If he were to estimate the Reborn company's value today through the potential of chocolates, then they could potentially enter the Golden 500, maybe at the 495th spot. This kind of news would quickly spread like wildfire. After all, it wasn't every day that an unknown company would suddenly burst through the rankings without any warning. Jimmy decided there and then. He was going to visit Neo-Orcus and see the Reborn company for himself. He asked the chocolate merchants for directions. And fortunately for him, it turned out that they were just about to return to Neo-Orcus to stock up on some more chocolate products. You should join us in our caravan back to Neo-Orcus. There are also a few other peddlers that want to become chocolate merchants as well, so you could join them too. Back in Neo-Orcus, Michael and Fudge watched on with a curious attitude as Agnes and Jaku faced off against each other in a one-on-one sparring match. After the Rebornians taught Yuna's demi-human escorts about baseball, they reciprocated the favor by teaching them some much-needed lessons about physical arts. Agnes was the famous battle maid of the Montgomery family, with lots of life-or-death experiences under her belt. So, she had a lot to teach the newly evolved Dragonborns, who despite their potential, were still wet behind the ears. "How strong is your attendant, really?" Michael asked Yuna, who was sitting beside him petting a sleepy Fudge. "She's a renowned 7-star physical arts user personally taught by Kruger, a heavenly knight from the Order, master of the Way of the Axe, who, by the way, is also an orc." Michael looked at Agnes and saw how orderly the mana inside her body was. They flowed with synchronicity in her veins as she moved, enhancing her physical strength with no wasted energy or strength. Meanwhile, Jaku had mastery over ridiculous amounts of mana, but barely no control over them. That was the difference in experience between both of them. "I will begin," Agnes warned Jaku as she raised her double-edged battle axe in the air. "Please go easy on me," Jaku said jokingly as he adopted a low stance. But he kept his right hand on the hilt of his sword, ready for any sudden movements. Agnes took a step forward and swung her axe. In a split second, Agnes' body blurred and disappeared from her original spot, reappearing just in front of Jaku with her battle axe ready to swing down towards his body. Jaku was caught off guard for a moment before he drew out his sword, letting its blade meet with the axe in the air. The two weapons clashed, with sparks flying off at the moment of impact. If it weren't for his skill, which allowed him to have reaction times as fast as lightning, then he wouldn't have been able to defend himself against Agnes. The ogre battle maid raised her eyebrows, impressed that Jaku was able to take on one of her attacks. She lowered her strength to the point of being barely stronger than Jaku, yet he showed a surprising quickness that was able to deflect her attack. I'll take it up a notch, she warned the Dragonborn. Michael saw the tiniest bit of fire mana erupt from her body, which directly translated to a great boost in every physical aspect of her body. She retracted her axe and swung it wide, intending to separate Jaku's lower half from his upper half. Jaku tried to parry the axe but found it to be too heavy to slow down. Her sword continued to swing unimpeded towards his waist, forcing him to take a step back. But with a single step, Agnes caught up to him and continued to batter him with heavy swings that broke any sort of posture or stance that he had been preparing. Unable to defend, much less attack, Jaku was forced to run away, well, at least tried to. Meanwhile, Michael leaned towards the fight as he observed the mana flow in Agnes' body. Chat JK3, are you seeing this? He found a lot of differences between physical arts spells and the mystical arts spells that he had been so familiar with. Most glaring difference would be their mana cores. For example, his mana core and the mana cores of someone like Sebris were positioned near the abdomen. This was what mages called the dantian, and because it was a source of mana for casting mystical arts, the mana cores were freely floating in their own spaces, completely avoiding any other organ of the body. This was because mana cores were filled with mana and were therefore overflowing with energy. Having it close to vital organs was tantamount to exposing it to an open campfire. In other words, they would burn, and quickly too. Mana cores can be thought of as the cartridge of a gun, with mana being the actual bullets. Mystical arts users cast spells with the magic theory, which would act like an actual gun. This gun would be accessing the cartridge and taking a bullet so that they could fire it out of the body. Read latest stories on my virtual library empire. Now, as long as the mage points the gun away from their body, then they wouldn't be affected by the explosive power of the bullet in any way. But for physical arts users, that was exactly the opposite of what they were doing. They were essentially pointing the gun toward their body and firing the bullet at themselves. But somehow, physical arts users were able to wire themselves in such a way that they would get empowered by that bullet instead of getting destroyed by it. The way they did it was by spreading out their mana throughout their body evenly, as opposed to the mages who concentrated their mana as dense as possible to make the energy burst out and create a bigger spell. By spreading out the mana, their body would be able to endure its volatile energy and transform it into overwhelming physical power. Because of this, Agnes' internal body changed drastically over time. Her veins were connected to her very mana cores, allowing mana to be distributed evenly in the same way that blood spread throughout her body. It was truly a different experience seeing something firsthand from a veteran. Michael felt the mana cores inside his body rumble, with elemental mana particles reaching out into his very body and trying to connect to his veins the same way that Agnes assimilated her mana cores to hers. As he did, he slowly felt the pure volatile energy of the elemental mana course through his entire body. If any other person tried to forcefully do this without the proper training and exercise required, then they would find their blood turning into steam as the pure energy of the elemental mana heats their body like a furnace. But Michael was different from everybody. He had a supreme skill, which allowed him complete control over all elemental mana. This kind of reckless attempt at becoming a physical arts user would certainly be fatal for most people. This was especially so because Michael's cores contained all elements, which when combined would create unity, a very explosive combination that could level an entire city to the ground. But for Michael, the unity flowing in his veins felt reminiscent of the bathhouses he constructed in the Vanderbilt estate. It was warm at most. He was able to bear through it just like how he was able to pass through the ball of fire from the god Forge. The unity, instead of destroying his very body from the inside, started to nurture it with immense power and energy, allowing it to undergo a rejuvenation that strengthened his entire body. His bones cracked under the pressure and were immediately repaired, His muscles tore from the bulging of the veins but were quickly sewn back together. His tendons, his ligaments, and his cartilage were worn down before being replaced by something more resilient. This was all possible because of the increased energy received by his body from the unity mana. It boosted the production of cells, therefore allowing his body to create new parts in a matter of a few seconds. Veins slithered through his muscles, bones, and organs before finally reaching the elemental cores. It created a kind of a spider's nest as the interconnecting veins formed an octagonal pattern in his dantian. With his body physically connected to his mana cores, the flow of unity throughout his body could finally be controlled at a slower pace. The volatile unity mana stopped its rampage, returning to his mana cores obediently. Now, they would only flow through his veins and supply his body with power only when needed. Michael opened his eyes and looked at his body. He opened his palms and felt himself a lot more connected with it physically and mentally. "Master, are you okay? You've been having a strange expression for a while now." Fudge noticed Michael's silence as well as the cold sweat forming on his forehead. "Experience tales with my virtual library empire." Michael smiled and patted Fudge. "I'm fine, Fudge." Yuna looked at Michael with a strange expression. There was something different about him, she just couldn't explain it. "What happened?" she asked him. Michael experienced a breakthrough in his physique, allowing his body to become stronger and more resilient, just like a well-trained warrior. In truth, Michael had been neglecting his physical well-being for these past few years. After all, with his absolute unity defense and his magic, he didn't have to lift a single finger to protect himself or exert any effort. But just through observing how a real physical arts master used mana in their body, Michael was able to assimilate their technique and turn it into his own. Michael looked at his cores and found it to have increased in size substantially. It seemed that the combination of the unity mana allowed Michael to finally become a 5-star mage. As Michael experienced the highs of transcending a stage in his cultivation, the two sparring partners were none the wiser. Jaku was using all of his instincts just to survive the onslaught from Agnes' heavy-handed attacks. Meanwhile, Agnes kept her eyes on Jaku's movements, surprised at each time he exceeded her expectations of his performance. At the start of the fight, she used nothing but her physical strength to wear him down, bringing down her axe towards him with just enough force to make his arms tremble from the weight of her swing. She even adjusted her speed to just barely be above that of what he could see and react to. Yet as the fight continued, she realized that Jaku had been contesting against her axe, with each clash becoming more and more equal in heaviness. His weaknesses, such as his blind spots and his foot positioning, were slowly getting fixed in the middle of the fight. It would only take one mistake for him to learn his lesson the next time, changing his positioning to cover any weakness. But that wasn't all. The most impressive thing she saw about him was his mana flow. She could feel the mana emanating from his body and leaking out into his sword, giving it a sharpness that wasn't there previously. Somehow, he was naturally learning the correct mana flow through mere intuition and practice alone. She could practically see his body getting filled with mana from his cores, slowly transforming his body into one suited for physical arts. At this point, she wouldn't be surprised if it would only take him a month to fully connect his veins to his mana cores. Sometimes the heavens were truly unfair. It took Agnes a full year of pure training and physical torment before she could achieve a vein connection. And if it wasn't for her master, she reckoned it would have taken her a lot longer. For now, Jaku was still only using a very crude version of mana flow. He was just pouring mana into his body without any thought behind it, making it a lot less efficient with a lot less power. But with a little bit more help, she could see Jaku becoming a totally different beast that even she would have to be careful of. Slightly transparent fire erupted around Agnes' body as she used one of her skills. She changed her stance to a one-handed axe and swung it towards Jaku. He seemed to have expected this and redirected its course by letting it slide across his sword backward. Jaku thought this would be his chance to finally create a counterattack. As soon as the axe missed his chest, he turned around and used the momentum to stab his sword towards Agnes' weak spot just below her hand carrying her axe. But he was surprised to see Agnes already close up in front of him, with her other hand balled up into a fist, ready to strike his stomach in point-blank range. "It's over," Agnes said as she punched with the power of fire. sending Jaku flying through the air and colliding with a tree. After assessing Jaku's talents, Agnes fought against the other dragonborn siblings one by one. Each of them posed a very distinct lack of knowledge and foundation that a normal physical arts user would have learned during their early years as a kid. They had a good base for their physical stats, which they inherently obtained from their bloodline as dragonborns, but the way they used their physical advantage was something left to be desired. Agnes wiped the sweat off her forehead as she knocked down Zion with a takedown leg sweep. Ah, Zion groaned. I lost. It looked like the youngest dragonborn was still disappointed that he couldn't defeat a 7-star physical arts master. Don't worry, bro, I lost too, Yumisu whispered, consoling her little brother. Meanwhile, Shayna bowed to Agnes and thanked her for the lessons. This was the first time that the dragonborn sparred with someone as experienced as her, and it gave them valuable lessons that they sorely needed. We appreciate you for teaching us our faults. We will reflect upon them and be better next time. It was my pleasure, Agnes said, lowering her axe. Fighting with you has opened my eyes. Agnes looked at Shayna and the rest of the dragonborns in a completely new light. Before this sparring session, they were merely novices who barely knew how to wield their weapons. But after just a few minutes of fighting with her, they were able to improve leaps and bounds just by themselves, even without her teaching them anything. They learned it on their own. Their talents were quite frightening. If her master saw these dragonborns, he would immediately want to take them under his wings. All of them had a certain quality that transcended even those of normal genius levels. Jaku had terrifying speed and reaction times, which Agnes felt could even surpass her own. He would even give the young Mrs. Yuna a run for her money. Agnes had the most trouble dealing with Shayna. Her all-encompassing vision of the battlefield was a natural weakness to her slow and heavy fighting style with the axe. Whenever she would charge towards Shayna, the dragonborn would shoot arrows towards her line of movement, stopping her in her tracks. By the time she deflected the arrows, Shayna would have already repositioned herself in a different location. As for Yumisu, Agnes thought she was the weakest out of the bunch at first. Even though she used a spear, her speed and movements were far too slow to take advantage of the light and sharp nature of the spear. But as the fight went on, Agnes was surprised to see Yumisu gaining both speed and power with each thrust. Instead of losing energy as the fight went on, she actually gained more power. Near the end of the fight, Agnes actually felt herself losing by a little bit. But of course, she outmaneuvered Yumisu through skill and experience, throwing her off her balance and stopping her momentum. Those 3 dragonborns showed great promise, which already surprised Agnes. But as she went on to fight Zion, she realized that he was the one most talented out of them all. The youngest dragonborn was a very different kind of beast entirely. His jabs and punches were sharp and heavy, with his footwork perfectly allowing him to dance in and out of range at his discretion. His only weakness was his tendency to be reckless and impulsive, which he couldn't get rid of during the entire fight. What realm are you guys in right now? Agnes asked. Shayna looked deep within herself and answered, We are all at the 2-star level, Miss Agnes. The ogre battle maid chuckled and shook her head. They were only at the 2-star realm, yet were exhibiting strength at the 3-star realm. It was quite absurd to experience such an overwhelming talent from these siblings, and they weren't even using Mithril artifacts. Agnes saw how the Rebornians increased their magical power by wielding a Mithril artifact. If they did wield it, by her estimation, it wouldn't be surprising for the Dragonborns to exhibit strength similar to a 4-star level warrior while still being in the 2-star realm. She could only sigh at the unfairness of the world. The Rebornians were truly a different breed of their own. Your physical talents are good, but it will only take you so far. If you want to improve your powers, then I suggest you practice these physical art spells in the meantime. Agnes approached Jaku first, showing him firsthand how to cast the 2-star spells such as and. All of those spells increased in power the faster it was performed, so it would make use of Jaku's natural quickness into a viable weapon. And were perfect spells for the sharpshooter Shayna. Would allow her to increase her arrow's penetrating power, while also allowing her to easily obscure herself from her enemies. As for Yumisu, the kinds of spells that would enhance her fighting capabilities were those that would allow her to cover for her slow starting point, and would allow her to push, defend, and evade her attackers while she gathered up momentum. Lastly, for Zion, Agnes didn't really know what to give him. His natural skill was already a devastating attack that didn't need any additional support from a normal physical art spell. The only thing she could help him with was teaching him the basics of fighting, the techniques, the tricks, and all that. It only took the Dragonborns a few hours before they fully learned the magic theory of the spells. Using Agnes' training regimen of constant sparring, they started practicing their skills with the Montgomery escorts, who were all quite adept at fighting. Meanwhile, Michael returned to his house to consolidate all that he'd learned after observing physical arts the whole day. Find exclusive content at my virtual library empire. The realizations from his breakthrough allowed him to have a more intimate sense of physical arts, which gave him a good idea for improving the design of his Mithril artifacts. When he first created Mithril, he had nothing to draw inspiration from other than his own experience as a mystical arts user. He inputted the mana into the Damascus steel the same way that he stored mana in his cores. He concentrated his mana core to be as little as possible so that drawing mana from it would result in a stronger release in the spell. Because of this, when a fire mage wielded a Mithril artifact wand with pure fire mana, then he would find the potency of his fire spells increased by almost 30%. However, the downside of this was that he couldn't wield any other Mithril artifact, or else it would interfere with the effects of the first artifact. For example, if a mage used a fire Mithril wand and a water Mithril wand at the same time to increase the power of his steam-related spells, then the two Mithril artifacts would only cancel each other out. Now for normal people this would be fine. After all, most only had one elemental mastery. However, Rebornians who were awakened with the inherent talent to master all elemental mana would be forced to stick to only one mana for their Mithril artifact. It was very limiting. Michael thought he would have to find more God-forged pieces before he was able to solve this particular problem, but as it turned out, all he needed to do was learn more about physical arts. By transferring what he learned from seeing Agnes use physical arts to create a Mithril artifact, then he could change the limit of what Mithrils could do. Imitating the mana flow of physical arts users into Mithril would allow the resulting artifact to become less potent and less concentrated, allowing the mixing of different elemental mana without it canceling each other out. To explain this better, the previously condensed Mithril artifact could be thought of as a solid block of metal. If one solid block of fire element tried to pass through another solid block of water element, then they would collide and prevent each other from advancing further. But if he were to make those elements a lot less condensed and turn them into a gaseous form, then they would be able to coexist together in a single space. Chat JK3, is my thinking correct? Find adventures on my virtual library empire. Michael didn't wait any longer and jumped into his own shadow, arriving in the nation of Reborn within just a single second. He ascended behind Thrain, who was startled and ended up missing a hammer strike. Sorry for coming up unannounced, Michael apologized. No, Boss Michael, it is our pleasure to have you here in our forge. Thrain put down his Mithril hammer and wiped the grime off his hands. Michael looked around and saw multiple furnaces spewing fire and molten slag as dwarves worked on their projects non-stop. They hammered glowing metal in a rhythm, only stopping to greet Michael as they realized his presence. This was the Reborn Forge, where every metal product needed by the nation was made. Specifically, this place was where the ancient dwarves like Thrain worked to create Mithril artifacts to supply for the growing population of Rebornians. The rate of production wasn't that fast, since only a few of them were able to evolve as ancient dwarves. What can we do for you, boss? I'm going to need a few Damascus steel samples to make into Mithril. I think I'm on the verge of discovering something new, he said to Thrain. The dwarf's eyes widened before he quickly scrambled to the chest by his side, which was fully stacked with unprocessed Mithril ores. Is there a particular shape you're looking for? Make a full set of armor for me and the Dragonborns, Michael requested. Thrain already knew the measurement for them and quickly went to work. And since Michael was quite excited at the thought of putting his new theory to the test, he couldn't just sit still. He looked for an empty workstation and helped Thrain create the Damascus steel armor they were going to create into Mithril artifacts. Meanwhile, on the very outskirts of the forest, an Orcanine orc dragged a full sack of cacao seeds towards Neo Orcus. He was one of the guards specifically tasked by his chieftain to give the Rebornians their sacred cacao fruits. As he walked closer to Neo-Orcus, his wolf-like ears suddenly twitched as they picked up a metallic ding echoing in the forest. Now, this sound was already quite strange to hear in the usual silence of the environment, but then, this sound was followed by raucous shouting. The direction this sound came from was none other than the new territory of Neo-Orcus. Are they worshipping something like us? The Orcanine orc thought to himself. He thought they were the only ones who shouted and banged there. Chests as a form of prayer for the goddess, but as it turned out, they weren't the only ones. Curious as to what the Rebornians considered their sacred grounds, the orc made a slight detour and followed the cheering in the distance. It didn't take long before he saw a metal fence separating the forest and a large open field on the horizon. The orc peeked through the holes of the fence and saw both humans and demi-humans positioned in strange places in the field, looking up at the sky as if searching for something. And beyond them was a large crowd who was the source of all the cheering. His eyes narrowed as he saw a demi-human with dragon-like scales and a tail behind them. He recognized her as one of the attendants of the young reborn chieftain. She lifted one of her feet and used the momentum of her fall to throw a small ball toward the demi-human opposite her. The Orcanine orc's ears stood in attention as he focused on the ball, just exactly like a curious dog. He wanted nothing more than to chase after the ball. But no matter how much his canine other half wanted to go into the field and fetch the ball, he couldn't. His chieftain was adamant in his orders to never interfere with the things of the humans. After all, they needed to earn their favor, not their ire. So the Orcanine orc stayed his hand and allowed himself to simply watch the strange ritual of the Rebornians. The Dragonborn once again threw the ball towards the one opposite her, and just like before, the demi-human's swing missed by just a hair's width, landing on the mitt cleanly. Args the Orcanine groaned. He felt like he could have done better if he was in the position of the catfolk holding the bat. But of course, he had to let go of his urges and simply watch as it unfolded. Through observation, the orc rightly assumed that this was some kind of competition between the two teams, and it seemed that whoever hit the ball with their bat would end up winning the rivalry between the two. As he listened closer, he heard the crowd chant towards the demi-humans, cheering them on. "Come on, you can hit a home run." Through context alone, the Orcanine figured out that scoring a home run must mean hitting the ball so far away from the opposition that they couldn't catch it any longer. This must be their way of worshipping the earth goddess. It must be, the Orcanine exclaimed. After all, it was only when the ball was hit by the metal bat did the crowd cheered and shouted, just like how their tribe shouted at their sacred grounds to show thanks to the goddess. Figuring this out led the Orcanine orc to become a lot more intrigued with this little competition within the Rebornians. Not only did he like the fact that they were worshipping the goddess, but he also liked the rivalry aspect between the two teams. It gave him the same feeling as when he was facing their very own rival, the Orcupine tribe. He watched for hours and hours, figuring out how the game was played and the rules that bound it. He completely forgot about the fact that he had to give the sack of cacao beans to Neo-Orcus. Throughout the different games, the Orcanine orc found himself cheering for the underdogs of the competition. They seemed to be named the Montgomery Escorts and were weaker compared to the team led by the Dragonborns. He saw himself within them and wanted them to succeed, just like how he wanted his own tribe to succeed. Whenever the Montgomery Escorts were up to bat, he would anxiously grasp the metal fence with such force that he unintentionally bent it with his fists. And when they failed to hit the ball and score a point, he would groan and express his disappointment. When the game was over, he would feel himself longing for more. After eavesdropping for a little while longer, he was delighted to find out that this game was a recurring event within Neo-Orcus. Experience tales with my virtual library empire. The Orcanine orc decided then and there that he would always volunteer to deliver the sack of cacao beans to Neo-Orcus so that he would be able to catch a glimpse of their games. He successfully left the sack at the gates of Neo-Orcus before he left to return to his village. A day passed, and the orc couldn't help but crave to watch the baseball game. He had to slap himself silly so that he wouldn't feel this way. Finally, the next day, the chieftain tasked him to deliver the cacao beans again. "Why do you look so excited?" the chieftain asked. "Ooh, I just want to gain the favor of the Reborn company," he replied, tapping his foot in nervousness. Good, we must never let the Orcupine tribe earn their favor first. They will always be our rival until we can oust them from this forest. The orc slapped his chest for the chieftain before leaving to deliver the cacao beans. But of course, after reaching the forest, he made a slight detour and found himself behind the baseball fence once again. His joy and excitement were palpable as he saw the players take their positions on the field. It looked like he made it just in time for the start of the game. It was the Rebornians versus the Montgomerys once more, but this time it seemed that his favorite team had a new addition to their lineup. There was a young girl within their midst who regarded her metal bat with suspiciously good movement. She did some light swings in the air, which was sharp enough to send a whipping sound reverberating throughout the field. The orc knew there was something different about her and was cautiously optimistic about their chances to win the game. The last time, they weren't even able to get a single point. Finally, the game started with the Montgomerys up at bat. Unfortunately, their main opponent this time was once again the female dragonborn with white scales. She was the one who never missed a single strike in the last game, a true scary opponent indeed. And just like before, the first two players were quickly struck out, leaving the Montgomerys just one last chance before the inning ended. The orc thought they were going to lose once again. But this time, it seemed that the new girl was finally up to bat. She took her position and waited for the ball to come to her position. Then, within the first pitch, she took a large swing. A very euphoric ding resounded throughout the field before the ball was sent flying through the air. The crowd cheered and shouted, praising the young girl for her strength and skill. The Orcanine orc grasped the metal fence and bent it from his excitement. Seeing this was exhilarating. He couldn't help himself and finally shouted in triumph along with the crowd. The Orcanine orc was suddenly startled as he heard another shout just beside him. He quickly turned around and saw the last person he wanted to see. It was an Orcupine orc, who seemed to have also stopped his celebration as he realized the Orcanine orc's presence. The two orcs stared at each other, not knowing what to do, seeing his most hated rival right in front of him. Made the Orcanine orc's attitude do a complete 180 turn. His face turned into one a snarl, treating the Orcupine orc as if he was the bane of his life. And it seemed as if the reaction was reciprocated. The Orcupine orc frowned into one of anger as soon as he saw the furry body of the Orcanine orc. The feud that had been fueling their very tribes for years and years on end finally showed its ugly head. Even though they promised that they were going to be in a truce with each other, their hatred could not be hid away just so easily. In truth, the two tribes were just waiting for the chance to battle it out once again and finally prove who was the better worshipper for the Earth Goddess. Cowardly bastard, the Orcanine screamed. Useless meathead, the Orcupine replied back. The two of them faced each other, just like how they had always faced each other when engaged in a screaming match. Even though their chieftains told them specifically to refrain from fighting it out with their rivals, they just couldn't help themselves. If the Orcanine orc was a little bit more level-headed, he would have realized sooner that the Orcupine orc in front of him was also secretly enjoying the game of baseball. However, his head was too filled with the shouts of his chieftain and his brothers about the cowardly Orcupines to even think about such stuff. Enjoy more content from my virtual library empire. In truth, the Orcupine orc had also chanced upon the Rebornians playing baseball and ended up loving the game just like the others. He, too, rooted for the Montgomerys and was delighted upon seeing the young girl finally hit a home run. He wanted to shout and cheer, but his celebrations were cut short by the appearance of the Orcanine orc. Both of them were quite vulnerable, feeling a little bit embarrassed and ashamed that they were caught watching the game. So, when they saw that their rival witnessed them in such a candid way, they thought that they were going to get made fun of. It ended up making them a lot more defensive, which only exacerbated their hatred for each other. Get out of here, the Orcanine howled. No, you leave, the Orcupine shrieked. In such a standoff between the two tribes, it was normal for them to immediately start their ritual performance. This was the only way they were going to decide which one was the superior orc. The Orcanine orc bent his knees low and braced his body, making his muscles and his fats tense up. He was preparing to slap his body to create a rhythmic beat that would surely make his rival back off. Similarly, the porcupine orc shivered his body, creating a rattling sound as his quills and spines collided against each other. It was only through his most proud strumming performance would the orcanine orc realize that he had tried to humiliate the wrong orc. But just as they were about to establish dominance against each other, they heard raucous cheering and shouting in the field. Both of them stopped what they were doing and looked at the state of the game. Unfortunately, it seemed that their slight victory just a few minutes ago was quickly taken back by the Dragonborns. They had scored a home run against the Montgomerys too. The orcs were disheartened upon seeing this, with their bodies visibly getting depressed. They sneaked glances at each other and realized that none of them were moving. This would have been the perfect timing for either of them to carry out their ritual performance and defeat the other orc. This meant only one thing: none of them wanted to destroy the secrecy of this place. If they banged their chests or strummed their quills, then the sound would travel far out into the forest, letting everyone know about this little spot in the field. They didn't want that to happen. They still wanted to watch baseball in peace, without anyone interfering in their leisurely pastime. The orcanine orc slowly stood up, unflexing his muscles and undeniably showing that he was standing down. And similarly, the porcupine orc's quills lowered down and blended into his fur. The two shared one last glare before they turned around and returned to their respective spot in the metal fence. And for the rest of the game, the two orcs silently enjoyed the show while actively ignoring the fact that their most hated rival tribe was standing just a few trees away from them. If this little bit of tolerance was what it took to enjoy baseball in peace, then the two orcs were very willing to pay it. After the game, the two went their separate ways. The orcanine orc finished his delivery of the cacao beans to Neo-Orcus before returning to his village and reporting to his chieftain. "All went well, I hope." The orc just meekly nodded his head. He didn't want to speak. "Good, I can feel it. We are getting ahead of those cowards. It will only be a matter of time until the Reborn company is on our side. And when that happens, I will finally agree to a meeting with the porcupine chieftain, just to see the look on his face when he realizes he lost against me." After reporting to the chieftain, the orc returned to his home. Then 2 days later, the chieftain asked for his services again to deliver the sacred cacao beans. Of course, the orc accepted it and went to the forest. He made a slight detour into the familiar metal fence and chanced upon the porcupine orc already watching the warm-ups of the baseball players. The two shared an almost imperceptible nod of acknowledgement. There was a silent understanding between each other to just watch and enjoy the baseball game rather than trouble themselves with their tribe's rivalry. As the days passed, the orcs continued their secret enjoyment of the baseball games. They chanced upon each other so many times that they were no longer wary of each other's company. They just silently enjoyed the baseball games not as porcupine orcs or orcanine orcs, but simply as fans of the game. They likened themselves to the crowds on the other side of the fence. There were both humans and demi-humans cheering with each other, with no sort of discrimination or prejudice against each other. It even became their wish to someday become a part of those crowds, experiencing the game in front of their very eyes, and enjoying it with thousands of other like-minded people. It made them crave that kind of culture. "It's that young lady again," said the porcupine orc to himself, but loud enough for the orcanine to hear it as well. "She's good, maybe she's what we need to finally win a game," the orcanine orc thought to himself, but said it loud enough that even a deaf bird could hear it. In all the games that they had watched, the Montgomerys always lost against the Rebornians. Only a young lady called Una was the one who could stand a chance against them. But even then, she could not fully carry her team to victory. Those Dragonborns were far too oppressive, especially the sharpshooter lady called Shayna. She was their pitcher, and she would always pitch a complete strikeout without even letting her opponent touch the ball. Not only that, but her dark blue-colored brother was a very annoying opponent to deal with as well. His quickness would always allow him to steal the bases before their opponent could even react. Case in point, once the game started, the two Dragonborns once again dominated the game. They led the game up by 5 points by the 3rd inning. They shouldn't let Jakku score bases so easily, the orcanine analyzed. "I agree they should also have the players move up the field so that they could catch more stray balls," the porcupine answered. "In these past few games, The two orcs learned more and more about the game and were knowledgeable enough to point out the mistakes of the Montgomery players. It became quite frustrating for them, as they felt that if they were in their position, they could have done things better. Perhaps they could have also won against the Dragonborns at this point. They both expressed their distress upon seeing their favorite team get absolutely decimated by the Dragonborns. Those siblings were far too strong. However, they still held out hope. Thankfully, the young lady Yuna still showed off her accurate hits as she sent balls out to the field, with the Rebornians unable to catch them before they landed on the ground. Both orcs wanted to celebrate and shout to the top of their lungs, but were afraid that the Rebornians would catch them peeking around the fences. After all, one of the balls landed very close to their location, with one of the demi-humans looking in their general direction for a few seconds before deeming it as nothing more than a little rodent. Once the coast was clear, the two orcs returned to the fences and watched with expectant faces as slowly but surely the Montgomerys started to crawl back up the scoreboard. And surprisingly, the game reached the top of the 9th inning with the score in a very close 7-7. As long as the Montgomerys successfully defended this last play and outed the last Rebornian player, they could end the inning and give their team a chance to score and finally win a game. Team, you can do it. The two orcs resisted the urge to perform their rituals in an attempt to tip the balance of favor against the Rebornians. The one up at bat right now was the unpredictable Zion, who showed moments of brilliance and unprecedented batting power, but was largely inconsistent, leading to some missed opportunities. Zion's brothers and sisters tried to talk to him and warn him not to get too overexcited at hitting the ball, but it seemed that the boy was barely listening to them. Finally, he was up at bat, and at the very first pitch, the young Dragonborn swung hard and made contact with the ball. Before the ball even left the baseball bat, a very fast Jakku tried to run to home plate and score a point against the Montgomerys. But unfortunately for them, the ball ended up fouling out. Please defend against Jakku, he's going to score. Don't let him have a lead. Miraculously, it seemed that their prayers were heard. The players all moved up the field and prepared themselves to catch the flying ball the next time it came in their direction. Very excited Zion quickly repositioned and asked for the pitcher to give him a fastball. The pitcher delivered on the request and sent a curveball, which Zion happily hit with his bat. The ball flew up in the air before quickly descending into the ground. Fortunately, because they changed their positioning earlier, one of the demi-humans was just in the perfect place to make a catch. He raised his glove and let the ball land on his hand, with the referee counting it as out. The Montgomerys celebrated, while Zion complained to his siblings about how it wasn't fair that he couldn't use his real strength in the game. With the last and final inning, this was their last chance to win. They just needed 1 point, and they would finally beat the Rebornians for once. And luckily it looked like it was time for Yuna to be up at bat. She wasn't like the others and swung her bat on the first pitch, making clean contact with the ball and sending it flying in the air. As expected, it was a home run. Everybody celebrated, even the Rebornians. After practicing for a while, the Montgomerys finally won a game. The crowd went wild, chanting some kind of song to dedicate to the winners. The two orcs celebrated as well, even getting caught up in the crowd's celebration. Read exclusive content at my virtual library empire. As they chanted, the orcs couldn't help but subconsciously want to supplement it with a beat of their own. The Orcanine orc tapped his chest to create a beat, while the Orcupine orc strummed his quills to create a rhythm. The resulting sound created a surprising resonance that spread out to the field, alerting the attention of the sharp-eyed Shayna. Now, the two orcs quickly realized their mistake and immediately stopped what they were doing. This brief blunder wouldn't have mattered much if they were simply performing their rituals separately and with the same hostility against each other. However, their unexpected camaraderie led their rituals to coincide with each other into a strange resonance never before seen in the current world. It created an effect that made anyone who listened make their intake of earth mana increase drastically. Instead of it simply trickling slowly from the ground, their rituals seemed to have made their bodies into a giant magnet that siphoned the very earth from underneath their feet. This effect might have been brief and didn't last for very long, but there was one sharp-eyed Dragonborn who quickly noticed the effects the resonance had on her body. Shayna felt the earth mana course through her veins before going to her cores, supplying it with a sufficient amount to finally break through to the next level. The mana cores in her body suddenly grew another layer underneath, finally starting Shayna's journey as an official 3-star realm demi-human. Read new chapters at my virtual library empire. In truth, the Dragonborns were already quite nearing their breakthrough from the very start. That was part of the reason why they had been playing baseball these past few days. According to Agnes, one of the best ways to advance their cultivation in physical arts was to train their body without using any skills or powers. It was quite counterintuitive, especially since all the mystical arts users they knew improved their cultivation by casting as many spells as possible. Agnes explained that physical arts users depended on their body more than their cores, so it would do them wonders if they trained their normal body for it to accommodate more mana from its surroundings. In her estimation, she believed that the Dragonborns would break through after a month of playing baseball and sparring every day. But Shayna was quite surprised to find out that she was 2 weeks early in her breakthrough, and it was all because of that weird sound that came from the forest. She narrowed her eyes and saw 2 orcs in the metal fences and rightly deduced that those sounds came from them. Upon walking towards them, the orcs immediately surrendered to Shayna and tried to ask her for forgiveness. "We beseech you to excuse our intrusion." But contrary to what they thought, Shayna wasn't angry at them at all. In fact, she was quite excited at the thought of what she might have discovered. Her boss would surely like to hear how the orcs were able to increase her cultivation tremendously. While all of that was happening in Neo-Orcs, Michael was very busy in the forge, smacking molten metal and molding them into a more desirable shape. He had been experimenting with the Mithril artifacts, changing the properties of the mana to imitate the way his new mana flow operated. It was hard at first. After all, the Damascus steel was hardwired to store mana in only one place at its very core. It wasn't like his own body, which could grow veins and new flesh to accommodate a different mana flow. In order to change it, he had to manipulate the very chemical composition of the material itself, which was quite a hard task to accomplish without the proper tools and equipment. Thankfully enough, Michael had just broken through to the 5-star realm and finally had access to the 5-star spells hidden inside Chat JK3 memory banks. The spell allowed Michael to temporarily turn the solid mithril ore into a very malleable and very liquidy material that was so much easier to work with. A combination of dark, poison heat and light energy flowed out of his very cores and started to break down the very molecular bond within the mithril. With his complete control over all mana, he was able to create almost microscopical tubes within the material, which acted sort of as veins of a body. Although it was possible, it took Michael quite a while before he was able to successfully manipulate a fist-sized mithril ore into its newest version. Michael wiped the sweat off his forehead and raised the finished product in the air. "Boss, that looks magnificent." Thrain and the rest of the ancient dwarves marveled at the new mithril artifact upon Michael's palms. The complexity of the piece itself was so unattainable for the dwarves that they could only compare it to a futuristic type of invention. "What does it do?" Thrain asked. Michael wanted to find that out for himself and injected it with fire and water mana. Now usually, the combination of such contrasting elemental mana would result in a lesser effect for the wearer. This would have only improved their water and fire spells, leaving other spells unaffected by the stat boost. It was incredibly inefficient, which was why most Rebornians simply chose one element for their mithril artifact, since they could use it in a more varied selection of spells. This new version of the mithril artifact was meant to change that. As the fire and water mana was injected into the mithril, everyone saw glowing blue and red particles enter the different veins of the artifact. They started to infiltrate deeper, spreading more mana into the different areas of the mithril ore, as if 2 territories were trying to race on which would conquer more land. And soon enough, the 2 elements finally met at the core and center of the piece. The dwarves prematurely squinted their eyes, expecting a bright flash from the mithril. They already learned their lesson a year ago about looking straight into the piece right before the fire and water mana collided. If they didn't want to be temporarily blinded for a few seconds, then it would be best to turn their heads away. But surprisingly enough, the Mithril artifact didn't produce any bright flashes. Instead, they saw both blue and red glowing particles being mixed together, creating a visual illusion of the color violet. Michael looked at the new Mithril artifact in his hands. Then, he snapped his fingers and created a fire that was as big as a basketball and bellowed out into a huge flame. That was supposed to be a simple one-star spell called. It was supposed to only create a simple fire on top of his fingers, yet its strength was even enough to melt through leather armor. It was clear from the get-go that the Mithril artifact in his hands had a huge effect on his spell power. As soon as he cast his spell, the artifact suddenly started glowing a bright red light, indicating that it was being used to empower a fire element spell. After he stopped his cast, the flame in his hands disappeared and the Mithril artifact stopped glowing. Yet the blue and red glowing particles inside it were still ever present inside. Now this boosting effect shouldn't have happened at all with a normal Mithril artifact. After all, it had both fire and water mana present inside the cores, meaning it could only boost fire and water spells. But this new version of Mithril could compartmentalize itself and use only the necessary element being cast. Michael tried this out with a spell and found it to be much bigger than he expected. It was too big, in fact, that it almost extinguished one of the forges beside it. The applications of such a discovery are endless. "Boss Michael, you have to teach us how to do that," Thrain asked with his excitement bubbling over the top. Unfortunately for them, Michael was only able to change the very structure of Mithril through the 5-star spell. Although the ancient dwarves were quite talented and were fast approaching their breakthrough, they were still far away from reaching the 5-star realm. "Sorry, but it looks like I'm the only one who can make it for now," Michael explained to them. They were dismayed upon hearing this, but Thrain quickly picked up their morale by giving them a motivating pep talk to work harder in the future. Michael would wait for that eventual day as well. After all, he didn't want to be the only one who could make this new and better version of Mithril. It took him far too much time to create a single fist-sized piece. He reckoned that it would take him more time if he were to make them into full armor for him and the Dragonborn siblings. As he was about to start hammering more Mithril artifacts to experiment, he suddenly saw Fudge jumping out of his shadow and landing on his shoulders. "Master, Sis Shayna wants to talk to you," Fudge reported. "Shayna, I wonder what she wants." Michael bid goodbye to the ancient dwarves and descended into the shadows. He arrived back in Neo-Orcus immediately and saw Shayna looking over 2 orcs who were kneeling on the ground. "Find adventures on my virtual library empire." Shayna bowed to Michael. "It has come to my attention that they have been secretly watching the baseball games in the bushes." Michael looked at the 2 orcs and was surprised that they were from the 2 rival tribes, one Orcanine and one Orcupine. He also recognized their faces as the ones who had been delivering the cacao beans right into the gates of Neo-Orcus. But the weirdest thing he noticed was that the orcs didn't try to shout or fight against each other in any way, and if he was seeing it correctly, it seemed that there wasn't any hostility from both of them at all. Usually, they would have at least sent dirty looks to each other by now. But there was nary a glare nor a scoff exchanged between them. "Care to explain?" he asked them directly. The 2 orcs kneeled to Michael and tried to beg for his forgiveness. "Please forgive us, O merciful human. We were just trying to enjoy the baseball game. It's true, we mean no harm against Neo-Orcus and was simply following our want to witness a game." The 2 orcs spilled the beans about the circumstances that led them to discover the baseball field, as well as how they started to fall in love with the game of baseball. It was quite clear to Michael that the orcs were passionate about the game, just like the Rebornians were when he first introduced the game. "If that's so, then there's no problem if you want to watch baseball," he said, picking the 2 up from their kneeling position. "Next time, you should just approach the field, and we can let you sit in the bleachers or play a game with them." The 2 orcs looked up at Michael with gratitude. They would like nothing more than to finally play a game of baseball with the Rebornians and the Montgomerys. "Lord Michael, there's something more." Shayna approached Michael and whispered to him about her experiences with the strange resonance. Fire lit up in Michael's eyes. His curiosity was piqued. If what she said was true, then it was all the more reason for Michael to stop the civil war between the 2 tribes and unite them into a cohesive group. The unexpected resonance between the Orcanine and Orcupines was perhaps a glimpse at their true potential. There must have been a reason why those two tribes used to be part of one single group, and how they were able to coexist during the ancient times. "Can you try to repeat it?" Michael asked the orcs. But it seemed that they were clueless as to what Michael was talking about. Even they didn't know the kind of effect that their overlapping rituals would make, or if it even had one at all. They had always been fighting and shouting at each other for years on end now, yet the only kind of effect it harbored was a very annoying noise that reverberated through the forest. It definitely wasn't the kind of effect that Shayna was describing. Still, the orcs obeyed Michael's instructions and started their rituals. The Orcanine orc slapped his biceps, while the Orcupine orc shivered his quills. The resulting sound was a very pleasant rhythm that resulted in an unexpected notification from Chat JK3. Michael looked at the notification in his eyes and was expectantly delighted. It made him believe that it was truly better for everyone that the two rival tribes settle their differences and work together under one banner. If they kept on doing their rituals and competitively shouting at each other, it would only result in a very annoying sound that would deprive anyone of sleep in a 1-kilometer radius. But if they started working with each other and treating each other as brothers rather than rivals, then they could end up becoming a lot stronger than even they thought. After all, increasing the intake of mana directly impacted their overall strength individually, as well as overall. Right now, the resonance between the two orcs only resulted in the increase of earth mana. Michael guessed that the reason for this was because their species as a whole were naturally talented with it, and was probably brought about by their passionate devotion to the earth goddess that they had been worshipping. Now, this was already a great boon for the orcs as well as the Rebornians. But if they were to join Michael and become part of the nation, then they would have the chance to evolve their bloodlines and increase their mastery over the elements, becoming proficient in all of them. Michael guessed that this would result in the orcs' resonance, increasing the cultivation rate of not only the earth mana, but all of it as well. Of course, this was just pure conjecture, a hopeful guess, if you will. But still, it was enough of a motivation for Michael to become a lot more aggressive in his plans to unite the two tribes. "Do you guys not see the result of your friendship?" Michael asked the orcs. The two of them reacted a bit awkwardly as Michael pointed it out, but they didn't necessarily reject it outright. "Enjoy new adventures at my virtual library empire." It was through their mutual interest in baseball that they realized that all the stories and rumors about their rival orcs were nothing more than lies told to them by their parents, friends, and even their chieftain. The Orcanines weren't just foolish meatheads who only knew how to use brute force. They could be quite smart and introspective, evidenced by the Orcanine orc quickly learning the rules of baseball through pure observation only. He even figured out the best plays and strategies to win the game. Conversely, the Orcupines weren't the witless cowards that they were painted to be. It was told that they were orcs who couldn't be trusted because they would abandon their friends to survive, but this Orcupine orc disproved that. When they were caught by Shayna, the Orcupine orc offered himself to become the scapegoat, letting his new friend leave the place undetected. No coward could do that. It was clear from this alone that Orcupines were as brave as the Orcanines. "I was wrong about your tribe," the Orcanine admitted. "I must admit my mistake as well. I was prejudiced against you as well as your kind. But it's clear that we have more in common than we think." The Orcupine offered his hand to the Orcanine. The two shook hands, symbolizing the first true truce between the two tribes since the downfall of the Golden Road. "Why are your tribes fighting in the first place?" Michael asked. "Ever since I was born, I was taught to hate the Orcupines. My chieftain is clear in his dislike of the other tribe, and we followed his words without questioning it. That is my upbringing as well. My chieftain told us that Orcanine's way of ritual, worship of the sacred grounds, was nothing less than sacrilege. He said that it would be better in our hands." Michael looked at the sack of cacao beans beside the Orcanine orc. According to them, this was their sacred fruit born from their sacred grounds. He had accepted this as a fact, but never really questioned why it was so. "What's so special about cacao beans to you?" That question had been lingering on the back of his mind this whole time. To answer his question, the two orcs each picked up a single cacao bean from their sacks and put it against their teeth. as they crushed it with their molars. Their faces contorted into one of disgust as the bitterness of the seed spread throughout their mouth. But even as their brows furrowed, their lips pursed, and their eyes squinted, the orcs forcefully swallowed the cacao beans and consumed them in one go. Michael was a bit surprised to see their reaction to eating cacao beans. For something they treated with so much respect and adoration, he would have thought that the orcs developed a taste for its bitterness throughout the years they had been consuming it. But judging from their faces, it was clear that they detested eating cacao beans even now. This begged the question as to why they were bearing with its bitter taste and even performing rituals to thank the goddess for giving them this gift. The answer presented itself to Michael just a few seconds later. Visible red aura exploded out from the Orcanine's body, startling Shayna. She quickly moved in front of Michael, grabbing her bow tightly. There was determination in her eyes to protect Michael no matter what it took. Not a millisecond after that, the Orcupine's body exploded with a blue aura as well, increasing his overall strength at least twice his normal base level. Shayna eyed the orcs with a glare, treating them as temporarily hostile. It was only when Michael gently put his hand on her shoulders did she finally be at ease. Michael knew that this was not an attack on him. This was merely a demonstration of the effects the cacao beans had on their bodies. The Orcanine orc grew a few inches taller, with his muscles increasing in mass in a matter of a few seconds. His increased size made him a lot more intimidating, especially with the perceived increase in strength that came with the enlargement. Meanwhile, the Orcupine orc had the opposite transformation. He became a lot thinner, with his quills becoming smaller. He looked a lot closer to a human than an orc. But despite his smaller stature, Michael could tell that it came with a great boost in speed and control. Those quills reminded Michael of surgical-level needles, with their penetrating power becoming a lot more devastating despite looking so thin. Chat JK3, what am I seeing? His personal AI assistant sent out a beam of light mana toward the two orcs. Those mana then interacted with the light mana inside the orcs' bodies, which bounced back towards Michael. Those light mana contained all the necessary information needed to fully examine the orc's physiology. Species Orcanine Orcupine. Enjoy new tales from my virtual library empire. Difficulty Element. Earth Fire. This skill allows the user to transform the energy he consumes from cacao beans into pure earth power. Their overall strength in the earth element will temporarily increase one level upwards. The orc's difficulty level was only 4 stars when Michael first met them. But with the new knowledge of their enhanced state, Chat JK3 then rated them an entire star higher. Michael could only marvel at the new power he saw from the orcs. It was hard to believe that they gained this power only from consuming a single piece of cacao bean. This is what helped us survive all these times, Sir Human. The gift of the goddess gives us the power to triumph over any adversity, the Orcanine said, slapping his newly enlarged body. It created a much louder smack that reverberated throughout the forest. We would be ungrateful if we did not appreciate cacao trees. Our rituals allow us to protect our sacred ground as well as revere the earth goddess, the Orcupine said, strumming his new quills. It now sounded like percussion chimes that rang out pleasantly to everyone's ears. Michael observed them for a few seconds before finally asking them a lot of questions back to back. How long does it last? It does not last long. In human terms, then it would only last a quarter of candlelight, the Orcanine answered. In other words, their transformation only lasted about 10 minutes. Although it might seem a little short, it was more than enough in a fight. Does it have any limitations? Can you eat cacao beans consecutively? Can you eat 2 cacao beans at the same time? Michael's eyes were full of curiosity, and it was even more evident with his questions. We can eat it many times, the Orcupine said. But it would not affect our transformation in any way. It wouldn't increase our strength, nor will it increase our time. So does that mean that theoretically, you could always be in your enhanced state if you just ate cacao beans all the time? The two orcs awkwardly nodded their heads. So then why don't you, Michael asked them. They could certainly make their enhanced state become permanent if they wanted to. After all, they must have an almost unlimited amount of cacao beans at their disposal, given that they were so generous in their gifts to the Reborn company. We dislike its taste, the Orcanine confessed. If there is no need for it, then we would rather not eat it at all, even if we are starving. The Orcupine agreed. We believe that this is a test from the Earth Goddess. She made the cacao beans hard to consume so that we wouldn't get caught up in the power it gave us. Michael went silent for a few seconds, just looking at the orcs and the cacao beans. You hate it because it's bitter. Well then, why don't you try this? He reached down deep into his shadows and took out a single bar of chocolate from the bakery. It was still in its packaging wrapper, so the orcs didn't recognize it at first. But as Michael unraveled the paper, the faint but familiar scent of cacao beans wafted over their senses. It confused them. That thing looked nothing like the cacao beans they had known their whole life, yet they knew instinctively that it contained a lot of cacao beans. So human, why does that smell like our sacred fruit? That's because it is, Michael replied. Try it out. He broke off the bar evenly and gave it to the orcs, who eyed it with confused looks. They felt it with their hands and smelled it with their nose. It was clear that the influence of the Earth Goddess was strong. Evidence that it was indeed, as Michael said it was. They took a bite, with their bodies already clenched as they anticipated the bitterness of the cacao beans. But as the chocolate melted in their mouths, a new sensation filled their senses. It was sweet, it was pleasant, it was something that they wouldn't mind eating for their whole lives. The original taste of the cacao beans was still there, but the bitterness was almost gone. Somehow, chocolate was able to turn that bitterness into something extremely satisfying for the orcs. The orcs couldn't help themselves as they devoured the chocolate in a matter of a few seconds. As people who had been so accustomed to the bitterness of the cacao beans, this was a very welcome change of taste. It felt like they had finally found the treasure of the Earth Goddess hidden inside the chocolate. It wasn't supposed to be bitter, it was supposed to be sweet all this time. Michael was glad that they were enjoying their snack. Seeing them react so positively to the chocolate meant that there was a chance that Michael could leverage chocolate into something that would push a change into the two orc tribes. He hoped that chocolate could unite the two. Of course, Michael wasn't doing this without any ulterior motives. If he was going to be honest with himself, then he would admit that he wanted to assimilate their sugar rush skill for his own. His desire for assimilating the orc tribes into his nation grew stronger as Michael envisioned the possibilities this could entail. If they became his citizens, he could awaken their talents and subsequently upgrade their skills and their affinity to mana. Right now, their skill only increased the strength of their earth element spells, but if he were to get his hands on it, then Michael was sure that he could upgrade that into a greater version of it where it could boost all elements. If he were to couple this with their resonance ritual, then the orcs could turn out to become an incredibly reliable source of security. How did you like the chocolate? Michael asked, though he didn't need to hear them say it to know their answer. Their delighted faces and longing for more chocolate were more than enough for Michael to know they were hooked. As it turned out, the orcs were quite sweet-toothed. Chocolate was something that would have made them addicted, regardless if it was made out of their sacred cacao beans or not. It was just a very fortunate coincidence that, as it turned out, their favorite food could also activate the hidden strength within their bodies. Enjoy more content from my virtual library. Empire. Every orc hated eating raw cacao beans, with some even foregoing consuming it entirely, choosing to not boost their strength even when they needed it. But with this chocolate, the orcs knew that their tribes would immediately consume all the chocolate they could see. You are truly the blessed son of the Earth Goddess, the Orcanine orc said to Michael, with his eyes glazing with amazement. Michael was a little bit surprised with his sudden show of devotion. What? Our chieftain said that the owner of Reborn is a blessed son of the earth. Her disciple said so. The shadow underneath Michael's feet flinched upon hearing this. Of course, Michael caught wind of this and immediately guessed that this was one of Fudge's shenanigans. Anyway, if you want to eat chocolate and play baseball, then I have just one favor to ask of you. The orcs looked at Michael and kneeled, showing their readiness to do whatever he asked of them. Can you help my dragonborns? The two orcs looked at each other, not knowing what Michael was talking about. A couple of minutes later, everyone had gathered back into the designated open field sparring gymnasium in Neo-Orcus. This was where Agnes trained the dragonborns and the Rebornians about physical art spells. Sir Human, what would you like us to do? Michael then pointed at the dragonborns, who had changed out of their baseball attire and into their fighting outfits. Opposite them were the Montgomery escorts, who had also changed into something a lot more appropriate. "I want you to perform your resonance ritual for as long as they are practicing their skills," he said to them. "If you do that, then I will compensate you for your efforts with more chocolate and a free pass to any of Neo-Orcus amenities available. That means you can play as much baseball as you want." The orcs looked at Michael, speechless. "Will that be hard?" he asked them. Training sessions lasted for a few hours, so he didn't know if the orcs had that much stamina to perform their rituals. No, Sir Human. The Earth God has created our bodies to have enough energy to give thanks to her for a full week non-stop. But is it really this easy?" They would have thought that precious chocolates would cost a little more effort from them. "If it's easy for you, yeah. Oh, and you should wear these while you work," Michael said as he clipped a set of portable mics on their bodies. This was directly connected to the speakers on the side. The speaker loudly copied the Orcanine's voice, which startled the both of them. Michael told them that there was nothing to be afraid of, and that these were just Mithril artifact speakers meant to increase the effects of their resonance ritual. Of course, the orcs had no idea about any of this, but they trusted Michael enough to go through with it. Meanwhile, on the sparring field, Jakku faced Agnes once again. This time, they had been practicing every day, so Jakku was no longer the novice he once was. However, he still wasn't able to triumph against the famous Montgomery battle maid. As the two clashed weapons, Michael signaled for the orcs to start their rituals. Their cries were a lot more intense as they took a bite out of the bar of chocolate. With their boosted bodies, their ritual performance became a lot louder and fiercer. Not only that, but their voices were transmitted into the Mithril speakers, increasing its effects multiple times. As the resonance from their distinctly different booming slaps and chiming strums met in the air, everyone in the sparring field felt their blood boil in excitement. The adrenaline in their bodies made them feel like they were in an actual war, with the stakes in the realm of life or death. Even Agnes felt the hairs on the back of her head start to stand up, as if she was forced back to her childhood when she faced against hundreds of enemies. She could only laugh at how absurd everything about the Reborn company was. This kind of atmosphere was the perfect environment for a warrior to enhance their senses and gather experience. Feeling their blood boil in both fear and excitement was a true fertilizer for increasing the strength of a physical arts user. That was why a lot of soldiers and warriors broke through during times of war and stagnated during times of peace. It was hard to stimulate a person's growth through practice because there was no real threat to force their bodies to evolve. But now Michael and his company found a way to produce the same effect without the inherent risk of war. She felt the mana in her body start to churn as it began taking in the earth mana from down below. Even though she didn't have an earth mana core, the earth mana took with it the fire mana inherent in the environment and dragged it into her body. As she looked forward, she saw a sense of relief in Jakku's eyes, with his body becoming a lot more relaxed. He broke through that easily. As the sparring sessions continued, the Dragonborns each finally took that next step and became 3-star level warriors of their own. Although their inherent talent and their hard work were the majority contributors to this breakthrough, it couldn't be denied that the strange effect of the orcs shouting influenced it to a big extent. They weren't even the only ones benefiting from this. Even Agnes' demi-human allies were showing signs of increasing their cultivation by a large margin. They were Montgomery escorts with all the pills and help they could get to increase their strength. Yet, this was perhaps the easiest way they had ever improved their mana cores. Agnes couldn't help but look at the man responsible for all of this and marvel at his potential. A couple of hours later, everyone was exhausted from their training sessions. Michael could tell that the fruits of their efforts were at least twice as much as when they had trained days before. He thanked the orcs for their tiring support, but they showed him that they didn't even break a sweat. This was easy for them, as they were truly grateful for the chocolate that he had given them. After giving them free rein to play baseball with the Rebornians, the two orcs finally returned to their respective forests. But before they left, Michael asked them for another favor. It would be great if you could change the perception of your rivals to your tribes. The two orcs wanted to do as Michael said, but they knew that it would be very hard to persuade their fellow tribesmen to suddenly become friends with their most hated opponents. This rivalry against the other tribe was taught to them from their very birth to their very death. If these orcs hadn't met each other, they wouldn't have realized that the rivalry between the two tribes was unnecessary. They wouldn't have known that all the prejudice and hatred against them were based on nothing but lies. The only way that they could persuade their fellow tribesmen was if they personally saw how similar they were to the other tribe. As long as they could see that their rivals were the same as them, then they would realize that both orcupines and orcanines were part of the same species. That would be hard, Sir Human. Fraternizing with the enemy could make us exiled, the orcanine said. That is the same for us, the orcupine agreed. Michael knew that it would be hard, but he still had hope. The fact that these two orcs could become friends was enough evidence to show that the unity of both tribes was possible. Well, if all else fails, then we still have one last bargaining chip, Michael said to them. Just lure them out with this. He showed them a bar of chocolate, which gave the two orcs some ideas on how to persuade their fellow tribesmen to become a part of their cause to unite the two tribes. Enjoy new tales from my virtual library empire. For the next few days, the two orcs began spreading rumors to their fellow tribesmen about a new miraculous food made out of cacao beans. And according to those rumors, this food didn't taste like bitter poison. Of course, not a lot of orcs believed it, and only a few approached him. Is it true? A female orcanine orc asked. Shush, don't tell anybody else. I only have a few with me. I don't want to share it with a lot of orcs. He then took out a bar of chocolate from his sack and showed it to the three orcs in front of him. They eyed the bar with curiosity. The orcs, seeing their eyes glaze with hunger, finally gave them each a piece of chocolate to eat. And as soon as it melted in their tongues, the female orc almost yelled out in surprise. He had to cover her mouth in order not to attract any more attention. The purpose of this little rumor was so that only a few people found out about chocolate. If the chieftain heard about this, he would want to monopolize it for their tribe, which would only exacerbate the existing rivalry between the two tribes. Slowly, they would gather orcs and show them the truth about their supposed rivalry. Once the majority of orcs realized the stupidity of their conflict with each other, then the chieftains would be forced to reconsider their hatred against the other tribe. Where did you get this? The orcanines asked him. Join me tomorrow. I'll show you where I got it from. The next day, the orcanine orc was now accompanied by 3 more orcs to deliver cacao beans to Neo-Orcus. Are you saying that this chocolate is made by those humans? Is he truly blessed by the earth goddess, as the chieftain said? Shush, we're here, the orcanine said. But from what the others could see, they weren't even near the gates of Neo-Orcus at all. They were right in front of a metal fence, overlooking a large field full of humans and demi-humans. What are we doing here? They asked him. It's just a little detour. Just watch the game, he said to them. Seeing a home run stirred something deep within the orcanines. It made them feel excited. And so, that was how more orcanines orcs became fans of baseball. Meanwhile, just a couple of trees away from them was another group now made out of orcupines. They, too, were starting to get hooked on this strange new game called baseball. It didn't take long before they were wholly engrossed in the game. The 2 orcs who orchestrated this whole thing made eye contact and imperceptibly nodded to each other. The next stage of their plan was set. On the other side of Neo-Orcus, there was a caravan of carriages strolling through an unkempt road. Jimmy, the reporter and aspiring journalist, looked out the window and peered through the horizon, seeing something completely out of his expectations. What is that? He asked the chocolate merchants. The construction period for Neo-Orcus had finally come to pass. All the buildings and structures had finally been finished, with just the decorating and finishing touches left to be filled. The locals of Neo-Orcus now had a place to call their home. They considered themselves extremely lucky, as their quality of life exceeded even that of royals and billionaires in the Queen's region. After all, Neo-Orcus had been built with the standards of the nation of Reborn, with all of its useful amenities and architecture. Not only that, but the railway system had also finished its construction, officially connecting the Queen's region to the King's region. Of course, if one wanted to go through this train system, then they would have to avail the tollway in the Dwarven Kingdom for a reasonable price. This meant that the Rebornians in Neo-Orcus could finally return to their nation in just a single day of travel, and vice versa. With this connection established, the flow of products became a lot smoother. All the goods in the king's region were made readily available to the locals of Neo-Orcus, and hopefully, in the future, the rest of the queen's region would also avail of these products from this commerce hub. Michael thanked the engineers and construction workers for their hard work and offered them a holiday, but they declined. "Don't worry, boss, we still have a lot of energy to start the Golden Road project you've been envisioning," the Satyr engineer said, with the rest of his comrades agreeing with his words. Now that the basics of Neo-Orcus were finished, it was time for Michael to start his venture into the Queen's region. To do that, he needed to reconstruct the Golden Road, which connected all the territories into one interconnected path of roads. Read latest stories on my virtual library. Empire. This was quite a big undertaking, so it would be better to start it as soon as possible. After all, the engineers had to make sure that the roads were earthquake-proof, given this location's propensity to give out natural disasters like it was nothing. "All right, let's get to work then," Michael said as he looked at the big road leading towards the horizon. Right now, this road was split in half like a bread scoring. But soon, it would become the famous Golden Road. Both wide and flat, ready to be inhabited by merchants and businesses of all kinds. As Michael oversaw the work of the engineers, he suddenly saw something come towards them on the horizon. With his enhanced eyesight, Michael saw a huge caravan of horse carriages, about 10 of them in total. And if he were to focus on the light element signatures on their bodies, then he recognized a few of them to be the peddlers who had gone off to sell chocolates to the Queen's region. It seemed that business went well, seeing that they had come back so early to restock. Not only that, but they also had a few other guests with them. He could even see a few of them marvel at the newly constructed buildings of Neo-Orcus, with surprise completely visible on their faces. That was the face of someone who was proven wrong, meaning they had probably disregarded the chocolate merchant's words as nothing more than hyperbole. But seeing the refurbished Neo-Orcus for themselves was an eye-opener. Michael waited by the entrance of the under-construction Golden Road until the caravan of merchants reached the gates. "Sir Michael, it's good to see you again." The veteran peddler came out of the carriage and greeted Michael fondly. How could they not? Their coffers were filled to the brim with gold coins, all because of Michael's products. "Resupplying your stock, I hope." Yes. We also have a few friends of ours who want to become chocolate merchants of their own." The other merchants greeted Michael with a curt bow, with their eyes clearly in disbelief as they looked at Michael's youth. One by one, they introduced themselves and asked for his permission to become chocolate merchants. "Let's talk inside," he said as he invited them to Neo-Orcus. The whole caravan of merchants followed Michael inside. The veteran peddler caught up to Michael and pointed back at a youthful man in their midst. "Oh, Sir Michael, I hope you don't mind, but we have also brought with us a journalist from Angora City." Michael looked back at the young man and noticed the gleam in his eyes. He held a small notebook and a pencil, ready to write down everything he was seeing as soon as his shock and awe subsided. He approached the journalist. "Whoa, oh, hi," the journalist said impulsively. "Greetings, my name is Jimmy, and I am an aspiring journalist who yearns to write papers that are read all around the world." Michael offered his hand, which Jimmy shook awkwardly. The veteran peddler explained to him how they met Jimmy. "You're a journalist, interesting. What would a journalist want to learn about our Reborn company?" Jimmy snapped out of his flusteredness and looked at Michael with all seriousness. "Of course, it's to find out the truth. Hearing such stories about the Reborn company was too exaggerated to believe." Michael chuckled. "So you believed all the rumors?" Jimmy looked around Neo-Orcus and saw glimpses of its advanced technology. Just through this simple glance, he knew that he was on the right track. No other journalist would. "But I have a feeling that I am on to something big. So please let me see the Reborn company with my own eyes," Jimmy said, bowing at a 90-degree angle towards Michael. "And what would you do with that information?" Jimmy stood straight. "I want to write about it, sir. Without any publicity, your company will not be able to spread its influence wide enough in the Queen's region. But if I can write about all your exploits and accomplishments as a business, Then I am pretty sure that you can someday join the prestigious Golden 500. Michael was intrigued by those last words. Golden 500, elaborate. Jimmy went on to explain to Michael that there was a ranking between companies all over the world. This ranking was compiled only by respected journalists and newspapers throughout the globe, and was based on the wealth and influence of a company. The current top one in the world is none other than the Vanderbilt business, sir. But I know that for most companies, it is an impossible dream to topple the #1 spot. So, just getting in the top 500 spot is already an amazing milestone as it is. Michael had never heard of this ranking before, probably because his mother and father didn't really talk to him much about the Vanderbilt business. They told him they were the wealthiest family in the world, and that was enough. Although Michael never explicitly stated this to anyone else, he did have some thoughts about someday surpassing his grandfather's business. And with the way his company was growing, he thought that there was already a big chance of that happening in the future. Jimmy. What's our ranking? Michael asked directly. The junior newspaper journalist was a little bit awkward as Michael asked him that question. Although he wanted to tell the truth, he didn't want to offend the young master. He didn't want to get kicked out of Neo-Orcus. Just tell me, I won't be mad. Jimmy cleared his throat and said, unranked. But, from what I saw with the chocolate products, you stand a very good chance of breaking through the top 500 spot. It is very possible. Michael nodded, not looking the least bit upset. And what do you think we need to improve to climb up the ranks? Jimmy raised his hand and began to count his fingers. First, you need to have a lot more wealth under your banner. That is the most important aspect of the Golden 500, of course. But it is hardly the only thing that matters. Second, you need more territory. Without territory, you would have no base of operations. You would need somewhere to nurture your products. I think that you need to expand further beyond Neo-Orcus. This place is too small. And third, you need security. You need people to protect the territory that you have. This one is not that important in the current state of the world, but there are always accidents, disasters, and unfortunate dealings in the world. So, it would be best if you had people to protect your wealth and your territory. Michael listened to Jimmy's list and nodded. His thoughts were completely unknown to the anxious reporter. I have not offended you, have I? Michael waved off the young man's concern. No way. In fact, I should thank you. I have learned something good. Well, why don't we continue with our tour to Neo-Orcus? Jimmy wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead. He thought that Michael would be mad that he didn't praise his company a lot higher. Most business owners would be upset that they weren't higher up on the list, but it seemed that Michael was different and he didn't care about such rankings. And so, Michael began guiding everyone in Neo-Orcus. He first showed them the chocolate factory and the cookie bakery. It had expanded quite a lot, now with a lot of Rebornians working in tandem with Beth as the main leader of the whole operation. Experience more tales on my virtual library empire. Everyone was quite stunned as they saw the efficient production in the factory. This was the first time they ever saw conveyor belts and giant industrial-sized mixers and tubs working with extremely large batches at a time. They all watched as hundreds upon hundreds of cookies were being baked simultaneously in the large oven. Once it was done, the cookies were dumped into a storage bin where the workers collected and packaged them. There's no way this is possible. Of course, this was the first time that any of these Queens region locals saw electricity working in their lives. That energy comes from the new steam factory near the Dwarven Kingdom, Michael explained nonchalantly. Oh yeah. Why don't you guys come with me to the new train station? I'll show you the Dwarven Kingdom as well as the nation of Reborn. Now, Jimmy and the merchants were all too stunned and dumbstruck upon seeing these amazing works of inventions, too surprised to even say anything else. They all had their jaws wide open as Michael guided them to the train station. They couldn't speak as they entered the train. They couldn't even shout out in surprise as the train made a guttural roar as it started its engine, starting its journey towards the Dwarven Kingdom. Even as the hours passed, these locals were still too stunned to process everything they had seen in such a short amount of time. Each time Michael introduced something to them, they would need another few hours to process everything they saw. This cycle would continue the whole journey through the railway, putting Jimmy and the merchants into a stun-locked position. Jimmy's eyes almost bulged out of his sockets as he saw the infamous volcano of the Dwarven Kingdom up close and personal, once they took a brief stop at their train station. But before he could even utter his disbelief at this monumental scenery, no one in the Queen's regions had ever seen before, he saw the literal king of the dwarves approach Michael and greet him, as if they were lifelong friends. Jimmy then saw Michael give his friend a whole crate of this beverage, called beer, in exchange for an equivalent crate of the mythical Damascus steel. This felt like a fever dream for the rookie journalist. He was so surprised about everything that he completely forgot to even write anything down in his notebook. Never mind the fact that the Reborn company was allied with the Dwarven Kingdom. Never mind the fact that they had an unlimited supply of Damascus steel. The most surprising thing for Jimmy was the fact that the entire King's region as a whole looked to be under the influence of the Reborn company. Everywhere he looked, he saw nothing but Reborn company logos flashed around every corner of every street. He especially didn't expect to see this in the Dwarven Kingdom, infamous for their disdain for humans. Yet now, they were parading the very name of the man who made all of this possible, Michael. And as they continued their journey further inwards, Jimmy and the merchants were led into the King's region and the other territories that were connected to the railway system. It was clear that the railway system had just finished construction all over the King's region. Evidenced by all the amazed and longing expressions of the people the train passed through. They cheered and awed whenever Jimmy peeked out of his window. He even saw people waving the very flag of the Reborn company in the air as if they were welcoming the arrival of someone nothing less than a king. It was truly absurd. Usually, Jimmy would only see this type of behavior from royal territories with an actual king, but even then, their fervor for one person was very forced, as if their praise was nothing more than a necessity. From what he could see with the general atmosphere in all the territories they went through in the King's region, everyone was genuinely happy with the Reborn company. It was crazy for him that a simple company would be able to spread its influence all over a region with such positive reactions. People welcomed the Reborn products, choosing to use them in their daily lives. Be it shirts, stores, toys, or even food, everything had the Reborn company name on it. How do you create so many products? I thought you guys only sold chocolate and cookies. Michael shrugged. It's all thanks to my citizens, of course. We have a lot of factories and production facilities in our nation. I'll give you a tour of them later. After gaining a lot of money and influence in the King's region, Michael decided to expand the selection of products in their company. It didn't matter if he didn't invent them. He would create an entirely new design or an innovative way of producing them much faster than anyone else. If Michael wanted to have a sense of monopoly over the King's region, then he would have to fulfill all the needs and wants of the citizens there. Food, materials, jewels, clothes, and everything else. Michael wanted the Reborn company to produce it. Thankfully, the nation of Reborn had expanded a lot to accommodate all of this workload. It also helped that they had unique powers to help increase productivity, such as the Mithril artifacts, as well as the musician buffs. Once Michael explained this to Jimmy and the chocolate merchants, they couldn't help but be stunned into silence once again. Not even the Vanderbilt business had this kind of influence and reach in the Queen's region. It felt like the whole entirety of the King's region was under Michael's hands. That was the impression they got from touring every territory connected to the railway. After a few days of consecutive surprises, Michael finally gave them one last bombshell: the nation of Reborn. Although Michael had been talking about the nation of Reborn quite frequently during their travels, Jimmy regarded it as nothing special, thinking that it was just a small headquarters for their company. After all, most companies in the Golden 500 had their own country, which was just a place where all their employees gathered in one place. But once they reached the so-called land of paradise, they couldn't help but stop and marvel at the enormity of their nation. Even the most normal of houses here looked even better than the mansions and castles of royals in the Queen's region. Not only that, but the level of advancement in this place was something only seen in fantasy books. Automobiles were a lot more widespread, with the roads being filled to the brim with cars moving from one location to the next at relatively fast speeds. And even though Michael explained to them about electricity, they still couldn't figure out how it was able to power a mini-sun in each and every home in the nation, or how a metal box was able to produce winter cold air out of nowhere. After touring the commercial area of the nation, Michael led them to their production center located further out into the desert. Jimmy and the merchants saw large rectangular buildings lined up in the desert, reaching out into the very horizon. This is our factory where all of our products are being made. It ranges from food processing, metallurgy, or clothing, Michael explained. What are we looking at here? Jimmy asked, still unable to wrap his head around the immensity of operations in this place. Ladies and gentlemen, you are looking at the Industrial Revolution. Michael used the techniques and plans of the modern era from his previous life to make production as efficient as possible. Of course, it couldn't be helped that there would be some smoke leaking out into the skies. There were voluminous amounts of white smoke coming out of the vents and rising towards the large cloud in the sky. But instead of polluting the air, a strange cumulonimbus cloud seemed to suck up all the smoke, making itself grow a little bit bigger each time. I'm already feeling more mana from the cloud, Michael commented. He was incredibly thankful that he discovered this mutated cloud that ate smoke and released elemental mana. If not for these, then he wouldn't be so brazen in his construction of so many factories. So what do you guys think about my nation as a whole? He asked Jimmy. The rookie journalist shook his head in disbelief. Not even the most eloquent of reporters would be able to describe everything about the Reborn company. If I tried, I am sure that it would only be a pale illustration of the real thing. Find more chapters on my virtual library empire. Even then, I am not sure that anyone would even believe anything I write. No one in the Queen's region would ever believe a fraction of what he planned to write in the paper. Jimmy was sure that it wouldn't even be published. His bosses would accuse him of making things up. This was how absurd everything was in the King's region. After the week-long tour, they made their journey back to the Queen's region via railway. It took them less than 2 days of travel before they arrived at the train station, welcomed by the Dragonborns and the locals of Neo-Arcus. Jimmy thanked Michael for giving him a deep insight into the inner workings of his company. It was already late in the night, with the midnight oil burning, yet Jimmy couldn't sleep. He got up off his bed and went to the desk, staring at the empty blank page in his notebook as he tried to absorb his thoughts about the Reborn company. First of all, his previous assumptions about them were terribly wrong. He thought they were an upstart company that had their start in Neo-Arcus. As it turned out, it was just their expansion. They were already well established in the King's region. Even well established seemed more of an understatement. They ruled King's region was the more appropriate term. While the Golden 500 fought against each other to wrestle merely an inch of territory from one another in the Queen's region, the Reborn company quickly took control of an entire region of their own, with none the wiser. If he were to estimate it, the Reborn company took control of about 40% of all the territories in the royal continent, the very land in which all of them stood right now. This was an unprecedented amount of territory, something that the Vanderbilt business was unable to do even in its prime. Sure, they had territories all over the world, but they had never taken control of such a large space in the royal continent. No company was able to do so until Reborn. Just from this fact alone, Jimmy was sure that the Reborn company was already part of the top 250 of the Golden 500. That was just their territory. Jimmy wasn't even factoring in their wealth and financial power. But seeing how prevalent the Reborn products were in Kingsbridge and about 99% of the territories in the King's region, he was sure that they were earning gold coins by the billions. Their rate of production was truly a scary fact to consider, but that wasn't Reborn's true strength. It was their quick dispatch and delivery. Enjoy new tales from my virtual library empire. There were a lot of companies in the Golden 500 that could produce a ton of products in a small amount of time, but they were all limited by the fact that they could only deliver their products through carriages or peddlers. It would take months before their entire product line was spread in the Queen's region. It would take years before they could spread their products outside the continent. But the Reborn company, mere days or hours. Their concrete roads and automobiles were already a large improvement compared to the best carriages used by even the wealthiest of companies. But even cars were nothing compared to the trains and the railways. The amount of product they could ship out in one trip was truly astounding. For example, a traditional company handling heavy metals would take around 50 carriages spread out in 5 intervals to deliver a ton of iron from one place to another. All in all, it would take about 2 months of travel, or more depending on how far the location was. This meant that the metal company would have to hire an entire caravan escort to guide this shipment, which would take a large amount of money to hire. And if something were to go wrong, which often happens with shipments over the sea, then they would lose a lot of their money without gaining anything back. In comparison, the Reborn company could do it in less than a day, at a fraction of the cost. This meant they could sell more products while losing very little from expenses. Jimmy wrote down all of his musings in a notebook, analyzing all the strengths of the Reborn company, and came to only one conclusion. The Reborn company was already in the top 100 of the Golden 500. He was even being conservative in his estimations. If he were being honest, then they would be even higher up on the list. But for now, he was 1000% sure that the unofficial ranking of the Reborn company was 100. Officially, though, they were unranked just like all the up and coming companies in the Queen's region. They would have to prove little by little that they were deserving of that top 100 spot. There is just one last thing, Jimmy muttered to himself, on the matter of security. As a local from Angora City, he knew a lot about physical strength. After all, their city had both top-notch mages and fighters in their midst. It was all thanks to the Magic Tower and the Nightly Court in the city, nurturing amazing talent yearly. After their graduation, they would usually get recruited by companies and businesses in need of protection. The more talented a fighter was, the better offer they would get in terms of salaries and benefits. So, only the wealthiest companies could afford the best knights. Some well-established companies nurture their own security, but for normal companies, recruiting knights and mages from the Order the Guild of Arcana was how most companies got their security. As for the Reborn company, Jimmy did see a glimpse of them nurturing their own form of security. And that was the Dragonborns. Jimmy had never seen their species before and was unsure of their natural talent, but by the looks of it, they were Michael's personal security detail. So he decided to find out exactly how powerful these Dragonborns were. Thankfully, it seemed that there were daily sparring sessions in Neo-Orcus involving some Rebornians and the Dragonborns. Michael woke up early in the morning and flew directly to the sparring area just on the outskirts of Neo-Orcus. There were early birds already working up a sweat as he touched down on the barracks, which were chock-filled with wooden training weapons. As expected, Shayna was part of the morning risers, with only 5 arrows left in her quiver and the rest sitting squarely in the bullseye. She never missed, not a single one. Michael walked up next to her and picked up a bow and arrow of his own. He had very limited experience shooting with this weapon, but he did have the combined knowledge and expertise of all professional archers during the modern era, and it was all thanks to Chat JK3. Suddenly, his posture straightened. His grip on the bow tightened. His eye aimed down just above the bullseye, which compensated for the wind and the distance of the shot. The arrow pierced right into the bullseye. Shayna clapped for Michael and congratulated him on a wonderful shot. But she then proceeded to shoot 5 consecutive shots that pierced through Michael's arrow, splintering it into 1,000 ends. Shayna flashed a cheeky smile to Michael. I'm just trying to secure my job, Lord Michael. She knew that Michael could protect himself even without anyone's help. But it would be much safer if he had a deterrent like the Dragonborns by his side. Michael shrugged and gave up. He didn't have any desire to perfect his fighting skills, so he would leave that up to the professionals. As the time passed, more and more people joined the sparring session. Yuna did some light stances with her rapier, stunning everyone who looked in her direction. But like Michael, even though she was perfectly capable of protecting herself, she would rather leave that up to Agnes and her escorts. That way she could focus on her job as a diplomat. The other Dragonborns finally showed up, with the last one being Jaku, who was still yawning despite the sun already nearing its zenith. Michael, as always, just sat by the sidelines with Yuna and Fudge. They spent their time reminiscing about their previous life and how much they missed certain aspects of that world. "You still owe me an ice cream," Yuna said. "I'm trying to," he replied, trying to appease her. "I just haven't found any vanilla as of yet. Say, you wouldn't happen to know where I could buy it in the Queen's region, do you?" Yuna teasingly glared at him. That's not our agreement, mister. I provide you with a way to progress your business. You provide me with ice cream. There's a boundary there that cannot be crossed. After a pause, Yuna faced Michael again. Your journey continues with my virtual library empire. Speaking of which, you told me that you needed a place with a large collection of physical arts, right? After talking to Jimmy, I remembered that Angora City had a knightly court. I know a few high-ranking knights there that could give you access to their scrolls. Michael was ecstatic to learn this. He wasn't familiar with the Order of the Heavenly Knights, so he would have had trouble navigating a friendly conversation with them that could lead to them opening up their gates for him. But thankfully, he had a diplomat friend. I have some connections with the magic tower there as well. Would you need my help? Michael shook his head. Sebris already introduced me to their tower master. Must be nice being a prodigy of the mystic arts, Yuna commented. You're one to speak, Miss Heavenly Knight Apprentice. Yuna flashed him a tongue before leaving to practice with Agnes. Michael was going to continue laying around in the sun, when a large shadow cast over his eyes and blocked his view. He looked up and saw the orcs approach him with a meek expression. Sir Human, we would also like to participate in the fight. No matter what you are preparing for, we are dedicated to protecting you. In front of him were about 16 orcs, which were evenly distributed between the Orcupine and the Orcanine tribe. After Michael convinced the first two rebels to convince more of their friends and families to let go of their grudge against the other tribe, the number for the revolution grew bigger. What revolution, you ask? It was none other than the undercurrent movement that aimed to convince the orcs to disobey their chieftain and their tribe itself to achieve unity between the two tribes. Their numbers had grown steadily over the days. Of course, Michael wasn't denying the fact that the benefits of becoming an honorary Rebornian weren't a factor in their decision at all. But it was clear that the orcs were much more willing to work together with a chocolate bar in their hands. You want to join our sparring session? It seemed that the orcs were under the wrong impression. They thought that Michael was going to war or something, especially because of the current sparring session all over Neo-Orcus. But in truth, Michael just wanted the Dragonborns to do something throughout their days. They get quite depressed seeing their fellow Rebornians hard at work while they were doing nothing because their skills weren't suited for construction. Well, I'm not going to stop you if you want to join the sparring. The orcs slapped their thighs and strummed their quills in appreciation for Michael's decision. They quickly ran over to Agnes, who was instructing the Dragonborns on their current training regimen for today. Michael watched the orcs approach Agnes, who paused for a second as she assessed their current level of strength. She nodded in satisfaction before giving them their respective sparring partners. He was quite interested in how the orcs fought, especially with the difference in fighting style between the two tribes. Surprisingly, the orcs were paired up against one of the elite members of the Montgomery escorts. It was then that Michael remembered that the orcs were originally a race proud of their dominance on the battlefield, not just their weird ritual customs. He had always been under the impression that the orcs' greatest strength was their unique ritual resonance that was quite loud, but mostly harmless. It almost made him forget that orcs were quite formidable fighters of their own league. They were renowned for being the top escort/security options during the glory days of the Golden Road, after all. Let's see what you have in store, Michael muttered to himself as he focused on the orcs. His eyes gleamed, showing that even his personal AI assistant was paying attention. For the first few blows, the orcs used their natural dominant physical strengths to overwhelm the demi-humans from the Montgomery side. The Orcanines used their larger muscle mass to overwhelm the smaller opponent. Their fighting style was attack, attack, and attack. Explore more at my virtual library empire. This was completely different from the Orcupines, who stayed on the defensive for the whole fight, waiting for that perfect timing to strike. They exchanged moves with their sparring partners, gaining advantage by the smallest bit. But they were still fighting against the elites personally trained by Agnes. They won't go down without a fight. The demi-humans fought back, using their skill and finesse to retake advantage from the orcs. This prompted the orcs to finally use their inherent skills and learned spells. The Orcanines began slapping his pectoral muscles, creating a shockwave that threw his opponent off balance. The Orcupines shot out hundreds of quills at once, and used their learned spells to manipulate them into assaulting their opponent. Michael's eyes widened as he saw an entirely new perspective on physical art spells. It was completely different from the way Agnes used her mana cores. Throughout the entire training session during the whole day, Michael was just absorbing spell after spell from the orcs. He felt like he copied so many spells that he could somehow mix and match all the magic theories and create something entirely new out from all of them. Hey chat JK3, can you make a new physical art spell that is appropriate for the Dragonborns? Deadly Sound of Sword. This spell creates a dangerous sonic boom each time a sword is swung in the air. The damage dealt by the sonic boom depends on the speed of the user. This spell allows the user to gain back control of the arrow they had shot to a target. This spell allows the user to gain momentum and power before a fight by performing a ritual procession. Punching the critical muscles of a target may temporarily disable their defenses. Although those spells weren't all that diverse, it was enough to improve the power of the Dragonborns by a significant margin. The next day, he quickly gathered the Dragonborns and taught them the new spells chat JK3 created. They were quite excited about this, treating it as his birthday gift to them. They arrived at the training grounds and began practicing their newfound spells. Unfortunately, it seemed they were quite a bit too enthusiastic about this as they accidentally set off a mini earthquake in the ground. The loud, booming skills of the orcs and the inherent physical strength of the Dragonborns created a resonance in the ground, making it sway back and forth for a little bit. Early in the morning, Jimmy was jolted awake by the sudden earthquake that shook his bed. He feared for his life, thinking that the roof would suddenly cave in and trap him in the rubble. He had read news about this exact kind of scenario before, especially in Orcus Town, with most ending in disaster. This was not how he wanted his name to be published in the newspaper. But as the earthquake continued, he was surprised to see that there was barely any movement from the structure at all. A minute later, the earthquake subsided and the quiet morning returned to normal. He slowly walked out of his room, expecting to see people panicking from the aftereffects of the earthquake. But he was surprised to see that daily life in Neo-Orcus continued like nothing had happened at all. He began questioning some locals and found out the reason for their nonchalance. Why didn't they panic? It was all thanks to a little ninja slime who had clones posted on each and every citizen's shadow. So, no matter where they were, Michael could easily inform his citizens about any news that occurred in real time. But this still didn't explain why none of them were worried for their safety. He would have thought that the locals who had experienced such tragedy and heartbreak from previous earthquakes would have reacted a little bit more emotionally. Once another one occurred, it was as if they no longer treated earthquakes as something dangerous. This confused the rookie journalist. Even with the incredible structure in Neo-Orcus, there was still a chance that an accidental cave-in could happen and trap them under the rubble. Yet the locals weren't worried about this possibility at all. Jimmy looked around the place and saw no signs of magic circles to protect its citizens. So, there should have been no reason for them to act as if they were invulnerable to a ton of rock and rubble burying them underneath. Jimmy wanted to ask Michael himself about this, but was worried about the probable sensitivity of such a topic. After all, this could be a matter of their security as a whole. As a talented reporter, he knew how to obfuscate his real questions with a couple of mundane ones to gauge Michael's current mood about the subject. "Oh, are you asking why none of us are worried about the earthquake?" "Yes," Jimmy said enthusiastically. "But if you don't want to tell me, I will be totally fine with that." "Well, the answer is simple. They are invulnerable to that. The absolute unity defense, even if it was the lesser one obtained by each Rebornian, was enough defense to survive against at least a ton of rubble collapsing towards them. Since the weight of such force was only equal to a 1-star spell, as long as the Rebornians were 2-star or higher, then they wouldn't need to worry about such a disaster befalling onto them. Basically, anyone who had been a Rebornian for longer than a month was safe from any natural catastrophe, be it drowning, being engulfed in flames, or being dropped from a tall height. Michael thought it was a pretty good natural defense for his citizens before he found a superior one. He even thought it was just adequate, but judging from the looks every Queen's Region local was giving him, there was something wrong with his thinking. "Is that bad?" he asked them. Bad, Jimmy cried out. That's insane. Your citizens just have this kind of defense skill automatically. And why did I just now figure out that you can awaken everyone's talent, both human and demi-human? Michael thought it was pretty obvious. But Jimmy was still probably trying to process everything he saw in the king's region that he neglected to understand why every Rebornian could wield magic proficiently, experience tales with my virtual library empire. Don't big companies also have this sort of defense? Michael asked innocently. No, was the resounding answer. There are some companies or royal territories that have their own set of defense and attack spells, but they aren't given to just any one of their citizens. Money doesn't grow on trees. They need a lot of resources to nurture their citizens into becoming capable enough to become self-sufficient. They would rather foster a small army to protect their citizens rather than arm tens of thousands of their people to protect themselves. Hearing Jimmy's explanation made Michael a little bit more aware of his nation's specialness. He thought any successful company would do what he did. Michael turned to Una. Is this true? He asked her. Yes, that's why I said you're a cheat. Your powers already put you miles ahead of your competition. In hindsight, Michael should have known. This was the power that supreme skill gave their fortunate bearers. I guess I'm pretty good then. Michael muttered, as if this was the first time he realized it. I'm sorry to interrupt, but the fact that you can create customized physical arts skills should have been your first clue, Agnes butted in. She recognized the Dragonborn's new spells taught by Michael. Although different, the basis of power was extremely similar to the ones that the orcs displayed just a day ago. You must have created those spells in one day, am I correct? We have never seen their spells till yesterday. Yeah, but can a high-level physical arts master be able to do that as well? He asked, completely clueless. No, was once again the resounding answer. Technically they can do it, but not as fast as you were able to do it, explained Agnes. One of the prerequisites in becoming a titled knight was to create your own physical arts spell. Normally, it would take them 1 or more years of tedious research and painstaking practice before their new technique was judged by veteran knights. It's basically their thesis paper, Una whispered to Michael. How would you feel if someone just printed a 100-page technical paper in one night? Michael graduated at a time when AI wasn't a thing. So, he understood clearly how hard it was to write a thesis in a month, much less a day. With the territory conquered by the nation of Reborn, with the wealth you accumulated and will accumulate in the future, and with the foolproof defense of every single one of your citizens, I can only say that your company has the best chance at entering the top 10 of the rankings. Jimmy had to sit down on the ground as he realized the magnitude of what he had just discovered. I don't know if I'm lucky or unlucky that I'm the first journalist to have a chance at publishing this story. This may be the best up and coming story in the current world, but may be unbelievably so. Unless they see the current state of the king's region for themselves, I'm afraid it would be hard for them to believe such a story. But worry not, I will do my best to spread the news with my captivating writing. I'll spend my entire career following your company, you can count on that. Jimmy made a declaration of intent, which Michael was glad to hear about. I guess you'll be the nation of Reborn's first correspondent, Michael said. I will make sure that your company's ranking in the Golden 500 will be published worldwide. That's my goal. Una approached Michael. This is good for you. Having a published ranking will do well when negotiating with other territories. It makes your influence a lot more solid and makes my job so much easier. Seeing no downside, Michael shook hands with the rookie journalist. We'll work together then. You can have full access to the nation of Reborn as you do your research. That's great, I'll work on it right now. Jimmy scooted off to his guest house and began to prepare a worthy publication that would introduce the Reborn company to the Queen's region. Meanwhile, the sparring session continued normally as it would. The rebel orcs were a bit late in their arrival because they had to sneak out of their tribe, but they still had enough time to spar and play a bit of baseball before the sun set. They were going to spar with the Dragonborns, but Fudge seemed to have other plans. Master, can I please have the orcs as my assistants? Fudge said, hopping on top of Michael's head. What will you do with them? He asked suspiciously. Well, master, I sensed a bit of their talent in the shadows. Fudge inherited Michael's golden nose skill. He had a sense of which people were talented based on intuition alone. "Are you sure about this?" Michael asked the ninja slime. "Yes, master. After pretending to be the snake tempter sent by the goddess, I found out that they had a natural affinity to shadows as well. It's not just one or two of them, it's all of them." "So let me get this straight. You want the orcs to become ninjas like you?" Michael asked, trying to make sense of it all. "You got it exactly right, master. They already like me, so they will do as I say." Michael looked at Fudge with a serious face. "You want the orcs, the big and intimidating demi-humans, to become one of your sneaky little ninjas." He couldn't imagine a scenario in which the orcs tiptoed in the darkest of nights and tried to infiltrate a room without anyone knowing. Just their immense weight alone would send even a metal floor creaking with a loud sound. "It's all right, master. They can become good ninjas like me, I'm sure of it," Fudge said, his voice emanating an unusual confidence. Fudge was rarely wrong about this thing, so Michael gave him the benefit of the doubt. "All right. But don't get too overboard with this." Michael then saw the violet slime hop over to the orcs, who quickly kneeled after seeing the slime's presence. It looked like his infiltration as the messenger of the goddess worked entirely too well, as they were treating him with reverence even when he was no longer the snake tempter in their sacred grounds. He was sure that with Fudge's skill, they could eventually make a good group made out of the best ninjas in the world. This whole thing made Michael think about the importance of security. Jimmy seemed to have a good sense of its importance, but Michael never really bothered with it before. There wasn't really any need for it back in the King's region. Sure, there were a few instances in which force was needed to make things more peaceful, but nothing too much. But it looked like physical strength was far more important in the Queen's region. He walked over to Yuna and asked her exactly about this question. "This world is still stuck in the medieval times," she said. "So, there are some times when conflicts are resolved through wars or physical fighting. It's not as prevalent thanks to my grandmother's efforts to lessen deaths, but of course, there are still conflicts that cannot be solved through diplomatic options." "So do you think that we will face a lot of conflicts in the Queen's region?" he asked her. "Enjoy more content from my virtual library empire." If you want to expand your company, then you will have to get your hands dirty." Michael's eyebrow raised. He didn't think he would have to do that. Seeing his curious expression, Yuna went into further detail about her words. "You don't know about this, but the lands in the Queen's region are a lot more magical and mysterious in nature. There are always discoveries being unearthed in different territories, most of which are up for grabs by anyone. Sometimes they find gold and a few other important minerals, which, don't get me wrong, still warrants a war between companies on who would be able to lay claim on the discovery. Usually, it would be settled with a behind-the-scenes agreement between the different parties. But there are a few discoveries that are far too valuable to share. For example, a pocket dimension left behind by a previous civilization would have even the top 10 companies vying for control. If you want to get an inheritance left behind by a 9-star wizard, then you would either have to negotiate with the Guild of Arcana, or be the first one to loot it before anyone even finds out that it existed in the first place. That's why physical strength is key to becoming one of the top companies in the world. You have to have the power to monopolize all the good discoveries in the land, or else you'll be left behind. Michael's eyes were opened with Yuna's explanation. The Queen's region was a far more exciting place, filled with a lot more mysteries than he thought it to be. Pocket dimensions, inheritances, vaults, tombs. It was practically an adventurer's dream to hear those words. Even if Michael wasn't an adrenaline junkie type of guy, he was still intrigued to find out what kind of treasure was buried under those lands. And it looked like Chat JK3 was excited as well. He could already hear it salivating for more knowledge to consume, eventually upgrading its software once again. This was perhaps what tempted Michael the most. If he could find ancient knowledge about the history of the world before the current one, then he could probably find more clues as to where the rest of the God Forge pieces were located. "It looks like I need to up my army game," Michael said to himself. "Took you long enough," Yuna commented. "Most inheritance and tombs that I have heard of are filled with traps and dangerous spells. You'd need an army to safely reach the treasure room." Michael already had the Dragonborns as his personal bodyguards. But if he wanted to increase his army strength, then he needed to find a lot more bodies to fill a regiment. There were a lot of prospects talented in the physical arts back in the king's region, but he just delegated them to become security guards and such. Maybe I should start training them. Problem is, I don't have anyone to lead them. Unlike Una, Michael didn't have an Agnes to rely on. There was practically no one in their nation who was proficient in the physical arts. He would have to find someone in the future. But for now, he would have to rely on Agnes' good graces to train his Rebornians. Michael was suddenly awoken from his relaxing sleep by Shayna, who came knocking at his door. He found this weird because she would have been training in the sparring grounds by now. He opened the door and let her in. "Lord Michael, I have received news from the Orc chieftains," Shayna reported. "They are now requesting a meeting with all three leaders, you, the Orcanine chieftain, and the Orcupine chieftain in one place." Michael thought it was about time that they finally decided to meet with him. He had been waiting for quite a while, but they had always postponed it for some reason. It wasn't because they hated the Reborn company or else. They wouldn't have continued to give gifts of cacao beans to them regularly. He only found out a while later from Fudge that the chieftains were trying to gain his favor first before going on a meeting with him. They thought that if he liked their tribe instead of the other one, then it would be more likely for him to give them his support and eventually kick the other tribe out of the forest. Of course, Michael wasn't going to let that happen. Both tribes were important in his chocolate business, as they were the only ones who could protect the sacred cacao trees from the eventual earthquakes that would plague this territory. "Okay, set the date," he said to Shayna, who bowed and left his room. A while later, she came back to him and told him that the orcs agreed on a meeting tonight set in a neutral part of the forest. They requested the meeting to be completely confidential. Should I reject their request? Michael shook his head. "No, this is good. If they have their own guards with them, then it would be more likely for them to fight it out against each other." He could already picture what would happen if both orc tribes were allowed to bring their own people. He reckoned that the meeting would turn into nothing but a screaming match between the two chieftains' tribes. "All right, Lord Michael, but just for your safety, we will be posted near the meeting place undetected from anybody. We will be asking Sir Fudge for his help on this one." Shayna's voice was one of insistence. She would not take no for an answer regarding his safety, even though there was no danger to be had in the meeting. The orcs may be brash and loud, but they were not violent beings in nature. Michael didn't argue with Shayna and let her plan it out. All he had to do now was to prepare for the meeting. He had to make sure that he had enough leverage for the chieftains to agree with his plan for their tribe's unity. A few hours later, the sun had finally set on the horizon, leaving just a sliver of light from the moon shining down on the forest. Even though darkness was supposed to fill the ground, there were actually torches placed around the trees, which guided Michael toward their meeting location. The flickering flames of the torches gave the atmosphere in the forest a more tribal feel. Michael thought he was walking into one of those popular survival TV shows in his previous world, where people would get kicked out of the show through a voting period. He just hoped that none of the tribes would be kicked out of this meeting. As he walked closer to the meeting place, he sensed two distinct auras of life mana in front of him. One was burning hot life mana, while the other was a cool and calm life mana. Both of them were strong in their own right, but were completely different from one another. As he stepped into the open meeting place with a huge bonfire in the middle, the two orc chieftains finally took notice of Michael, and Michael took notice of them. The Orcupine chieftain looked just like the other orcs in his tribe, but his quills and spines looked a lot sharper and a lot more solid than the rest of them. Michael could tell that those could puncture through solid metal without much problem. The Orcanine chieftain, on the other hand, was a lot bigger and buffer than normal Orcanines. The mane around his neck was a lot bushier too, with his wolf ears completely decorated in golden paraphernalia. It was clear from their stature alone that they were the strongest orcs in their tribe. The two chieftains looked just about ready to shout to one another before Michael arrived, and once he did, they turned to him and showed him the best smile they could ever physically do. Thunderous lightning flashed between the two orcs' eyes as they glared at each other. I requested this meeting between you chieftains so that you could settle your differences, not reignite them," Michael declared. "Settle my differences with this coward," the Orcanine chieftain sneered, There is no such world in which I would ever do that. See how arrogant he is, human. It would be better if you align with our tribe instead of them, the Orcupine chieftain retorted. As Michael feared, the two chieftains were so caught up in their rivalries that the meeting couldn't even last for a minute before it escalated into a screaming match. Read new chapters at my virtual library empire. Should I throw in my secret weapon? Michael thought to himself. He was about to throw a bar of chocolate in their feet, when all of a sudden, Michael heard a whisper from the shadows. Michael looked at the tree nearest him and saw a peculiar violet snake wrapped around one of its branches. Fudge, what are you doing here? Master, I was able to find something interesting in their tribes. They hid it quite well, but I think I know the answer as to why the two chieftains hate each other so much. He leaned in closer to the snake, intrigued at this game-changing information. They used to be blood brothers who swore to protect a relic from the ancient times that was said to hold untold power. They said that their ancestors received this as a gift from the dwarves until they lost it, Master. They used to own Mithril,